Chapter 421 The Biggest Fool in the World. Tick. Tick. The rain dripped down the eaves, knocking on the bluestone slabs with a crisp sound. It seemed to knock on Nandong Meiju's heart. At this moment, all the noise around seemed to become unusually quiet. She stood under the eaves, holding a whip in one hand and a pile of lime that had not yet been scattered in the other hand, staring blankly at the man who was holding her waist beside her. But the man did not look at her. He rushed to the door, shot out like a sharp arrow, and punched the man who was about to escape from the door to his knees on the ground. His neck was broken, and he died instantly. He rushed to the others again. Middle-stage martial artist. Hurry up. The other men were all scared and fled in a hurry. Boom. 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 But after a few explosions and flashes of lightning, the men all fell to the ground. Some with heads exploded, some with sunken chests, and some with collapsed backs. All of them died tragically on the spot. In the corner next to him, the man who had just been knocked out by him, who had the strength of an early martial artist, retreated on the ground, his face pale and trembling. You can't kill me. I am. Bang! After a punch, his face collapsed. He twitched a few times on the ground, and died. The yard suddenly became quiet. The ruthless figure wearing a black tiger mask stood in the rain, looked around, and after seeing that there were no other living men, he immediately walked to the corpses and began to touch the things on their bodies as if no one was around. Nandong Meiju suddenly said, "It's best not to take their things. This is Kyoto, not Haimulan, and they are not ordinary people. There are many ways for government officials to find things, even if it's a gold coin with a different number." As soon as these words came out, the figure wearing the black tiger mask immediately retracted his hand, but did not look at her, and turned to walk towards the gate. Nandong Meiju suddenly said, "Chu Feiyang." The figure paused, turned his head, and said in a hoarse voice, "Who is Chu Feiyang?" Did the girl recognize the wrong person? Nandong Meiju stared at the eyes exposed in his mask and said, "Then why did you save me just now?" The figure laughed roughly. "Because the girl has a good figure. I can't help it." Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while, raised his hand, slowly took off the mask on his face, and said, "I am also very beautiful." The figure shrugged, said nothing more, and walked quickly to the gate. Just as he was about to leave, Nandong Meiju suddenly said, "Since you think my figure is good, come here. I can let you touch it." After a pause, he said, "You can touch anywhere." The figure turned around and sneered, "You hold a whip in one hand and lime in the other. Do you think I'm a fool?" After that, he left quickly and never looked back. Nandong Meiju paused in place, suddenly chased him out, stood at the door and looked at his back, shouting loudly, "Chu Feiyang, you are a fool. The biggest fool in the world." The man quickly disappeared at the entrance of the alley in the distance. Nandong Meiju stood at the door for a long time, slowly loosened her hand, and white powder slowly fell from her fingers and fell to the ground. It was not lime, but flour. She really wanted to sprinkle it on his face, whip him again, and then tell him, "I have avenged my hatred and resolved my grievances. From now on, we will never see each other again." However, he did not give her a chance. "Princess, who is that man?" "He is a mid-level martial artist. But he is so cruel. He killed all the people in the yard and planned to rob them all. Did he follow us? Did he come to help us? How can the mask on his face be related to you?" Animu walked out of the yard, looking puzzled. Nandong Meiju did not answer, but looked back at the corpse in the yard and said, "Use corpse powder to deal with it. Let's go." "Yes, Mississippi." Auntie Mu immediately entered the small yard again. After a while, the two of them left the alley. Luo Qingzhou was cautious all the way. He first went to the bathhouse to take a bath, changed into clean clothes, and then returned to the Qin mansion. In the exiled immortal residence, Bailing was talking to Xiao Dai in the corridor. When she saw him coming back, she immediately asked, "Son-in-law, where have you been? Did you go to the brothel to fool around?" Xiao Dai didn't dare to tell me. "You?" The words in her mouth stopped abruptly. Luo Qingzhou shook the candied haws in his hand and said, "I saw that you haven't eaten candied haws for a long time, so I went out to buy you candied haws. If you doubt me again, there will be no more in the future." Bai Ling smiled and said flatteringly, "No more doubts. I will never doubt again in the future. Son-in-law, I want it. Give it to me quickly." Luo Qingzhou walked into the corridor with an umbrella. handed the candied haws to her and said, "Why did you come to see me?" Bai Ling immediately took a bite of it impatiently, then puffed up her cheeks and said incoherently, "I come to inform the aunt. The lady's body is fine. My aunt will tell the story to the lady tonight." Luo Qingzhou said, "I know." After holding up, he said with a smile, "Grandpa, I want to go back to accompany the lady. You have to come earlier tonight." Then, he quickly supported the umbrella and ran into the rain. When he heard it, he smiled like a flower. "Thank you, Grandpa. My aunt is so nice." Luo Qingzhou stood for a while, then turned around and took out 2 strings of candied haws from behind, handed them to Xiao Dai, and said, "Here, for you." Xiao Dai was stunned, and took it in her hand with a surprised face. "Sir, did you just lie to Sister Bailing?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course I lied to her. That girl is stupid and talkative. Who else can I lie to if not her?" Xiao Dai suddenly stretched out her finger and poked him, then pointed at the gate. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. Bai Ling, wearing a pink skirt and holding a flower umbrella, had returned at some point, holding half a string of candied haws, her pretty face tense, and standing at the gate angrily. "Son-in-law, I will never eat your stinky candied haws again." "Humph!" She suddenly sobbed, touched her eyes, turned around and ran away whimpering. Luo Qingzhou. Xiao Dai quickly handed the 2 strings of candied haws to him. "Young master, go and coax Sister Bailing and give her both strings." Luo Qingzhou walked into the house and said, "Don't pay attention to her. She is pretending to cry, and the candied haws in her hand are still tightly held. I guess she is eating it now. Stinky son-in-law. Bad son-in-law. You say bad things about people behind their backs. I hate you." On the road outside, Bailing walked with an umbrella, sobbing, and eating the remaining candied haws in her hand. But she kept the last one. After returning to Lingshan Moon Palace, she entered the room, licked the last remaining one with her pink little tongue, and smacked her lips and said, "So sweet." Xia Chan was squatting on the ground, cutting the carpet seriously, preparing to lay it on the floor of the room. Seeing that she didn't respond, Bailing walked to her and squatted down, licked a few more times, and said, "Chan Chan, what sweet candied haws. Do you want to try it? There is only one left, which was bought by my uncle for me." Xia Chan looked up and said, "Oh." Then she continued to work seriously. Bailing felt bored and looked at the carpet and said, "It's not winter yet. Why are you laying the carpet?" Then she suddenly realized, "Did my uncle ask you to lay it?" Xia Chan lowered her head and cut it seriously. Ignoring her, Bailing snorted, bit off the last string of candied haws, stood up and left, saying, "I'll go see the young lady." After leaving the room, she muttered, "Stinky uncle. He must be afraid that he will collapse the bed if he uses too much force in the future. Or, he wants to change the place to bully Chan Chan." After dark, Luo Qingzhou had dinner and went directly to Lingshan Moon Palace. He decided to go there to tell the eldest lady a story for a while, and then go to see the second lady. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, he saw the sheets and clothes hanging at the other end of the corridor. Those clothes were taken off by him last night. He put away his umbrella, stood in the corridor and watched for a while, then went into the house. In the room, Xia Chan was folding her clothes with her head down, and there was a soft carpet on the floor. Luo Qingzhou did not knock on the door, but took off his shoes and walked in silently. Xia Chan thought it was Bailing, and did not look up. She continued to immerse herself in her own world, folding clothes and thinking about things, until a hand reached out and grabbed the belly band in her hand, and said, "This one looks good. Wear this one next time." Xia Chan's hand trembled, and she hurriedly snatched it away, and quickly got up with the clothes, went to the closet, and put them all in it. She stood in the closet with her back to him, and seemed afraid to turn around. Luo Qingzhou walked over, hugged her slender waist from behind, lowered his head, bit her ear and said, "Chan Chan, are you still shy? Uncle Ah." Before he finished speaking, he had covered his eyes and squatted on the ground. Xia Chan turned and ran to the bed, picked up her sword, then lowered her head and ran out of the room in a panic. Luo Qingzhou stood up from the ground, rubbed his eyes, was stunned for a moment, then left the room, put on his shoes, and went to the back garden. The sky was still drizzling. In the pavilion in the back garden, Miss Qin, wearing a snow-white dress, was sitting there quietly, staring at the drizzle outside the pavilion in a daze. Bailing leaned on the pillar next to her, biting an empty bamboo stick of candied haws in her mouth, and lowered her head to count her fingers. Xia-chan disappeared. Luo Qingzhou looked around again, but couldn't find her. So he went to the pavilion directly with an umbrella. When Bai Ling saw him, she immediately threw away the bamboo stick in her mouth, pursed her lips and snorted, turned away, and ignored him angrily. Miss Jean turned her head and looked at him. Chapter 422. In the pavilion, there are lanterns hanging. The dim light falls on her flawless face and her snow-white dress, as if it is the most charming scenery in the night rain in the garden. The autumn wind blows her hair, and she blows the heart of the autumn rain. The drizzle is slanting and swaying. The two looked at each other for a few seconds, and Luo Qingzhou covered his head with both hands, and ran to the pavilion against the rain. Pa! Pa! The bluestone slabs were splashing with water. The wide robe rolled up the wind and rain, and followed him into the pavilion. The girl's dress moved slightly, and her face was like snow. The deep and beautiful eyes still looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stood opposite her, brushed off the wind and rain on his body, bowed his head and said, Mississippi. Yes. Qin Jinjian nodded slightly, retracted her gaze, and continued to look at the drizzle outside the pavilion without saying a word. Luo Qingzhou looked at Bailing next to him and said, Where's Xia-chan? Go call her over. My uncle is going to tell a story. Humph. Bailing was secretly watching him. When she saw him looking at her, she twisted her waist, turned her back, covered her ears with her hands, and said angrily, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Luo Qingzhou wanted to go over and give her a good scolding, but with the eldest lady next to her, he had to say kindly, My uncle has some candied haws here. Do you want some? Bailing said very stubbornly. Humph. No. I will never want anything from my uncle again. Luo Qingzhou said. That's great. I'll give it to Xia-chan. After saying that, he covered his head with his hands again, ran out of the pavilion, and ran directly into the house. Bailing stood there for a few seconds, then turned around and said, Miss, my uncle may have run away. I'll go catch him back. As he said that, he immediately chased after her. Luo Qingzhou went to the room and the front yard, but didn't find Xia-chan. While he was wondering, Bailing said from behind, Uncle, Chan-chan is in my room. Did you bully her again just now? Luo Qingzhou turned around, glanced at her, did not answer, and immediately walked towards her room. Bailing immediately stretched out her arms and blocked the door of the room. Uncle, I haven't allowed you to go in yet. I am a girl, and no one is allowed to enter a girl's boudoir casually. Luo Qingzhou said, Am I someone else? Bailing pouted and snorted, Uncle. Of course I am. Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes, suddenly grabbed her shoulders, pressed her against the wall next to him, and said, Now? Bailing raised her pretty face, still pouted her lips, and said stubbornly, Uncle, I will not give in. Even if you Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and blocked her mouth. After a moment, Uncle, woo-woo. You can't. At least you shouldn't. Chan-chan is still inside. How can you? Open the door. Oh! Bai Ling's body was weak, holding the wall. Her pretty face was red. She moved over dizzily, and helped him open the door, with something shiny on her pink lips. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and went into the room. Xia-chan was holding a sword, standing in the dark corner, like a little beast being attacked, looking at him with full vigilance. Luo Qingzhou didn't approach, but stood at the door and looked at her quietly for a while, then said softly, Chan-chan, Uncle apologizes to you. Next time, Uncle won't touch your clothes, bite your ears, or touch you randomly. Okay? Xia-chan clenched the sword in her hand, and looked at him with complicated dark eyes without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou added, You are talking about daytime. This girl is different from others. Because of her past experiences, she has developed various personalities such as shyness, timidity, and inferiority. Flirting with her during the day is like exposing her to the public. She will inevitably have a stress response unconsciously. Although it was dark just now, it was not time to go to bed after all. More importantly, Bailing and even the eldest lady would appear at any time, and then see her being bullied. Her personality would not allow such a shameful and embarrassing side to be seen by others, especially the eldest lady whom she respected the most in her heart. There may be another reason. After all, he had married the eldest lady and became husband and wife. So if the eldest lady saw him and her being affectionate, she would feel guilty and uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou walked over, handed a string of candied haws to her, and said, "My uncle bought this for you. Don't be angry. Okay?" Xia-chan took a look and puffed up her cheeks slightly. Lie. Bailing. There are some too. Luo Qingzhou held her cold little hand and whispered, "Let's go to your room. My uncle will give you a lot." After that, he pulled her out directly. Bai Ling leaned against the door, still with a dazed look on her face, as if she had not recovered from the kiss just now. Luo Qingzhou pulled Xia-chan into the room and closed the door. At this time, she woke up and hurried over to the door, pricked up her 2 little ears to eavesdrop. But it was quiet inside, without the sound of wind, rain, or rain hitting banana leaves. Squeak. The door suddenly opened. She immediately stood up straight and coughed. "Son-in-law, why are you and Chan-chan hiding in there?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and came out of the room, saying, "Let's go to the backyard. The eldest lady is still waiting in the pavilion." After that, he walked towards the back garden first. Bai Ling immediately opened the door and poked her head in. When she saw this, her eyes widened immediately. In the room, Xia-chan was holding a whole stick of candied haws, worrying about where to hide. Seeing her head poking in, she hurriedly hid behind her. But there were too many candied haws on the stick, like flowers stretching out from the tree trunk, blooming everywhere behind her, bright red and tempting. "Chan-chan." Bai Ling swallowed hard, her eyes shining. "Are we good sisters?" Xia-chan shook her head. "No." Bai Ling. In the back garden, Luo Qingzhou came to the pavilion and stood awkwardly opposite Miss Qin. After waiting for a long time, the 2 little girls still didn't come. Could they be hiding in the room eating candied haws? The pavilion was very quiet, with only the sound of rain outside the pavilion. Luo Qingzhou felt that the atmosphere was too awkward. When he was about to go back to the room to call the 2 little girls, Miss Qin suddenly said, "How is Wei Mo's body?" Luo Qingzhou quickly replied, "The second young lady's body is much better than before. She hasn't coughed in the past few days." Qin Jinjiao looked at him quietly and said, "When are you getting married?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard the words, turned his head to look at her, and saw that she looked calm. After a pause, he said, "I have talked to the second young lady several times, and the second young lady said to wait a little longer. Now the second young lady is taking medicine for the first time. It may be safer to wait for another month until the condition is completely stable." Qin Jinjiao nodded slightly. "Oh." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her again, and seeing that she was holding a book in her hand, he had to take the initiative to find a conversation. "What book are you reading recently, miss?" Qin Jinjiao was silent for a while, and slowly closed the book she had opened, revealing the title on the cover. Luo Qingzhou took a look, and there were actually a few big words written on the cover, "The Story of the Stone." Qin Jinjiao said, "Wei Mo sent it, saying that you wrote it." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed, hesitated for a while, and explained, "In fact, Miss Lin, and it was not written according to the second lady. I just looked at it, and I haven't seen Miss Lin yet." Qin Jinjiao looked up at him and said, "You are so guilty. It seems that it should be." Luo Qingzhou. The conversation was interrupted, and the atmosphere fell into awkwardness again. Luo Qingzhou coughed, turned his head, and looked into the house, saying, "Why haven't the 2 little girls come yet? I'll go and see." Bai Ling suddenly poked her head out of the house and said incoherently, "Son-in-law, Chan-chan and I have something to do. I won't listen to it tonight. You can just tell the young lady." Luo Qingzhou saw her bulging cheeks and happy eyes, and knew that she was secretly eating candied haws. So he had to say, "You have a toothache from eating too much. Come here quickly." Bai Ling shook her head and said, "No, son-in-law. Tell the young lady quickly. Chan-chan and I have to take a bath later. Don't come in, son-in-law." After that, he closed the back door directly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned. Take a bath? 2 people took off their clothes and took a bath together? That scene. He didn't dare to think about it anymore. So he turned around and said, "Miss, do you want to listen?" Qin Jinjiao lowered her head and turned the pages of the book, and said indifferently, "If you have something to do, go first. I can read the book by myself." Luo Qingzhou did have something to do. He wanted to go see the second lady and accompany her. However, since the eldest lady said so, he couldn't leave immediately. "Miss, then I will continue to tell you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said. Qin Jinjiao didn't say anything, nor did she refuse. Luo Qingzhou didn't hesitate and continued the story from last time. The next day, Yang Gua had breakfast in the hall, and saw Guafu beckoning him in the courtyard. Qin Jianjiao put down the book in her hand, looked at the rain outside the pavilion, and listened quietly. Just as she was about to ask, she saw a girl in white walking in from outside. When the girl in white came in, everyone looked at her involuntarily. But she looked pale, as if she was sick. Although the candlelight was like a rosy cloud, her face was still bloodless, which made her look more elegant and beautiful. People often describe women's beauty as beautiful as a fairy. But no one knows how beautiful a fairy is. At this time, when everyone saw the girl, they couldn't help but think of the words beautiful as a fairy. She was surrounded by a layer of light, smoke and mist, which seemed real and illusory. But she was not a person in the mortal world. Speaking of this, Qin Jianjiao was slightly startled, and a trace of suspicion appeared in her eyes. Looking at him, Luo Qingzhou didn't think much, and continued to talk vividly. When Yang Gua saw the girl, he was overjoyed, and his chest seemed to be hit hard by a big iron hammer. He jumped out from the corner of the house, hugged her, and shouted, "Aunt! Aunt!" Qin Jianjiao's eyes flickered slightly, and she looked at him quietly. Luo Qingzhou spoke 3 chapters in a row, when he talked about Guijing wanting to marry his daughter to Yang Gua and asking for Xiaolong's consent. Beiling's angry voice suddenly came from the room. "Too much. I don't agree. Gua is obviously my aunt's. No one can take her away." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, ignored her, and continued to speak. Xiaolong Nu shook her head and said, "I want to be his son's wife myself. He won't marry your daughter." Xiaolong Nu's face was as beautiful as a flower blooming. She said with a smile, "Yes, I taught him martial arts before, but now his martial arts are as strong as mine. He likes me in his heart, and I like him too." Before, when she said this, her voice lowered. Although she was innocent and pure, she was born with the shyness of a girl. She said slowly, "Before I thought he didn't like me and didn't want me to be his wife. I felt very uncomfortable and just wanted to die. But today I know that he really loves me. I. When she said this, Bai Ling's voice sounded again in the room. But this time she whispered, "Chan Chan." Xiaolong Nu's words sound so familiar. Is the son-in-law hinting at something? When Luo Qingzhou talked about the exposure of Yang Gua and Xiaolong Nu's love affair between master and apprentice, and was attacked by everyone, Bailing was immediately filled with anger. Gua and Aunt want to love. Why do they care? Who said that master and apprentice can't love each other? Who stipulated it? So many men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, but they still continue to marry? So many women are fickle, but they still play around? Brothers and sisters-in-law, younger brothers and sisters-in-law, or brothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. These bad guys can fool around together. Gua is unmarried and Aunt is single. Why can't they be together? It's too much to meddle in other people's business. Son-in-law, Gua and Xiaolong should kill them all. Even that idiot Guadashia should be killed. Her scolding immediately stunned Luo Qingzhou. Is this girl making indirect accusations? Deliberately complaining about something? But to be honest, when he first saw this chapter, he was so angry that he wanted to get into the book and punch all those bastards to death. It was really infuriating. After Luo Qingzhou finished this chapter, he stopped and bowed to the girl in front of him, saying, "Miss, it's getting late. You should go to bed early. I'll stop here tonight and come back tomorrow night." Qin Jianjiao's lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end. After a pause, she nodded slightly. "Yeah." Luo Qingzhou turned around and looked. Bai Ling was still standing at the door with an angry face, and she had forgotten to eat the half-string of candied haws in her hand. The plot just now really made her angry. When Luo Qingzhou walked over, she immediately asked, "Son-in-law, what do you think? Do you think the master and the apprentice can be together?" Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation, "As long as you love each other sincerely, of course you can. Rules are set by people to contain many bad desires and emotions of human beings. But love is boundless and cannot be contained by anything. If you love each other sincerely, you can ignore the rules. Of course, the premise is that you have the ability." After speaking, he went into the house and prepared to leave. Bai Ling suddenly turned around and asked, "Son-in-law, do you have the ability?" Chapter 423 Humble and Pitiful. Tick, tick. It was late at night, and the rain was noisy. Luo Qingzhou walked out of Lingchan Moon Palace with an umbrella. Thinking of the story he had just told and what Bailing said, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that the girl seemed to be deliberately implying something. Brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Was that scolding him? But he had a clear conscience. He had divorced the eldest lady, and he was no longer the brother-in-law and sister-in-law of the second lady. The man was not married. The woman was not married. And they loved each other sincerely. Who had the right to say anything? Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore, and went directly to Meixiang garden. Zhuer came to open the door with an umbrella. When she saw him, she said with some dissatisfaction, "I thought the son-in-law would not come. The young lady has already gone to bed." Luo Qingzhou asked, "Did the second young lady cough again today?" Zhuer said, "No today." "Son-in-law, please come in." Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Forget it. Since the second young lady has already gone to bed and is fine, I won't go in to disturb her." Just as he was about to leave, Zhuer grabbed his clothes and pulled him in directly, staring at him and said, "Don't leave. The young lady is thinking about the son-in-law." "Son-in-law, please go in and take a look." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing. "How do you know that the second young lady is thinking about me?" Zhuer raised her chin and said, "Of course I know. Because the young lady thinks about the son-in-law every day. Doesn't the son-in-law know?" Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned, and didn't say anything. He went into the house with an umbrella. Zhuer came out of the room, and quickly took the umbrella from his hand, and put it on the corridor, outside the door. Then he followed him in, and squatted on the ground to help him take off his shoes. Luo Qingzhou looked down at her, and wanted to speak. But when he saw Zhuer followed him in, he had to give up. Zhuer stood up and pushed open the door, whispering, "Uncle, come in quickly. The young lady just lay down. She should not be asleep yet." Luo Qingzhou nodded and entered the room. Zhuer glanced at his back and gently closed the door. Zhuer patted her from behind and said, as if to ask for credit, "Qiu, just now the uncle was about to leave, and I caught him back. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to touch the uncle's shoes tonight. How are you going to thank me?" Zhuer thought for a while and said, "Let's go. Go to the room. I'll give you a massage and make you laugh for an hour." Zhuer heard it and hurriedly tucked her armpits and ran away. Annoyed, "Dead girl. You repay kindness with enmity. People don't care about you anymore." In the room, Miss Jean Eyre had heard the sound and sat up from the bed. She stretched out her delicate hands, rolled up the curtain, revealing her moon-white bellyband and her white jade-like skin. Her black hair was scattered behind her. There was a touch of charming charm between her bright eyes and eyebrows. She said with a smile, "Brother Qingzhou, you came so late. Are you here to accompany Wei Yimo to sleep?" Luo Qingzhou pushed aside the beaded curtain, walked to the bed, stared at her fair skin, stretched out his hand to pull up the quilt, wrapped her up, and said, "Don't get cold. I just want to see if you are feeling better." After he took his hand away, the quilt on Miss Jean's body slipped down again, as if her snow-white skin was too smooth. Miss Jean looked at him with a smile in her bright eyes, exposing herself like this, without a trace of shyness, and said playfully, "Brother Qingzhou doesn't want to see it? Or is Wei Mo's body not good-looking at all?" Luo Qingzhou reached out to help her wrap the quilt up again, and said, "Lie down quickly. Don't catch a cold. Let's talk for a while." Miss Jean Eyre said, "Brother Qingzhou, won't you come up?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No. I have to go back later." Miss Jean Eyre pouted, "Brother Qingzhou, do you not like Wei Yimo anymore? Have you changed your mind so quickly? Wei Yimo is so sad, so upset." Luo Qingzhou was speechless. "I don't want to pay attention to you. Who told you to be disobedient and like to make moves?" Miss Jean Eyre immediately raised her hand and said, "Brother Qingzhou, this time, Wei Yimo swears that he will never touch you again. If he lies to Brother Qingzhou, Wei Yimo is a puppy." Luo Qingzhou still said, "No matter how much you say, I will not go up." Miss Jean Eyre made a woohoo sound, and the quilt moved, and a snow-white and slender girl's jade foot stretched out, and she begged in a delicate voice, "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Yimo just wants to lie with you and talk for a while, and just wants to watch you quietly for a while. Even this request, Brother Qingzhou can't satisfy me?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her snow-white feet exposed outside the quilt, and said nothing. The quilt moved again, and another snow-white and tender foot stretched out. Miss Jean Eyre continued to beg in a delicate voice, "Brother Qingzhou, come up. Wei Yimo swears that I will be honest tonight and never touch Brother Qingzhou. Just talk to Brother Qingzhou for a while. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her other snow-white feet again, still without speaking, raised his hand, and began to untie the belt around his waist. "Hee hee. Brother Qingzhou is so nice." Miss Qin Er immediately lay down happily, and pulled up the quilt. Luo Qingzhou took off his coat and socks, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. Miss Qin Er immediately stuck to his arms, hugged him, and looked at him with a smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou said, "You said you wouldn't touch me." Miss Qin Er stroked his back and comforted him softly. "Brother Qingzhou, don't be afraid. Wei Mo just hugs you. He won't touch you. Don't worry." Luo Qingzhou. The room was quiet. The two looked at each other and didn't say anything. After a while, Qin Weima said softly, "By the way, Brother Qingzhou, did you just come from my sister?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. I went to tell them a story for a while." Qin Weima's eyes moved slightly, looking at him, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, did my sister say anything to you?" Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, "What did the second lady mean?" Qin Weima said, "It was just a casual chat." "Did my sister say anything to you?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, and said, "She said a few words. She asked us why we were getting married. I said we would wait until next month when you were better." Qin Weima was silent for a moment, and said, "Did she really ask that?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. Is there any problem?" Qin Weima smiled softly and said, "Nothing. Brother Qingzhou, does my sister have anything else to say to you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Nothing." As he said that, he looked at the expression on her face and said, "Second miss, are you hiding something from me?" Qin Weima smiled and said, "What can I hide from you? Brother Qingzhou, you are now a big shot in the family. Even father and mother dare not mess with you. How dare a humble and pitiful little Weima hide anything from you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How can the second young lady be humble and pitiful again?" Qin Weima pouted her little mouth and said pitifully, "I want Brother Qingzhou to come up and sleep with me, and I have to beg in various ways. Isn't this humble and pitiful?" Luo Qingzhou. After a while, "Second young lady, I said I wouldn't touch you. I didn't do anything. Second young lady just swore that lying is a puppy. Woof. Woof. Weima is a puppy, wanting to bite Brother Qingzhou. Woof." In the early hours of the morning, Luo Qingzhou's patience reached its limit, and he coaxed the second young lady Qin to sleep. After a while, when the second young lady Qin fell asleep, he quietly got out of bed, put on his clothes and socks and left. Opened the door. Chior was sitting on the chair next to her, embroidering flowers seriously. Seeing him coming out, she quickly stood up and said in surprise, "Are you leaving?" "Sir? It's so late. Why don't you just sleep here?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head to look for his shoes and said, "No. I'll go back to sleep." Chior looked at him again, and without saying anything more, she had to go to the corner to get the shoes, squatted down, and helped him put them on. Then she went out to open the oil paper umbrella on the corridor, handed it to him, and gently reminded him, "Sir, it's dark and the road is slippery. Be careful." Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed by her service, and said, "Chior, you should go to bed early too. The second lady just fell asleep, and her complexion looks good. She won't wake up." Chior smiled and said, "Well, sir, go to bed early too." Luo Qingzhou nodded, looked at her again, and then held the umbrella, walked down the steps, and left the courtyard. Chior stood under the eaves, watching his back until he walked out of the door, and then turned back to the house. Chior came out of the room in pajamas and said, "See, I told you that the son-in-law doesn't need you at all. I told you to go to bed early, but you still want to wait. Even the chastity cloth is ready." Chior ignored her and went into the room with the white cloth. The gate of the courtyard of the exiled immortal residence has been locked from the inside. Luo Qingzhou didn't knock on the door. He turned his head and looked around. Then he jumped into the courtyard and slipped in through the window. He took off his shoes, socks and clothes, opened the curtains and got on the bed, and got into the quilt. The quilt was very warm. The little girl was wearing a bellyband and was sleeping soundly with her back to him. She woke up immediately when he felt cold. Just as she was about to turn around, Luo Qingzhou hugged her and said, "Don't move. Master, hold it for a while." Xiao Dai opened her sleepy eyes, blinked her eyelashes, and said in a tender voice, "Master, are you back from the second lady?" Luo Qingzhou said, "How do you know?" Xiao Dai laughed. "The second lady is weak. Master must be enduring a lot of pain. Right?" Luo Qingzhou's cheeks were hot, and he paused and said, "I didn't want to, but the second lady is really naughty. There's nothing I can do." Xiao Dai asked, "Master, When will you get married with the second lady? Luo Qingzhou asked curiously. Why are you asking this question tonight? Xiao Dai said. Who else asked it? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and kissed her little mouth. A night passed quietly. The drizzle outside the window was still pouring down. The autumn wind was bleak, and the yard was full of fallen leaves. 3 days later, the rain finally stopped. On the first day after the weather cleared up, Luo Qingzhou, Dao Jia and others received a mission. The next day, they would go hunting in Yunwu mountain range. Each person had to bring back at least 2 mid-level monsters. They would be out for 2 days in total. In the evening, after Luo Qingzhou returned home, he went to find the second lady and explained the situation. After all, since he married into the Qin mansion, he had never been out for 2 days. After hearing this, the second lady of Qin happily agreed to help him conceal and explain, but made a request: continue to sleep with him tonight. Luo Qingzhou reluctantly agreed, but before leaving, he called Xiao Dai into the study and handed everything to her, and then he left without any burden. At the same time, on this night, a certain princess in the prince's mansion also got the news. Andy Mu, go tell my mother that I want to practice. Tomorrow I will go to Yunwu mountain range to hone my practical skills. It will take 2 days. I want to go alone. Chapter 424. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. A carriage carrying Luo Qingzhou, Dao Jia, and all the other disciples set out from the martial arts hall to the Yunwu mountains outside the city. All 7 of them received the mission. In the carriage, Yan Mei's face looked very bad. Except for a few words with Yang, she ignored anyone. Ye Yurong whispered to Dao Jia, explaining the environment of the Yunwu mountains and the various monsters to her. After all, Dao Jia was going there for the first time. Of course, when she was explaining to Dao Jia, Luo Qingzhou next to her could naturally hear it. After you go in addition to being careful of the monsters inside, you must also be careful of other warriors. There are often highway robberies and murders there. And there are even disciples from other sects who specialize in doing that kind of thing. There are no laws there, and you can only rely on yourself for everything. So you usually travel in groups, and rarely go alone. And there are several gangs of robbers hiding there, one of whom is called One-Eyed Bull, who has the most subordinates and is the most powerful. Ye Yurong said all the way. The carriage quickly left the city and began to run on the official road. At this time, Feng Yinsong suddenly smiled and said, Junior Brother Chu, can you take out the stick you used last time and show it to us? Junior Sister Yan's black iron stick is so powerful. You can break it with one stick. I guess your stick is not an ordinary thing. I am very curious what material it is made of. After these words came out, the carriage was silent for a moment. Yan Mei looked at the opposite side with a gloomy face, with a gleam in her eyes, and seemed to be very curious as well. Luo Qingzhou said, I'm sorry, Senior Brother Feng. I left the stick at home and didn't bring it with me. Feng Yisong smiled immediately. Why? Junior Brother Chu, are you afraid that I won't give it back to you after I see it? Luo Qingzhou said. Senior Brother Feng misunderstood. I really didn't bring the stick. He Yang glanced at him coldly and said nothing. Yan Mei sneered immediately and couldn't help but sneered. Junior Sister Dao, is this the person you begged Master to recruit? I think he is not as good as the ordinary disciples outside. Senior Brother Feng just wanted to take a look at his things, but he refused. Is he afraid that Senior Brother Feng would snatch his things? Sister Dao closed her eyes and pretended not to hear her words. The muscles at the corners of Yan Mei's eyes twitched, and a cold light appeared in her eyes. Feng Yunson smiled and said, Forget it. Forget it. Since Junior Brother Chu doesn't want to, I won't force you. But Junior Brother Chu, I want to tell you that you broke Junior Sister Yan's black iron stick last time, and Junior Sister Yan spent 500,000 gold coins to repair it. Although both sides are fighting, and losses are at their own expense, we are all fellow disciples after all. And your stick is obviously not an ordinary thing. You should at least remind Junior Sister Yan before. So, I think you need to help pay for the 500,000 gold coins Junior Sister Yan spent. Just pay a small amount. 200,000 gold coins. How about it? He Yang next to him also said lightly, Indeed, you should help pay some. 200,000 gold coins are already for the sake of fellow junior sisters and brothers. Junior Sister Yan didn't ask for more. Sister Dao opened her eyes and couldn't help but said angrily, Senior Brother Feng. Senior Brother He? Are you blackmailing? Does Master know? He Yang sneered and said, Junior Sister Dao, Although Master loves you very much, you don't have to use Master to pressure us every time. Besides, we are talking to that kid. What does it have to do with you? If you want to help him pay, just give it to junior sister Yin. If you don't want to help him, just keep your mouth shut like before. Feng Yunsong also laughed and said, Junior sister Dao, junior sister Yan's weapon is broken, and it costs so many gold coins. As a junior brother Chu should compensate for some of the losses. He didn't say anything. Why are you so anxious? Could it be that his gold coins are kept by you? Sister Dao clenched her fists, her face full of anger. Luo Qingzhou said directly, I don't have money. Feng Yunsong smiled and said, Junior brother Chu, not having money can't be an excuse. Besides, as a martial artist, how can you be without money? If you are really short of money, I can lend you some. How many gold coins do you have now? Take them out and give them to junior sister Yin, and I will lend you the rest. And you just need to pay me back next month. Don't worry. I will definitely not charge you interest as a fellow disciple. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. The carriage became quiet. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but say, Brother Feng, I think about this matter. Brother Zhang, you don't need to speak for him. He Yan looked at him and sneered. He was so arrogant when he just entered the sect a few days ago. And he didn't take us brothers and sisters seriously at all. That's fine. But he deliberately broke Sister Yen's heirloom black iron stick, which is unforgivable. Sister Yen can ignore it. But as brothers, how can we ignore it? Sister Yen's grievances can't be in vain. Master doesn't care. We care, because she is our sister. Brother Zhang, if you don't want to care, just stand aside and don't say anything. Zhang Yuanshan opened his mouth, looked at his face, and finally didn't speak again. At this time, Yen Mei, who had been watching coldly, suddenly said, You don't have to pay me 200,000. 100,000 is enough. I have another condition. I want to know what material his stick is made of. I practice iron sticks, so I need to know these things. Feng Yunsong immediately smiled and said, Brother Chu, see, Sister Yin is generous, as long as you pay 100,000 gold coins. As for that condition, it shouldn't be too much. Right? Sister Yin just wants to know what material your stick is made of. You shouldn't refuse this small request. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, I got this stick by accident. As for what material it is made of, I don't know. Yin Mei's eyes flashed, and she said, Then take it out for me to see. I'll check it, and I'll know the general idea. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I just said that the stick is at home. I didn't bring it out. Yen Mei sneered. Would you keep such a treasure at home? Luo Qingzhou said, I practice boxing, and the stick is not very useful to me, so I don't need to carry it with me. After this, Yen Mei was not angry but happy. Junior brother Chu, you mean that the stick is useless to you, right? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and did not answer. Yen Mei suddenly laughed and said, Junior brother Chu, you practice boxing, and no matter how good the stick is, it is indeed not very useful to you. So, Junior brother Chu, you name a price, and I will buy your stick, no matter what the price is. Junior brother Chu can just say it. Luo Qingzhou refused directly. Sorry, senior sister Yin, I won't sell it. Yen Mei's smile faded, and she asked, Why? Junior brother Chu is going to keep it for himself? Luo Qingzhou said lightly, I can give it to someone else. Yen Mei frowned. Who? Luo Qingzhou looked at her pupils and said, Sorry. No comment. As soon as these words came out, Yen Mei's face suddenly sank, and she looked at him coldly. Feng Yunsong suddenly interrupted with a smile. Junior brother Chu, if you want to give someone a gift, you can change it. You can tell junior sister Yen what gift you need, and she will naturally prepare it for you. She is a stick practitioner, so your stick can be said to be a priceless treasure to her. But to you, it is just a gift for others. We are all from the same sect. Since the stick is useless to you, why not sell it to junior sister Yen? Junior sister Yen is not asking for your things for nothing. She has already said that you can name the price at will, and it doesn't matter if it is a little higher. Everyone is a witness for you. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid that junior sister Yen can't afford it? Luo Qingzhou looked into his eyes and said, I said, I won't sell it. No matter how high the price is, I won't sell it. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Feng Yunsong's face gradually disappeared. He Yang snorted coldly, looked at him and said, Then give gold coins. 200,000. Not a single one less. Yan Mei had a gloomy face and stopped talking. The carriage fell into silence again. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at He Yang and said, Brother He, how about you help me pay first? I will pay you back when I have money. How about that? He Yang was stunned for a moment. Then sneered. Sorry. I never lend money to strangers. Luo Qingzhou said. Oh. Then just shut up. As soon as these words came out, He Yang's expression froze, thinking that he had heard wrong, and looked at him with doubtful eyes. Others were even more surprised, looking at the young man in astonishment. He Yang was not only their senior brother, but also a martial artist in the late stage. And he led the team this time. But this kid actually told him to shut up? He Yang's face suddenly darkened, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. He stared at him for a few breaths and said coldly, What did you just say? Say it again if you have the guts. Sister Dao held Luo Qingzhou's hand, looking solemn, and signaled him to calm down. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, If you didn't hear it, forget it. I don't need to say it again. As for whether I have guts or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you. Right? Wow. He Yang's clothes suddenly swelled up. His whole body was full of vigor. His fists clenched, and he stared at him with a sinister look and said, Chu Feiyang, are you looking for death? Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yirong's faces changed, and they quickly stood up to persuade them to stop fighting and blocked him. Luo Qingzhou still looked at him calmly. Feng Yunsong on the side immediately shouted, Junior brother Chu, why don't you apologize to senior brother He? What's your attitude? Senior brother He said you. Shouldn't you? As a fellow disciple, you are rude to the eldest brother. If the master knows about it, he will not forgive you. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Senior brother Feng, then will you lend me money? Feng Yunsong was stunned for a moment, paused, and said, How much do you want? Luo Qingzhou said, 500,000 gold coins. Feng Yunsong? The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said, Why do you need so much? Luo Qingzhou said, 200,000 for senior sister Yin, and I will use the rest myself. Feng Yunsong was stunned for a moment and asked, When will you pay it back? Luo Qingzhou said, I will pay it back when I have money. Feng Yunsong frowned and said, There must be a date. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, I don't know when I will have money. Maybe next year. Maybe the year after. Or maybe in a few years. Anyway, we are all brothers from the same sect, and senior brother Feng will not charge interest, so I can pay it back anytime. Feng Yunsong. Luo Qingzhou said, Senior brother Feng, didn't you say you would lend me money before? Feng Yunsong's face sank. No. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Then shut up too. Feng Yunsong. Sister Dao, who was sitting next to her, had a solemn face and was uneasy. But after hearing this conversation, she suddenly couldn't help laughing. This guy is still so mean. Feng Yunsong's face was ashen, and his eyes were full of coldness. How arrogant! Yan Mei snorted coldly and said, Do you really think that we can't do anything to you because you are favored by the master? Chu Feiyang, I don't believe that the master can protect you forever. The carriage soon arrived at Shirley Pavilion. There is a horse farm not far away. Warriors going to Yunwu Mountain Range usually rent a horse there because the road there is difficult for the carriage to pass. Brother He, let's go. Don't worry about them. After getting off the carriage, Feng Yunsong walked towards the horse farm with a gloomy face. He Yang glanced at Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yinrong, and said coldly, Junior brother Zhang? Junior sister Nia, do you want to go with me or with the two of them? Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly said, Senior brother He, Master told us when we came out that we should try our best to take care of junior sister Dao and junior brother Chu. After all, today is their first time here. And we, senior brother Zhang, do you think they need to be taken care of? Yan Mei snorted coldly, and said sarcastically, That kid is so arrogant that he doesn't even take the eldest and second brother seriously. You, the third brother, do you think they look up to you? Feng Yunsong turned around and shouted in front, Junior brother Zhang, let's go. Don't meddle in other people's business. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan could only sigh and leave with them. Ye Yunrong also whispered to Sister Dao, Junior sister Dao, I'm going to go with the eldest brother and the others, so be careful. After that, she ran away immediately. After the 5 people walked away, Sister Dao looked at someone next to her and blamed, Chu Feiyang, you are too impulsive. We will have to practice together for such a long time in the future. Can't you be patient? Moreover, they are senior brothers and sisters, and you are a junior brother. Even if you report it to the master, you will be punished. Luo Qingzhou walked towards the horse farm, looking at the figures in front of him, and said lightly, Senior sister, I am not impulsive. I just know something. Sister Dao was slightly stunned when she heard it, and asked in confusion, What is it? A cold light flashed in Luo Qingzhou's eyes, and he didn't answer, saying, Let's go and rent a horse. I haven't gone hunting for a long time. It's time to relax. In front, Yan Mei caught up with Feng Yusong, who was walking in front, looked back, and whispered, Senior brother Feng. Senior brother, he agreed to assign me to their team later. You go to Black Tiger Stream and wait first. Remember to release your spirit beasts first, and I will take them over. Feng Yusong smiled coldly and whispered, Don't worry. My spirit beast has been trained long ago. Humph. Let's see how arrogant that kid is. Yan Mei whispered, Where's Dowling? Feng Yusong turned his head and glanced at the silver-haired long-legged girl, with a hint of lust in his eyes, and said, Forget about her. Knock her out first, and I will train her well. No matter how fierce the woman is, I have a way to make her surrender. At that time, she will naturally help us cover up. Yan Mei narrowed her eyes and said, Are you sure? Feng Yusong grinned, Don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure of. My spirit beast is not an ordinary spirit beast. You should know better than anyone else. Right? Yan Mei's face changed. The muscles at the corners of her eyes twitched, and she said woodenly, I only want that stick. The rest are yours. Feng Yusong suddenly laughed and said, Junior sister Yan, I remember we had another condition before. You won't forget it. Right? Yan Mei was silent for a moment, and said, I didn't forget it. After the matter is done, I can give you 3 days. Feng Yusong grinned. His eyes swept over her towering breasts and thighs below, and said, Junior sister Yin is straightforward. Don't worry. Senior brother will be gentler when the time comes. Yan Mei's face turned pale, and she didn't speak again. Feng Yusong looked ahead and smiled faintly. Junior sister Yin, don't be sad. Don't feel ashamed. In order to practice, in order to live longer, everyone will betray and lose something. No one is an exception. Chapter 425, Corpse destroyed and soul dead. Go! The 7 people rented a horse each and rode to the Yumu Mountains. Luo Qingzhou and Dao Jia followed behind. Dao Jia turned her head to look at him from time to time. Seeing that he looked calm, she felt a little uneasy in her heart. She always felt that he was too calm. He had offended the 2 most powerful brothers and sisters in the sect. So why did he act like nothing happened? Luo Qingzhou saw that she was looking at him all the time, so he turned his head and looked at her from time to time. The 2 looked at each other several times. Dao Jia suddenly followed his gaze, lowered her head, and looked at her chest. The horse was running fast, and her chest was rising and falling in the bumps, jumping like a rabbit, ready to burst out. Sister Dao. When Luo Qingzhou looked over again, Sister Dao took out her big knife and glared at him, saying, If you look at me again, I'll chop off your head. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Dao, why are you so cruel? Can't you just dig out your eyes? Get lost. Sister Dao glared at him fiercely, and immediately sped up and ran to the front to prevent his eyes from looking around. She was obviously wrapped very tightly. Damn it! After such a commotion, her uneasiness was gone. Thinking about it carefully, there was no deep hatred, and Sister Yin and the others should not be too much. At most, they treated the 2 of them as outsiders. It didn't matter to them anyway. Chu Feiyang didn't care even more. As long as there was a place for him to practice, he would probably be satisfied. As for making friends, he didn't seem to be interested in that. He seemed to be only interested in girls' feet, huh? What he just looked at was not her feet, but her breasts. Huh? It seems that guy is interested in anything on girls. Pervert. Go! She increased her speed again to avoid being caught up by him and looking around. The group rode on horses and ran on the road, and soon arrived at the foot of the Yumu Mountains. Entering from the entrance, they came to the only tea house here. The tea house here is run by a father and daughter. The father is called Lao Zhuang, and the daughter is called Xiao Qi. In addition to drinking tea, drinking and eating here, you can also help tie up horses and raise horses. Occasionally, there will be warriors fighting here, but generally they will not embarrass the father and daughter in the tea house, because most warriors who enter the mountains need this tea house. Of course, there is also the fact that the girl who serves tea and dishes is not good looking. These days, if a girl with a little beauty dares to live in the wilderness, She must have been robbed by someone long ago. This father and daughter have been here for some years, and it seems that nothing has happened. Some warriors will also have doubts in their hearts, thinking that this father and daughter may not be simple. After all, there are many robbers here, but they have been safe and sound, so most warriors will not cause trouble here. It was morning at this time. In front of the tea house, 2 tables of guests were sitting, eating breakfast in a hurry and preparing to go into the mountains. Xiaoqi brought out several large plates of beef and placed them on the table, and then went in to get a pot of wine. At this time, He Yang and his friends came to the tea house with horses. When the guests at the 2 tables heard the voice, they immediately turned their heads and looked over vigilantly. Hey! It turns out to be Brother He from Ling Xiao's sect. The people at one of the tables seemed to know He Yang, and immediately stood up and greeted him with a smile on their faces. A disciple of Ling Xiao's sect? Others were relieved when they heard this. He Yang hurriedly bowed and said, Brother Wang, long time no see. After a few pleasantries, He Yang led the horse to the stable. Xiaoqi glanced at the others. His eyes lingered on the young man at the back for a few seconds, and hurried over to help tie up the horse. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao also led the horse into the stable. After Xiaoqi tied up the horse, he came out to greet the guests. He Yang and his friends ordered some beef legs and tea, but no wine. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao sat at another table, and also ordered 2 plates of beef and a pot of tea. The sound of a kitchen knife chopping meat came from the room. Xiaoqi quickly brought out the dishes and tea, and said with a smile, Dear guest, enjoy your meal. If the tea is not enough, you can get more for free. Feng Yusong heard her pleasant voice, and couldn't help turning his head to stare at her for a few glances. He immediately lost interest and muttered, Nice figure, but ugly face. He Yang and Yen Mei all lowered their heads to eat without speaking. Another table. When Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao were eating the beef on the plate, Sister Dao suddenly picked up a black beetle from the plate, looked at it carefully, raised her chopsticks, and threw it into Luo Qingzhou's plate. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, picked it up and looked at it, then looked at her and said, What do you mean? Sister Dao continued to eat beef and said, It doesn't mean anything. I think the legs of the bug are very beautiful. I thought you would like it, so I gave it to you. You're welcome. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, threw the bug on the ground, and continued to eat beef. For a warrior, a bug on the plate is not a big deal. The tea house is located in the forest, so it is inevitable that some bugs will crawl in. This is unavoidable. When the 2 finished eating beef and were drinking tea, Feng Yusong suddenly called out from a table next to them, Junior Sister Dao, come here. Senior brother, he is preparing to split up the team. When we came, Master said that it would be best to split into 3 teams, so that the chances of finding the monster will be greater, and it will be safer. Junior Sister Dao and Luo Qingzhou looked at each other, stood up and walked over. He Yang glanced at them and said, Everyone, please tell me who you want to team up with. If it's not a big problem, I won't object. Feng Yusong smiled and said, Then I'll say it first. I'll team up with Senior Brother He, or Junior Sister Yen. Then he looked at Zhang Yuanshan and said, Junior Brother Zhang, we both use fists, so we won't team up. Zhang Yuanshan nodded and said, Okay. Then I team up with Junior Brother Chu. Junior Brother Chu. Is that okay? Luo Qingzhou was about to speak when Yen Mei suddenly sneered. Senior Brother Zhang, you don't have any sense at all. How can I team up with Junior Sister Dao when she's so affectionate with me? Zhang Yuanshan was stunned for a moment, looked at the 2 of them, and then reacted and said quickly, Then I'll team up with Junior Sister Nye. Nye Yirong nodded and said, Yeah. No one else said anything. He Yang looked at the others again, thought for a while, and said, How about this? Junior Brother Zhang and Junior Sister Nye will be in 1 team. Junior Brother Feng and I will be in 1 team. Junior Sister Dao and the others will be in 1 team. And as for Junior Sister Yen, Nye Yunrong said quickly, Senior Brother He, Junior Sister Dao, and the others are here for the first time, so they must have someone to lead them. Master also told us when we came here. Otherwise, let Senior Sister Yen and Senior Brother Zhang be in 1 team, and I will follow Junior Sister Dao and Junior Brother Chu to be in 1 team. He Yang thought for a moment and said, Junior Sister Nya, it's better for you to stay with Junior Brother Zhang. Let Junior Sister Yen lead them. After this, everyone fell silent. He Yang said coldly, The previous conflicts will be resolved after we get out. After entering the Yumu Mountains, the mission is the most important thing. Junior Sister Yen, you should be okay, right? Yan Mei looked gloomy, looked at the two coldly, paused, and said, I will listen to senior brother He Yong said. Okay. Then it's decided. Luo Qingzhou watched their performance coldly without saying anything. Let's go. Let's go! Feng Yusong picked up the teacup, drank it all, and strode away directly. He Yong glanced at the few people again and followed. Junior sister Dao. Junior brother Chu. This is your first time here. You must listen to junior sister Yin on the way. Understand? Zhang Yuanshan reminded the two. Luo Qingzhou and sister Dao both nodded. The group left the tea house and entered the forest. After walking for a while, the three teams separated at the intersection. Before leaving, Nie Yunrong came to Luo Qingzhou and whispered, Junior brother Chu, don't quarrel with senior sister Yin anymore. It's very dangerous inside. You need senior sister Yin to get in and out. Other things, let's talk about it after we get out. Don't be impulsive again. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. Thank you senior sister Nie. Nie Yunrong smiled, said nothing more, and left with Zhang Yuanshan. Let's go. Let's go to the west. There should be monsters there. When there were only 3 of them left, Yan Mei said with a cold face and walked forward quickly. Sister Dao and Luo Qingzhou followed behind. Sister Dao also whispered to him, Chu Feiyong, be patient and give in first. A real man can bend and stretch. As for the matter of compensation, we will tell master after we go back. That's it. Don't mess around here. Do you hear me? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, don't worry. Senior sister, I know the severity. Sister Dao was relieved when she saw him say this. She hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to speak to Yan Mei. Sister Yin, I'm sorry to bother you this time. Yan Mei still said coldly, I'm listening to senior brother. Not because of you. If you don't obey my command later, don't blame me for not caring about you and leave on your own. Sister Dao said quickly, Sister Yin, don't worry. We will definitely follow your arrangements. Yan Mei stopped talking and continued to walk forward quickly, all the way to the west. At noon, she took the 2 of them on another path and walked towards the canyon not far away. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the canyon and suddenly asked, Sister Yan, where are we going now? Yan Mei stopped, turned her head and looked at him and said, Why? Can't you walk any more? Luo Qingzhou said, I just want to ask, where are we going to hunt? Yan Mei snorted coldly and said, Just follow me. Stop talking nonsense. It's not that easy to find monsters. Luo Qingzhou walked forward a few steps, stopped in front of her, pointed to the canyon not far ahead and said, But Sister Yan, as far as I know, there are very few monsters in the Black Tiger Gorge ahead. If we go there, it should be a wasted trip. Right? As soon as these words came out, Yan Mei's face changed slightly, and then quickly recovered her expression, narrowed her eyes and said, Have you been here? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, No, but I have heard people talk about it, and have seen the relevant maps. Yan Mei heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this, and sneered, When did that happen? Let me tell you, there are definitely monsters in the Black Tiger Gorge now. You don't need to talk nonsense. Just follow me. Sister Dao on the side also hurriedly said, Junior brother Chu, senior sister Yin often comes here. She must know more than you. We just need to follow behind. But Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Senior sister Yin, let's go somewhere else. I don't want to go to Black Tiger Gorge. Yan Mei's eyes flashed, and she looked at him and said, Why? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I don't like the word Black Tiger. I like White Tiger. Yan Mei frowned, and a hint of confusion appeared on her face. What do you mean? Luo Qingzhou pointed to the mountain in front and said, Senior sister Yin, open your eyes and take a close look at the 2 peaks in front. What do you think they look like? Yan Mei was stunned, raised her head and stared. Puff! At this moment, a pile of lime suddenly fell on her face and wide eyes. Boom! At the moment the lime was scattered, a huge fist flashing with lightning also hit her chest with a bang. Because the distance was too close, she had no time to react at all, and was directly covered with lime on her face, and then was hit hard by a punch. Before she landed, Luo Qingzhou had already shot away, jumped up, and with a bang, hit her head again, knocking her directly from mid-air to the ground. As soon as she landed, Luo Qingzhou also fell down, waving his huge fist flashing with lightning, and continued to hit her head and body. Boom! 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 After hitting her head more than a dozen times in a row, until her head was shattered, Her chest turned into a pool of mud. Her internal organs were shattered. And she was completely dead. Luo Qingzhou stopped. And the purple arc of electricity was still jumping on her fist. This incident happened almost in the blink of an eye. Yanmei didn't have time to react at all. And she died instantly on the spot. Her body destroyed and her soul dead. And it was only then that Dao Jia, who was standing stiffly not far away, reacted, her face pale. And she said in a trembling voice, You? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, squatted down as if no one was around, and began to touch the bloody corpse. Chapter 426 Cruel. Chu Feiyang. Sister Dao clenched her fists and looked at him with an unpleasant expression, as if she suddenly didn't recognize him. She asked in a trembling voice, Why did you kill senior sister Yin? Just because she asked you for compensation and ridiculed you? Luo Qingzhou found a storage bag on the body, stood up and looked at her and said, Senior sister, am I so petty and cruel? Sister Dao pointed at the bloody corpse on the ground and said angrily, You are not cruel? Luo Qingzhou looked down at the corpse and said slowly, I will not offend others if they don't offend me. It was because she wanted to kill me first, so I took the initiative. Senior sister, I have never killed anyone for no reason. You know? Sister Dao was stunned when she heard it, and said, How do you know she wants to kill you? Senior sister Yin is just mean. Why would they kill you if they didn't know what they were doing? Luo Qingzhou smiled faintly, looked up at her and said, Senior sister, you are still too naive. People from our small place can't beat them in terms of conspiracy and tricks. And they would never have thought that the people around them would be so vicious. Don't say you didn't expect it. I didn't expect it either. We are fellow disciples. Why do we have to kill each other? But the fact is that she, Feng Yusong, and He Yang are going to kill me, steal my things, and control you by the way. Speaking of this, he looked at the canyon in front and said, Do you know why she must take us to Black Tiger Gorge? There are very few monsters there, but there are more terrible people waiting there. He Yang and Feng Yusong are waiting for us there. As long as we dare to go, they dare to do it. After listening to this, Sister Dao's face became more and more ugly. She knew that this guy would definitely not lie about this kind of thing, because he didn't need to lie, and there was no need to risk killing people in order to steal things. But are these people really so vicious? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Sister, you entered the martial arts gym earlier than me. What kind of person do you think Feng Yusong is? Sister Dao frowned when she heard this, not understanding what he meant. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, was silent for a while, and said, Sister, don't you notice that every time he looks at you, his eyes are not right? Every time he peeks at you, don't you notice it at all? When these words came out, Sister Dao's heart skipped a beat. After thinking about it carefully, her face turned pale, and she said, He does look at me often. I thought it's just that my appearance is a little different from yours. So, she suddenly said, the second day after I went to the martial arts hall, he took the initiative to invite me to go out for a drink at night during the daytime training. He also wanted to practice with me, but I refused. Now think about it. His eyes were indeed a little. Luo Qingzhou said, Sister, he not only covets your body, he also wants to turn you into. Sister Dao's eyelids jumped. Turn into what? Luo Qingzhou paused, and didn't say anything more. Sister, do you believe me now? Sister Dao fell silent, and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more, lowered his head, and began to flip through the storage bag in his hand. Sister Dao took a look and said quickly, Chu Feiyang, you can take the gold coins, but you can't touch anything else. If the sect wants to send someone to investigate, they will probably find you through other things. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, So powerful? Sister Dao said solemnly, There are spirit beasts kept in Lingxiao sect. Some spirit beasts have the innate ability to track objects. Even if the smell disappears, they may be tracked down. Senior Sister Yin has been to the sect several times, and has received rewards in the sect. Many things have marks left on them, which are difficult to see with the naked eye. But those spirit beasts should be able to track them down easily. After listening, Luo Qingzhou immediately threw the storage bag on the ground, then took out a pair of bamboo film gloves and put them on his hands. Then he picked up the storage bag, took out the gold coins inside, and threw the storage bag on the corpse. After counting carefully, there were a total of 320,000 gold coins. When he was about to put all the gold coins into his storage ring, he thought about it, took out 10 large gold coins with a value of 1,000, threw them to Sister Dao, and said, 10,000 gold coins. Can you shut up, senior sister? Dang! Sister Dao caught the 10 gold coins accurately, looked at him with complicated eyes, and said, "I don't want the gold coins I got this way." After that, she threw them to him again. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand, and without saying anything more, he put it all into his storage ring. Then he took out a porcelain bottle from the storage bag, unplugged it, walked to the corpse, and poured the whole bottle of powder on the corpse. The corpse suddenly began to rot and melt at a very fast speed, and even the hair, shoes and clothes on the body disappeared quickly. In a blink of an eye, the whole corpse turned into a pool of juice, emitting a foul smell. Only the storage bag was still alone in the pool of liquid, which was particularly eye-catching. Sister Dao trembled slightly when she saw this scene. Luo Qingzhou put away the porcelain bottle, looked at her and said, "This is called corpse powder. I still have a lot here. Senior sister, do you want a bottle? I can give it to you for free." Sister Dao glanced at him, said nothing more, and walked forward quickly. Luo Qingzhou immediately shouted, "Senior sister, you can't go to Black Tiger Gorge." Sister Dao stopped and turned to look at him, with a hint of doubt in her eyes. "Chu Feiyong, with your personality, since you know they want to harm you, and since you have killed Sister Yin and destroyed her body, you should not let the other two go. Right? Aren't you going to kill them all?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Senior sister, do you want to help?" Sister Dao was silent for a while, and said, "I just want to see their conspiracy with my own eyes." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "After all, senior sister still doesn't believe what I say, right?" Sister Dao said, "It's not that I don't believe it. I just can't figure out how you know their conspiracy. It's said that this kind of thing, they will never let you hear them." Luo Qingzhou looked at the mountains ahead, groaned for a moment, and said, "Senior sister, we can't go now." Sister Dao said in surprise, "Chu Feiyong, are you afraid that you can't beat them? With your strength and tricks, it should be no problem, right?" Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, "Senior sister thinks too highly of me. He Yang is a master and the late martial arts master. Feng Yusong is not simple either, and he has a spirit beast with unknown magical powers. Since they are lying in ambush there, they have naturally made a foolproof plan. No matter how confident I am, I will never dare to take risks easily for unknown dangers. One wrong move will lead to a complete loss. There are so many people waiting for me at home. I must be careful." Daojia said, "What are you going to do?" Luo Qingzhou pointed in another direction and said, "Let's do the task first, and let them wait there anxiously." Daojia thought for a moment, looked at the canyon in front of her, and nodded. "You're right. Since we know that the other party has an ambush, and we don't know their true strength, we really shouldn't rush over and take risks." Luo Qingzhou said, "Do you believe me, senior sister?" The two walked in another direction. Sister Dao walked for a while in silence, and said, "Of course I believe you, but I can't accept this reality in my heart. Sister Yin was fine just now, but the next moment, she was violently killed by you, and even her body was gone. And you said that Brother He and Brother Feng wanted to harm us. I can't accept this for the time being." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. I will get used to it in the future. There will be more and more such things as the cultivation resources are getting less and less. In fact, it's not just us warriors. The competition is cruel everywhere. Look at the officialdom. The whole family will be executed at any time, and the 3 clans will be exterminated, which is much more cruel than the slaughter among the disciples of our sect. And many of them are innocent, and some of them are still good friends and relatives. As a result, for the sake of interests, all kinds of plots are made. Some officials were killed, and the women and their families were sent to the Jiafang division. Former friends would deliberately go in and bully those women, who used to call them uncles, etc. There are too many such things to mention." Sister Dao sighed and said, "Indeed, the officialdom is more terrible and darker." Luo Qingzhou looked ahead and said, "We are people from small places, and there are many dark things we haven't seen yet. I have seen that the more abundant the cultivation resources are, the greater the competition and the darker it is. So, sister, even if you are a fellow disciple, you must always be vigilant and not trust others easily." Sister Dao turned to look at him and said, "Then should I believe you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "We have known each other for so long. What do you think? You have seen me kill so many times, and I didn't kill to silence them. Don't you still believe me?" Sister Dao said, "Then why do you believe me? Aren't you afraid that I will go out and report you?" Luo Qingzhou said, "You don't have any evidence to prove that I killed. I will never admit it. And you know what kind of person I am. If you dare to report me, I will blow your head off first, and then kill your whole family. Senior sister. You don't want to be blown off your head by me, and then kill your whole family. Right? Sister Dao. Senior sister. Why are you silent? Are you scared? I don't want to pay attention to you. Don't be afraid. Senior sister. I know my weaknesses. If you provoke me, just chop off your feet and apologize to me. Get lost. Oh! The two soon came to a valley and encountered the first monster. At this time, in a cave high above the Black Tiger Gorge, He Yang and Feng Yunsong were standing at the entrance of the cave, staring at the entrance of the canyon, ready for battle. Hey, it's already this time. Why hasn't junior sister Yin come yet? Maybe she encountered a monster on the way. Be patient. He. Senior brother he. Do you want to try it later? My medicine is very strong. Don't be fooled by Downling's serious appearance. Once she takes my medicine, I guarantee that she will be more coquettish than any other girl in Chunhua Tower. I can let senior brother he take the lead. That little bitch is still a virgin at first glance. With a good figure, white skin, blue eyes and long legs. It must be very fun to play with her. He Yang showed a trace of disgust in his eyes, and said coldly, I'm not interested. You can play by yourself. Feng Yunsong smiled, then junior brother. You won't be polite. Then he whistled at the bottom of the canyon. Wow! A black shadow emerged from the stream. Chapter 427 Sister Yu's Grievances and the Sect. In the evening, before the sunset, the Yuwu Mountains had fallen into darkness. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao had hunted 3 monsters in the valley and in the swamp, which was a great harvest. At the same time, He Yang and Feng Yunsong, who had set up traps in the Black Tiger Gorge and waited eagerly for most of the day, finally couldn't help but collect the traps, went out of the canyon, and went back to look for it. Could it be that they got lost? It's unlikely. Junior sister Yin has been here many times. Maybe she encountered a powerful monster. Or maybe she met other warriors. Could that kid have noticed it? Only the 3 of us know about this. How could he know? The 2 talked all the way and went back to look for it, until the sun went down. The 2 searched back and forth several times, but didn't see anyone. At this time, both of them had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Will Sister Yin be in trouble? Let's go ahead and look for her. She must have encountered some other situation. The 2 looked solemn and continued to look forward. As night fell, the forest was pitch black. The monsters that hid at night began to come out of the caves to look for food and water, while the monsters and animals that were active during the day hid in the caves. In the surrounding forests, terrible roars could be heard from time to time. Occasionally, there would be bites and fighting sounds due to disputes over territory and mating. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao did not continue on their way. For safety reasons, the 2 found a cave, went in, and waited for dawn. Anyway, the 2 had already harvested 3 monsters, and they only needed 1 more to complete the mission, so there was no need to risk going out at night. The monsters in the Yunwu Mountains are not only low-level and mid-level, but also high-level and more powerful monsters. Of course, there are also robbers and other warriors who specialize in killing people and robbing goods. So it is better to be careful. The 2 entered the cave, took out an oil lamp from the storage bag, lit it, and placed it in the innermost corner. The entrance of the cave was covered by bushes, and the light in the cave did not leak out. Just before entering the cave, Luo Qingzhou had thrown an insect repellent ball in, and the smoke and light had driven out some centipedes, poisonous insects, mice, etc. These basic items are all necessary for warriors. The 2 sat down in the cave, took a short rest, took out food and water from their storage bags, and started eating. The food Luo Qingzhou brought was beef cooked by himself, and he didn't even need to sprinkle salt foam. Just ate it directly. Sister Dao took a look, gave him some of her snacks, and gave him a roast goose. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and just took a bite. Sister Dao immediately said, 10,000 gold coins. When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he immediately spit out the bite in his mouth, handed it to her, and said, I won't eat it anymore. Sister Dao laughed and said, I'm just kidding. Eat it quickly. Only then did Luo Qingzhou start eating again. The 2 filled their stomachs, drank some water, and then took out bedding and other items from the storage bag and prepared to rest. Hunting monsters during the day really consumed a lot of physical strength. Luo Qingzhou spread the quilt, then walked to the entrance of the cave, sprinkled some insect repellent powder at the entrance of the cave, and placed some small dead branches and leaves, and then returned to lie down. Sister Dao couldn't help but praise Chu Feiyang. You are really cautious. Then she added, I guess you have done too many bad things and feel guilty. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and ignored her. He took out the communication treasure from the storage bag and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. The message came back quickly. Okay, Sister Dao didn't know what he was doing. She was silent for a while and asked, Chu Feiyang, what do you decide to do next? Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, looked at her sideways and said, What do you mean? Sister Dao? Sister Dao also turned sideways and looked at him and said, Didn't you say that He Yang and Feng Yunsong both want to harm us? What do you want to do next? Do you want to kill them? Luo Qingzhou said, He Yang is a late-stage martial artist. I have never fought with him, and I don't know his real trump card, so I will definitely not touch him now. As for Feng Yunsong, I will not touch him for the time being, because this time, Yin Mei has already died. If another one dies, the risk factor will increase greatly. I rarely do things that I am not sure of, and I rarely put myself in danger. Sister Dao said, That's right. If another one dies, I am afraid that the master will investigate it personally and even report it to the sect. After all, they are all disciples of Lingxiao sect. Then when they ask us, how should we answer? After all, senior sister Yen was in the same team with us. She suddenly disappeared, and we are also responsible. Right? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, You said that I had a quarrel with her, and she left in a rage and went to Black Tiger Gorge, and we went another way. Sister Dao frowned and said, He Yang and Feng Yunsong will not believe such words. Didn't you say that they have been waiting in Black Tiger Gorge? Luo Qingzhou said, This is not for them to hear, but for others to hear. Senior sister just said so. The two of them had ulterior motives, and even if they suspected, they didn't dare to say anything more. Moreover, they had no evidence to prove that we were lying. Sister Dao was silent for a moment, looked at him and said, Chu Feiyang, are you not afraid at all? If the master and the sect knew about it, you would be finished. Luo Qingzhou said, The body has been destroyed and nothing else has been taken from her. So how could anyone know? Unless Sister Dao tells on me. And I am Chu Feiyang, not Chu Feiyang. Even if they really find out that Chu Feiyang killed the person. So what? I will just make Chu Feiyang disappear. Sister Dao stared at him for a while and said, Take off the mask and let me see it again. Luo Qingzhou said, What are you looking at? Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, Look at the handsome man. After seeing it, I can sleep well and have a good dream. After all, my delicate heart was scared by you today. You have to compensate me. Luo Qingzhou was speechless, raised his head and looked outside. And after seeing nothing unusual, he took off the mask on his face. Sister Dao stared at his handsome face for a while and said, Chu Feiyang, just sleep like this and put it on tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou stretched out a finger and said, 10,000 gold coins. Sister Dao snorted and closed her eyes and said, Then you should wear it. Although I am lustful, I will never waste money for lust. Luo Qingzhou smiled and put the mask on again. The two chatted for a while, planned their words in advance, and then closed their eyes. Dao Jie fell asleep quickly. When Luo Qingzhou was drowsy, the message in the storage bag suddenly vibrated. He took it out and took a look. It was from Xiaoya. Xiaoya, brother. Sister Mrs. Yu. When can we meet? Can tonight? Sister has refined a new pair of socks. Luo Qingzhou, in a few days. I have something to do recently, and I haven't gone out at night. Xiaoya, did brother go to see your sister Yu? Luo Qingzhou, not tonight. Xiaoya, hee. Only tonight? Then why can't you see your good sister? Did your sister Yu ask you not to see me? Luo Qingzhou, no. Xiaoya, does your sister Yu often say bad things about me? Luo Qingzhou, no. Sister Yu rarely talks to me. How could she say bad things about you to me? Xiaoya, brother. Is she still so cold to you? Luo Qingzhou said, It feels like there is no change from before. By the way, Xiaoya, she is your senior sister. You should know her better. Right? Has she always been like this? Xiaoya, yes. She always has that stinky face. So annoying. Brother, how can you stand it? Just ignore her and be nice to your sister. Okay? Your sister talks to you every day and makes you happy every day. Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya. Don't say bad things about sister Yu. By the way, which sect are you from? Xiaoya, brother. You can't tell me this. It's a secret. But I can tell you. Your sister Yu is too noble, and was expelled from the sect. So she can only use her soul to move at night. And she can't use any sect skills during the day. If she is discovered, it will be over. Luo Qingzhou saw this message and sat up immediately. Xiaoya. What's going on? Did Sister Yu make any mistakes? Xiaoya, it's not her fault. The sect forced a marriage on her. She didn't like it. So she took the initiative to withdraw from the sect. The sect spent a lot of resources to train her. Before she left, she risked her life to help the sect do several big things, so she could leave safely. But she promised the sect that after leaving, she would not use any of the sect's skills at will. Nor would she tell anyone about the sect, and would not participate in any struggles of any sect. The inner strength skills she gave you were also obtained from somewhere else, not from the sect. Luo Qizhou, is your sect very powerful? Xiaoya, of course it is powerful. Otherwise how could it be possible to cultivate talents like my sister? Luo Qizhou, Xiaoya. Sister Yu has suffered a lot of grievances? Xiaoya, of course. Who made her so self-righteous? The man on the other side is obviously very good, and she can obviously have a better future. What a pity. Luo Qizhou, it's okay. When I become stronger in the future, I will help Sister Yu to beat up those people, or kill them all, so that Sister Yu can completely regain her freedom and not be bound by anyone or any sect. Xiaoya, brother, are you dreaming? Our sect is very powerful. Luo Qingzhou, is there anyone who has cultivated to the level of Yang God? Xiaoya, no. But it's just for the time being. Luo Qingzhou, that's okay. I will cultivate to become a Yang God in the future, and then help Sister Yu vent her anger. Xiaoya, brother, do you like seeing your sister? Luo Qingzhou, no. Sister Yu and I are just friends. Xiaoya, this doesn't seem like just a friendship. You obviously care about her, and want to help her get out of her anger even when she is bullied by the sect. This is obviously love. Brother, you have a wife. You are cheating on her. Luo Qingzhou, don't talk nonsense. I am just grateful to Sister Yu. She has helped me a lot, so I don't allow anyone to bully her. Xiaoya, I won't talk to you anymore. Go to sleep. Xiaoya, okay. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure and closed his eyes. But he was not sleepy at all. He couldn't help but think of what Xiaoya said just now. It turns out that Sister Yu is so pitiful. She has all kinds of skills, but dare not use them. He was not joking just now. Sister Yu is so good to him. He will never allow anyone to bully her. When he succeeds in cultivation in the future, he must first help Sister Yu get out of her anger, and let Sister Yu truly regain her freedom. Anyone who is oppressed by those unreasonable rules will feel painful. Xiaoya also said that Sister Yu has risked her life to repay the debt, and the sect should not treat her like that again. At the same time, in the pavilion of a mansion in the outer city of Kyoto, a snow-white figure slowly put down the jade in his hand, staring at the moonlight outside the pavilion. Stunned. Miss, will the son-in-law be okay? A crisp voice came from behind. In the early hours of the morning, in the Yumu Mountains, He Yang and Feng Yusong were still carefully driving on the night road. Snap! At this moment, a roar of a wild beast and a crisp whip sound suddenly came from the forest not far ahead. The two looked at each other, and quickly rushed over. Chapter 428 The Princess's Danger. Ah! A roar shook the forest. When He Yang and Feng Yusong got closer, they found a figure in the woods ahead fighting a black bear monster. It was a girl in a black leather skirt with a great figure. The girl held a long whip in her hand, her long hair tied into a high ponytail. Her figure was tall and slender. Her movements were light and agile, but the long whip in her hand was sharp and fierce, whispering as the long whip was swung. The moment it was whipped down, densely packed metal like barbs stood up. Snap! The skin and flesh were all rotten after one whip. The black bear monster with thick skin and rough flesh was now bloody and frightened. It seemed to want to escape, but there was no way to escape. After a few more moves, the long whip in the girl's hand was wrapped around the black bear monster's neck with a swish. She flicked her wrist, and the huge black bear monster was thrown into the air. Then the long whip loosened and shook violently, turning into a straight line, as if it had turned into a black spear. With a puff, it pierced through the black bear monster's abdomen from bottom to top. Bang! The huge body of the black bear monster fell heavily to the ground, struggling and twitching on the ground for a few times, and was completely dead. It turned out that the long whip pierced its heart. The girl put away the long whip, and a light flashed in her hand, and instantly put the black bear monster into the storage space. Then she suddenly turned around, looked behind her with cold eyes, and revealed a delicate and cold face. He Yang and Feng Yunsong walked out from behind the big tree. Feng Yunsong was already amazed when he saw the girl's wonderful figure just now. When he saw her appearance again, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and whispered excitedly, "Brother this girl is too exquisite." Shut up. He Yang's face suddenly sank, and he looked at the cold girl in front of him with surprise and joy, and said in a low voice, "This is the daughter of Nangong Junwang. Are you looking for death?" When these words came out, Feng Yunsong was shocked and stunned for a moment, and quickly put away the greedy look on his face. But his eyes were still flashing with lust. He Yang walked over with a big smile on his face and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence." Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, stared at him for a few seconds, and asked in confusion, "You are?" He Yang bowed his head and said respectfully, "I am a friend of Prince Ning's son. My name is He Yang. I have had the honor of meeting the princess several times." Nandong Meiju frowned and said nothing. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly looked at him and said, "Who did you come with?" He Yang quickly replied, "With my junior brother." Then he pointed to Feng Yunsong on the side and introduced. He said, "Princess, this is my junior brother Feng Yunsong." Feng Yunsong hurriedly bowed his head, looking straight ahead, and said respectfully, "Greetings, Princess." Nandong Meiju frowned and said, "Are you the only two?" He Yang said, "There are some junior brothers and sisters. We are separated and all came to Yunwu Mountain to hunt." As soon as these words came out, Nandong Meijia's expression changed and asked, "Which sect are you from?" He Yang said respectfully, "Lingshao sect." After answering, he didn't see the princess in front of him speak for a long time. He looked up and heard her suddenly say, "Do you know Dao Ling?" He Yang was stunned when he heard this, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He hurriedly said, "I know her. Dao Ling is our junior sister. She is here this time." "Does the princess know junior sister Dao?" Nandong Meijia did not answer. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go and find her. I just happened to find her for something." He Yang immediately smiled. "Junior sister Dao should be in front. Please, princess." Nandong Meijia walked forward directly. He Yang and Feng Yunsong looked at each other, and immediately followed behind. Feng Yunsong suddenly said respectfully, "Is the princess here alone this time? Why don't you see any guards?" He Yang narrowed his eyes, and turned to look at him. Nandong Meiji did not answer and continued to walk forward. Feng Yunsong's eyes flashed, and he turned his head and looked around carefully. Walked for a while. He Yang stepped forward and asked, "How did the princess know Sister Dao? What is the relationship between the princess and Sister Dao?" Nandong Meiji said lightly, "Friends." He Yang smiled and said, "It turns out that Sister Dao has a friend like the princess, but she has never mentioned it." At this time, Feng Yunsong behind him suddenly said, "Brother Sister Dao and the others should have gone to the Black Tiger stream. Right? Why don't we go there to look for them?" As soon as these words came out, He Yang's face changed slightly, and he turned his head to look at him. Feng Yunsong smiled and said, "When we were looking at the map in the carriage before, Sister Dao said she wanted to go to the Black Tiger stream to have a look. Brother let's go over there to take a look, so as not to waste the princess's time." He Yang's face changed for a moment, and he glanced at the slender figure in front of him again. Hesitating, Feng Yunsong smiled and said, "Brother don't worry. I'm sure." He Yang glanced at him again, then walked forward and said with a smile on his face, "Princess, let's go to Black Tiger stream first. Maybe Sister Dao is there." Nandong Meiju stopped and turned around and said, "Where is Black Tiger stream?" He Yang smiled and pointed to the left, saying, "It's between the two peaks in front. There is a canyon there. I heard that black tigers often appeared there in the past, so it was named Black Tiger Stream." Nandong Meiju glanced at it and said expressionlessly, "Lead the way in front." He Yang immediately said, "Yes, princess." As he said that, he and Feng Yunsong walked in front. When Feng Yunsong passed by her, he lowered his head, his face full of respect. His eyes did not look sideways, and he did not look at her more than once. Nandong Meiji followed the two of them, and no other expression could be seen on her face. Some white powder fell silently on the ground where she walked. "The princess is tired. We can take a break." After walking for a while, He Yang suddenly stopped and said respectfully. Nandong Meiji said lightly, "Not tired." He Yang continued to walk forward, and suddenly said, The princess should not come alone. Right? The Uwu Mountains are so dangerous. And the prince must not be worried about the princess coming alone. And the forest in the dark night is even more dangerous. There are not only monsters, but also robbers. Feng Yunsong glanced at the forest on both sides again. Nangong Meiju still did not answer, and asked lightly, "Did Dao Ling leave alone?" He Yang smiled and said, "Of course not. Sister Dao is with one of our sisters and brothers." Nangong Meiju narrowed his eyes, looked at him and said, "Two women and a man go together? What is your distribution?" He Yang was slightly startled when he heard this, and looked at her with some confusion, and quickly explained, "Junior sister Dao and another junior brother have just come from other places. Today is the first time to come to Yimu Mountain Range, so let the other junior sister follow." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Why not you follow? Or, why not your junior brother follow?" He Yang was stunned, not understanding what he meant. Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Who assigned it? Or did someone ask for it?" He Yang was puzzled and said, "Princess, I assigned it. Is there any problem?" Nandong Meiju said coldly, "No problem." He Yang was puzzled. Feng Yunsong walked in front, while pricked up his ears, listening to the movements around him. At the same time, when his eyes searched everywhere, it seemed that he was observing whether there were monsters and abnormal situations around. He looked up and saw that he was still about 4 or 5 miles away from the Black Tiger stream. He quickened his pace, thinking of the graceful figure and noble posture behind him, as well as the beautiful face. The lustful color in his eyes became more intense, and the corners of his mouth could not help but grin. Nothing happened along the way. Soon, the mountain in front was getting closer and closer. Feng Yunsong looked at the dark and deep mountain stream in front of him, and his fingers quietly reached into the spirit beast bag on his waist. Suddenly he turned his head to look at the charming figure and face behind him, and smiled, "Princess, we are almost there. Just in front." Nandong Meiji raised his head and looked at the mountain in front of him without speaking. He Yang, who was next to him, began to beat faster, and a hint of hesitation appeared in his eyes again. But after looking at the noble and beautiful girl next to him, the hesitation in his eyes immediately turned into decisiveness. At this point, there was no way back. Even if he didn't do it, it was too late. He was already tied to Feng Yunsong, and the other party was determined to do it. Even if he didn't do it, it would definitely be counted on his head. Instead of passively accepting, it is better to take the initiative. As long as they control the princess, they will have more opportunities in the future. Since they want to change their fate, they naturally have to be fearless of risks. Moreover, this place is high in the mountains and deep in the forests, and it is late at night, and there is no one who can know. "Brother Feng, why don't you speed up and go to the front to take a look? The princess and I will be there soon," He Yang suddenly said to the front, indicating that he should go to the front to prepare, because he knew that Feng Yunsong had a spirit beast, which could be arranged in the stream in the canyon in advance, just in case. Feng Yunsong had this intention, and turned around and smiled. "Okay, brother He, I will go over to take a look first. You and the princess don't have to worry. Just come slowly." At this moment, Nandong Meiju suddenly stopped. Feng Yunsong, who was about to leave, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and stopped. He turned to look at her and said with a smile on his face, "Princess, what's wrong? Are you tired? If you are tired, take a rest here with senior brother He. I will go to see it first." He Yang also stopped and looked at the girl beside him. Nandong Meiju stood there. Her nose moved, and her eyes showed a hint of doubt. Then, she turned her head and looked at the woods on the right. There were 2 figures standing in the woods, one of whom was raising his hand to sprinkle white powder. He Yang and Feng Yunsong also looked over, and their faces changed immediately. In the woods, a girl in black clothes and short silver hair was standing there with a big knife. Next to the girl, there stood a tall boy who was also wearing black clothes. Both of them were looking at them. Chapter 429, The Disappearing Senior Sister. The 5 people looked at each other. There was silence for a moment. He Yang suddenly smiled and said, "Junior sister Dao, why are you here? Come here quickly. The princess is looking for you." Sister Dao walked out of the forest with Luo Qingzhou. Just when she was sleeping soundly, Luo Qingzhou suddenly woke her up and said that these 2 people were about to harm an innocent girl. She was still a little skeptical at the time. Now looking at the direction they were going and listening to their conversation just now, she was completely convinced. However, this innocent girl turned out to be Nangong Meiju. She really didn't expect it, And how did he know about this? Didn't he also lie in the cave all the time and never go out? Princess, you are here too? Sister Dao's heart was surging, but her face was calm. After greeting Nangong Meiju indifferently, she suddenly asked first, by the way, Senior Brother He? Where is Senior Sister Yin? Isn't she with you? When this was said, He Yang and Feng Yusong, who were about to ask her, were both stunned. He Yang asked curiously, Isn't Junior Sister Yin with you? Sister Dao said, She was with us before. But, speaking of this, she glanced back and whispered, We didn't walk far on the road. Senior Sister Yin quarreled with Junior Brother Chu, and then left alone, saying that she was going to Black Tiger Gorge to find you. She originally asked us to follow, but Junior Brother Chu was angry at the time and didn't want to go with her. I had no choice but to follow him in another direction, because I was afraid that Junior Brother Chu would get into trouble alone. After hearing this, He Yang and Feng Yusong looked at each other and frowned. This shouldn't be the case. The three of them had planned it long ago. Junior Sister Yin helped to bring the man to Black Tiger Gorge. How could they suddenly quarrel on the way? Even if Junior Sister Yin hated that boy, she should have endured it first. It wouldn't be too late to vent her anger after bringing him to Black Tiger Gorge. Feng Yusong asked in confusion, Junior Sister Dao, did Junior Sister Yin really go to Black Tiger Gorge? Sister Dao thought for a moment and said, That's what Senior Sister Yin said at the time. She said she was going to Black Tiger Gorge. She also persuaded me before leaving. But I didn't go. Feng Yusong said, Didn't she persuade Junior Brother Chu to go with her? Sister Dao said, She persuaded. I guess Senior Sister Yin was also afraid that Junior Brother Chu would get into trouble if he left alone. So although she was angry, she still persuaded him a few times. But Junior Brother Chu didn't listen at all at the time and left alone. I could only follow him. Feng Yusong looked at the boy behind him, paused, and said, Junior Brother Chu, why did you quarrel with Junior Sister Yin at the time? Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, She still insisted on seeing my wooden stick. When Feng Yusong heard this answer, he muttered in his heart, Junior Sister Yin might be afraid that the boy really didn't bring the stick with him. So she wanted to see it to feel relieved. Otherwise, if she went to Black Tiger Gorge to kill him but didn't get the stick, wouldn't Junior Sister Yin be happy for nothing? He and Yang looked at each other and both thought of this possibility. But where is Sister Yin? Feng Yusong asked again, Brother Chu, did you quarrel because of this? Luo Qingzhou said coldly, I have said many times on the carriage that I didn't bring the stick with me. Why didn't she believe it? She kept forcing me to take out something I didn't have. How could I not be angry? I was still holding back at the time. But she kept insisting that I take out the stick and show it to her. I had no choice. And I was very angry at the time. So I untied my belt impulsively. Feng Yusong was stunned for a while. Then he said with a sullen face, Junior Brother Chu, you are going too far. You are insulting Junior Sister Yin. No wonder Junior Sister Yin wants to fight with you. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Senior Brother Feng, do you have a pot for cooking? Feng Yusong was stunned when he heard this and said, No. Why do you want a pot? Luo Qingzhou said, Nothing. Just want to see it. Senior Brother Feng, please take out the pot and show it to me. I want to take a look. Feng Yusong frowned and said, I don't have a pot. Why should I bring a pot? Luo Qingzhou still stretched out his hand in front of him and said, Senior Brother Feng, take it out. Take it out quickly and show it to me. I want to take a look. Feng Yusong was a little impatient. I said, I don't have a pot. How can I give it? At this point, he suddenly reacted and his face changed suddenly. Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, Look, Senior Brother Feng, if someone keeps forcing you to take out something you don't have, will you get angry? Feng Yusong opened his mouth, speechless. After a moment, Feng said in a deep voice, You really don't have that stick with you. Luo Qingzhou said, Really? I left it at home. I have said it many times. Why don't you believe it? Senior Brother Feng, you really don't have a pot? Feng Yusong, He Yang said. Junior Sister Dao, did you separate from Junior Sister Yin because of this? Did you see her again later? Sister Dao said. After we separated, we went in another direction. We killed 3 monsters, and then we didn't know where to go. So we planned to go to Black Tiger Gorge to find you. And then we met you here. Senior Brother He, Senior Sister Yin, didn't I go to find you guys? He Yang frowned, a puzzled look on his face, and looked at the Black Tiger stream in front of him, saying, I haven't been there. We haven't seen her. Sister Dao said with a puzzled look on her face. It's strange. Could it be that she encountered a monster on the road and chased it? He Yang nodded and said, that's also possible. Forget it. Ignore her. Her cultivation is not low. And nothing should happen. Let's find a place to rest first. Sister Dao asked, are you still going to the Black Tiger stream in front? He Yang's eyes flickered, turned his head, looked at Feng Yunsong next to him, and said, don't go. It's humid and cold there. It's not a good place to rest. Feng Yunsong smiled and said, yes. Let's go somewhere else. He glanced at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. A hint of sinisterness flashed in his eyes. And he secretly said it was a pity in his heart. It was obvious that the little princess was about to be led into a trap. But these two people suddenly appeared. Damn it. Junior brother Chu. This is the princess. Has no one in your family taught you basic etiquette? He was angry, and no longer polite. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Nangong Meiju and bowed, saying, meet the princess. Nangong Meiju looked at him coldly and suddenly asked, where is your stick? The princess wants to see it. 2. Feng Yunsong beside him laughed and said, Princess. He didn't bring the stick. If the princess wants to see it, she can go to our martial arts hall after she returns. I'll ask him to bring it to you. He doesn't dare. Who knew that before he finished speaking? Luo Qingzhou had taken out the black wooden stick from the storage bag and handed it to Nangong Meiju. Feng Yunsong? He yawned next to him? Even Dao Jia, who was standing next to him, had a blank look on her face. Didn't she keep saying that she didn't bring it? Nangong Meiju took the stick, stroked it a few times, took a closer look, then frowned with some disdain, raised her jade hand, threw the stick back, and pouted, I thought it was something good. It's just an ordinary stick. What's so good about it? Feng Yunsong immediately frowned and said angrily, Junior brother Chu, didn't you just swear that you didn't bring it? Luo Qingzhou raised the stick in his hand and said, I didn't bring the stick you want to see. This stick is just an ordinary stick, not the previous one. Since the princess wants to see it, I can only take out this one to show her. When Feng Yunsong heard this, a trace of suspicion appeared on his face. He stared at the stick in his hand for a few times and thought to himself, no wonder the princess only said one sentence. And this kid took it out and handed it over. It turned out that it was not that stick. Just as he was about to take it over to check, Nangong Meiju next to him suddenly asked again, what kind of wooden stick was that before? Feng Yunsong quickly replied flatteringly, Princess, the wooden stick that Junior brother Chu used before should be a magic weapon. Very hard. Junior sister Yan's black iron stick was actually broken directly by that wooden stick. Very magical. Oh! Nangong Meiju narrowed her eyes, looked at the young man holding the stick in front of her again, and said, take it out and let me see it. Luo Qingzhou handed the wooden stick in his hand to her again. Nangong Meiju was slightly startled. Feng Yunsong immediately frowned and said angrily, Junior brother Chu, the princess is talking about the wooden stick from before. Did you bring it? If you did, take it out immediately and show it to the princess. Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't bring the previous one. But this one is actually very hard. Feng Yunsong sneered when he heard it. It's just an ordinary wooden stick. How hard can it be? Your previous wooden stick. Huh? Bang! Before he finished speaking, the wooden stick in Luo Qingzhou's hand made a whoosh sound and suddenly hit his chest, and actually knocked him out directly. Before he landed, a figure flashed, and the wooden stick fell from the sky again, hitting his head with a bang, and knocked him directly to the ground again. Bang! 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 More than 10 sticks fell down fiercely, and his whole head, face, and body were all smashed to pieces, and instantly turned into a pool of bloody meat. The whole process was extremely fast. There was not even a breath of time. Almost in the blink of an eye, Feng Yunsong, who was just talking with a sneer, died on the spot. His body destroyed and his body dead. Stop! At this time, He Yang's angry shout of shock and anger sounded. But the person was gone. You. He Yang simply couldn't believe the scene in front of him. Not to mention that he couldn't believe it. Nangong Meiju, even Sister Dao, couldn't believe it. Sister Dao was even more shocked and confused. When this guy was in the cave before, didn't he still tell her that he had killed Sister Yan this time and couldn't kill anyone anymore? Why did he suddenly explode again? Chu Feiyang, do you know what you are doing? He Yang was shocked and angry. His robes bulged, and the wind swirled around him. He clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger. Luo Qingzhou seemed not to see it. He took out a rag calmly, wiped the blood on the stick, and said lightly, Brother Feng just asked me how hard it is. This is just an ordinary wooden stick. I don't know how to answer. So I told him with practical actions. I guess he should know now. After speaking, he looked down at the corpse on the ground that was no longer in human form, and said, Brother He, look, Brother Feng's eyes are closed. He should be very satisfied with the hardness of my stick and my answer just now. He yawned. Sister Dao looked blankly. Brother Feng on the ground had no eyes. His eyes had been smashed, mixed with blood, flesh and brain matter. Chapter 430 Despicable. Cunning. Vile and shameless. Awoo! The roar of the beast came from the darkness, not far away. The pungent smell of blood filled the air, and drifted to the woods farther away with the night wind. He yawned, clenched his fists, eyes wide open, and shouted murderously, Chu Fei Yang, you killed your fellow senior brother with cruel means and ruthless heart. According to the rules of the sect, you deserve to be killed. Then he turned to look at Sister Dao beside him, and said coldly, Junior Sister Dao, you are a disciple of my Lingxiao sect. Are you willing to work with me to clean up the sect and kill this beast? Sister Dao took the knife off her shoulder, clenched her hands, looked at the boy in front of the corpse and said, yes. He Yang's heart was relieved immediately, and he said, okay. Junior Sister Dao is still very righteous. This beast has a vicious heart and kills innocent people indiscriminately. He even dares to kill his fellow senior brothers. He must not be let off. Today, we brothers and sisters are united, and we will kill this beast together to avenge junior brother Feng. Sister Dao's sword made a buzzing sound and she said, okay. He Yang immediately turned to look at Nangong Meijian next to him, and said apologetically, I'm sorry to make you laugh. Please step back. This guy is sinister and ruthless, and has many tricks. You must not get close to him. After we kill him, we will come to apologize to you. Nangong Meiji pulled out a whip from her waist and said coldly, this man is so cruel and hateful. I can't stand by and watch. He Yang was grateful and said, okay. With the princess joining us, no matter how cunning this guy is, he will die tonight. Junior Sister Dao, let's go first. Okay. Sister Dao agreed and chopped his head with a sword in her hand. He Yang was shocked and dodged hurriedly. He punched with a bang, knocking away the blade. He was shocked and angry. Sister Dao, what are you doing? How dare you help this evil thief who killed his fellow disciples? You are betraying your sect and master. Do you know that? Sister Dao held the precious sword and looked at him coldly, saying, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou put away the stick, walked over, and said, Brother He, you and Feng Yansong are lying in ambush in the Black Tiger Gorge, waiting for Sister Dao and I to pass by, and then attack us. Right? As soon as these words came out, He Yang's face suddenly changed, and he immediately shouted angrily, Junior Sister Dao, don't listen to him. He is slandering you. We are fellow brothers and sisters. How could we possibly attack you? Sister Dao looked at him coldly and said, Senior brother He, Senior Sister Yin has already told us. And she also said that there is a spirit beast in Feng Yunsong's place, and it is also ambushed there. Do you still want to quibble? He Yang's face turned pale, and his lips trembled and said, where is Junior Sister Yin? Sister Dao took a look at his face, tightened the knife in her hand, and no longer doubted. Luo Qingzhou replied, after Senior Sister Yin told you too about the conspiracy, she went to find Senior Sister Nya and the others, and prepared to let them go back to inform the master. Senior brother He, Senior Sister Yin also said that this matter actually has nothing to do with you. It was a plot set up by Feng Yusong. You were just forced to agree. Right? He Yang was frightened and was about to nod, but suddenly said immediately, slander. You are slandering Junior Sister Dao. Don't believe him. Where is Junior Sister Yin? I want to confront Junior Sister Yin face to face. Sister Dao looked at him coldly and said nothing more. He Yang suddenly took 2 steps back and stood with Nangong Meiji behind him, angrily saying, Princess, this couple is slandering. They killed their fellow disciples and bit back. Princess, don't believe it. Nangong Meiji narrowed his eyes and said coldly, of course I don't believe it. The couple should be killed by everyone. He Yang felt relieved. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and his whole body was full of vigor. He said, Princess, step back and help me hold the line. I am enough. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Nangong Meiji sprinkled a bunch of lime on his face and whipped him at any time. He Yang's face changed drastically. He threw a punch in a hurry and retreated quickly. saying in shock and anger, "Princess, I am innocent. Don't believe them." Snap! 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 Nandong Meiju answered him with whip shadows flying all over the sky, and said coldly, "Since you are innocent, don't resist. Just let this princess beat your head." At this time, He Yang finally reacted. These three people are in the same group. He was shocked and angry, hateful and afraid. Swish! Sister Dao's figure flashed, and the sword in her hand passed a semicircular cold light, slashing his head directly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second, with a moo, he suddenly shot out from behind the big tree behind him, and with a bang, he was directly knocked out. Although He Yang was a martial artist in the late stage of cultivation, he still couldn't resist this fierce impact, and one of his ribs was broken on the spot. However, he still jumped up from the ground and punched out. With a bang, he directly knocked Sister Dao out with her sword. When he was about to punch Nandong Meiju again, he found that under the flying whip shadows, white powder was constantly falling. He suddenly felt a little dizzy. "It's poisonous." He was horrified, held his breath in a hurry, and turned to run away. Boom! Luo Qingzhou suddenly wore a gas mask and fell from the sky. His fist flashed with sizzling lightning and punched down. He Yang had no way to avoid it, so he had to stop and punched up. Bang! There was a loud bang, and the airflow was chaotic. Puff! Luo Qingzhou was just knocked out by a punch, but suddenly dropped a large bag of lime powder that was cut into the bag, and immediately sprinkled it on He Yang's head. The airflow around He Yang swirled, and immediately took the powder away. But at this moment, a black whip suddenly jumped out from under his feet like a poisonous snake, and instantly wrapped around his feet and legs. Swish! Sister Dao jumped up. The sword in her hand suddenly became bigger, and she slashed fiercely at his head. He Yang's muscles bulged all over his body, and his feet seemed to be inserted into the ground. He stood still without moving despite the pull of the long whip. Then he punched at the blade that Sister Dao chopped down without avoiding or giving way. Bang! His fist was shining with golden luster, and when it collided with the blade, there was a sharp sound of golden swords clashing. Sister Dao was directly shaken away. He Yang roared suddenly, and his whole body power exploded. With a snap, the black whip wrapped around his legs was actually broken into pieces. But at this moment, Luo Qingzhou had already performed the breath-retaining technique and quietly approached behind him. The warrior dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, and with a puff, it was inserted into his back. Puff! 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 His arm and the dagger in his hand instantly turned into many afterimages, and he stabbed many times at lightning speed before rolling away. Bang! He Yang suddenly turned around and punched, but missed. At this moment, he felt a terrible pain suddenly attack, which was painful to the bone. Ah! He covered his back with both hands, opened his mouth wide, and jumped up directly from the spot, with a heart-wrenching scream from his mouth. As a martial artist in the late stage of martial arts, his skin membranes, muscles, etc., have been cultivated to an extremely tough level, especially the front and back of the heart and various internal organs. Even a martial artist's dagger would find it difficult to stab in at once. But this place is still fragile. Blood spurted out from his fingers, and the severe pain surged like a tide, one after another, as soon as he fell to the ground. With a bang, a fist flashing with lightning suddenly appeared behind him, and directly knocked him out. Bang! He fell heavily more than 10 meters away, and the strong wind on his body had disappeared. Puff! At this moment, another large bag of lime powder fell. This time, he could no longer use the strong wind to blow it away, and it was immediately sprinkled all over his face and body, and the whole person instantly turned into a white lime man. But he still jumped up from the ground forcefully, opened his mouth wide, and roared in pain and anger from his throat. His fist suddenly became bigger, and boom 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 hit around with amazing power. But the attacks from all sides suddenly stopped, and no one came forward. Sister Dao retreated to a distance. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meiju wore black tiger and white tiger gas masks, jumped onto the big tree above, and continued to sprinkle poisonous lime powder down. Sister Dao stood in the distance and watched this scene, and then took a look at the black tiger and white tiger masks on their faces, and the corners of her mouth twitched. Pa! After a while, He Yang seemed to finally be unable to bear the severe pain in his back and the dizziness in his head. He closed his eyes and fell to the ground. The ground behind him and a large area of the ground had long been stained red by the blood spurting out from behind him, which was shocking to watch. Nandong Meiju stopped spreading lime, raised her head, and looked at the big tree opposite. Luo Qingzhou still did not go down, but took out a bucket of lamp oil from the storage bag, threw it up, and then bang broke it with a punch. And a large bucket of lamp oil suddenly poured down and fell on Yang. Yang was lying on the ground twitching, and it seemed that he could no longer stand up. But at this time, he smelled the smell of lamp oil, and suddenly jumped up with a whoosh and ran away. It turned out that he was just pretending. But at this time, it was too late. The moment he jumped up, Luo Qingzhou had thrown the lit fire stick over. Wow! A flame suddenly jumped up on him. Ah! He had just run a dozen steps when he suddenly fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. But soon, his screams became weaker and weaker. A moment later, the flames on his body gradually went out. His whole body curled up and shrunken, all charred, and completely silent. Luo Qingzhou then jumped off the tree, but still did not approach immediately. After walking around him and observing him carefully, he took out the black wooden stick from the storage bag, walked over carefully, and then suddenly raised the wooden stick and smashed it down with a bang. It was not until the other party's head was shattered, and there was no more movement, that he was completely relieved. Sister Dao came out from behind the tree, took a look, and immediately turned her head and looked away, saying, "Chu Feiyang, you are so cruel." Luo Qingzhou took off the mask, looked at the corpse and said, "This is not cruel, but cautious. His cultivation is higher than mine, and I don't understand his skills. Who knows if he will hold his breath before dying and suddenly attack and kill?" Sister Dao looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "Chu Feiyang, didn't you say before that you would not kill them this time?" Luo Qingzhou picked up the rag, wiped the mask in his hand and said, "Before, I was not sure, and they were prepared. The risk was too great. Now, we have one more person, and they are defenseless. Since there is a chance to kill them, I will naturally not let it go." Sister Dao was stunned when she heard the words, and looked behind him. Nandong Meiju also took off the mask on her face, walked over, and said coldly, "How do you know I will help you?" Luo Qingzhou turned around, looked at her and said, "Even if the princess didn't do it, she has already helped. Just now, the princess attracted their attention and made them give up their killing intentions and relax. It just so happened that the princess wanted to see my stick before, so this is a good opportunity. Feng Yusong could never have thought that I would suddenly take action in front of so many people. So he went to see the king of hell without any preparation. As for the remaining Heyang, although he has a high level of cultivation, he is not decisive and a little timid. I scared him with a few words. It's easier to deal with him if he is determined to escape." Sister Dao couldn't help but say, "Chu Feiyang, you are really brave. If senior brother he escapes, we will be finished." Luo Qingzhou said, "He can't escape. I'm faster than him, and he has been poisoned." Sister Dao asked in confusion, "What poison?" Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and looked at the Princess Nangong in front of him. Nangong Meiju raised her eyebrows and said, "Chu Feiyang, I helped you a lot this time. How are you going to repay me?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I also helped the princess. If I hadn't rushed out to stop her, the princess would have been taken to the Black Tiger Gorge in front. Although the princess was alert and left traces on the road. What if the princess's people didn't arrive in time?" As soon as she finished speaking, Anmu came out of the woods next to her with an old woman, and said expressionlessly, "The princess came out to hone her skills. We won't come out unless it's a life and death situation. But if there are other dangers." Nandong Meiju showed a hint of pride in her eyes, and introduced, "Chu Feiyang. Anmu is a mid-stage martial artist. No worse than you. As for Anjio, she is a great martial artist. She can kill you with one finger. Do you believe it?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the two. Nandong Meiju approached him. Her lips curled slightly, and said, "Tell me, how are you going to repay me?" At the same time, she glanced at Anmu and the old woman behind him. The two of them also approached silently. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment, and suddenly said, "Princess, I will give you a gift. I guarantee you will like it." As he said that, he took out a beautiful round ball from the storage bag and handed it over. Nandong Meiju was stunned, stretched out his hand to take it and said, "This is..." "Princess, be careful." Bang! The ball suddenly exploded, and a huge cloud of smoke instantly shrouded everyone in the field. Cough, cough, cough. "Don't leave. Kid." The old woman's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. The smoke came quickly and dispersed quickly. When the smoke dissipated, Luo Qingzhou and the old woman had already disappeared from the spot. Nandong Meiju raised her hand and froze in place. Her face was blackened, and only a pair of eyes could be seen, blinking constantly, and a trace of smoke was still coming out of her nose. Cough, 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 cough. She was stunned for a few seconds and suddenly coughed continuously. Animu quickly took out clean water and helped her wash her face, comforting her, "Miss, it's okay. It's just ordinary smoke." "Damn it!" Nandong Meiju washed her face, rinsed her mouth, and gritted her teeth. After a while, the old woman returned alone with a dusty face, and her face, hair and body were covered with white lime powder. She stamped on the cane in her hand, gritted her teeth, and said angrily, "Damn little thing, running faster than a rabbit," and deliberately spread lime on the ground to lure me to run in the wrong direction. Despicable and cunning, vile and shameless. There was silence for a moment. The three people's eyes suddenly turned to the silver-haired Sister Dao, who was still standing there in a daze, holding a big knife. The corner of the Sister Dao's mouth twitched, and she quickly put away the knife and said, "None of my business. I don't know him." After a pause, she quickly said weakly, "From now on, I will break off my friendship with him." Chapter 431 The Princess's Request. Goo! The cry of a night owl sounded from the big tree next to him. Luo Qingzhou held his breath and hid in the tree hole. After hiding for a long time, his soul left his body and flew up to the sky to observe the surrounding situation. Because no one was looking after his body, he didn't dare to fly far. After observing for a while on the treetop, he was relieved when he saw that no one was chasing him. Then he went out of the tree hole and returned to the original cave. However, he didn't lie down. After his body sat in the cave, his soul left his body again and flew to the big tree above the cave, continuing to vigilantly observe the surrounding situation. When the sky was dawn, Sister Dao carried her big knife and returned alone. Luo Qingzhou immediately focused his attention and stared at her back. After seeing that no one was following him, he flew back to the cave and his soul returned. Sister Dao entered the cave and saw that he really came back. She couldn't help but be surprised. "Chu Feiyang, you really dare to come back? Aren't you afraid that I will bring that princess here?" Luo Qingzhou was sitting in the cave, holding a rag and wiping his stick. Hearing this, he said calmly, "Senior sister will not betray me." Sister Dao stared at him for a few seconds, put away the knife, walked to sit opposite him, and asked, "Why do you suddenly cheat and run away?" Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, "If I didn't run, I would have been tied up and captured now, and senior sister would be alone here." Sister Dao thought about the situation at that time. The woman and the old woman did approach quietly and were ready to take action. But Chu Feiyang, I think that Princess Nandong is so contradictory. She was puzzled. She really seems to want to catch you, and she really hates you. But she seems to be very good to you. Not only did she help you kill without hesitation, but she also helped you in the end. You destroyed the body. Even. Luo Qingzhou said, "What happened to Even?" Sister Dao said, "Even she was ready to help you bear the crime of murder. She asked me to go back and tell Master that she killed senior sister Yin and senior brother He." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and frowned. "Did she really say that?" Sister Dao nodded and said, "Yes. She was covered with soot by you. She was originally gnashing her teeth and scolding you very badly, saying that she would catch you and cut you into pieces. But soon she took out something to help you destroy the body, and then took the initiative to take responsibility for the murder. Chu Feiyang, I am very curious. What did you do to her? She is a noble princess, and she turned out to be like this. It really puzzles me." Luo Qingzhou also looked puzzled. "I said, I beat her a few times in the Blackwood Forest at the beginning, and nothing else happened." Sister Dao frowned and fell into deep thought. Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked again, "Where are the things on Hiyang and Feng Yusong?" Sister Dao shrugged, looking regretful, and said, "They are all destroyed." She didn't even take the gold coins in the storage bag. The old lady burned them with a blue flame. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked distressed. Prodigal girl. Then he said, "By the way, Feng Yusong also has a spirit beast on him. Did you see it?" Sister Dao said, "The spirit beast ring and the spirit beast were destroyed by the old lady." The old lady took a look at the spirit beast inside, suddenly cursed, and then destroyed it directly. "We didn't see it. The Nandong princess wanted to see it, but the old lady said she couldn't see it." Luo Qingzhou felt sorry when he heard it, and couldn't help saying, The Spirit Beast ring and Spirit Beast can definitely be sold for a good price. If it weren't for her 2 guards, these gold coins and treasures should have belonged to me. Sister Dao sneered and said, if you are not afraid of death, go and take it. 3 people died at once this time. Master will definitely report it to the sect. And the sect will definitely send people to investigate. If you dare to take other people's things, then you can wait to be discovered. Luo Qizhou said, gold coins are not okay. Sister Dao said, I don't know. Anyway, the princess doesn't care about gold coins. She didn't even look at them. Luo Qizhou sighed. Sister Dao couldn't help but say, Chu Feiyang, aren't your more than 300,000 gold coins enough? I found that every time you come out, you will get a lot of gold coins. And you will also kill people. It turns out that in Mo City, you get a lot every time you go to the Blackwood Forest. I suspect that you are a robber who specializes in killing and robbing. Do you have a third face? Is the one-eyed bull who is famous in the Yunwu Mountains you? Luo Qingzhou put the wooden stick in his hand against her chin, pretending to be fierce and said, Senior sister, since you have discovered this secret, then tonight take it away. It's so dirty. Sister Dao quickly pushed the stick away, took out a handkerchief, and wiped her chin. This guy just beat the corpse to pieces with this stick. It's disgusting to think about it. Luo Qingzhou put away the stick and said, I washed it several times with water. And this stick is very special. It doesn't seem to be stained with blood. Sister Dao took a look and said solemnly, Chu Feiyang, this is our first time out. And 3 people died at once. Have you thought about what to say when you go back? Luo Qingzhou put away the stick, thought about it, and said, let's go by the previous statement. We were in the same team with Yan Mei. After the quarrel, Yan Mei left alone to find He Yang and the others. And then we didn't know what happened next. Sister Dao frowned and said, don't talk about that Princess Nangong. Luo Qingzhou said, don't talk about it. The more lies you tell, the easier it is to reveal flaws. We just say we don't know. We don't know anything. Of course, if the Nangong princess takes the initiative to reveal some information, it will be better. Definitely better than us telling it ourselves. Sister Dao pondered for a moment and said, will she take the initiative to help us? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, how should I know? Sister Dao looked at him and said, you must know. And you must have had something unspeakable with her. Otherwise she wouldn't treat you like that. Luo Qingzhou was too lazy to explain. Looked outside the cave, stood up and said, let's go. It's dawn. And we still need a monster. By the way, I'm going to pick some 9-leaf grass. Sister Dao also looked outside the cave. The night retreated, and it was already bright outside. The 2 left the cave and began to follow the route indicated on the map to continue looking for monsters. At noon, the 2 finally hunted another monster and completed the task. Luo Qingzhou also successfully picked a few 9-leaf grasses, and he was going to put them in the acres of medicinal fields in the storage ring to see if they could be planted. If it can be planted, I won't have to come here every time to pick it. But the hope is not great. Last time, my second brother and his friends said that this herb can only grow in a special environment. Even so, we still have to try. The 2 continued to look for monsters on the way back. When they were still 5 or 6 miles away from the tea house, they found a female deer monster. But the 2 did not take action, because the deer monster had a big belly and seemed to be pregnant. And it fell several times when it ran away. Sister Dao prayed, I hope it won't meet those greedy warriors. In fact, many warriors will show mercy when they meet pregnant monsters here. Not just the 2 of them. It was not yet evening when the 2 came to the tea house. Nie Yunrong and Zhang Yuanshan had not come out yet. There was only one person sitting outside the tea house. The person changed into a purple long dress, put on expensive and exquisite jewelry, and sat there drinking tea in a graceful and elegant manner. She was so beautiful that the waiter named Shuqi often peeked at her. Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked around, but did not see Aunt Mu and the old lady. They went back first. Nandong Meiju raised her head and looked at him. Of course Luo Qingzhou would not believe her lies, but he still walked over. He needed to lead the horse. Waiter, lead the horse out. He walked over and threw out a piece of silver. Who knew that the silver was about to fly in front of the girl named Shuqi? And suddenly a whip jumped out from the side, and instantly swept the silver away. And with a dong, it fell on the table. Nandong Meiju put away the whip, looked at him coldly and said, if you don't want the matter to be exposed, come and sit down. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and walked over with Sister Dao, but did not sit down. He turned his head and looked around. and then said, "What do you want?" "Young lady? There are outsiders here. So naturally she cannot expose her identity as a princess." Nandong Meiju stretched out her slender jade fingers, knocked on the table, and ordered coldly, "Sit down." Luo Qingzhou had to sit down. Dao Jia was about to sit down. Nandong Meiju suddenly looked at her and said, "You go sit over there." Dao Jia was stunned for a moment. But she was not angry. She had to sit at another table and asked the waiter to bring a pot of tea. She drank it while looking at the two of them. Nandong Meiju turned her head and looked coldly at the waiter, who was standing next to her. The waiter also looked at her stupidly. Lao Shuang's voice came from the room immediately. "Shao Qi, come in and wash the vegetables." "Oh!" Shao Qi reacted and ran in quickly. It was quiet outside. The afternoon sun was a little lazy, and the withered yellow leaves fell one by one. Nandong Meiju drank a few more sips of tea slowly, then raised her head and said, "Tell me, how do you want to repay me?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "How do you want me to repay you, princess?" Nandong Meijiao's jade fingers slowly stroked the teacup, thought for a while, looked at him and said, "Will you give me everything I want?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course not. I only do what I can." Nandong Meiju sneered and said, "If I don't help you with this matter, do you know what the consequences will be?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and said, "I don't think it will be exposed." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "I think it will, because I will go and tell on you." Luo Qingzhou. The two looked at each other and were silent for a while. Luo Qingzhou said, "Whatever the princess asks, just tell me, and I will consider whether it can be done." Nandong Meijia narrowed her eyes and said, "First, you are not allowed to run away when you see me in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "As long as the princess does not have bad intentions towards me, I will never run away again." Nandong Meijia sneered and said, "Second, you must come whenever the princess calls you in the future." Luo Qingzhou said, "Try your best." Nandong Meiju said, "Third." At this point, she stared at him closely. "Tell me your real name." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "I am Chu Feiyang, and I will not change my name or surname." Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, stood up and said, "Princess, can I leave now?" Nandong Meiju let go of the teacup on the table, looked at him with burning eyes and said, "Fourth, my favorite whip broke because I helped you. You have to compensate me." Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "It's my duty. How much money does the princess want?" Nandong Meiju stretched out a finger. Luo Qingzhou said, 100,000. Or, Nandong Meiju said, 100,000. Luo Qingzhou fell silent and did not speak again. Nandong Meiju said lightly, "After all, it is my favorite whip. Some things are broken. Even if they are repaired, they can never go back to the past. Of course, you can also use other things to compensate. For example, accompany me once a month." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "How to accompany?" Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, "Don't think too much. Just accompany me to visit West Lake. Go shopping. Have a meal or something. It's very simple." Luo Qingzhou said, "How long do you need to accompany me?" Nandong Meiju stretched out another finger. Luo Qingzhou said, 1 year? Nandong Meiju smiled lightly, did not answer, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of him, and said, "Wait until you think it over. Then give me the answer. Give you 3 days. If you answer wrong again, you will bear the consequences." After that, he stood up, led the horse, shook the whip in his hand, and left humming a song. Listening carefully, it turned out to be the tune of Outside the Long Pavilion, by the ancient road. Luo Qingzhou looked at her gradually receding back, stunned for a while, and Sister Dao came over and said, "Chu Feiyang, you are finished." Luo Qingzhou heard the words and asked in confusion, "Why am I finished?" Sister Dao's face was full of gloating expression. "You are a married man, but you are messing around outside. Messing around with people you shouldn't mess around with. Let's see what you will do in the future." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "I didn't mess with her. She messed with me first before. As for the messing around you said, it's even more outrageous. Do you think I will like her? Or will she like me?" Sister Dao immediately looked at him like an idiot. "Chu Feiyang, you are so smart. Why do you suddenly become so stupid when it comes to her? Do you know the real answer of her just holding up a finger?" Luo Qingzhou said, "You know?" Sister Dao sneered, "Only idiots don't know." Luo Qingzhou was stunned and asked, "What is the answer?" Sister Dao sighed, took a sip of the tea in front of him, and said, "Sorry, I can't tell you. She should hope that you can understand it yourself, instead of letting others tell you." Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and said, "I know the answer." Sister Dao shrugged and said, "Look, you're not that stupid. You just think that she's a princess and you're just a son-in-law. So you're a little inferior and don't dare to believe the reality. Or, you've known it for a long time, but you don't dare to face it because you don't know what to do." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, picked up the tea she had just taken a sip of, and drank it all. The two were silent for a while. Sister Dao suddenly covered her head and said with a change of color, "Chu Feiyang, this tea seems poisonous." Pa! Pa! At this time, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind. Nandong Meiju, who had just left, suddenly turned back with the horse. The two looked at her. Their faces changed. Nandong Meijia's mouth corners slightly raised, and said with a smug look on her face, "Chu Feiyang, no matter how cunning and careful you are, you can't escape the palm of this princess's hand. This princess said that the humiliation I suffered from you, this princess will return it double." Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao collapsed on the table together. Nandong Meiju waited for a while, walked to the table, picked him up, put him on the horse's back, then raised her long legs, mounted the horse, and rode away with him. Chapter 432. Get out. Outside the tea house, it was quiet. Sister Dao climbed on the table, her light blue eyes open, and stayed there for a long time before she gradually regained some strength and sat up. Squeak! The wooden door of the hut opened. The waiter Xiaoqi came out of the room and said with concern, "Sister, are you okay?" Sister Dao supported herself on the table with both hands and wanted to stand up, but her legs were still weak, so she had to sit back down. Xiaoqi hurriedly explained, "It was the sister with the whip who drugged her. It has nothing to do with us." Sister Dao turned her head and looked at her and said, "Did you see her drugging her?" Xiaoqi nodded. Sister Dao frowned and said, "Why didn't you remind us?" Xiaoqi said seriously, "Daddy said that we only sell things and don't interfere in any affairs of the underworld." Dong! 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 The sound of chopping bones rang out in the room. Sister Dao looked at her again and said, "Bring me a pot of clean tea." "Okay." Xiaoqi immediately went into the room and brought in another pot of tea. Sister Dao immediately stretched out her hands, tremblingly lifted up the teapot, and then raised her head, gulp gulp, and drank the whole pot of tea. Xiaoqi comforted her. "Sister, don't worry. Just drink a sip, and you'll be fine soon." Sister Dao still frowned, her face full of worry. Chu Feiyang was kidnapped. I don't know what the princess will do to him. She won't be angry and cripple him, right? Ordinarily not. But Chu Feiyang, that idiot, never spoke in front of the princess, and he always made her angry. If the other party was angry and impulsive, she might really do something terrible. She suddenly turned her head to look at the waiter next to her and asked, "How do you know I only drank one sip?" Xiaoqi said, "I saw it through the crack of the door." Then she quickly explained, "But I didn't peek. I just saw it accidentally. I also saw that young man." Daojia sighed and said, "He finished the whole cup. It's my fault. If I didn't drink a sip, he probably wouldn't drink it. After all, he has always been very wary of her." Xiaoqi asked curiously, "Sister, what is the relationship between that young man and the sister with the whip? Why does the sister with the whip have to catch him every time?" "Every time?" Daojia was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her puzzledly. "Isn't this the first time you saw them today?" Xiaoqi nodded and said, "Yes, I saw them last time. The sister with the whip has been chasing the young man." Daojia's eyes flashed, and she asked, "When was the last time?" Xiaoqi was about to speak, and there was a sudden cough in the room, saying, "Xiaoqi, come in and help." Oh. Xiaoqi didn't say anything else, and quickly turned around and ran back to the house. Sister Dao clenched her fists and said angrily, "Damn it, Chu Feiyang, that bastard, lied to me that it was his first time here. But it turns out that he had been hooking up with that princess for a long time. Humph. He deserves it. It would be best if he was crippled. It would be best if he was castrated by that princess. Let's see if he still lies and deceives people." Click, click. At this moment, the familiar sound of horse hooves suddenly sounded behind him. Then, a familiar voice came, "Senior sister, it's not good to say bad things about people behind their backs. It will rot your tongue. Sister Dao was shocked when she heard this, and turned to look. Luo Qingzhou led the horse and went back. On the horse's back, the Nandong princess, who had just been so proud, was now tied up tightly with ropes, and lay there obediently. Even her mouth was stuffed, and she was staring with wide eyes and glaring. Sister Dao opened her mouth, with a dull expression on her face. Luo Qingzhou walked to sit opposite her, patted the table and said, "Waiter, bring tea, another plate of beef, and a plate of lamb chops." "Okay. Wait a moment, young master," the room responded, and Shao Qi quickly brought up the tea and food. Sister Dao was stunned for a long time, and then said in disbelief, "Chu Feiyang, aren't you poisoned?" "How?" Luo Qingzhou picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then looked at her and said, "Who said I was poisoned?" Sister Dao was stunned, and said, "You just drank the whole cup of tea. I just drank a sip, and then my whole body became weak, and now I can't stand up." Before Luo Qingzhou answered, Shao Qi's voice came from the door immediately. "Sister, this young man didn't drink the tea. He spit it on the ground. I saw it through the crack of the door." Then he explained, "I didn't peek. I saw it accidentally." Sister Dao was stunned when she heard the words. Her body tilted, and she looked down. Sure enough, there was still a small trace of moisture on the ground under his feet. Sister Dao stood up and said, "Why didn't I see you spit it out?" Luo Qingzhou picked up a piece of lamb chop and started to chew it, saying, "If senior sister can see it, Princess Nandong can definitely see it too. So how can I lie to her?" Sister Dao, Nandong Meiju, who was tied up and lying on the horse's back, heard this and immediately struggled a few times, her eyes spitting fire. Sister Dao took a look and whispered, "Chu Feiyang, what do you want to do? We still need her help." Luo Qingzhou said, "She wants to plot against me. Shouldn't I fight back?" "Don't worry. I will punish her a little. Let her remember this lesson, so that she won't pester you in the future," Sister Dao worriedly said. "But she brought guards with her, and that old lady is a martial artist at the level of a great martial artist. If she sees you, you're dead," Luo Qingzhou said calmly. "It's okay. The two have gone to wait 10 miles ahead, and she drove them away herself," Sister Dao said. "How do you know?" Luo Qingzhou said. "I saw it with my own eyes." Sister Dao was even more confused when she heard it. Luo Qingzhou picked up a lamb chop and handed it to her, saying, "Eat something first. When senior brother Zhang and the others come, we will leave. I will apologize to her then." Sister Dao took the lamb chop with weak hands, and glanced at the angry girl on the horse's back, and whispered, "Are you sure that if you treat her like this, it will be useful to apologize later?" Luo Qingzhou said lightly, "If she thinks it's useless, I will tie her up again." Sister Dao. At this time, the sun was setting. In the evening, 4 warriors walked out of the forest, seeing that they were talking and laughing in a good mood. This hunting trip should be quite rewarding. But when they saw the person tied to the horse's back, they were stunned. Their faces changed slightly, and they whispered, in broad daylight, "Someone dared to tie someone up blatantly. This girl is so beautiful. Judging from her clothes and jewelry, she should be the daughter of a wealthy family. Could she have been kidnapped by robbers from somewhere else?" The 4 people looked confused and looked outside the tea house, seeing only a man and a woman sitting there. They were immediately confused. One of the tall young men saw the beautiful and charming girl on the horse, and his heart suddenly softened. He immediately walked in front of the horse, and was about to reach out to help her take out the food in her mouth. A burly man behind him hurriedly said, "Junior brother Yang, wait a moment. Let's ask about the situation first." Then he bowed to the 2 people who were sitting at the table eating lamb chops and said, "You too. What kind of evil person is this girl on the horse, who wants to tie her up like this?" Sister Dao lowered her head to eat meat, and did not dare to speak. Luo Qingzhou also pretended not to hear, and continued to eat lamb chops. The burly man's eyes flashed, and he said to the people behind him, "Those 2 dare not answer. It seems that they are guilty. This girl should be innocent." The tall young man immediately said, "Brother, since we have seen it, we can't just stand by and watch. Let's save this girl." Nandong Meiju opened her eyes wide and looked at them. The tall young man was even more heartbroken by her watery eyes, and his blood surged, and he was about to save people. Another man holding a short knife hurriedly whispered, "Be careful. I don't know what level of cultivation those 2 people have." The tall young man snorted coldly and said, "What are you afraid of? Those 2 are so young. I don't believe how high their cultivation can be. Let's save this girl directly, and see if they continue to pretend to be deaf and dumb." After that, he went forward and took out the thing stuffed in the girl's mouth, and said with a smile on his face, "Don't be afraid, girl. We will save you right away." Nandong Meiju looked at her, moved his lips, and seemed to say something. The tall young man was stunned for a moment, not hearing clearly, and quickly asked again, "Girl, what did you say?" "Get lost." Nandong Meiju gritted her teeth and whispered again, looking at him coldly. The tall young man was stunned. The other 3 people beside him were also stunned. The burly man immediately reacted and whispered, "Girl, did those 2 threaten you? Don't be afraid. We will send you home directly." The tall young man also immediately said, "Girl, don't worry. We are here. They dare not do anything to you. Come, I will help you untie the rope on your body first." As he said, he was about to reach out to help her untie it. Nandong Meiju stared again, gritted her teeth and whispered, "Get lost. I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear? Don't meddle in other people's business." The tall young man's outstretched hand froze there. The others also looked at each other in confusion, seeing that they were still not leaving. Nandong Meiju immediately lowered her voice and said angrily, "If you don't get out of here, I will whip you to death. Junior brother Yang, let's go." The burly man grabbed the tall man who was still unwilling and whispered, "I'm afraid it's someone else's family matter." The tall man took a last reluctant look and left with a puzzled look on his face. What kind of family matter could make the girl willingly tied to the horse's back? The few people entered the tea house, led the horses, gave small change, and left quickly. Not long after, several more warriors came out of the forest. When they saw the beautiful girl tied to the horse, they just walked over to ask. But the girl glared again and whispered, "Get lost." Several people. As soon as the few people left with a strange look on their faces, several more women in white tights came out of the forest. As soon as they approached, the girl tied to the horse whispered again, "Get lost." Those women had never thought of saving her, but just wanted to see out of curiosity. After hearing what she said, they all looked at her coldly, walked away quickly, and cursed in a low voice, "There is something wrong with your brain. Probably tied yourself." After a while, Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong walked out of the woods. When they saw the beautiful girl tied to the horse, they immediately stopped and looked outside the tea house. There were 2 tables of guests sitting there. One table was for Sister Dao, and the other table was for the women in white tights just now. "Brother Zhang, should we save people? Let's meet up with Sister Dao and the others first, and wait for Brother He and the others to come out." The 2 whispered, looked at the girl on the horse, and just as they were about to pass by, the girl on the horse suddenly whispered again, "Get lost." Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong? The 2 walked to Sister Dao's table and sat down. Ye Yunrong hurriedly whispered, "Sister Dao, what's the matter with the woman tied up on the horse? Did those people next to her do it?" Sister Dao glanced at someone opposite and said, "Ask him." Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong looked at Luo Qingzhou. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly said, "Brother Chu, what's going on?" Luo Qingzhou had to say, "I tied her up. She was trying to plot against me, but I caught her, so I tied her to the horse." Nandong Meiju lay on the horse's back, her cheek hidden on the other side of the horse, and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop. Ye Yunrong asked curiously, "How is Junior Brother Chu going to deal with her?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the horse and deliberately said, "I'm going to take her back and torture her, and teach her a deep and unforgettable lesson." Ye Yunrong blinked and whispered, "How is Junior Brother Chu going to torture her? That woman is so beautiful." Luo Qingzhou deliberately lowered his voice and chuckled. Nandong Meiju lay on the horse's back and squinted his eyes. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly came hurriedly behind the rocks not far away. One was a young woman, and the other was an old woman. The 2 waited in front for a long time, but did not see the princess coming over. They immediately realized that something was wrong and hurried back. Seeing their own princess tied to the horse's back, they were immediately furious. Just as they were about to rush over, Nandong Meiju immediately glared at them and pouted. The 2 stopped immediately. The old woman asked in confusion, "What is the young lady saying?" Auntie Mu said uncertainly, "It seems like she is saying get out." The old woman said, "Why do I feel like the young lady is saying come on? The young lady is tied to the horse's back. How can she tell us to get out?" Auntie Mu said, "The mouth shape of come on is not pouting. It should mean get out." At this time, Nandong Meiju glared at them again, pouted her lips again, and gave them a murderous look. "Hurry up, miss. Let's get out of here." Aunt Mu immediately took the old woman away. Fortunately, the 2 had not yet walked out from behind the huge rock, and Luo Qingzhou and others outside the tea house did not see them. Xiao Mu. Why did the young lady tie herself to the horse's back? Mammy. It was obviously tied by that boy. Damn it. How could the young lady indulge that boy to humiliate her like this? She is a princess, and she has never suffered any grievances since she was a child. Aunt Mu sighed and said, "It is estimated that if it is not like this, it will be difficult for the young lady to get close to that boy. That boy is more slippery than a loach and faster than a rabbit. Several times when the young lady saw him, he slipped away. If you don't show weakness, you probably won't even have the chance to talk to him." The old woman said angrily, "What's so good about that boy? Why is the young lady so obsessed with him? I don't understand." Aunt Mu smiled bitterly and said, "I don't understand either." The two did not go far, and waited on the roadside a mile away. The sun set quickly. Night fell. Outside the tea house, only Luo Qingzhou and his table of guests were left, along with a beautiful girl tied to a horse. "Why haven't senior brother he and the others come out yet?" Ye Yunrong said with a worried look on her face. Luo Qingzhou stood up, looked at the path not far away, and said, "I guess they encountered too many monsters, and were so excited that they forgot the time. Senior brother Zhang. Senior sister Nia. Senior sister Dao. Why don't you continue to wait here? I have to go back." Zhang Yuanshan pondered for a moment, and also stood up and said, "Let's go together if we want to go. Senior brother he has already told us that if no one has come out by dark, then we don't have to wait. There are still elderly people waiting at home. So I should go back too." Nie Yurong thought about it, and also stood up and said, "Then I will go back too. Senior brother he and the other three have such high cultivation levels. They should be fine." Sister Dao also nodded in agreement. So several people immediately went to the stable to get the horses, and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou also went to the stable to get a horse, but suddenly found that his horse was missing. So he hurriedly asked the waiter. Xiaoqi heard this, and immediately ran into the stable to check. But he couldn't find it either. He immediately said apologetically, "Sir, I'm sorry. Maybe someone got the wrong horse. Let us compensate you." Luo Qingzhou looked at someone who was still tied to the horse's back and said, "No need. It was stolen. I'll ask her to pay for it." After that, he walked over and laid her down horizontally, then turned over and rode on the horse. Sister Dao got on the horse and took a look and said, "Chu Feiyang, it's not convenient for you to run like this. Be careful that she will fall off. Let her sit up, and it will be more convenient for you to sit behind her and hold her while riding." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked down at Princess Nangong who was lying horizontally in front of him, and was surprised to find that a piece of cloth was stuffed into her mouth again. Huh? He clearly remembered that the thing in her mouth had been taken out by the passerby just now. Who stuffed it in again? After a closer look, it seemed that it was not the piece of cloth he had stuffed in before. "Junior brother Chu, let's go. It's getting late," Zhang Yuanshan urged, looking a little anxious to go home. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately stepped on the horse and walked forward, turning to look at Sister Dao and said, "Senior sister, let her sit on your horse. I am heavier. I am afraid the horse can't bear it." Sister Dao smiled and said, "It's okay. Your horse is a top-notch Lu BMW. It can carry another person." Luo Qingzhou could only whisper, "It's not very convenient." Sister Dao said, "Let her sit in your arms." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's even more inconvenient. Senior sister, help me." Sister Dao thought for a while and said, 10,000 gold coins. Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation, "Deal. I'll take it from her pocket later. Not to mention 10,000. 100,000 is no problem. Shameless. I dare not take it." Sister Dao curled her lips, slapped the horse's butt, and ran to the front. Luo Qingzhou had to reach out and take out the cloth strip from Nangong Meiji's mouth, stuffed it into her clothes, and said, "Princess, I will let you go when we get to your guards later. You stole my horse, so this horse is your compensation to me. How about it?" Nangong Meiju still kept her mouth shut, lying there, without saying a word. Luo Qingzhou tried to speed up. The horse ran. In the bumpy ride, the girl lying in front of him was up and down, about to slide down, and hurriedly said, "Asshole, untie the rope on me." Luo Qingzhou held the reins with one hand and pressed her slender waist with the other hand, afraid that she would fall down, and said, "That won't work. If I untie it, you might throw a pile of lime on my face or attack me again." Nandong Meiju said angrily. I won't. I swear. I'm uncomfortable. When Luo Qingzhou was hesitating, she said again, your cultivation is higher than mine. What are you afraid of? If I lie, I'm a puppy. Luo Qingzhou hesitated again, and then helped her untie the rope on her body, and then pressed the vital point on her slender waist, and said, don't mess around. Otherwise I won't show mercy. Nandong Meiju threw away the rope in her hand, and then suddenly climbed up, raised her long legs, and sat on the horse, facing him with chest and legs, staring at him with cold eyes. Luo Qingzhou still had one hand on her waist, and seeing this, he slightly exerted force and said, what are you doing? Nandong Meiju stared at him without saying anything. When the horse ran and bumped, her chest rose and fell. Her slender body moved up and down. Her long hair danced behind her. Her body was fragrant, and her long legs swayed and rubbed constantly, making Luo Qingzhou a little overwhelmed. He hurriedly shouted to the front, Sister Dao, wait a minute. I'll sit on your Before he finished speaking, his mouth was suddenly blocked. His eyes widened, and he couldn't say a word. Chapter 433 Go down. Click. Click. The horse was running, shaking. The scenery on both sides was rapidly retreating. Sister Dao heard the sound, looked back, was stunned for a moment, looked a few more times, and then ignored it, and continued to run in front. But soon, she couldn't help but look back again. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, sure enough, he is a liar. On the surface, he disdained others, and said that he had no interest in them. What was the result? He took advantage of others as soon as he had a chance. Even a legitimate couple is not as bold as them. The two sat face to face on the running horse. After a while, Andy Moo and the old woman came out of the woods, looked at the expression on her face, but did not dare to disturb her. Luo Qingzhou rode the horse and quickly caught up with Sister Dao. This Dalu horse is really powerful. Not only is it strong and tall, but it is also very fast, which is far from the horses rented from the horse farm. Luo Qingzhou slowed down and walked side by side with Sister Dao. Sister Dao looked at him in surprise, then glanced behind him and said, where is your princess? Didn't they just hug each other and show affection? Luo Qingzhou said. She was thrown down. That wasn't affection. It was a fight on horseback. She lost, so she withdrew? Sister Dao snorted and said, do I believe your lies? Did you see the guards and get scared? Luo Qingzhou said, that's also the reason. Sister Dao glanced at the horse under his crotch and said, did you really steal her horse? Luo Qingzhou said, she stole mine, and I stole hers. Is there anything wrong with that? Sister Dao was speechless and said, Chu Feiyang, we still need her help. If you treat her like this, aren't you afraid that she will get angry and stop helping you? Luo Qingzhou stroked the horse's soft mane and said, don't worry. It's okay. Sister Dao glanced at him and said nothing more. The four of them quickly arrived at the horse farm 10 miles outside the city. Except for Luo Qingzhou, everyone else returned the horses. Luo Qingzhou lost his horse, so he naturally didn't get the deposit back. But it wasn't too expensive for him now. Dao Jia and the other two hired a carriage for the return trip. Luo Qingzhou followed on horseback. After entering the city, it was already dark. However, the four of them still went to the martial arts hall together, ready to hand in the monsters obtained from the mission, and at the same time tell the master about Brother He. At this time, Sun Jiang was sitting in the yard, smoking a dry pipe, frowning, with a solemn expression on his face. After the four entered the door, they first took out the monsters they had captured, and then Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and said, Master, Senior Brother He, Senior Brother Feng, and Junior Sister Yen. The three of them did not come back with us. We left the mountain in the evening and waited outside the tea house until it was almost dark. But they still hadn't come out, so we came back first. It turned out that going out to do tasks has always been like this. Disciples who did not come out at the specified time did not have to wait any longer. So he was not afraid of being blamed by the master, who knew that after saying this, Sun Jiang still lowered his head and smoked his dry tobacco, and remained silent and did not speak. Zhang Yuanshan glanced at him and felt that his expression today seemed a little wrong, and immediately said nervously, Master, what's wrong with you? Sun Jiang still didn't speak, smoking in silence until the tobacco in his pipe was finished. After knocking on the stool, he looked up and looked at them and said, He Yang and the other three won't come back. When these words came out, Zhang Yuanshan was stunned at first, And then he suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. And his face changed color and said, "Master, what do you mean?" Sun Jian sighed and said, "At noon, someone from the government came to see me. It was the steward of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion who brought people. They said that the princess of the Southern Kingdom Prince met He Yang and others while hunting in the Yunwu Mountains last night. He Yang and Feng Yisong had bad intentions towards the princess. And then the three were killed by the princess and her 2 guards hiding in the dark." When these words came out, Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong were shocked and their faces turned pale. Ye Yunrong trembled and said, "He's seen your brother He, and the others were killed?" There was silence for a moment. Luo Qingzhou suddenly bowed and said, "Master, do they have any evidence?" Sun Jian glanced at him and said, "Yes. One of the guards of the county lord knows soul searching. They brought fragments of memories of He Yang and Feng Yisong. I saw that they did have bad intentions towards the county lord and were ready to take action in Black Tiger Gorge." Sister Dao's face changed slightly. Luo Qingzhou was puzzled and asked, "Master, what is soul searching? What else is in the memories of senior brother He and the others?" Sun Jian said in a deep voice, "Soul searching is a skill that can view the memories of the dead. But the person must have just died, and only some fragmented memories can be viewed. The guard may have viewed other memories, but only the memory of He Yang and Feng Yisong about to take action against the county lord was retained." At this point, he sighed. "Although this is the case, based on that memory, He Yang and Feng Yisong are indeed not worth dying for, and our Li Shao sect has nothing to say. And the master personally, I have gone to the Southern Kingdom to apologize to the prince. This matter has been reported to the sect, and the sect will send someone to apologize. Because of the carelessness of accepting disciples, the master was also fined 3 years of cultivation resources. Of course, your cultivation resources will not be less." Sun Jian finished speaking, with a frustrated look on his face, and sighed again. "In fact, I have long seen that Feng Yisong has bad intentions, but after all, I have not caught his handle. I was originally planning to send him to the sect after this year, but who knew that such a thing would happen?" Zhang Yuanshan and Ye Yunrong were shocked by the news and couldn't speak. Dao Jia also turned pale, but she was scared and nervous. Luo Qingzhou looked calm. Anyway, on the surface, he didn't have a good relationship with the 3 people, and he was not very familiar with them, so there was no need to show too much surprise. "Okay, go back. You don't have to practice for the next 3 days. Come back after you understand this matter. 3 days later, you will have a new junior brother and a new junior sister coming." Sun Jian waved his hand and sighed. The 4 of them didn't dare to say anything more, and left respectfully. After leaving the door, Zhang Yuanshan looked unhappy, and couldn't help muttering, "I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it." Luo Qingzhou led the horse and sent Sister Dao back home, and handed the Dilu horse to her to help raise it. 1 gold coin a day. Otherwise I won't feed it, and it will starve to death. Anyway, it's not my horse. Sister Dao led the horse and asked for money at the gate. Luo Qingzhou was speechless, but he didn't bargain and said, "Okay, 1 payment a month." However, based on his understanding of the princess, he estimated that the horse would be captured tomorrow. He was alert all the way, and soon returned to the Qin mansion. He took a bath in the exiled immortal residence, changed into a Confucian robe, told Xiao Dai, and went out gracefully. He went to Meixian Garden first, ready to report to the second lady that he was safe, who knew that as soon as he entered the small courtyard, he suddenly saw the window of the study open, and the second lady Qin was wearing a plain white dress, sitting at the desk writing, and next to her, the Nandong princess was standing there, just raised her head at this time, looking at him coldly. The 2 looked at each other. Luo Qingzhou paused for a moment, but still walked in. It was too late to retreat at this time. Chapter 434. Actually, I knew it a long time ago. Be calm. Be calm. Luo Qingzhou entered the house, and came to the door of the study. Xior immediately came over and squatted, gently helped him take off his shoes, and whispered, "Son-in-law, the princess is in there, and she seems to be in a bad mood. You should be careful when you speak." Luo Qingzhou nodded, and secretly said in his heart, "I am not in a good mood either. Why can I see her everywhere?" Knock. Knock. Xior knocked on the door for him and whispered, "Miss, son-in-law is here." Qin Weimo's weak voice sounded in the room, "Let son-in-law come in." Xior gently pushed open the door. Luo Qingzhou gritted his teeth and walked in. The room was filled with cigarettes. mixed with a faint smell of medicine. Miss Jean Eyre, who was dressed in a plain white dress, was putting down her pen, slowly stood up from the table, turned around and looked at him, with a smiling expression on her face. This girl was elegant and graceful, delicate and soft, like a lotus emerging from the water, or a person walking out of an ink painting. The girl next to her was wearing a purple dress, luxurious and arrogant, with a cold face, exuding a compelling aura. Luo Qingzhou was wearing a wide Confucian robe, with a tall figure, a handsome appearance, and a gentle manner. He stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Qingzhou greets the second lady, Her Highness the Princess." Nandong Meiju stared coldly at his handsome face for a few seconds, then looked at his body, and remained silent. Qin Weimel smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, we are family, so you are welcome." After a pause, he said, "Brother Qingzhou, have you just finished your studies? Weimel went to see you today and saw you studying in your room, so I didn't disturb you." Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said, "I will take part in the imperial examination after the Chinese New Year, so I have been busy studying recently. Is there anything the second lady wants to see me for?" Qin Weimel smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to listen to Brother Qingzhou's stories. But Brother Qingzhou is busy, so forget it. Studying is important, and my Qin family will rely on Brother Qingzhou to support us in the future." The two stood far away and spoke politely, one gentle and the other respectful. Looking impeccable, Nandong Meiju showed a sneer at the corner of her mouth and continued to watch their performance coldly. "Is the second miss feeling better? Did you cough again today?" "Much better. No cough today." "Did the second miss eat tonight?" "Yes." "What did you eat?" "Porridge, cooked by my mother." "Brother Qingzhou, how are you doing in your studies?" "Not bad." "Are you confident about the spring examination?" "I still need to consolidate and review. But rest assured, second miss, I will definitely work hard." The two chatted awkwardly for a while. Qin Weimel finally said, "Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiji will sleep here tonight, and we will take a shower later. If you have nothing to do, go back early." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said goodbye, then second miss, "Princess, you should rest early. I will go back first." Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Nandong Meiju, who had been watching coldly, suddenly said, "Luo Qingzhou, I have something to tell you." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "Princess, please speak." Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while, suddenly walked to the door and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back. We'll talk on the way." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard the words. He raised his head and glanced at her. When he saw her passing by, he quickly looked at Miss Jean Eyre. Qin Weimel walked to his side with a helpless expression and whispered, "Brother-in-law, it's up to you." "Brother-in-law?" Luo Qingzhou found a playful look of gloating in her eyes. Nandong Meiju walked out of the room, put on her shoes, turned around and said coldly, "What are you still hesitating about?" Luo Qingzhou had to follow him out and said, "Princess, I can go back by myself. It's dark and the road is slippery. I'm afraid that the princess will fall." Chior quickly squatted down and helped him put on his shoes. Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Don't worry. I'm a warrior and won't fall." Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at him and said, "Unless someone is below him and touches me." Luo Qingzhou complained in his heart, lowered his head, looked at Chior's delicate little hands, did not meet her gaze, nor did he answer her words. The two walked out of the door one after the other. Chior quickly handed over a lantern and whispered, "Son-in-law, don't make the princess angry." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything, took the lantern and walked in front. Squeak! The courtyard door opened. The two walked out one after the other. The moonlight was dim, and it was pitch black all around. The night wind blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and took a look. The girl behind him swayed her skirt, still staring at him coldly, without saying anything, and suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. Walking for a while, when he was about to reach the exiled immortal residence, he finally couldn't help but stop and said, "Princess, if you have anything, just tell me, as long as I can do it." Nandong Meiju continued to walk forward and said, "Let's go." Walking slowly all the way, as if taking a walk. When they arrived at the gate of the exiled immortal residence, Nandong Meiju stopped and looked at him expressionlessly and said, "Luo Qingzhou, am I beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation, "Beautiful." Nandong Meiju asked again, "How beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "She is as beautiful as a fairy. Rare in the world." Nandong Meiju sneered. "How is she compared to your eldest and second daughters?" Luo Qingzhou said. "The beauty of the princess is unmatched." "Lie." Nandong Meiju sneered. Silence for a moment. She looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "Tell me, what is your name?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said, "Luo Qingzhou." Nandong Meiju was silent for a while after hearing this, and did not say anything more. He laughed at himself and said, "Since it is Luo Qingzhou, I hope you will treat Wei Yimo well and don't hurt her. I will not pry into any of your secrets anymore." After that, he turned and left. After walking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head and said, "By the way, do you have a friend named Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, "No." Nandong Meiju smiled faintly and said, "Really? If so, tell him for me. I won't let him go. He took advantage of me so much. Don't think that nothing happened. A man, a real man, since you have seen, touched, kissed and hugged, you must give him an explanation. It's useless to run away." Luo Qingzhou, what do you think? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Did he kiss the princess?" Nandong Meiju stared at him and said, "Does it count as a kiss to eat the princess's saliva? Does it count as a kiss to press the princess on the horse and rub against her and be affectionate with her?" Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. Nandong Meiju looked at him for a while and said, "Tell him that this princess is waiting for his answer." After that, she left quickly. Luo Qingzhou froze in place for a while before entering the courtyard. Xiao Dai was embroidering flowers and singing in the room. Luo Qingzhou locked the courtyard door, entered the house, went directly into her room, and locked the door again. Xiao Dai was wearing a green dress and was sitting on the bed embroidering flowers with a pair of bare white feet. When she saw him suddenly rush in with a wrong look, she asked in confusion, "Sir, what's wrong?" Luo Qingzhou went over to close the window, stood in front of the window and tried to hold back, but still couldn't help it. Walked to the bed and said, "It's okay. The young master just missed you." The room was quiet. The red candle flickered. Xiao Dai did not speak again. Nandong Meiji was in a trance all the way back to Meixian Garden. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a snow-white fox fur, waiting for her quietly in the corridor. When she saw her come back, she looked at her gently and did not speak. Nandong Meiji lowered her head and went into the room with her. After a moment of silence in the room, she said, "Wei Yimo, I actually knew it a long time ago." Miss Jean nodded slightly and said softly, "Sister Meijiao, I know." Nandong Meiji looked at her, was silent for a while, and said, "But don't worry. I won't." "Sister Meiju." Miss Jean interrupted her and looked at her gently and said, "Wei Yimo wants to tell you something." Nandong Meiju was slightly startled when she heard it, and said, "What is it?" Outside the window, the silver moon is like a hook. There are still 5 days before the Mid-Autumn Festival. The night market outside has already opened. Exiled immortal residents. Xiao Dai brushed her teeth and washed her face in the small courtyard, washed her hands and feet, and then returned to the room to continue embroidering. Luo Qingzhou went out and went directly to Lingshan Moon Palace. In the pavilion in the back garden, he continued to tell Miss Jean, Bailing and Xia Chan the story of Guer and his aunt. It was almost dawn when he said goodbye and left. Bailing reluctantly sent him to the gate, talking endlessly and making small talk, until he hugged and kissed her a few times. She said contentedly, "Stinky son-in-law, I will never talk to you again," and then closed the door happily. After Luo Qingzhou went back, he talked to Xiao Dai for a while, and then fell asleep. He didn't have a soul tonight. The next day, the weather was clear. As soon as the sun rose, Chior came to inform, "The second lady and the princess want to go to the West Lake today. Let the son-in-law accompany them." Visiting the West Lake? Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. It was not a good place. Chapter 435 Design Master. Plum Fragrance Garden. The morning sun had just risen, and the courtyard was sunny. When Luo Qingzhou followed Chior in, Miss Jean Eyre was standing in the courtyard talking with Nandong Meiju. The sun fell on the two of them. One of them was beautiful and gentle, pure white as snow. The other was tall and beautiful, delicate as a flower. When they saw him, they both stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou stepped forward and said respectfully, "Miss Eyre, Princess." Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, I won't disturb you from studying. Will I? If you are too busy, We can go by ourselves. Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay if you don't study for a day. Nangong Meiju stood aside, looking at him with a cold face, and did not speak. The long whip around her slender waist had turned purple. Luo Qingzhou suspected that this long whip was the same long whip as before. He remembered that the long whip was very powerful. It could be long or short. Even if it was broken, it should be able to be restored. After all, it was a magic weapon. The princess was wearing a knee-length purple skirt today, and her slender legs were wrapped in purple stockings, which still looked sexy and charming. Luo Qingzhou just glanced at her casually, and she caught him. Does it look good? Nangong Meiju asked coldly. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her confusedly. Is the princess talking to me? Miss Jane Eyre was watching the fun and laughed at the side. Brother Qingzhou, were you looking at Sister Meijia's legs and feet just now? Luo Qingzhou immediately denied. No. He just took a look. Who wouldn't subconsciously take a second look at a beautiful woman standing in front of him? He didn't look at it on purpose. Nangong Meiju snorted coldly, squinted at him, and didn't say anything. Miss Jane Eyre didn't say anything more, and smiled. Brother Qingzhou, let's go. We should set off. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Miss Eyre, do you want to call Miss and Bailing to come with you? He felt that he would be safer if there were more people. At least the princess didn't dare to lead him in front of so many people. Chior said on the side, Sister, before I went to your place, I called the eldest lady. But Sister Bailing said that the eldest lady didn't want to go out. And she and Xia Chan didn't want to go out either. She also said that you should accompany the second lady and the princess well. Luo Qingzhou was a little surprised when he heard it. Did she really say that? This is not like that girl's style. Chior nodded and said, That's what Sister Bailing said. If you don't believe it, you can ask it yourself. Luo Qingzhou said, No need. It is estimated that the eldest lady really doesn't want to go. Although Bailing wants to go out to play, she must accompany the eldest lady. And Chan Chan is the same. He felt a little guilty. When I have time next time, I will take Chan Chan and Bailing out to play alone. The autumn is clear, and the weather is pleasant. It is a good time to visit West Lake. Of course, I hope I won't meet the terrible maid in green again. The three of them went out together. Chior and Zhuer followed behind with some snacks and water. Miss Jane Eyre suddenly asked, Brother Qingzhou, isn't Xiaodai going? Luo Qingzhou said, She has to make clothes at home, so she won't go. Actually, Chior had invited Xiaodai just now, but he thought that West Lake might be a little dangerous. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to take care of it if there were too many people. Besides, the girl still has to stay at home to look after the house. After all, his sun and moon mirror is still on the table absorbing sunlight. Moreover, there is another danger on this trip. He turned his head to peek at someone on Miss Jean's side, and happened to meet her cold eyes, and immediately looked away. Judging from the situation last night, it might be quite dangerous to go to West Lake today. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Miss Jean, why don't you call your second brother too? It's safer with him. Miss Jean looked at him and smiled. My second brother will go to the academy next month. He is practicing and can't be disturbed. Nangong Meiju on the side snorted coldly. Luo Qingzhou, do you look down on me? Isn't it safe with this princess here? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything. It's because you are here that it's not safe. The three of them went out and got on the carriage. There were two people driving the carriage. One was Aunt Mu, and the other was the ninth madam, who had the realm of a great martial artist. Chior and Zhuer also got on the carriage together. The carriage quickly drove out of the alley and headed towards the west of the city. Seeing the dull atmosphere in the carriage, Miss Jean too took the initiative to speak. Dad and Mom are planning to find a business recently to avoid us eating up all the money. Brother Qingzhou, do you have any good business recommendations? Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Miss Tu should ask the princess. The princess is more familiar with this place. And the prince's mansion also has many industries here. She should know a lot. I just came here. How can I know? Miss Jean too smiled and said, That's right. Then she turned to look at the girl next to her and said, Sister Meijiao, what business is better in the outer city now? Nangong Meiju pondered for a moment and said, The outer city is full of good and bad people. Even if you do some small business, it involves various forces and interests. It's better to go to the inner city. You can't live in the inner city, but you can do business in the inner city. Our family has an industry that transports tea and cloth. If you are interested, you can open a store and sell it directly. For details, I have to go back and ask the housekeeper. I don't know much about these. Qin Weimo thought for a while and said, actually, I want to open a clothing store. We have several maids at home, and they are good at making clothes. If there are enough supplies and orders, we can also recruit people. But Sister Meijiao, since your family transports cloth, you should also have a cloth shop. If we want to open a clothing store, will there be any conflicts? Nandong Meiju said, what conflicts can there be? Kyoto is so big, and there are so many cloth shops on the street, and not all of them are ours. And you need all kinds of cloth to open a store, which will increase our orders. The better your business is, the more we earn, which is beneficial to everyone. Qin Weimo smiled and said, that's right. Then I will go back and tell my father and mother that we will open a clothing store, so that they won't be bored at home. Dad will be responsible for purchasing and delivering goods, and mother will be responsible for looking after the store. Nandong Meiju thought for a while and said, it doesn't seem that simple. If you make clothes yourself, in addition to the need for people to make clothes, the most important thing is to find someone who specializes in designing clothes. If the clothes are not designed well, no one will buy them even if you use good materials and make them beautifully. Qin Weimo nodded and said, Sister Meiju is right. We do need to find an excellent tailor. At this time, Chior on the side interrupted and said, Miss, Sister Xiaoao is actually quite good at designing clothes. The outerwear, underwear, belly bands, panties, stockings and shoes she designed before are all very beautiful. Qin Weimo was surprised and said, Really? Chior was about to nod, but suddenly remembered something. She glanced at someone in the car, hesitated for a moment, and said, Miss, Xiao Dai is actually very talented. She has designed several new belly bands and stockings, all of which are all very beautiful. I think many people will like them. Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped, and he lowered his head without looking away. Qin Weimo was interested and said, Really? Xiao Dai can also design? What style is it? Tell me. Chior was a little embarrassed and looked at someone again. Qin Weimo reacted and smiled. It's okay. Your son-in-law is not an outsider. Just say it. Chior thought of the boldness of those belly bands and stockings, and was still a little shy to speak. At this time, Jur, who was sitting next to her, immediately said, Miss, I saw Chior wearing it. The belly band was very small. It could only cover her chest, and the belly under her chest was exposed, and the shape of the belly band was the same as her chest, round and bulging, with several thin strings tied in the middle, tied into a bow or flower, which could be untied at once. It felt like wearing that belly band made her chest bigger. And, Jur, stop talking. Chior blushed and pulled her clothes. Jur still said, There are also stockings. The stockings Chior took out that day were calf-length, just above the knee, and like pants, and in all colors. There were white, black, flesh-colored, red, blue, and striped ones. There were also hollow ones with lace, and there were many small holes, like fishing nets. Listening to her endless chatter, Chior was already blushing with shame and lowered her head tightly. These are the patterns drawn by Xiao Dai, and Xiao Dai has quietly told her that the patterns of these belly bands and stockings are actually. Luo Qingzhou, who was standing by, lowered his head like her, and dared not say a word. After Jur finished speaking, she proudly lifted up her skirt, revealing a part of her calf, and said, Miss, look, the socks I'm wearing now were taken from Chior. Chior immediately lowered her head to look. The eyes of other people in the carriage also looked over. Luo Qingzhou was no exception. It was a pair of white open knee-high cloth socks with blue and white stripes, wrapped around the slender calves, which was indeed a different view. Son-in-law, you are not allowed to look. Jur immediately put her skirt down again and snorted. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. Qin Weimo glanced at him, then looked at Chior, and asked, Chior, was it really designed by Xiao Dai? Chior lowered her head and said, Qin Weimo smiled slightly, turned to look at the princess beside him, and said, Sister Meijiao, please ask for us when you go back. We will open a women's clothing store. It just so happens that we have a design master, and we can start making it right after the store is open. Then make a few pieces and put them in the exhibition to see the customers' reactions. Nandong Meiju nodded and said, Okay. After a pause, she looked at Chior and said, Chior, are those clothes still there? Show me the styles when you go back, and then I'll go to other clothing stores in the inner city to see if there are any similar ones. Chior blushed and nodded. They are all there. Nandong Meiju looked at the skirt that Zhuer had torn off again, remembered the strange white socks just now, and then turned her head and looked at someone. Someone just looked very focused. She lowered her head again and looked at the purple stockings on her legs. Qin Weimo's eyes also looked at someone, with a slightly curved mouth and a half smile in his eyes. In the carriage, it was quiet again for a while. Everyone seemed to be thinking about something. Not long after, the carriage arrived at West Lake. The lakeside was bustling with people coming and going. There were 2 more pleasure boats in the lake. In one of the pleasure boats, the sound of a piano was melodious, and several women wearing light gauze and heavy makeup stood at the railing, greeting guests on the bridge and the shore in a seductive manner. Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage and just took a look when his foot was suddenly stepped on hard. Chapter 436 West Lake Boat. The West Lake is a beautiful place. The lakeside is lined with vendors and tourists are bustling. Luo Qingzhou and his companions crossed the road and went to the lakeside. They walked directly to the stone bridge, preparing to visit the stone bridge first and then take a boat trip. There were also many tourists on the stone bridge. There were groups of scholars wearing Confucian robes and holding folding fans. There were also families of all ages who were happy and laughing. There were also some young boys and girls who were shy and in love. As soon as Luo Qingzhou and his companions stepped onto the stone bridge, they heard a woman on the boat under the bridge twisting her waist and waving her hand, calling out, "Young master, come up and play for a while. Our boat is very fun. There are all kinds of girls." Luo Qingzhou did not look away and walked forward quickly to avoid being stepped on again. Miss Qin Er stopped, stood at the railing, and looked at the pleasure boat below. Nandong Meiju stopped beside her, looked down coldly, and explained, "That is the pleasure boat of the brothel. There are women who perform and sell their bodies on it. Scholars like to go to this kind of place the most. Those who are slightly talented can go there to play not only for free, but also be fought over by various women." After that, she turned her head and glanced at someone. Seeing them stop, Luo Qingzhou did not dare to move forward, so he had to stop and look at the lake in the distance. Miss Qin Er turned her head and looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, is what Sister Meiju said right?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Miss Er, I don't know either. I haven't been to that kind of place." Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "Have you never been there?" Luo Qingzhou looked calm. No. He was arrested because of something else. He had explained to Miss Er that he must not admit it at this time. Nandong Meiju said meaningfully, "The most popular poem in brothels now is the Shui Tiao Gutu that came from Maching. If the talented man who wrote Shui Tiao Gutu came to Kyoto, he should be able to play in all the brothels in Kyoto for free." Miss Qin Er said with surprise, "Really?" Nandong Meiju said, "That person's reputation in brothels everywhere is higher than that of the popular courtesan. Not only in Kyoto, but also in other places. He can play in brothels all over the country for free. Even those self-righteous courtesans in brothels are obsessed with him." "How did Sister Meiju know?" "I heard it from Shui." "How did Sister Shui know?" "I should have heard it from others." The two sang in unison, as if they were really talking about other people's things. Luo Qingzhou stood aside, looking at the lake in the distance and thinking. At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from behind. "Hey, isn't this Brother Luo?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and saw a young man wearing a Confucian robe and a Confucian cap, holding a folding fan, walking over with a look of surprise on his face. Behind him, there were 3 other elegant scholars holding folding fans. At this time, the 3 scholars looked at Miss Qin Er and Princess Nandong with burning eyes, their faces full of surprise. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then he remembered. The scholar in front of him, who called him, seemed to be called Han Jin. When he was in Mo City, this Mr. Han and several other scholars went to visit him in Qin Mansion. "Brother Luo, don't you remember me? I'm Han Jin. I went to visit Brother Luo with Brother Zhou and the others." Han Jin came closer and bowed with a smile on his face, glancing at the 2 girls beside him. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "So it's Brother Han." "Of course I remember." Han Jin smiled and said, "I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that Brother Luo also came to Kyoto. By the way, I'll introduce a few friends to Brother Luo." As he said that, he pointed to the 3 men behind him and introduced them one by one. "This is Brother Zhang Jiuyuan from Ningzhou. This is Brother Su Fang from Jiangnan. And this is Brother Shengwan Hong from Kyoto." The 3 of them bowed politely. Luo Qingzhou also bowed. Han Jin smiled again and said, "By the way, Brother Luo, There is a poetry gathering on the West Lake today. On the pleasure boat over there. Brother Luo, why don't you join us to join in the fun? Luo Qingzhou declined politely. I have something else to do today, so I won't go. Hearing this, Han Jin glanced at the two girls beside him and smiled. Brother Luo, these two are, Luo Qingzhou said briefly. My young lady. Henry was startled and asked in confusion. Your young lady? Didn't Brother Luo marry into the Qin family? These two. Luo Qingzhou didn't talk nonsense with him anymore, and bowed his hands and said, Brother Han, then you go to the poetry gathering, and I have to accompany my two young ladies to go boating. As he said that, he was ready to leave. Seeing this, the other three men became anxious and quickly blocked their way. Among them, the slightly plump young man named Su Fong smiled and said, Brother Luo, we just happened to meet today. Let's make friends. Why do we have to leave in a hurry? Just as you are going to take a cruise. Why don't you go with us to the painting boat to attend the poetry meeting? The scenery there is much better than on the boat. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his eyes and heard him secretly saying in his heart, it turns out that this kid is a son-in-law. That's much easier. Today, no matter what, we must bring these two beauties to the boat. The tall man named Shang Wanhong also bowed and smiled. Brother Luo, this is our first meeting, so you don't give me face? Although I, Shang Wanhong, am not from a powerful family, I have a little face in the literary world of Kyoto. Speaking of this, he raised his chin slightly, looked at the two girls next to him, and said lightly, my father is Ah. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou kicked him in the stomach and knocked him to the ground. The other men were immediately shocked. Brother Luo, you? Han Jin was about to speak, but Luo Qingzhou kicked him to the ground with a bang. What are you doing? We are all scholars, and gentlemen use words instead of fists. The other two men's faces suddenly changed, and they retreated while shouting angrily. Luo Qingzhou still chased after them, and kicked them one by one, knocking them to the ground. His strength was just right. The four men all lay on the ground, holding their stomachs, their faces pale, their mouths wide open, unable to speak in pain, and they couldn't curse even if they wanted to. Luo Qingzhou ignored them and turned to Miss Qin Er and said, Let's go. Let's take a boat. At this time, the servants brought by the four men all ran over from the shore not far away. The man named Shang Wanhong finally spoke and shouted angrily, Hit him. Beat him to death. Luo Qingzhou saw 7 or 8 strong servants running over, and hurriedly pulled Miss Qin Er and hid behind Nangong Meijio, saying, Princess, I rely on you. Nangong Meijio turned her head and looked at him and said, I am not feeling well today and can't move. Besides, we are all weak women. As a man, shouldn't you protect us desperately when encountering such a thing? Zhu immediately walked to the front and took out the flying knife from her waist. Son-in-law. Miss, don't be afraid. With Zhu here, they won't be able to touch you. Zhu grabbed her and said, Zhu, it will kill people. Zhu said confidently, It's okay. I'll stab them in the thigh. Zhu had to whisper, Put it away. Now is not the time for you to show off. Give the son-in-law a chance. Zhu was stunned when she heard it, and said in surprise, The son-in-law is a weak scholar. It's okay to beat scholars. But how can he beat those thugs? He will be beaten to death. Zhu still pulled her back and put away the flying knife in her hand. It's this kid. Beat him to death. The man named Su Fong also covered his stomach and shouted angrily. 7 or 8 thugs sharpened their fists and rushed over from the bridge head. Other tourists on the bridge were all panicked and avoided. Princess, call your guards quickly, Luo Qingzhou said hurriedly. Nangong Meijio looked at him coldly and said, I didn't bring any guards, Luo Qingzhou said. Aunt Mu and. He suddenly stopped talking at this point. Nangong Meijio showed a sneer in her eyes. Aunt Mu and Ninth Aunt? They are all coachmen. Weak and even weaker than you. How do you know they are my guards? Luo Qingzhou. Nangong Meijio looked at him with a sneer on her face. Luo Qingzhou. Have you seen them fight? No. No. Luo Qingzhou denied. Nangong Meijio raised his eyebrows and said, That's it. Go. For Wei Mo. Stop them. This is what you should do as a man. Miss Qin Er also said softly, Brother-in-law, Wei Mo needs your protection. Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely. Why did he feel that Miss Qin Er had been helping this Nangong princess today? Aren't the two of them a united front? Seeing the group of people rushing over ferociously, he did not dare to hesitate any longer. fearing that the second young lady would be hurt in the chaos. Just as he was about to step forward to stop them, there was a loud bang. The entire stone bridge shook suddenly. The bridge deck where the group of thugs were running suddenly broke and collapsed. Ah! The 7 or 8 thugs and the servants following behind all screamed in fear and fell into the lake below. Plop! 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 Screams continued, and water splashed everywhere. It was extremely coincidental that only that part of the bridge deck was broken, and there were no other tourists on that part of the bridge deck except for the thugs and servants. The tourists standing on both sides of the broken bridge screamed when they saw the scene, fearing that the bridge deck under their feet would suddenly collapse. Nandong Meijio and the second young lady Qin who were standing at the broken part were also startled, all pale, and hurriedly retreated. Luo Qingzhou directly picked up Miss Qin Er's delicate body to prevent the bridge deck under his feet from suddenly breaking. However, other places were still solid, without even shaking. Seeing this terrible scene, the tourists on the lakeside also screamed. The pleasure boats and cruise ships that were playing on the lake quickly rowed over to rescue the people who fell into the water and the tourists trapped on the broken bridge. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Meiju looked at the broken bridge in front of him, with a look of shock and suspicion on his face, and suddenly turned his head to look at him and said, "What's going on? Even a warrior at the martial arts master level can't just break the solid stone bridge with a casual kick. Right? At most, it's just a pit. Could this guy?" Seeing her staring at him with burning eyes, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said innocently, "How should I know? The princess won't suspect that I broke it. Right?" Miss Qin also looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, what a coincidence. It happened that they fell down. You don't have to risk your life." Luo Qingzhou. Jiur also looked at him and said, "Son-in-law, you are too lucky." Jiur also looked at him suspiciously. At this time, the 4 men who were kicked to the ground by Luo Qingzhou all climbed up with pale faces, hurriedly climbed to the railing, waved to the pleasure boats and small boats below, and shouted for help in fear. The tourists trapped on the broken bridge all shouted loudly at the railing, because no one knows whether the stone bridge under their feet will break again. In addition to those few pleasure boats, many cruise ships also rowed over to take the opportunity to make money. Many cruise ships threw ropes upwards, let the people on the bridge tie to the railings, and then hang down along the ropes. "Brother Qingzhou, what should we do?" Miss Qin asked softly, looking at the cruise ship below. She was not afraid or anxious, because she knew that her brother Qingzhou would definitely not let her get into trouble. Luo Qingzhou looked at the broken bridge again and said, "We can only slide down along the rope. This bridge will definitely not be connected for a while. Don't be afraid, miss. I will hold you down later." Jiur hurriedly said, "Son-in-law, what should we do then? She only knows how to throw a knife, but not other things. The bridge is still quite high from the bottom." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Don't be afraid. Just hold onto the rope and slide down slowly. It doesn't matter if you fall into the water. There is a boat below to save you." Then he said to Jiur, "Jiur, don't worry. I will hold you down later." Jiur said, holding back her smile. "Thank you, son-in-law." Luo Qingzhou lay on the railing and looked down at the boat. Miss Qin whispered beside her, "Brother Qingzhou, have you forgotten Sister Meijio? She is not feeling well and can't go down alone." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou glanced at her side and whispered, "Miss Air, men and women should not be intimate. I can't hold her. Let Aunt Mu rent a boat to pick her up." Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to see it and lowered his head to continue looking at the boat below. A tall and beautifully decorated pleasure boat slowly approached, and the women on it, wearing light gauze and dressed in fancy clothes, waved their handkerchiefs and shouted in a tender voice, "Gentlemen upstairs, we are here to pick you up." Luo Qingzhou took a look and said, "Second miss, the pleasure boat is quite high. We can go directly to the second floor. Or," before he finished speaking, second Miss Qin, Nandong Meiju beside him, as well as Chior and Jiur all looked at him meaningfully. Luo Qingzhou continued, "But it must be expensive. Let's take a small boat." Shwa! A rope was thrown up and flew towards him. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously reached out and caught it. Looking down, a black sailed boat stopped below, and a girl in green holding a bamboo pole stood at the bow. The girl looked ordinary, with a slender figure, a pair of bare white jade feet. One of the ankles was tied with a red rope, and there seemed to be a bell hanging on the red rope. "Sir, 1 tael of silver per person. Do you want to come down?" The girl in green on the boat raised her head and shouted in a crisp voice. Luo Qingzhou took a look at her slender feet, silently tied the rope to the railing, then turned around and said, "Second miss. I'll carry you down." "Second miss," Qin said, "Brother Qingzhou. It's so expensive." Nandong Meijia on the side sneered, "Wei mo. For some people with foot fetishes, they are willing to pay no matter how expensive it is." Luo Qingzhou said, Chapter 437. Isn't it normal for scholars to have some strength? Second miss. Don't be afraid. Hold me tight. Brother Qingzhou. Hold Wei mo tight too. Second miss too tight. Relax a little. Oh! Luo Qingzhou hugged second miss Qin, followed the rope, and slowly slid down from the bridge. Second miss Qin hugged his neck tightly, buried her cheek in his chest, her body soft, her face pale, and she didn't dare to look down. After a while, the two landed on the boat below. Second miss. It's okay. You can get down. Brother Qingzhou. Wei mo has no strength. Hold me again. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, and continued to hold her delicate and fragrant body gently. The girl in green stood at the bow with a bamboo pole in her hand, quietly watching his back. Nandong Meiju stood on the bridge, looked down, picked up Chior next to her, grabbed the rope, and slid down quickly, landing steadily on the boat. Shuer was alone on the bridge, lying on the railing, looking pitifully at the people on the boat. Luo Qingzhou looked up and shouted, "Zhu, don't be afraid. Grab the rope and slide down, and the uncle will catch you below." Zhuer whimpered and said loudly, "Uncle, I dare not. Come up and hold me. I will never be mean to you again." Woo woo. Miss Qin Er loosened her arms and smiled. "Brother Qingzhou, go and pick up Zhuer." Luo Qingzhou was about to agree, but Nandong Meiju suddenly grabbed the rope. Wushan rushed up, then hugged Zhuer at the railing, and actually let go of the rope in his hand and floated down. Bang! She landed steadily on the bow. The whole boat shook slightly. Luo Qingzhou flattered him. The princess is very skilled, as graceful as a fairy, handsome and cool. Nandong Meiju let go of Zhuer and looked at him and said, "Are you talking about the skirt?" Luo Qingzhou? Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and said, "My skirt is flying up. Isn't it beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "I didn't look inside. The princess was wearing stockings inside. I didn't see anything. I swear." Everyone. The boat fell into a brief silence. Bang! Luo Qingzhou covered his eyes and squatted on the ground. Disgusting. Nandong Meiju put away his fist and went into the cabin. Humph! The son-in-law is so dishonest. Zhuer also snorted coldly. Luo Qingzhou raised his head, glanced at her with one eye, and then said to Miss Qin Er beside him, "Miss Er, let Zhuer go to be my maid. Tonight?" Zhuer. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "Okay. Anyway, Zhuer and Chior will belong to Brother Qingzhou in the future." Miss. Zhuer panicked and begged again, "Master, I was wrong. I will never talk too much again." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What if I talk too much in the future?" Zhuer covered her mouth and said, "If you talk too much again, Master will stuff my mouth with something and stuff my throat so that I can't speak anymore." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and was silent for a while, then said, "Okay." At this time, the girl in green standing at the bow of the boat reached into the water with the bamboo pole in her hand and said crisply, "Dear guests, go in and sit down. The boat is about to start." Luo Qingzhou stood up, helped Miss Qin Er, entered the cabin, sat down opposite someone, and then closed his eyes to rest. Nandong Meiju looked at him coldly and asked, "Why did you suddenly hit someone?" Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, "They were disrespectful to the princess." Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and said, "How did they disrespect me? They didn't even talk to me." Luo Qingzhou said, "Their eyes are obscene, and they keep peeking at the princess. They must have ulterior motives towards the princess." Nandong Meiju said lightly, "Maybe it's because this princess is so beautiful that they can't help but look at her a few more times? Is looking a few times called having ulterior motives? That's right. The princess is walking on the road, and so many people are peeping at her. Shouldn't they all be beaten?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, "They blocked our way and wouldn't let us go, and they tried their best to invite us to the pleasure boat. Obviously they have another conspiracy." Nandong Meiju said coldly, "Maybe they are just hospitable and just want to make friends with you." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and couldn't help but said, "Princess, which side are you on?" Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, "Which side is right? The princess is on that side." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Nandong Meiju stared at him for a while. Then asked, Luo Qingzhou, aren't you a weak scholar? How did you kick all 4 people to the ground one by one? Where do you get so much strength? Luo Qingzhou said calmly, my second brother once taught me the boxing method for physical exercise. I often practice, so I have more strength. Nandong Meiju showed a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. Oh? Really? Then you just came down with Wei Mo and grabbed the rope with one hand. Which is not something that ordinary people can do. Luo Qingzhou met her eyes and said, Princess, do you think I am an ordinary person? I am Luo Jieyuan, the first place in the imperial examination in Mo City. And even the eldest princess respects me as a teacher, who stipulates that scholars must be weak. Scholars often grind ink and hold books. Isn't it normal to have some strength? Shuer on the side couldn't help saying, son-in-law, I remember that it was always the young lady, Xiao Dai, and Shuer who helped you grind ink. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, turned to look at her and said, Zhu, remember not to eat spicy food when you go back tonight. Shuer was stunned for a moment and said, why? Luo Qingzhou said, no reason. Just don't eat it. It's better not to eat. Then the uncle will give you something good to eat. Shuer was immediately happy and said, really? Uncle? What good thing? Is it a candied haws or candy? Luo Qingzhou said expressionlessly, you will know when you go back. Shuer nodded quickly and said, yeah. Then he asked again, is there any for Shuer? Luo Qingzhou said, no. She is not qualified to eat. Shuer frowned and said, then uncle, can you give half of the one given to me to Shuer? Shuer blushed and said, Zhu, I won't eat it. You can eat it alone. Luo Qingzhou looked at her coldly and said, she will have it in the future. You eat it first tonight. Shuer said happily, yeah. Thank you, uncle. Shuer stroked her forehead and lowered her head. Luo Qingzhou was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks when Miss Qin, who was sitting next to him, gently scratched his palm with her fingers, bit her pink lips, looked at him with her charming eyes, and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo also wants to eat. Nandong Meiju, who was sitting opposite him, didn't understand what he said, but she was very keen to feel that something was wrong with what he said, and said coldly, what good stuff? Take it out for me to see. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, the princess is a noble. She won't eat those dirty things, so you don't have to look at them. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said, I want to see it. Will you take it out? Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt that his feet under the table were stepped on by a foot. So he had to say, Princess, it's another kind of candied haws. Fruit candied haws. There are bananas, oranges, kiwis. There are hawthorns, apples, plums, etc. Nandong Meiju looked at him suspiciously and said, really? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, yes. Nandong Meiju immediately said, then I want to eat it too. You can make it when I go back tonight. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and had to say, okay. If the princess doesn't mind, I will make more. Brother Qingzhou. At this time, Miss Qin Er next to him suddenly frowned slightly and said, did you tell the boatman where we are going? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and turned his head to look. The girl in green standing at the bow was paddling the boat towards the lotus bush not far away. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up, walked out of the boat awning, came to the girl in green, stared at her, and asked, girl, we didn't seem to say we were going to the lotus bushes, right? The girl in green smiled brightly, with bright eyes and white teeth, and said in a crisp voice, sir, it's so early. You come to West Lake to play. Don't you go to the lotus bushes? It's so beautiful there. Almost every tourist who comes here will take a boat to play. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while, turned his head and said, second miss, princess, do you want to go to the lotus bushes? They were indeed planning to take a boat to play in the lotus bushes before. But now the stone bridge suddenly collapsed, and he didn't know what dangers would happen here. So he didn't want to go. After all, they were in the water, not on the shore. If there was danger, they couldn't escape at all. Even if he was good at swimming, he could only save one person at most. Nandong Meiju said, go. Miss Qin Er also said, Brother Qingzhou, it's so early now. I'd better go play for a while. Wei Mo hasn't come out to play for a long time. Luo Qingzhou looked at the green-clothed girl in front of him again, nodded and said, then go to the lotus bushes. Row slowly. Don't be in a hurry. Safety is the most important. After saying that, he looked at her bare white jade feet under her skirt again, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly asked again, by the way, little girl, Do you often row the boat here? Where are your family members? The green-clothed girl said crisply. My father often rows the boat here. But he is not feeling well today. So I did it for him. Don't worry. Sir, I am also very skilled. My father has taught me since I was a child. And nothing will happen. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou lowered his head again, glanced at her slender feet under her skirt and the red rope bell on her ankle, nodded, said nothing more, and turned into the boat awning. As soon as they entered, Nandong Meiju sneered. You're drooling? Don't you want to lie down and lick it? Luo Qingzhou sat down next to Miss Qin Er, turned his head, and looked at the snow-white feet of the girl in green at the bow, and said, Princess, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little weird. If she often paddles here, her feet exposed outside can't be that white. Nandong Meiju sneered. Maybe someone saw at a glance that someone has a foot fetish. So today he deliberately exposed himself to seduce someone. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Why did she seduce me? After saying this, several people looked at him. Zhuer on the side couldn't help but said again, Son-in-law. The princess said that someone has a foot fetish. But didn't say you. Why did you admit it directly? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and changed the subject. Second miss. Princess, I think we should not go to the lotus bush. The stone bridge just broke too strangely. I think it may not be safe here. He turned his head and looked at the broken stone bridge, and then looked at the attic at the end of the bridge in the middle of the lake. The tourists who were playing in the attic also came out and boarded the boat to escape. He looked at the top of the attic again. I haven't seen Sister Yu for a few nights. I don't know if she came here again these few nights. Miss Qin Er said softly, Wei-mo, listen to Brother Qingzhou. If Brother Qingzhou feels unsafe, we won't play. We can go somewhere else to play. Or go shopping. Nandong Meiju glanced at the broken bridge outside and the still panicked crowd, frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, Then go back. There is a cold wind on the lake, and you can go shopping. Luo Qingzhou nodded and shouted to the bow outside, Girl, turn around and take us back to the shore. The girl in green stood at the bow, as if she didn't hear his shouting, and still paddled the boat towards the lotus bushes. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and suddenly stood up. Chapter 438 Monsters' Covetousness. The sun was shining and the breeze was gentle. The girl in green stood at the bow of the boat with a pair of white jade feet with bells on them, holding a bamboo pole, her black hair flying, her sleeves fluttering, looking very elegant. The look on Luo Qingzhou's face became more and more solemn. Princess, help me keep an eye on the second young lady. He gave a warning, walked out of the boat awning, came to the bow, stood behind the girl in green, and said nothing more. The boat broke through the water and came to the lotus bushes. The green waves were rippling. The green lotus rose and fell, and the girl's shadow was reflected in the lake, curling and hazy, and it was not clear. In the boat awning, Nandong Meiju narrowed her eyes and took out her whip. Hey, young master, why are you standing behind me? Is there something wrong? When the boat entered the lotus bushes, the girl in green turned around, as if she had just discovered someone standing behind her, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Luo Qingzhou stared into her eyes and said, Girl, we want to return to the shore. Not here. The girl was stunned for a moment and said, Didn't you just say you wanted to come here? You also told me to row slowly and not to rush. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes, stunned, and secretly thought, Didn't she really hear what I said in the cabin just now? After a pause, he said, Don't play anymore. Let's go back to the shore. The girl looked at him strangely, but didn't say anything more. She stretched out the bamboo pole in her hand and reached into the water. The boat began to turn around and row. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, but didn't find anything unusual. So he returned to the cabin. She didn't seem to hear it just now. Sitting down next to Miss Qin Er, he explained. At this moment, he suddenly heard a strange sound from under the table, and he looked down quickly. Who knew that as soon as he lowered his head, a foot suddenly stretched out from under the table and kicked him in the face. At the same time, Nandong Meiju's angry shout came, Luo Qingzhou, what are you looking at? Luo Qingzhou grabbed her foot and continued to stick his head under the table, staring at it. Damn hooligan. Let go of my foot. Don't lick it. Nandong Meiju struggled and pulled out the whip from his waist. Luo Qingzhou suddenly raised his head and said, The boat is leaking. Who knew that as soon as these words came out, the whole table suddenly collapsed with a click. A big hole suddenly broke in the cabin. Wow! The lake water instantly surged up from the hole. The faces of several people changed drastically. Luo Qingzhou picked up Miss Qin Air next to him and rushed out of the cabin. At this time, Qin Weimel pointed to the bow and said, "Brother Qingzhou, the girl who was rowing the boat is gone." Luo Qingzhou was startled and looked at the bow. The bow was empty. The woman in green had disappeared, and only a long bamboo pole was left lying there. He immediately carried Miss Qin Air, ran to the bow, and looked down at the lake below. Wow! A wave suddenly flew over. He hurriedly held Miss Qin Air and retreated, avoiding the flying wave. But he just saw clearly that a huge black shadow flashed under the boat. The lake water quickly poured in from the big hole in the middle of the boat, and the whole boat began to shake and tilt. Zhuer and Chior were both frightened. Luo Qingzhou held Miss Qin too horizontally in his arms, looked around, and saw that the nearest boat was more than 20 meters away. His heart tightened immediately. If they fell into the water, wouldn't they be swallowed by the huge monster at the bottom of the water? At this moment, Nandong Meiju suddenly shouted to the boat not far away, "Ninth ant!" Swoosh! An old figure suddenly rushed out of the boat and landed lightly on the lake. Then he stepped on the water, and his figure flew, and he rushed here quickly, looking at the speed. It was like a horse running on land. In a blink of an eye, the old Nani had stepped on the water and ran to the nearby place. Then she grabbed the stern of the boat and said, "Miss, stand still." Wow! The boat, which was half filled with lake water, and the few people on the boat were lifted up by her with one hand. And then she turned around and continued to walk briskly on the lake, running towards the boat not far away. The tourists on other boats around all cried out in shock when they saw this scene. An old woman with gray hair actually held a small boat in one hand and ran quickly on the lake. In a blink of an eye, the old woman had already held the boat and ran to the front of another small boat. The boatman on the boat had already been frightened and froze at the bow, staring with his eyes and mouth open, unable to speak. Wow! The old woman gently placed the small boat in her hand next to this small boat. Nandong Meijiao grabbed Chior and Zhuer in each hand, and jumped lightly onto another small boat. Luo Qingzhou also jumped up with Miss Qin Air in her arms. The old woman glanced at him, and slapped the leaking boat with a slap. The boat suddenly clicked and broke into pieces, quickly sinking to the bottom of the lake. Luo Qingzhou shuddered and was secretly shocked. The difference between a great martial artist and a martial artist was only one realm. But the strength was so terrifying. The old lady retracted her gaze from him, stood at the bow, looked at the broken cabin. Her eyes flashed, and her expression became solemn. She lowered her head again and looked at the lake below. The lake was deep, and no other abnormalities could be seen. Luo Qingzhou held Miss Qin Air, entered the cabin, put her on the chair, and asked with concern, "Miss Air, are you okay?" Qin Weimo's face turned slightly pale, and he shook his head and said, "It's okay. Brother Qingzhou, is there something wrong with the girl who rowed the boat?" Luo Qingzhou nodded, his expression solemn. Nandong Meiji walked in, sat down opposite, looked at him and said, "How do you know there is a leak below?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I heard the sound." Nandong Meiji looked at him with burning eyes and said, "Why didn't I hear it?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "I have sharp ears since I was a child. As a scholar, I have sharp ears and sharp eyes. Is there any problem with this?" Nandong Meiji snorted coldly, stared at him coldly, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou also looked at her and said, "Why did you misunderstand me like that just now? Do you think I would lick your feet in public?" Nandong Meiji stood up, walked out, and shouted coldly to the boatman at the bow, "Why are you still standing there? Row back to the shore." After saying that, she stood at the bow with her hands behind her back, her dress fluttering, looking at the lake in the distance in thought. Her feet wrapped in purple stockings moved unconsciously, and two light blushes quietly appeared on her beautiful cheeks. In the cabin, Miss Qin Air said somewhat reproachfully, "Brother Qingzhou, don't talk to Sister Meiji like that." Luo Qingzhou said aggrievedly, "Miss Air, you also saw it today. She has been targeting me. From the way here to just now, she has been sneering at me and slandering me for having a foot fetish. I just like girls' feet normally, just like many people like girls' hands and eyes. How can this be called a foot fetish? Isn't this a normal preference? And she just misunderstood that I wanted to lick her feet. She didn't even take off her shoes just now. Am I so hungry?" Brother Qingzhou. Miss Qin Air interrupted him and whispered, "Sister Meijia's feet are very beautiful. I took a bath with her last night. Let me take a look. It's more beautiful than the feet of the girl who just rowed the boat." Luo Qingzhou said. Really? Miss Jean Eyre nodded and whispered, Brother Qingzhou. When we go back, I will show you the micro-ink painting. Okay? Luo Qingzhou was about to nod, but suddenly turned his head to look. Nangong Meiju stood silently behind him, looking at him coldly. Second miss, I'm not interested at all. Don't try to frame me. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously. Second Miss Jean suppressed her smile and said, Oh! The boat turned around and rowed towards the shore. When they were almost at the shore, Ninth Madam entered the cabin and said solemnly, Miss, the bottom of your boat just now seemed to be bitten to pieces by something. I'm afraid there is something strange at the bottom of this lake. Don't come here in the future. Nangong Meiju frowned and thought for a while, then said suspiciously, If there was something wrong with the person rowing the boat just now, she didn't have to wait for the boat to sink before she took action? She had enough time to take action before you left. Ninth Madam said with a puzzled look on her face. I am also very surprised. Miss Jean Eyre said softly, Sister Meijiao, that girl did have many opportunities to take action. Since she could damage the bottom of the boat silently, she could definitely sink us directly to the bottom of the lake. I think she might just want to scare us. Scare? Bluff us? Nangong Meiju was stunned when she heard this, and asked, Why? Shuer said on the side, Miss, it seems that we have met her for the first time today. Have we offended her? Miss Jean Eyre frowned slightly and said, I don't know, but she doesn't seem to want to hurt us. After a pause, she suddenly looked at Luo Qingzhou beside her and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, have you seen her before? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, No. Nangong Meiju snorted coldly and said, Maybe someone was rude in front of me before, staring at my feet all the time, and annoyed me. So I took action. Qin Weimo heard this and said, It is indeed possible. The eyes of several people suddenly looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but said angrily, Why are you looking at me? I don't admit that I am someone. I just suspected her before. So I looked at her a few more times, and didn't stare at her all the time. Several people turned their eyes away again. Miss Jean Eyre asked in a low voice, Sister Meijiao, is that girl a warrior? Or, Ninth Auntie beside her suddenly said, If she is not a warrior, she should be a monster. I just smelled a trace of monster on that broken boat. As soon as these words came out, the faces of several people changed. Miss Jean Eyre asked in confusion, Madam, how could there be monsters in Kyoto? Madame Gio said, I am just guessing. I can't be sure. At this time, the boat had already docked. Let's go. Go ashore. Several people didn't dare to stay on the boat for long, and immediately went ashore. After such a thing happened, they were no longer in the mood to go shopping. Several people got on the carriage and went straight home. After Luo Qingzhou went back, he immediately returned to the exiled immortal residence, closed the courtyard door, and then hung a sign on the courtyard door, reading, Do not disturb. After talking to Xiao Dai in the house for a while, he returned to the room, read a book for a while, took out the Jianwu stone from the storage bag, and checked the recent data. The data is still growing, although there has been little practice during this period. The potion and spiritual liquid have not stopped. Miss Eyre no longer needs the spiritual liquid condensed by the sun and moon treasure mirror, so he accumulated some more. He looked into the storage ring and saw the two little rabbits and the little fox inside. All three animals were still alive and well. As for the tree root buried in the herb garden, he watered it every day, but there was still no reaction. He dug the tree root out of the soil and observed it carefully. Compared with before, there was almost no change. It seemed that there was really no life. He no longer had any hope. Threw the tree root back into the storage ring, and looked at the sun and moon mirror on the table in front of the window. A blue spiritual liquid had condensed on the mirror surface of the mirror. He suddenly had an idea. Hesitated for a moment. Went over to collect the spiritual liquid with a porcelain bottle, and then put it in the storage ring. He used his mind to plant the tree root in the herb garden again. Then pulled out the cork and poured 2 drops of spiritual liquid. Let's try again. If the spiritual liquid still can't save it, then you can just throw it away. He had a little meal at noon. In the afternoon, he hid in the room to practice internal skills. The sun soon fell from the sky to the west mountain. Night fell. Zhuer couldn't wait to come to the exiled immortal residence, wanting to ask him for delicious food, but found that the gate was closed and a sign reading, Do not disturb was hung on it. She didn't dare to disturb him and left with a pout. Madame had said long ago that no one could disturb the son-in-law when he was reading. when she returned to Meixiang Garden. She said aggrievedly, "Miss Princess Chior, the son-in-law is lying. The gate is closed, and the son-in-law is reading in the room. He has completely forgotten what he said to others today." Chior suppressed a smile and said, "It's okay. The son-in-law is busy today. You can wait until next time." After dark, the lively West Lake suddenly fell into silence. A full moon rose in the sky, and the bright moonlight fell on the lake. The lake was wrinkled by the wind and sparkled. I don't know how long it took. On the attic in the center of the lake, there was suddenly a strange figure. A girl in a black dress and bare white feet was standing there silently. There was a bright red mark on her forehead, and a red string was tied to her slender feet, with a bell hanging on it. She stood there for a long time, looking towards the city, and suddenly snorted coldly, muttering to herself, "She probably doesn't know that the boy has been fooling around with so many women behind her back. Right? Today I helped her teach those vixens who were pestering that boy a lesson. She should be very grateful to me. Right? Humph. That boy is really good at playing around. There are all kinds of women around him, and they are all pretty good looking. That boy has an extraordinary background, and his future achievements are probably immeasurable. And he seems to be a body of thunder spirit. If so, then my thunder tribulation in the future. However, I try to seduce him and try to mate with him a few times first. Maybe the thunder tribulation that almost beat me to ashes last time can be passed in an instant. But if she knows, will she beat me to death? Humph. Judging from the situation, she seems to have not mated with that boy yet. I don't know if that boy looks down on her or she is too embarrassed to ask for it. If that boy is really a thunder spirit body, how could she let him go easily? I'm afraid she is playing hard to get, so that the boy will slowly sink into her conspiracy vortex and be unable to extricate himself. Humph. The brave will die of fullness, and the timid will die of starvation. In order to survive the thunder tribulation, I will try even if I risk my life." After taking a bath, Luo Qingzhou went to Lingshan Moon Palace. In the pavilion in the back garden, a beautiful girl in a snow-white dress was bathing in the white moonlight, sitting in front of a stone table, quietly looking at the Dian etiquette in her hand. Chapter 439 by Ling's Medicine. Knock. 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 The courtyard door was not closed, but Luo Qingzhou still raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bailing came out of the flower bed next to her, holding a vase in her arms, with a few fresh flowers with dewdrops in it. She looked at him in surprise and said, "Why did you come so early tonight? Sir? Didn't you go out to play? I thought you wouldn't come tonight." Luo Qingzhou said, "It was boring outside, and he came back at noon." Bailing asked curiously, "Is West Lake boring? It shouldn't be boring with the second young lady here." Luo Qingzhou didn't answer, and asked, "Did Chior come to see you today? Why didn't you go?" Bailing sighed and said, "Chior came, but the young lady didn't want to go. So Chan Chan and I didn't want to go either. We have to stay at home with the young lady." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Is the eldest young lady still in the back garden?" Bailing nodded and said, "Yes, Chan Chan is here too." After that, she immediately put the vase on the windowsill and said happily, "Sir, will Guar and Aunt be together tonight?" Luo Qingzhou said, "They have always been together." Bailing was slightly startled when she heard this, and her face was full of confusion. Luo Qingzhou walked to the back garden, and when he came to her side, he stretched out his hand to rub her head and said, "Their hearts have always been together." Bai Ling was stunned, touched her head, followed him and said, "Uncle, why are you rubbing someone's head?" Luo Qingzhou said, "My hands are itchy." Bai Ling snorted and muttered, "Uncle loves to bully others. If you have the ability, go and bully Chan Chan and the young lady." Luo Qingzhou said, "They are not annoying. Why do you want to bully them?" When Bai Ling heard this, she pouted. She said angrily, "Uncle, how can I be annoying? I'm so cute." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "By the way, Bai Ling, let me ask you something." Bai Ling twisted her body and pouted, "Huh? I don't know." Luo Qingzhou stopped and looked at her and said, "Can you make medicine?" Bai Ling paused, turned around and looked at him, looking confused and said, "What medicine? Uncle, I only know how to pick and boil medicine. When Chan Chan was sick, I went out to pick the medicine, come back to help her boil." Luo Qingzhou looked at her eyes. "When I used to go to your room, I can always smell all kinds of floral fragrance, and often see you picking flowers and plants. I still see the pot in your room. It smelled Luo Qing stared at her for a while. Didn't ask more. Said, okay. Not even. I will go to the pharmacy. Lost Luo Qingzhou's mouth was pumped. And she stopped and looked at her. Do you think you need a drug? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but sneer. My son-in-law only needs to move his mouth, and you will be knocked out. Do you still need to waste the drugs? Bailing immediately said angrily, I won't. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist and blocked her mouth. The moonlight was like water. And the night was quiet. In the corridor, a girl in a pink dress, as pink as a flower, raised her beautiful face, closed her eyes. Her eyelashes trembled, and her body softly pressed against someone's arms. A few minutes later, Luo Qingzhou released her little mouth, hugged her soft and weak body and said, Look, isn't she fainted? Bai Ling was soft all over. Her little face was flushed. Her eyes were blurred. But her little mouth still said stubbornly, No, no. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Take your hand away. Bai Ling was in a trance for a while, then took her little hand away from his waist, pouted and said, Stinky son-in-law. You are timid to me again, I will tell Chan Chan. Pa! Luo Qingzhou slapped her perky buttocks again and said, The other hand. Oh! Bai Ling took the other little hand out of his clothes on his chest. Is there any drug? Luo Qingzhou asked again. Bai Ling was silent for a while, and then asked, Sir, you should tell me first. Who do you want to charm? Is it someone from our house? Is it a man or a woman? Luo Qingzhou said, Enemy. After a pause, he explained, Today, I went out with the second lady and the princess, and met some bad guys. You know, I am a scholar. A weak scholar. And I am powerless. Speaking of this, Bai Ling interrupted with a faint look, but when you were trembling just now, you were very strong. I struggled hard and couldn't get away. Luo Qingzhou said, I said I was powerless. Not my mouth. Scholars use their mouths instead of their hands. And their mouths are more powerful. Isn't this very normal and reasonable? Bai Ling. Luo Qingzhou continued, Today we met those bad guys who wanted to bully the second lady and the princess. As a man, I should stand up to protect the second lady and the princess. The young lady and the princess. But I am a weak scholar, and I don't have the strength to fight with those bad guys. So I thought, if I had a hidden weapon, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. The princess once taught me the technique of spreading lime. I thought about it carefully. Lime alone is definitely useless. If I add some powdered drugs to the lime powder, it should be very effective for some bad guys who are not guilty of death. So, Bai Ling, do you have this kind of medicine? Bai Ling was about to nod, but immediately shook her head and said, No. Why do I need drugs? I'm not going out. And I'm not doing bad things. Luo Qingzhou hugged her slender waist again, looked at her gently and said, Bai Ling, my uncle wants to be a real man and wants to protect you. If you have it, give it to me, and I won't tell others. Bai Ling paused and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, kissed her forehead, kissed her cheeks, and then kissed her mouth, and then asked again in a gentle tone, Did you? Bai Ling's cheeks were flushed, and she looked at him with her watery eyes, stunned, and said in a trembling voice, Son-in-law, I really didn't. Luo Qingzhou picked her up and went into the house, then went into her room and closed the door. Bai Ling said shyly, Uncle? No. I don't want. Luo Qingzhou put her on the table and said, Take out the medicine. Bai Ling's body softened, and she sat on the chair next to her. After a while, she opened the drawer, then looked at him with watery eyes and said in a tender voice, Uncle, what effect do you want? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it. Walked closer, looked into the drawer and said, Are there many kinds of drugs? Bai Ling nodded and said, Well, there are drugs that can knock people out directly. Some that make people weak but can see with their eyes and hear with their ears. Some that make people weak all over, but can't see with their eyes, but can hear with their ears. Some that make people see and hear clearly, but still have strength. Some that make people have hallucinations and desires, and their whole body. At this point, she suddenly stopped talking. Luo Qingzhou stared at her with burning eyes, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. The room suddenly fell into silence. After a long silence, Bai Ling said weakly, And Uncle, I lied to you. I don't have no drugs here. As she said that, she quietly pushed the drawer in again. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and said, Give me a few bags of drugs that make people feel weak all over, which the eyes can't see but the ears can hear. Bring me a few more bags of drugs that can make people hallucinate and desire can directly make people faint. And give me a bag. After a pause, he said, that's all for now. Bai Ling didn't dare to say more. Lowered her head, opened the drawer, and took out a bag for him, saying weakly, Uncle, there is only one bag of each for now. I will refine it for you tomorrow. No, I will buy it for you. Luo Qingzhou looked at her deeply, took the drugs, and saw that the effects of each bag were marked on it. So he put it away. Bai Ling quickly closed the drawer, stood up, and said flatteringly, Son-in-law, let's go to the back quickly. Chan Chan and the young lady may be waiting anxiously. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the drawer she had just closed, thought for a while, and said, Bai Ling, you can refine, can you buy poison? Bai Ling was stunned for a moment. Poison? How poisonous do you want? Son-in-law? Luo Qingzhou said, colorless and tasteless. It can directly poison people to death. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, shook her head and said, Son-in-law, this kind of medicine cannot be bought outside. I can't buy it. I can only buy drugs. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a few more times, then nodded, without asking any more questions, turned and walked towards the door. Bai Ling lowered her head and followed behind, like a child who had done something wrong, feeling guilty and uneasy. The two came to the back garden. Miss Qin was still sitting in the pavilion in a snow-white dress, reading a book quietly. Xia Chan was dancing with a sword silently in the moonlight not far away. The night wind blew, and the fallen leaves fluttered. Luo Qingzhou looked at her thin and cold figure, and her still green face, and his mind unconsciously recalled the first night. Stunned for a moment, he looked at the flawless white figure in the pavilion again. Now thinking about it, it all seemed like a dream. Chapter 440 Marriage. Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou walked into the pavilion, bowed and greeted, without looking sideways. His attitude was the same as before, respectful and distant. Qin Jinjiao raised her head and looked at him quietly. After a moment, she nodded slightly, her flawless face still as cold as snow. The garden became quiet. Xia Chan put away her sword and stopped where she was. There was only the sound of the wind blowing. Luo Qingzhou had to find a topic first. What book is Miss reading? Qin Jinjiao paused after hearing this, and said lightly, The Great Yin Etiquette. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the book in her hand, said oh, and didn't know what to say. Qin Jinjiao was silent for a while, looked up at him and said, Have you read it? Luo Qingzhou nodded. I read it roughly, because I don't need to take the imperial examination. I didn't read it seriously. Qin Jinjiao also said oh, and didn't say anything else. Bai Ling, who was standing outside the pavilion, moved her lips, tried to hold back, but still couldn't help saying, Son-in-law, since you are a scholar, I think you should read every book carefully several times. Although it won't be tested in the imperial examination, it is the etiquette of our country after all, and it will always be used. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Basic etiquette is in other books, and there are many in life. We have been learning since childhood, so we don't need to remember it carefully. Bai Ling wanted to say something else, but Miss Qin looked at her, and she had to say unhappily, Oh, okay. The pavilion was quiet for a while. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss, then I will start telling a story? Qin Jinjiao nodded slightly, and put down the book in her hand. Chan Chan, come here, he whispered to the girl not far away. Xia Chan glanced at him, hesitated, lowered her head, and walked over. Luo Qingzhou looked at her gently for a few times, and then began to tell the story from last time. He stopped until almost dawn. The three of them listened in rapt attention, and were silent. When Luo Qingzhou said goodbye, they were still immersed in the story just now. Bai Ling sobbed and said, Guer is so pitiful. His arm was cut off by that bad guy Guifu. If my aunt knew about it, she would be so sad. Then she said, Uncle, Guer lost an arm. Wouldn't it be very inconvenient for me to have a wedding night with my aunt in the future? Hey, where is my uncle? Only then did she realize that my uncle had actually left. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. Xiao Dai was sewing clothes in the room. When she saw him coming back, she hurriedly said, Sir, Sister Zhuer came to see you just now. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Is the second lady coughing again? Xiao Dai said, No. Sister Zhuer said that you promised her today that you would bring her something good to eat when you come back. She just said she was very hungry and didn't eat dinner. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched and said, Then what? Xiao Dai said, Then I went to the kitchen to get her a roast chicken. and she left disappointed. Sir, what delicious food did you promise Sister Zhuer to bring her? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and said, Let's go. It's getting late. Go to bed. Oh! Xiao Dai put down her things, packed up, and followed him to his room. The two took off their clothes, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. Xiao Dai leaned against his chest and said, Sir, Sister Xiao came to see me today and said that the second lady wanted to open a clothing shop and asked me to help design clothes. At this point, she chuckled and said, They thought those belly bands and stockings were designed by me. But in fact, you designed them. Luo Qingzhou looked at her seriously and said solemnly, Xiao Dai, you can't talk too much. Understand? Xiao Dai hurriedly said, Sir, I haven't told anyone else except Sister Qiu'er. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou's face changed. Qiu'er also knows? Xiao Dai said weakly. When we were in Mo City, Sister Qiu'er lived with me, and I can't hide it. Luo Qingzhou thought about the scene of talking about stockings in the carriage today, and suddenly felt like a social death. Qiu'er must have been laughing at him in her heart at that time. Xiao Dai quickly added, Master, Sister Qiu'er won't tell anyone. She swore to me, and Qiu'er will serve you in the future, so she won't tell anyone. Luo Qingzhou was relieved and said, That's good. Xiao Dai hugged him and said, Master, when will you let Sister Qiu'er serve you? When we were in Maching, Sister Qiu'er was ready, but you always ignored her. She must be very disappointed and sad. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair, kissed her forehead and said, Wait. At least wait until Master and the second. Let's talk about it after the young lady gets married. Xiao Dai raised her head and said, Sir, when will you marry the second young lady? Do you not want to marry the second young lady? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and looked at her and said, What nonsense! Why do you think so? Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment and whispered, Sir, the servants in the mansion have been talking about this in private recently, saying that the young master passed the imperial examination and will pass the imperial examination in the future, and the Qin family has lost its title. So the young master began to dislike the second young lady. So he has not married the second young lady yet. Luo Qingzhou frowned and fell into deep thought. Xiao Dai looked at him and said, Sir, I don't think so. I know that you won't abandon the second young lady, but the marriage between you and the second young lady has been delayed, so everyone has begun to doubt it. Sir, some people also said. Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, What else? Xiao Dai whispered, Some people also said the second young lady's illness may not be cured. You have a bright future, and will take the exam next year. You may be afraid that marrying the second young lady will be unlucky. So you only? Luo Qingzhou suddenly sat up. He felt that this matter seemed to be getting a little serious. It's no wonder that others think so. Now that the Qin family has lost its title and property, and he has just passed the imperial examination, he has not married the second young lady yet. Who wouldn't think too much? I guess the mother-in-law would think so in her heart. Right? It's just that his status is different now, and he has the background of the eldest princess, so no one dares to say it to his face. Right? Thinking of this, he suddenly lost his sleepiness, got up and dressed immediately, and said, Xiao Dai, you go to sleep first. I'll go to the second young lady's place. Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment, then quickly got out of bed and helped him put on his clothes and shoes. She said with a nervous face, Sir, don't say that I said it. The second lady will be angry. I know. Luo Qingzhou looked serious, put on his clothes, and went out. Soon he came to Meixiang Garden. He hesitated at the door, but still went forward and knocked on the door. At this time, he didn't know whether the second lady had gone to bed, but if he didn't make sure, he would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Zhuer's voice soon came from the yard. Who? Luo Qingzhou said, Zhuer. It's me. Zhuer quickly ran over, opened the door, and said in surprise, Son-in-law? Why are you here at this time? The lady has gone to bed. You can't go in, because the princess and the lady are sleeping together. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that the Nangong princess did not go back today. Okay. Then it's okay. You should go to bed soon. I'm going back. He didn't go in again, turned around and prepared to leave. Suddenly, Qiu'er's voice came from the corridor. Sir, is there anything urgent? If so, I will go and wake up the young lady. Luo Qingzhou looked at her. Qiu'er was wearing a thin nightgown, revealing a pink belly band. She ran out without even having time to put on shoes. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "It's okay. I'll come again tomorrow. You should go back to sleep." At this moment, the window of the study next door suddenly opened with a creak. Nandong Meiju, wearing a snow-white fox fur coat and long hair, stood tall and beautiful in the window, looking at Chior in the corridor and said, "Who's outside?" She had clearly heard the voice and knew who it was. Chior hurriedly said respectfully, "Princess." "It's the son-in-law." Nandong Meiji looked at the gate and said coldly, "Weimo is not asleep yet. If he has something to say, you can let him in and talk outside the window." Chior hurriedly walked down the steps and said, "Son-in-law, the lady is not asleep yet. If you have something to say, you can come to the corridor to talk." When Luo Qingzhou heard the voice of the Nandong princess, he dared not go in, and hurriedly said, "Nothing important. I will come tomorrow." After saying that, when he was about to leave, Nandong Meiju suddenly shouted, "Luo Qingzhou, Weimo asked you to come in." At this time, the soft voice of Miss Qin Er came from the window, "Brother Qingzhou, come in quickly." While Luo Qingzhou was still hesitating, Zhuer had already grabbed his wrist, pulled him in, and then locked the gate. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the window and had to walk over. Zhuer followed behind and whispered, "Uncle, you promised to bring me delicious food. Don't cheat." Luo Qingzhou was in no mood to joke with her, and said, "No, I gave it all to Xiao Dai." Zhuer heard it and said aggrievedly, "Uncle, you then make it for me again. Uncle is a scholar, and a gentleman's word is as good as a horse." Xior hurried over to pull her away, whispering, "Zhuer, don't say it." Zhuer pouted, feeling very aggrieved. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and had to say, "I'll make it for you when Uncle has time. Uncle won't forget it." Zhuer immediately said, "Uncle, don't lie to me again." Luo Qingzhou nodded and walked to the window. Miss Qin Er had already put on her clothes, a plain white dress, with her long smooth hair, standing in the window, looking at him with some doubts and said, "Brother Qingzhou, what's the matter?" Luo Qingzhou glanced behind her. On the beauty couch not far away, Princess Nandong was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, holding a book in her hand, leaning there, and under the hem of her white nightgown, a pair of snow-white and slender jade feet were exposed. One of the jade feet was still shaking gently beside the couch. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and whispered, "Miss Er, I want to confirm one thing." Nandong Meiji looked at him. When his eyes looked over again, her eyes fell on the book in her hand again, and the snow-white beautiful foot hanging beside the beauty couch was still shaking gently. Miss Qin frowned slightly and said, "Brother Qingzhou, please speak." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Miss, I want to know when we can get married. I want to confirm the date and notify everyone in advance." Miss Qin was slightly startled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, you came so late just to ask about this?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." Miss Qin was puzzled and said, "Did something happen?" Luo Qingzhou paused and looked inside again. On the beauty couch, Nandong Meiji was looking down at a book, and the other snow-white and delicate jade foot was also placed outside the couch, hanging there, revealing a section of her fair and slender calf. Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Second miss, if we don't announce the date, I'm afraid other people will think too much. And I'm afraid my father-in-law and mother-in-law will think too much." Miss Qin smiled slightly when she heard this, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, are you afraid that people will think that you don't want Weimo?" Seeing that she was smart, Luo Qingzhou was even more anxious and said, "Second miss, let's set a date." After a pause, he looked at the weak and beautiful girl in front of him and said, "Actually, I'm also afraid that the second lady doesn't want me." Qin Weimo looked at the tenderness in his eyes, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. After a moment of silence, a firm light suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he said, "Brother Qingzhou, let's get married after the Mid-Autumn Festival." "Okay?" Nandong Meiji raised her eyes, and a hint of doubt appeared on her face. Mid-Autumn Festival? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and silently calculated in his mind that there were only 4 days left before the Mid-Autumn Festival. He hurriedly said, "Second miss, isn't time a bit urgent? We still have to inform the second uncle and the fourth uncle. They are still in Yangzhou. It should be too late for them to come. Otherwise, postpone it for a few days." Qin Weimo said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, in fact, we can just have a meal together. Weimo thinks that we should not invite them." Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Second miss, when we left, the second uncle and the fourth uncle repeatedly reminded us that we should notify them in advance when we get married. If we don't invite them, when they know it, I'm afraid they will cheat Weimo. Smiling, she said, "It's okay. Weimo will ask Daddy to write them a letter." After a pause, she slowly said, "Brother Chinjo, we just came to Kyoto and offended the imperial concubine. Daddy resigned his title and offended many meritorious families. Also, I don't know what the situation is with the eldest princess now. Weimo thinks that we should not hold a wedding in a grand manner to avoid attracting too much attention. We will have a meal in the mansion, and Weimo and Brother Chinjo will drink a cup of wine together. Daddy and Mother, Sister and Xiao-chan, Xiaodai and Chior, and Sister Meiju will accompany us." Weimo thinks that's enough. Luo Chinjo pondered for a moment, frowned and said, "Is it too simple and too casual?" Qin Weimo looked at him softly and said, "No. As long as I can be with Brother Chinjo, Weimo will be very happy even if we don't hold a wedding." Then, she bit her pink lips gently, blinked her long eyelashes, and whispered, "Humble and poor little Weimo just wants to drink the wedding wine with Brother Chinjo as soon as possible, and then enter the bridal chamber and be loved by Brother Chinjo otherwise. She doesn't want." Luo Chinjo looked at her naughty and shy expression, and his heart suddenly softened. He couldn't help but reach out and wanted to touch her face. Suddenly he woke up again and looked at the room. This time, Nandong Meiju didn't have time to avoid his eyes. He looked at him for a while, then retracted his eyes and lowered his head to continue reading. Luo Chinjo retracted his hand and said softly, "Second miss, let's go and tell my parents-in-law tomorrow and ask them to prepare." Qin Weimo's eyes were full of tenderness, and he said softly, "Yes." Luo Chinjo looked at her affectionately for a while, and when he was about to leave, Qin Weimo suddenly said, "Brother Chinjo, come in and sit for a while. Sister Meiju just read a book, and there are a few places she doesn't understand. Weimo doesn't understand it either. Brother Chinjo can come in and help her explain it." Luo Chinjo was slightly startled when he heard this, and his eyes looked inside again. Nandong Meiju was lying on the couch. Her body had turned around, and she was reading a book with her back to him, revealing her undulating and extremely seductive sexy curves behind her. She saw her long hair falling like a waterfall. Her slender waist was slender. Her buttocks were round and straight. Her long legs were slightly bent, and her jade feet were white and dazzling. Even the thick fox fur could not cover her perfect and seductive figure. Chapter 441 Vixen. "Tomorrow. I'm a little sleepy," Luo Chinjo said, and turned to leave. He didn't dare to stay here any longer, let alone go in. The second lady had been helping the Nangong princess today. At this time, in the dead of night, a man and two women were alone, wearing thin clothes, with their feet exposed, and they actually invited him in. There must be something wrong. It must be a thief. He is not that stupid. Squeak. He opened the gate and left quickly. Miss Qin stood in front of the window, stunned for a while, then turned around and looked at the beauty on the beauty couch, and couldn't help laughing. "Sister Meiju, Brother Chinjo is so afraid of you." Nandong Meiju put down the book in her hand, raised her eyebrows, and said proudly, "Of course. Who made him a defeated opponent by me?" Miss Qin was surprised. "A defeated opponent? Can Brother Chinjo not beat Sister Meiju?" Nandong Meiju sneered and said proudly, "He is far from it. Weima, believe it or not, if he dares to stand in front of me now, I just stretch out my hand, he will immediately retreat, be frightened, and take the initiative to admit defeat." Miss Qin asked curiously, "Has Sister Meiju practiced a very powerful martial arts recently?" Nandong Meiju got off the couch and said indifferently, "It's just a trick, but it's more than enough to deal with him." The two returned to the bed, took off their coats, and got into the quilt. Red candles burned in the candlestick at the head of the bed. In the incense burner next to it, smoke curled. The two of them lay together in silence for a while. Miss Qin Air spoke first. "Sister Meiju, I agreed to marry Brother Chinjo. Will you look down on me?" Nandong Meiju turned sideways and looked at her and said, "Of course not. You should have been married. Although that guy is not good in some places, he is sincere to you. For you, he even disregards his life. Even if his wings are hard, he is still willing to risk being looked down upon by others and hide here to be your son-in-law. Such a man is worthy of you, Weima. And you are certainly worthy of him. You are a talented man and a beautiful woman. A perfect match made in heaven. And of course you should be together. No one has the right to break you up, including that person. Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while and said, "But I always feel sorry for my sister." "Sorry?" Nandong Meiju said, "Weimo. You are not sorry for her. You have done well enough. On the contrary, I feel she is sorry for you. She didn't like the guy in the first place. It's the same whether they get married or not. Why delay you any longer?" Miss Jean Eyre frowned and said, "Sister is just not talkative and can't express after all. She and her brother-in-law got married in a formal ceremony and have been together for such a long time. So they must have feelings for each other. It's only a few months." "How long is it?" Nandong Meiju said softly. "Weimo. It's okay. She won't blame you. And she shouldn't blame you. If she really didn't want to, she wouldn't take the initiative to propose a divorce. Nor would she take the initiative to give that guy to you. Don't think too much. Prepare for it. And get married after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Your condition is temporarily stable now. So there is no need to delay it any longer. If you delay it any further, I'm afraid there will be other changes." Miss Jean Eyre looked at her and said, "Sister Meiju, what do you think will happen?" Nandong Meiju hesitated for a moment. Her expression slightly solemn. "Zhang Yin'er has been completely stripped of her status as an imperial concubine, and she will never be able to enter the palace again. Her family will not let it go. And the imperial concubine will not let it go either. And at this point," she paused and whispered, "Weimo, tell me the truth. How did your second brother get into the Dragon and Tiger Academy? As far as I know, the winner should be Luo Yu from Chunghwa Mansion. But coincidentally, on the day the result was supposed to be announced, Luo Yu was suddenly attacked and seriously injured. And then, he was killed directly at home in front of Mrs. Wang. I heard that his entire head was chopped off. And he died miserably." Miss Jean's face was slightly pale, looking at her and said, "Sister Meiju suspected that we did it, so that the second brother could successfully enter the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Right?" Nandong Meiju shook her head and said, "Of course I don't doubt it. You won't do that. Your elder brother has already entered the Dragon and Tiger College and will graduate soon. You don't need to take that risk. But others don't think so. It's just a coincidence. Only you have the motive, and only you get the benefit in the end. The government has not found the murderer yet. And after the exam, you immediately moved out of Maching. So many people are talking about it privately." Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while and said, "Sister Meiju, will the government investigate us again?" Nandong Meiju frowned slightly and said, "If it's the government, it's actually not a big problem. They can't find evidence and naturally stop." I'm afraid of what?" Miss Jean Eyre's heart tightened. Nandong Meiju looked at her and said solemnly, "I'm afraid that the emperor will send other departments to investigate. Luo Yu's brother Luo Chantian is now very favored. And the emperor trusts him very much. Recently, the emperor has established a new department called Jinui. And Luo Chantian is now the commander of Jinui. In addition to collecting intelligence, Jinui is also responsible for monitoring officials and arresting and interrogating prisoners. They are directly responsible to the emperor and have great power. They can directly arrest royal relatives and can interrogate them privately. That is, they can directly torture and force confessions, or even directly frame people." Miss Jean Eyre's face turned even paler when she heard this. Nandong Meiju was silent for a moment, and whispered, "Weimo, I'm not afraid that you will be angry. In fact, I guess that Luo Yu's death is indeed related to your Qin mansion. But it is definitely not because of your second brother's admission to the Dragon and Tiger Academy. If it was just because of ordinary interests, the killer could have stopped the first time he beat Luo Yu seriously. But he didn't. He first allowed Luo Yu to enter the Dragon and Tiger Academy safely, so that everyone in Chunghwa Mansion was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. Then, he suddenly beat Luo Yu into a disability, so that their hope of entering the Dragon and Tiger Academy suddenly fell through, giving them a heavy blow. Then, when they accepted the reality, and felt that although Luo Yu was disabled, he would not die, he suddenly cut off Luo Yu's head in front of Mrs. Wang. This layer-by-layer progression, which made everyone in Chunghwa Mansion suffer more and more pain, is obviously not just a conflict of interests. It is very likely that there is a deep hatred with Chunghwa Mansion." At this point, Nandong Meiju stopped, looked at the girl beside her with burning eyes, and was silent for a while, and said, "Weimo, don't worry. I'm just guessing. Of course, the premise of this guess is that the killer is a warrior, and a very powerful warrior." So she held the slightly trembling hand of the girl beside her, and whispered, "So, his other identity must not be exposed. Once exposed, this matter will immediately be suspected of him. After a while," she said again, "of course, Chunghwa Mansion has stood for so many years. And there are actually many people who have hatred with them. Those people can spend money and treasures to hire other warriors to take revenge. And there is also this possibility. So Waymo, don't be afraid. As long as he continues to hide, nothing will happen. Qin Weimo was silent for a while. And whispered, Sister Meijiao. So I should marry brother Qinzhou earlier and fulfill my wish. Right? Nandong Meiju held. Holding her hand. He said, even if there are no such worries, you still have to get married. The man has feelings. And the woman has intentions. Since we truly love each other, we should get married earlier. Respect each other. And love each other. What do you think? Qin Weimo couldn't help but smile and said, Sister Meiju is right. The man has feelings. And the woman has intentions. Weimo and brother Qinzhou should have been together earlier. Nandong Meiju looked at the smile and pride in her eyes, and couldn't help sighing. Since you can still laugh, don't you feel ashamed? Qin Weimo smiled and said, Not at all. Weimo is very happy and satisfied. Nandong Meiju frowned and said, Have you ever thought about what you would do if he found out? Qin Weimo was silent for a while. And smiled. It's okay. Weimo can only live for another 2 years at most. And after 2 years. Nandong Meiju blocked her mouth and said with a straight face, Don't talk nonsense. Qin Weimo smiled lightly and said nothing more. Nandong Meiju took his hand away, looked at her for a while, and said softly, Weimo, it doesn't matter. Most people's lives are only a few decades. If you can be with the person you like, happy every day, loving each other, even if it's only a few years, it's very happy and very happy. Qin Weimo said, Meiju is right. So Weimo is not worried at all. But Sister Meijiao, I may have to wrong you. After all, you are the princess. Nandong Meiju blocked her mouth again, and said with a straight face, Don't talk nonsense. I can't do it. What I hate most in my life is liars. I didn't kill him because of your face. Humph. You still want me to? I would rather die. The night was silent, and the moonlight was like water. Luo Qinzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. After biting with the 2 little rabbits for a while, he took one in each hand, closed his eyes, and then went to the West Lake. On the attic of the West Lake, the moon-white figure had just arrived. Opposite her stood a strange girl in a black dress, with a bright red mark on her forehead. The strange girl was flatteringly trying to take credit. Sister, didn't you see that those vixens were so scared that they turned pale and screamed? If I wasn't afraid of being discovered, I would have swallowed them up. Humph. A bunch of shameless little sluts. They dared to secretly seduce your man behind your back. They deserve to die. After listening to her smug narration, the moon-white figure looked at her and said, How do you know it was him? The strange girl smiled and said, Last time he and that vixen with big breasts and a big butt came to visit West Lake. His spirit left his body and killed someone with a flying sword. I saw it clearly in the water. I also left my body and met him on the boat. But don't worry, sister. I will definitely not hurt him. The moon-white figure fell silent. The strange girl said flatteringly, Sister, don't worry. If he dares to bring those vixens to West Lake again in the future, I will swallow those vixens in one gulp even if I risk being discovered. I will never allow those shameless vixens to seduce my sister's man. The moon-white figure looked at her coldly. And after a moment of silence, a moonlight sword suddenly appeared in his hand silently. And he said lightly, Take it out. The strange girl's face suddenly changed. And she quickly said in a crying voice, Sister, I helped you teach those vixens a lesson. It's fine if you don't thank me. But why Chapter 442 Sister Use Devotion. The moon is bright, and the stars are twinkling. The night wind blows. The lotus leaves in the lake sway. The blue waves ripple. And the sparkling water is like a starry sky. But the most beautiful scenery here is on the attic. Even the most powerful queen in West Lake is looking up in the water at this moment. Secretly looking at the figure in white clothes, like snow, and floating like a fairy. When Luo Qinzhou came to West Lake, she was in the attic looking at the moon and thinking, Sister you. After waiting for a while, Luo Qinzhou opened his mouth to greet. The white figure of you came back to his senses, looked at him with a cold look, and suddenly flew away, flying towards the lotus bush. Luo Qinzhou was slightly startled and followed. The two fell on the green lotus leaves one after the other. The white figure said calmly, Let's get started. Luo Qinzhou sat down cross-legged, looked at her and said, Sister you. I have something to tell you. The white figure said coldly, Go ahead. Luo Qinzhou said. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will get married. Although Sister Yu and I will not meet in person, I still have to inform Sister Yu. I will bring a pot of wedding wine and wedding candy. I hope Sister Yu can accept it. It is also a token of my love for my wife." The white figure was silent for a while and said calmly, "No need." Luo Qingzhou looked at her hazy face, paused, and couldn't help saying, "Sister Yu, we have known each other for so long and are considered good friends. Why do I feel that you are still as cold as before?" The white figure didn't speak again. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and then said, "Sister Yu, when you helped me practice these 2 nights, I heard thunder above my head, and you spent your soul power to help me gather the moonlight. Will it hurt your body?" The white moon figure looked at him coldly and said, "Practice." Luo Qingzhou looked at her a few more times, then nodded, and slowly closed his eyes without saying anything. "Concentrate your mind and run your internal skills." In the Danhai, the soul power gradually formed a small vortex, and above the head, a trace of moonlight power poured down. The white moon figure stared at him quietly for a long time, and then the moonlight dissipated and disappeared on the spot. She appeared in the air and turned into a transparent vortex. The moonlight of the entire West Lake was gathered here, and then it fell from the vortex and fell on Luo Qingzhou's head. Luo Qingzhou immediately felt a vast moonlight power pouring down from the top of his head. The vortex of soul power in his body was spinning faster and faster, and the speed of refining moonlight was also getting faster and faster. Boom! This kind of unnatural practice seemed to have angered the heavens. Lightning flashed and thunder sounded. A thick lightning bolt shot down from the sky, landed on the transparent vortex, and wrapped around the moon-white figure, sizzling. But the vortex was still spinning rapidly. Under the West Lake, in the shadow of the attic not far away, a black shadow was hiding there, watching this scene with scarlet eyes, and secretly said in his heart, "Fool, you sacrificed yourself for him and suffered from lightning, and the pain went deep into your soul. Why didn't you tell him?" Boom! The second thick lightning bolt landed on the lotus leaf. Luo Qingzhou felt the vortex of soul power in his body spinning faster and faster, and the moonlight power pouring down from his head was also increasing. Continuously and continuously, his entire soul began to flash a layer of moonlight white light, and he could vaguely see the various meridians and acupoints in his soul, which were eagerly absorbing the power tempered from the moonlight power. He was getting stronger quickly, but she was enduring the huge pain of lightning burning her soul. The black shadow watched this scene silently, and the hatred and fear in her heart suddenly turned into admiration and confusion. She had experienced the thunder tribulation and knew the horror of lightning. It was a kind of horrible pain that she never wanted to endure again. But at this moment, the moonlight white figure was silently enduring this severe pain while helping him gather moonlight and practice. "What a fool," she murmured in her heart, looking at the thick lightning wrapped around the fool girl in the air. She couldn't help but feel terrified. Isn't she afraid of her soul being damaged and unable to practice anymore? Isn't she afraid of suddenly being unable to bear it and her soul being torn apart? Why did she want to help him practice quickly in this way? For his story? Sutra? Or just a ridiculous and pitiful love? But looking at her attitude towards him, it doesn't seem like love. Daddy said that humans are selfish and cunning. No one likes others to be stronger than themselves, and no one wants to see others practice faster than themselves. If there is a chance, they will definitely find ways to hinder others' progress. But why would she risk her soul being torn apart? Why would she rather endure the pain of the soul being burned by the thunder to help him practice? Is there something in the world that Daddy doesn't know? The shadow's heart was full of doubts and confusion. Boom! The thunder and lightning passed again, and half of the West Lake was illuminated. Since she had set up a barrier nearby before, all the thunder and lightning here would not be transmitted. The poor creatures in the West Lake were so scared that they huddled in the mud at the bottom of the lake and trembled. Even she couldn't help but tremble. This is thunder from the sky. It was almost 5 o'clock. The rotating transparent vortex in the air finally stopped slowly. Then, it disappeared. The moon-white figure swayed slightly in the air, and then flew directly to the attic and landed on it. On the lotus leaves on the lake, the figure was still closing his eyes, refining the surging moonlight power in his body. Another stick of incense passed. He slowly exhaled a long white breath and opened his eyes. Sister Yu? He didn't see the moon-white figure. Stood up, looked around, and then his eyes fell on the attic not far away, and then flew up. The black shadow looked at his figure, and the thoughts in his heart before were completely annihilated. She was scared. Not scared of him, but scared of her. She had silently paid so much for him. How could he allow her, a monster, to touch him? If she knew, she would probably drain all the blood in her body. But that guy has a body of thunder spirit. If I don't rely on him for my thunder tribulation, if I fail again, I will be disabled at best and die at worst. What should I do? If I can't seduce him secretly, then I'll do it openly. I'll go and beg her first. If she doesn't agree, then I'll go and beg him again. At most, I can give him some benefits and let him help me willingly. The Black Shadow thought secretly in his heart, raised his eyes, and looked up at the attic. Sister Yu, what's wrong with you? When Luo Qingzhou came to the attic, the moon-white figure was standing on the eaves of the attic. The moon-white light on her body became extremely dim, and was still flickering slightly, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. It's okay. You go back, the moon-white figure said lightly. Luo Qingzhou looked at her back and said, Sister Yu, did you help me practice just now and get injured? The moon-white figure was silent for a while and said, No. When Luo Qingzhou was about to ask again, her figure suddenly dissipated like moonlight and disappeared. Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked up, but did not see her. He was stunned in the attic for a long time, and then his figure flashed, flew into the air, and left the West Lake. Back to the mansion, his soul returned to the body. He immediately took out the communication treasure and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you okay? After a while, the message came back. Sister Yu, it's okay. Luo Qingzhou, I just saw that your condition is not very good. Is it because of the thunder and lightning? Did the thunder and lightning hit you? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu, don't lie. Can you tell me the truth? I don't want to get hurt because you helped me practice. If so, I will feel very uncomfortable. I would rather not have your help. Sister Yu, go to sleep. Don't go out these days. Spend more time with your bride. Luo Qingzhou looked at the message, was stunned for a while, and replied, Sister Yu, are you helping me practice like this because you know I want to practice to save her? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, then why? After waiting for a long time, there was no reply. Luo Qingzhou took the jade and looked at the message on it. He stayed in bed for a long time. Fawn sighed, put away the jade, and looked up at his head in a daze. He will never forget the kindness of Sister Yu to him. No matter what happens in the future, he will always stand by her side. He will not let anyone bully her. No matter how powerful her sect is, no matter how powerful those enemies are, he must protect her and never let her suffer any grievances. He thought about it for a while. The night outside the window has gradually faded. Thinking that he had to get up early tomorrow, he waved away the complicated and messy thoughts in his mind, closed his eyes, held the little rabbit, leaned over and kissed it a few times, and soon fell asleep. One night passed quickly. The morning sun slowly poked its head out from the green hills in the east. The golden sunlight soon filled the small courtyard. While Luo Qingzhou was still dreaming, Chior came to knock on the door. Xiao Dai walked into the room quickly, pushed him awake, and urged with joy on her face, Sir, Sister Chior is here. She said that you and the second young lady will go to see the master and the lady this morning to discuss the marriage. Get up quickly. Luo Qingzhou woke up immediately. Xiao Dai hurriedly helped him put on his clothes and shoes, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and combed his hair, with a happy smile on her face. When Luo Qingzhou was about to tease her, Chior said in the courtyard, Sir, the young lady is still waiting for you to go and call the eldest young lady together. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly disappeared. Luo Qingzhou did not speak, and walked out of the room quickly. Chapter 443. Plum Fragrance Garden. Miss Jean Eyre drew her eyebrows, put on some makeup, and wore a plain white dress. She just came out of the room. Although she was born beautiful, she was sick for a long time, and her face was inevitably pale. After covering it with light makeup, her face was rosy, more beautiful and charming. Jewers supported her and stood in the courtyard. The autumn sunshine, with a hint of laziness, fell on her delicate and soft body, as if she was covered with a golden veil, bright and soft. No matter who saw her, the restless heart would become calm. Nandong Meiju stood under the eaves, looking at her quietly, and a touch of tenderness appeared on her delicate and cold face. Squeak! The courtyard door opened. Chior walked in with Luo Qingzhou and Xiao Dai. Nandong Meiju's face returned to its coldness again, and she looked at him coldly. However, when she saw him in a Confucian robe, elegant and handsome. She was slightly stunned. But soon, she couldn't help but clench her fists. "Second Miss, you are so beautiful today." Luo Qingzhou walked in front of Miss Qin Air, stretched out his hand, and looked at her gently. As for other people, he seemed to turn a blind eye. Qin Weimao smiled softly, stretched out her slender jade hand, placed it in his palm, and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, wasn't Weimao beautiful before?" Luo Qingzhou smiled. "She was beautiful before, but she is more beautiful today. It's not because of the makeup, but because of the mood." Ahem. Someone under the eaves suddenly coughed a few times and said coldly, "It's time. And you are still showing your affection here. If you want to show your affection, show it when you come back." Luo Qingzhou seemed to have just seen her and said respectfully, "Princess. Good morning." "Humph." Nangong Meiju snorted coldly, turned his face away, looked elsewhere, and felt humiliated. Qin Weimao smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, let's go. We still need to call my sister to join us." Luo Qingzhou frowned and whispered, "Second Miss, we are just going to talk to my parents-in-law about the wedding date today. There is no need to call my eldest lady to join us." "Right," Qin Weimao said softly. "Of course it is necessary. We are a family. Even if it is just the date of the wedding, we have to discuss it in front of everyone. If we don't call my sister to join us, it seems disrespectful to her. Although my sister will definitely not care. We can't be rude," Luo Qingzhou said helplessly. "Okay. But?" Qin Weimao said. "But what?" Luo Qingzhou pinched her little hand and whispered, "It's a bit embarrassing." Qin Weimao couldn't help but smile and said, "It's okay. My sister won't care. Let's go." Then he turned around and said, "Sister Meijiao, let's go together." Nandong Meiju hesitated for a moment before walking down from the eaves. The few of them went out together and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. All the way, Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin's hands were always tightly held together. Nandong Meiju followed behind, silent. When they were almost at Lingshan Moon Palace, Qin Weimao broke free and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, remember to call Bailing and Xiachan later." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and nodded. When he was about to knock on the door, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Bailing poked her head out and saw so many people standing outside the door. She was surprised and said, "Son-in-law, Second Miss, why are you here together? Is there something wrong?" When Luo Qingzhou didn't know what to say, Miss Qin said softly, "Bai Ling, is sister up? Call her out. We are going to see father and mother." Bai Ling was slightly startled when she heard the words, and looked at the two of them again. The smile on her face faded slightly. When she was about to shake her head, Miss Qin said again, "Bai Ling, you and Xiachan should go together." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, and did not speak again, and turned into the house. Not long after, Qin Jinjia came out with Bai Ling and Xiachan in a snow-white dress. Qin Weimao stepped forward and held her hand, and said softly, "Sister, Weimao wants to tell you something. Weimao wants to marry Brother Qingzhou after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Sister thinks it's okay?" Qin Jinjia paused, looked at her, then looked at someone, nodded slightly, and did not speak. Qin Weimao smiled, took her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go find father and mother and discuss it with them." The group walked towards the hall in front. Luo Qingzhou followed behind with Xiao Dai, feeling both happy and embarrassed. Nandong Meiju suddenly slowed down, came over, and whispered, "Luo Qingzhou, how do you feel today?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and said, "Happy." Nandong Meiju looked at him and said, "Just happy?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "Princess, what do you want to ask?" Nandong Meiju glanced at the snow-white figure in front of her and said, "Don't you feel a little bit of melancholy or guilt in your heart? Or regret and reluctance?" Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "Why should I feel guilty? Why should I regret and reluctance?" Nandong Meiju raised his eyebrows and said, "Because your ex-wife is very beautiful. Not just ordinary beauty, but unparalleled beauty in the world. Don't you feel sad every time you see her? It should have been yours. But you didn't cherish it, now it's good. You can't have her anymore. Don't you feel some regret and reluctance in your heart?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, "Princess, I like the second lady. You should know that. Moreover, I have never failed to cherish the eldest lady." "But?" Nandong Meiju snorted coldly. "It's just that you have never taken the initiative. The character of the Tian is not born. As her husband, you do and try to use love to melt her. and do and take the initiative to accompany her to cherish her. Every time. I have become so alienated. So I have become the current situation. I said you did and cherish her. Do you want to do anything? Or Nandong Meijia moved away from him and sneered. I don't want to do anything. Just remind you that there is no chance to give you. At a glance. I said. Do you just like micro ink? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the other figure, saying, County Master, I don't seem to answer your question. Moreover, why did the County Master suddenly become so gossip? And the word suddenly became so much? Nandong Meiju paused, snorted coldly, I'm just bored. Just asking casually. Luo Qingzhou, you are not a man. After that, she walked quickly to the front and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her slender back, and muttered in his heart, you know best whether I am a man or not. The group quickly came to the hall. Zhuer went to inform Song Ryue when it was just light in the morning. So at this time, Qin Wenzheng, Song Ryue, and Qin Chuan were already waiting in the hall. Song Ryue said with a smile on her face, Master, that kid is finally anxious to marry Wei Yimou. Now I can finally rest assured. Qin Wenzheng drank tea and didn't speak. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Mother, when the date is confirmed, I will go to Lunghu College again today to see my elder brother and see if he has time to come back. Song Ryue nodded and said, Okay, I will go and tell Langer. Then he said, Master, we also need to notify the second and fourth uncles. Is the time a bit urgent? It can be a few days later. Qin Wenzheng glanced at her and said, Don't bother others at this time. We can just have a meal as a family. Song Ryue immediately said, How can that be? I have already told them that I will notify them in advance to come to Kyoto. While the two were talking, Qin Weima and his group entered the hall. Qin Wenzheng stood up immediately. The bright smile on Song Ryue's face was restrained when she saw her eldest daughter, and she smiled and said, Jianjia, come and sit with mother. Qin Jianjia did not sit down, but stood aside. Song Ryue glanced at her face. Her heart ached for a moment, and she forced a smile on her face and said, Qingzhou, Weima, Zhuer just told me roughly this morning. If you have anything to say, please tell me again in front of everyone. Luo Qingzhou stepped forward and bowed. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Weima and I have discussed it and plan to get married after the Mid-Autumn Festival. I hope you two elders agree. Song Ryue immediately smiled and said, Agree. Of course I agree. After the Mid-Autumn Festival? Let's calculate a good date. And then invite your second uncle, fourth uncle, second aunt, and fourth aunt to come over. And everyone will have a good time. Then you will have to ride a horse to the street. A circle. Qin Weimo stepped forward and said, Mother, we have chosen a date, which is the first day after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Song Ryue was stunned for a moment and said, So urgent? That won't do. Your second uncle and fourth uncle are still in Yangzhou. They mother. Qin Weimo interrupted her and said softly, Let's just have a meal as a family. Don't invite your second uncle and his family. Song Ryue frowned and said, Why? Nandong Meiju helped explain. Aunt, it's not appropriate to make a big fuss recently. It's too lively. Then she told the story of concubine Zhang Yin'er, and the princess. Then she said, My uncle has offended many nobles by resigning his title. And now the princess can't protect us. We have to be low-key in everything we do. If someone catches us, it will be difficult to deal with it. Song Ryue heard the seriousness of the matter, and the joy in her heart suddenly disappeared. She turned pale and said, Meiju, what can we do? Nandong Meiju said, We can just have a meal together. Let Luo Qingzhou and Weimo wear wedding gowns, and toast you two elders. If you really feel bad, just wait for a chance in the future and give them a lively wedding. Song Ryue had a bitter face. Qin Weimo also advised softly, Mom, Weimo thinks this is good, and brother Qingzhou also agrees. Qin Wenzheng said, Weima, Qingzhou, Daddy respects your opinions. At this time, safety is naturally the most important. As long as you really love each other, it doesn't matter whether you get married or not. There is no need to stick to those formalities. Qin Chuan on the side also smiled and said, Dad is right. I think so too. Qingzhou, Weima, I will try to call my eldest brother back to celebrate with you. Song Ryue glanced at him, and he immediately shut up, although she felt bad, seeing that everyone said so. And for the safety of the mansion, she had to agree, Okay, I'll listen to you. But the mansion still needs to be decorated well, and the wedding gown must be worn. and other etiquette must be followed. Qin Weimo smiled and said, all these are up to mother. Song Ryu aside, and no longer interested in talking about other things, and said, then let's do it. Your father and I will prepare for this matter. You don't have to worry about it. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, you can get married. At that time, Qinzhou will move to Weimo's place, and we can't be separated anymore at this point. She glanced at her eldest daughter next to her, and didn't say anything else. If they had lived together instead of separately after getting married. Maybe now? Ah. She sighed secretly in her heart, and looked at Nangong Meiju and said, Meiju, call Shui over too. One more person will make the house more lively. Otherwise it will be too deserted. Nangong Meiju hesitated for a moment, glanced at someone, and nodded. Okay. Song Ryu suddenly looked at Luo Qinzhou and said, by the way, Qinzhou, don't you have a very good friend in Kyoto? Last time when you treated Weimo, he was so generous and gave you the Firefox tears. This time when you get married, you must invite him to have a meal. Where does he live? If it is not convenient for you to go, I will ask someone to send the wedding invitation. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Meijiao's mouth suddenly showed a sneer, and turned to look at someone. Luo Qinzhou bowed and said, mother-in-law, that person doesn't like crowds. I'll take a pot of wine and a few bags of wedding candy. There's no need to call him over. Song Ryu frowned and said, how can that be? That's too much of a disrespect. Weimo needs Firefox tears. Not just once or twice, but will need help every month in the future. What will he think if you don't invite him to your wedding day? Nangong Meiju on the side suddenly said. And is right. Luo Qinzhou, you really have to invite him to the wedding. How about this? After lunch, I'll go with you to invite him. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her, and saw that she curled her lips slightly. Qin Wenzheng also said, Qinzhou, whether he comes or not, you have to go to his house in person to tell him. Otherwise it's impolite. Luo Qinzhou had no choice but to say, okay. I'll go out this afternoon and ask him. But the princess doesn't need to accompany her. The princess didn't go home last night, and the prince must be very worried. It's better to go back early. Nangong Meiju said lightly, it's okay. And Mu has sent someone back to tell my father. My father is very relieved that I'm here. Luo Qinzhou, don't be polite. Anyway, I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I'll accompany you. And I'm also very curious. Who is that person? And how can he keep a spiritual creature like a firefox at home? Luo Qinzhou didn't say anything else. Chapter 444 Chan Chan. I don't like you. After leaving the hall, Luo Qinzhou first sent Miss Qin back to Meixian Garden. Before leaving, Nangong Meiju reminded him coldly, Luo Qinzhou, I will find you after lunch. Remember not to run around. Luo Qinzhou looked at Miss Qin. If nothing unexpected happens, Miss Qin will definitely speak for him, because Miss Qin knows very well that he doesn't have such a friend at all. As for the Firefox tears, it was originally his own. But what surprised him was that Miss Qin not only did not help him refuse, but also smiled and said, Brother Qinzhou, after you go out, you must listen to Sister Meiju. Luo Qinzhou looked at her suspiciously. Miss Qin smiled, said nothing more, waved her hand, entered the small courtyard, and turned back and said, remember to send my sister back. Squeak. Shure closed the courtyard door, suddenly opened it again, poked her head out, and said, son-in-law, don't forget what you promised others. After that, she closed the courtyard door again. Luo Qinzhou was thinking about something, and sent Miss Qin back. Bailing suddenly came over and asked, son-in-law, what did you promise Shure? Tell the truth. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her and said, make her something delicious. Bailing's eyes lit up immediately. Son-in-law, what delicious food. I want to eat it too. Luo Qinzhou glanced at Miss Qin and said, it's candied haws, made with other fruits mixed together. Bailing swallowed her saliva immediately. Son-in-law, when will you make it? Luo Qinzhou said, wait until you have time. Bailing couldn't wait to say, then when will you have time? Luo Qinzhou ignored her, and turned to look at Xia Chan, who was following behind, saying, the second lady has already gone in. Why are you still standing so far away? Come here. Xia Chan turned her head away, looked away, and ignored him. Luo Qinzhou said, the second lady is in good health now. It doesn't matter if you get close to her. If you do this, she will feel guilty. Xia Chan was silent and didn't speak. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her again. without saying anything more, and continued to follow Miss Qin and walked forward. When they arrived at the gate of Lingchan Moon Palace, he said, "Miss, I want to talk to Xia Chan for a while. Is that okay?" Qin Jinjia glanced at him, nodded, and took Bailing into the courtyard. Squeak. Bailing closed the courtyard door and said through the crack of the door, "Son-in-law, you guys just talk. I won't eavesdrop." It was quiet outside for a moment. Bailing's voice sounded through the crack of the door again, "Son-in-law, why don't you say anything?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, went over and held Xia Chan's cold little hand, and whispered, Chan, let's go. Talk to your son-in-law, so as not to be eavesdropped by that girl." Xia Chan struggled for a while, but couldn't break free. She puffed up her cheeks, and was forcibly pulled away by him. "Son-in-law, have you started?" After a while, Bailing's urging voice came from the crack of the door again. Squeak. She finally couldn't help but open the gate and stuck her head out. "Uncle. Chan, hey. Where is she?" "Damn. Stinky uncle. He's secretly kidnapped Chan." Luo Qingzhou pulled Xia Chan and forcibly led her back to the exiled immortal residence. Along the way, Xia Chan was struggling and asking him to let go, but he turned a deaf ear to her. When they returned to the exiled immortal residence, Xiao Dai was drying clothes in the small courtyard. When Xia Chan saw her, her face suddenly turned red, and she struggled even more intensely. She clenched her fists and stammered, threatening, "If you don't let go, I will beat you." Luo Qingzhou ignored her and pulled her into the house directly, turning back and saying, "Xiao Dai, lock the gate of the courtyard. No one else is allowed to come in, and you are not allowed to enter the room. I have something to say to Xia Chan." Xiao Dai agreed, immediately ran over to lock the gate of the courtyard, and hung a sign outside that said, "Young master is studying. Do not disturb." Luo Qingzhou pulled Xia Chan into the room, closed the door, and then pulled her to the table, let her sit on the chair, looked at her and said, Chan, the son-in-law has something to say to you. It is very important." Xia Chan was stunned, looked at him, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou squatted down, held her two little hands, stroked them for a while, and whispered, "Today I am engaged to the second lady. Will you be angry?" Xia Chan was silent for a while, and shook her head. Luo Qingzhou said, Chan, actually I asked the eldest lady before, and she agreed. I want you to come over. Are you willing?" Xia Chan bit her pink lips and shook her head. "I won't leave Mississippi." Luo Qingzhou looked at her beautiful and tender face and said, "Silly girl. The uncle didn't say that you should leave the eldest lady. You can live in Lingchan Moon Palace all the time, and you can always accompany the eldest lady. The uncle just wants to give you a status. Okay?" Hearing this, Xia Chan suddenly broke free from his hand, stood up, and said in panic, "I don't want it." Luo Qingzhou stood up and said, "Why not? Don't you like the uncle? You have been with the uncle." Xia Chan immediately ran to the door with a red face, as if she wanted to escape from something. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, then grabbed her arm, pulled her back, and then held her in his arms, looking down at her blushing and flustered face, and said, Chan, it's already this time. What are you still afraid of? Don't you know how the son-in-law feels about you? Are you afraid that the second lady will not agree? Or are you afraid that the eldest lady will not agree? Or are you afraid that other people will say something?" Xia Chan struggled in his arms and begged, "Let go. Let me go. I won't let go." Luo Qingzhou hugged her tightly and said, "Tell me. Why? Are you still blaming me for divorcing the eldest lady?" Xia Chan raised her head and looked at him. Her lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything in the end, still twisting her body and struggling. Chan, do you know?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her affectionately and said softly, "Even if you are the second lady, you can't compare to your position in my heart. You are the most special one, and the one that makes me feel the most distressed, sad and guilty. I don't want to be sneaky with you like before. I want everyone to know that you..." Chan. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. He raised his hand, gently wiped the tears in her eyes, hugged her tightly and said, "You are so stupid. Really so stupid. I have never seen a girl stupider than you." Xia Chan quietly clung to his arms, not struggling anymore. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, kissed her forehead and said, Chan, I want to be with you openly in the future. Is that okay?" Xia Chan still shook her head stubbornly. Luo Qingzhou held her little face and said, "Then you have to give me a reason. Right? Otherwise, I will feel guilty, and some people will think I am a heartless man. Xia-chan was silent for a while, raised her little face, looked at him with sparkling tears in her eyes, and gave her own reason. You are too ugly, Chan-chan. I don't like you. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, stared at her serious little face for a while, and suddenly picked her up, hugged her hips, let her cheek align with his cheek, stared at her dark and clear eyes, and snorted coldly, little girl, if you have the guts, say it again? Xia-chan pouted her little mouth, supported his shoulders with her two little hands, turned her pretty face away, blinked her eyelashes, and made a low sound from her nose. Huh? Huh? Luo Qingzhou raised his eyebrows, suddenly stretched his neck, bit her little mouth, then turned around, put her on the table, pressed on it, and kissed her roughly. Xia-chan struggled, still holding the sword in her hand, pushing him hard with one hand, then clenching it into a small fist and beating his chest. But soon, she became weak, struggling more and more weakly, and beating more and more weakly. After a while, her clenched fist slowly loosened and fell down weakly, and the sword in the other hand also unknowingly loosened. The kiss continued, until her whole body was soft and she could no longer move. Luo Qingzhou let go, staring at her blushing face and watery eyes, and said, Tell me, who is ugly? Xia-chan lay softly on the table. Her eyes were blurred, her breathing was rapid, and she stared at him blankly, unable to say a word. Luo Qingzhou snorted again, Tell me, do you like your son-in-law? Xia-chan seemed to have lost her soul, still staring at him blankly, without speaking or making any movements, her chest heaving slightly, her pink lips sparkling. Outside the window, the sun was shining. After Xiao Dai finished drying the clothes, she took the small flower hoe and weeded the flower bed in the corner. When she was about to hum a song unconsciously, she held back. She turned her head to look at the window of the study, and suddenly found that something seemed to be shaking gently in the gap of the window. She was stunned for a moment, and quickly retracted her gaze. She didn't dare to look any more. She lowered her head while weeding, and guessed secretly in her heart. A sparrow fell into the small yard and began to chirp. She quickly waved the small flower hoe, ran over to chase it away, looked up at it, and said angrily in her heart, Stinky sparrow, don't come. Don't disturb the young master and sister Xia-chan. Puff, puff, puff. She returned to the flower bed and continued to hold up the flower hoe to weed. Then she brought a kettle to water the flowers. The flowers were moisturized by the water and soon became more beautiful and moving. Xiao Dai bent down, lowered her head and sniffed, and couldn't help saying, It smells good. Chapter 445, A Bet with the Princess. In the study, Luo Qingzhou, wearing a Confucian robe, was sitting at the table reading aloud. A gentleman is cautious when he is alone, and does not deceive in the dark room. He is humble and self-disciplined, and he can be chaste. Xiao Dai was sitting in the corridor, quietly embroidering flowers. In the small courtyard, the sun was shining, and the fragrance of flowers was floating. Lingshan Moon Palace. After Xia-chan fled back in a trance, Bailing kept chasing her and asking questions. She ignored him, and went to the back garden. In the pavilion, Miss Qin was wearing a white dress, and was sitting there quietly reading a book. Xia-chan walked into the pavilion, hesitated for a long time, and then blushed and stammered out what he had just said to her. Qin Jianjiao listened silently, and the pages of the book in her hand slowly turned. Outside the pavilion, the autumn wind blew, and the fallen leaves rustled. At noon, in the courtyard of the exiled immortal residence, Luo Qingzhou was eating the food that Xiao Dai brought back from the kitchen when there was a knock on the door. Before Xiao Dai could open the door, the courtyard door had already been pushed open from the outside. Nandong Meiji was wearing a black dress. Her long and straight legs were wrapped in black silk from the 100 Flowers country, and her slender waist was wrapped with a black leather whip. She walked in tall and beautiful, and urged with a cold and arrogant face, Luo Qingzhou, it's time to set off. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, ignored her, and continued to eat with his head down. Xiao Dai hurriedly went to the house to move a chair out, and said respectfully, Princess, please sit for a while. The young master is still eating. Nandong Meiji glanced at the chair in front of her, and said with some disdain, Has Luo Qingzhou sat there before? Xiao Dai opened her mouth, not knowing how to answer. Luo Qingzhou looked up and said, Of course I have sat on it. Not only have I sat on it, but I have also stood and laid on it. The princess is of noble status, and is wearing luxurious clothes. She can't just sit on such a cheap and dirty chair. Keep standing. I want to eat for a while. Nandong Meiju glared at him and said, Luo Qingzhou, what is your attitude towards this princess? Then he sneered. Why? Are you very angry that this princess will go out with you to find your friend later? Are you feeling guilty about something? Luo Qingzhou continued to eat with his head down and ignored her. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and ignored him. She walked around the yard with her long legs. Looking around. Xiao Dai stood by. Looking anxiously. Nandong Meiju strolled around boredly for a while. And suddenly walked to the clothesline. Staring at the clothes hanging on the rope. There were 2 belly bands. 2 pairs of stockings. And Luo Qingzhou's underwear hanging on it. Xiao Dai blushed and wanted to stop him. But she didn't dare. Luo Qingzhou looked up and frowned. Saying, Princess, please don't look at it if it's not proper. It's someone else's underwear. Please don't look at it too much. Nandong Meiju ignored him. And stretched out 2 fingers to pinch one of the belly bands. After observing it for a while, he turned to look at Xiao Dai and asked, Did you design this belly band? Xiao Dai blushed and said, Yes. Nandong Meiju frowned and said, Why is there only a thin string tied in the middle? If you wear it on your body, the string accidentally breaks. Or it is accidentally pulled. What should I do? Xiao Dai couldn't answer and looked at her own master. According to the master, this belly band is designed to be easy to untie when sleeping. The master said that this is interesting and many women and men will definitely like it. Of course, she didn't dare to say these words. Also, why is this underwear transparent? If you wear it, isn't it the same as not wearing anything? Nandong Meiju continued to frown and asked. Then she shook her head and said seriously, You can't do this. If you open a clothing store in the future, you must not design it like this. No one will buy this kind of clothes. And it will definitely not sell. A woman with a little bit of decency and shame will not wear this kind of underwear. Xiao Dai lowered her head. Her face flushed. And she dared not say a word. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but ask, Princess, don't you see me sitting here? You are a noble lady. But you are talking about women's underwear in front of a man. Do you know what is called propriety, righteousness, integrity and shame? Nandong Meiju turned his head, glanced at him and said, Sorry. This princess really doesn't treat you as a man. You continue to eat your meal. Just pretend that you are deaf and can't hear what this princess is saying. Luo Qingzhou paused, put down his chopsticks, and said coldly, Since the princess doesn't treat me as a man, then I can just discuss this underwear with the princess. Excuse me, princess. Do women in the world wear these clothes for themselves? Nandong Meiju snorted coldly. Not for themselves. Wearing clothes? Is it for you? Luo Qingzhou said, I wonder if the princess has heard of this saying. Women dress up to please themselves. Most women dress up not for themselves, but for others to see. What do you think, princess? Nandong Meiju paused and sneered. I don't know where you heard these perverse ideas. This princess wears clothes just for myself. So what? Luo Qingzhou asked. Then when the princess is not going out, will she dress like this at home? Will the princess wear this when she sleeps at night? Every time the princess goes out to meet guests, go out to play, or go to meet friends, will she dress up carefully? Whether men or women, at home and outside, wear different clothes. They are all different. You can wear whatever you want at home, but you have to wear something formal and nice outside. First, to leave a good impression on others, and second, to respect others. Princess, think about it carefully. Isn't that the truth? After listening to this, Nandong Meiju paused and snorted coldly. Are outerwear and underwear the same? I admit that outerwear is indeed as you said. But women's underwear is naturally only worn for themselves, not for others to see. Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, What the princess said is indeed very right. But the princess's perspective is not entirely right. The princess is unmarried. Just a girl who has not yet left the house. So she would naturally say this. Then the princess should think about it. If a woman gets married, should she try her best to how to please the husband, even if she doesn't need to please him? For the sake of harmony between husband and wife, shouldn't the woman pay more attention to her dressing? If a couple sleeps together for a long time and always dresses the same, they will naturally get bored. But if one day, the wife dresses a little more attractive, won't the husband's eyes suddenly light up? Maybe the husband doesn't want to have anything to do with his wife anymore, but is suddenly interested in his wife's dressing. Then, won't the relationship between the couple suddenly become better? If the wife is like this, Those concubines who try their best to please their husbands will naturally want to dress more attractively. Otherwise they will fall out of favor. Princess. In fact, the maids and concubines in the palace will like this dress more. You should know the reason. Right? After hearing this, Nangong Meiju immediately scolded with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou. You are vulgar. Luo Qingzhou looked innocent and said, I am just discussing the sale of clothes with the princess. When we sell things, we must find a good position and think from many aspects. The princess said that no one will buy such clothes. But I can be sure that someone will buy it. And there will be many people who will buy it. Not only married women will buy it, but if it is comfortable to wear, unmarried women will also buy it. At this point, he took a look at the stockings wrapped on her beautiful legs and said, just like the princess. Just like the black stockings on the princess's legs. Although many people may not accept them at first. If they are comfortable and good-looking, they will naturally attract everyone's attention and favor. What did the princess think when she first saw the stockings? Did she think they were too thin and too bold? Then she saw more and more women wearing them on the street. And they looked very good. So she was curious. One day, she secretly bought a pair and tried them on secretly. Suddenly, she found that they were too comfortable and beautiful. And then she slowly accepted them? You are obscene. Nangong Meiju was speechless and angry. So she had to curse again. Then he pulled down his skirt and said angrily, Don't look. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and continued to talk, Princess. In fact, in addition to the underwear, belly band and stockings in front of you, we can also make some more beautiful and attractive outerwear and even shoes according to some special customers. For example, off-shoulder dresses, chest-length dresses, backless dresses, leg-exposing skirts, navel-exposing dresses, foot-exposing shoes with heels, foot-exposing shoes tied with thin strings, foot-exposing shoes embroidered with flowers, foot-exposing shoes inlaid with gems, and foot-exposing shoes with golden luster. Sir, stop talking. Xiao Dai on the side blushed with shame and hurriedly reminded him in a low voice, feeling ashamed and embarrassed for him in her heart. The master is completely exposed. Not only did it reveal that the shameful underwear was thought up by the master, but it also revealed his special fetish. There are so many exposed feet in one sentence. Nangong Meiju looked at him with disdain and said, Luo Qingzhou, the shoes you thought of, except for the exposed feet shoes, are there any that don't expose feet? Luo Qingzhou. Nangong Meiju sneered. It seems that the so-called Xiudia's design skills are all deceiving. It turns out that these obscene things are all thought up by you. No wonder. I was surprised. Xiao Dai never goes out. And she is a simple little girl. How could she think of such shameful clothes? It turns out it's all you. Luo Qingzhou said. Princess, I also read these ideas from books. They are all thought up by others. I just move them and use them. It's none of my business. Nangong Meiju said with sarcasm. Which book? Illustrations of jade feet? Why what illustrations? What jade feet? What is the princess talking about? Why don't I understand? Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat. Nangong Meiju stared at him for a while with a sneer on his face. And said, Let's go. Is it time to go meet your good friend? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the sun in the sky and said, Princess, the sun is very strong at this time. Your skin is so white. It will not look good if it gets tanned. It's better for you to rest at home and go talk to the second lady. I will go out alone. Nangong Meiju raised his hand, grasped the whip handle at his waist, looked at him coldly and said, Luo Qingzhou, let me ask you one more question. Are you going? Let's go. Luo Qingzhou immediately walked towards the door and clenched his hands in his sleeves. Princess, how about we make a bet? After leaving the house, Luo Qingzhou suddenly turned his head and said, Nangong Meiju said coldly, What bet? Luo Qingzhou said, I think that kind of clothes will definitely sell well. Princess thinks it can't be sold. Right? Nangong Meiju paused and snorted. It can't be sold in the first place. No shameless woman will buy it. Luo Qingzhou said, Princess, if we sell it by then, and it sells well, can you agree to one of my requests? If it really can't be sold, then I agree to one of your requests. How about it? Does the princess dare to bet? Nangong Meiju narrowed her eyes, stared at him for a while, and said, Any request is fine? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. As long as the princess can think of it. As long as I lose, I will agree to it, no matter what the request is. On the contrary, I hope the princess can answer. Meet my request. Nandong Meiju stopped and looked at him coldly. What is your request? Luo Qingzhou said. I can't tell you now. I'll tell you after the winter is out. Okay. But you can rest assured. I'm definitely not asking you to do anything illegal or criminal. And it won't be too difficult. Nandong Meiju stared at him for a few more times. Suddenly raised her eyebrows and sneered. Okay. That's it. Luo Qingzhou. If you lose, don't blame me for not giving way a face. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and said, Princess, in order to reassure both parties, let's clap our hands and swear. How about it? Nandong Meiju glanced at his hand, hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand and said, Okay. Pa! The palms of the two slapped together. Nandong Meiju's heart suddenly jumped. His cheeks slightly heated up. And he immediately said coldly, You swear first. Chapter 446. They both made a vow. After leaving Maple Leaf Alley, Luo Qingzhou took her directly to the south of the city. Nandong Meiju looked at the direction. The corner of her mouth moved slightly, glanced at him, and deliberately said, Luo Qingzhou, your friend's surname is not Dao, right? Dao? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and asked with a puzzled face, Why is his surname Dao? Nandong Meiju sneered and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou took her into an alley and said, Princess, that man has a bad temper. If you go, he may not respect you. If you say a few more words, he may even attack you directly. He doesn't care whether you are a princess or not. Are you sure you want to go? Nandong Meiju snorted coldly and said, You can let him try. Then he suddenly turned his head and looked at him, narrowing his eyes and said, Luo Qingzhou, your friend is not called Chu Feiyang, right? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. Chu what yang? Humph! Nandong Meiju tightened the whip at his waist and said coldly, No matter who he is, this princess will go to meet him today. This princess does not believe that he dares to eat this princess. Just after he finished speaking, the alley in his sight suddenly began to shake. Then, his body suddenly softened and fell forward. Princess! Luo Qingzhou was quick to hold her and shouted, Princess, what's wrong with you? Is it because the sun is too strong? Did you get heat stroke? After saying that, he immediately picked her up and ran out of the alley, shouting, Someone! Someone! The princess fainted. Swoosh! A hunchbacked old woman and a young woman suddenly rushed in from the alley and stopped in front of him in an instant. The woman picked up Nandong Meiju and asked quickly, What happened? Luo Qingzhou said in surprise. Auntie Mu, why are you here too? The princess was walking just now and suddenly fainted. I don't know what happened. The old woman immediately stretched out her skinny claws, scratched Nandong Meiju's eyelids, took a closer look, and then breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's nothing serious. She just fainted. Auntie Mu frowned and asked, Auntie, why did the young lady faint? The old woman shook her head and said, I don't know for the time being. When the young lady wakes up, ask about the symptoms just now, and you will know. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, Auntie Mu, then send the princess home to rest quickly. I still have to visit friends, so I'll leave first. After saying that, without waiting for their consent, he turned around and left quickly. The old woman looked at his back, with a hint of suspicion on her face. Could it be that boy who did this? Auntie Mu was stunned when she heard this, and said, Are you talking about Luo Qingzhou? Auntie Jiu? He is just a scholar. How can he have this ability? And why does he want to harm the young lady? The old woman glanced at her and said nothing. Auntie Mu immediately picked up Nandong Meiju and said, Auntie Jiu, it's not safe outside. Let's go back to the Qin mansion first, and wait for the young lady to wake up. That boy has a reputation and it's broad daylight, so don't worry about him. The old woman nodded. The two immediately took Nandong Meiju back to the Qin mansion. Half an hour later, Nandong Meiju woke up from the bed of Miss Qin air, stared blankly for a while, and suddenly sat up with a swish, jumped off the bed, and shouted, Where is Luo Qingzhou? That bastard? Miss Qin air put down the book, got up from the beauty couch, and said softly, Sister Meiju, Brother Qingzhou just came back from visiting a friend. He just came outside to ask about your health, and then went back. When Nandong Meiju heard this, she was shocked and angry. That bastard has come back? Miss Qin air said, Yes. Brother Qingzhou said that his friend went out of town and he didn't see him, so he came back directly. Nandong Meiju clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Wei mo. Do you believe it? Miss Chin-er nodded and said, well, Wei Mo believes what Brother Qingzhou said. You? Nandong Meiji was very angry. Paused. And said angrily, I'll go find him. After that, she went out of the door aggressively. When she arrived at the exiled immortal residence, she found a wooden sign hanging on the door, which read, reading, Do not disturb. Pa! Nandong Meiji smashed the wooden sign with one punch. Then jumped over the wall and said angrily, Luo Qingzhou, come out! Xiao Dai was embroidering in the corridor, and was startled by this. She quickly stood up and said, Princess, the young master is not at home. Nandong Meiji was stunned when she heard this. Not at home? Where did he go? Xiao Dai pointed to the right weakly and said, the young master went to the eldest lady's place. Nandong Meiji was even more angry when he heard this. Then why did you hang the wooden sign outside? Xiao Dai whispered, the young master hung it himself. Shameless. Nandong Meiji couldn't help but curse. He obviously went to meet his ex-wife, but pretended to be reading in the house. Is he afraid that other people in the mansion will see him and laugh at him? After saying that, he quickly walked to the wall of the courtyard, and with a swish, he jumped out again. Xiao Dai opened her eyes wide and murmured, the princess is so powerful, but she looks so fierce. Is she going to beat the young master? Young master is really something. Why do you mess around with pretty girls everywhere? Isn't it enough to have the second young lady? Nandong Meiji came to Lingshan Moon Palace aggressively. But this time, she didn't dare to jump over the wall directly, because Xia Chan's sword was not something she could avoid. What if he mistook her for a bad guy and pierced her throat with a sword as soon as she landed? Wouldn't it be too late to regret it? Dong! 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 She thought for a while, and went forward to knock on the door. After a while, footsteps and Beiling's crisp voice sounded in the yard. Who is it? My young lady is resting. Please don't disturb me. Nandong Meiji said with a cold face. Bai Ling? It's me. I'm looking for Luo Qingzhou. Squeak. The door of the yard opened. Bailing appeared in the door in a pink dress. Looking surprised. It's the princess. Is there something for the princess to see the uncle? The uncle is telling a story to Chan Chan in the room. Nandong Meiji clenched his fist in his sleeve and said coldly, I want to say a few words to him. Let him come out, or I can go in. When Bailing was in a dilemma, Luo Qingzhou walked out of the room, looking happy and said, Princess, you woke up? Fortunately, you are fine. Otherwise, I don't know how to explain to everyone. What happened to you? How come you suddenly fainted while walking? Fortunately, I was quick and hugged you. Nandong Meiji looked at him coldly and said, Did I let you hold me? Luo Qingzhou walked behind Bailing and said seriously, Princess, I know that men and women should not touch each other. I didn't want to touch you at that time, but I saw a pile of dog shit on the ground. When the princess fell, her face was about to hit it. So Princess, I was wrong. I apologize. I should have worn gloves to hug you. Otherwise, you take off your clothes and I will help you wash them again? Nandong Meiji clenched his fists, stared at him coldly, and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said again, the princess dislikes my dirty hands. It doesn't matter. I'll let Bailing wash them for you. Bailing was about to refuse angrily, but he said again, Bai Ling's hands look beautiful, pink and clean. They shouldn't dirty the princess's clothes. Bailing was immediately patted and smiled, nodded and said, Princess, I promise to wash them for you and make them smell good. Nandong Meiji had a cold face and still didn't speak. Inside and outside the door, there was a brief silence. Xia Chan stood behind Luo Qingzhou, like an emotionless guard, holding the sword tightly in her hand, her pretty face as cold as ice. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and couldn't help but said, Princess, I still have to go back to tell stories. If you don't have anything else, I'll go back to the house first. Nandong Meiji suddenly said with a frosty face, Luo Qingzhou, from leaving the house to walking into the alley, we only had one contact. When I high-fived you, I smelled a faint floral scent. I thought it was the smell you got from some girl, so I didn't care. Now that I think about it, you should have drugged me at that time. Right? Luo Qingzhou was full of doubts. What is the princess talking about? I drugged the princess? Why should I drug the princess? Do I have such courage? Princess, please don't slander me. Before you say this, please show me the evidence. Nandong Meiji stared at him in silence for a while, and said, I have no evidence. But Luo Qingzhou, I still say that you are not a man. You feel very proud of using such a despicable method on a weak woman. Right? Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't. And the princess is not a weak woman either. Nandong Meiju stared at him coldly for a while. Then turned around and walked away quickly without saying another word. After she walked away, Bailing suddenly said quietly, "Son-in-law, I regret giving you the medicine. It turns out that you really want to drug beautiful girls. Did you take the opportunity to touch the princess's big rabbit?" Luo Qingzhou turned around and walked towards her room, saying, "Come in. Give me a few more packets of colorless and odorless." "No." Bailing immediately refused, "Even if I have it, I won't give it to you. I will never help the evil." Luo Qingzhou took out a furry little white rabbit from his arms, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Do you want to play with my little rabbit? Or do you want me to play with your little rabbit?" Bailing was stunned for a moment, and immediately ran over with a face full of surprise and said, "Son-in-law, I want to play with your little rabbit." Luo Qingzhou took her into the room. Xiaochan followed in. Luo Qingzhou took out Erbao, and each of them had a little rabbit, playing happily. When they were having fun, Luo Qingzhou snatched it back and said, "It's colorless and tasteless. And there's an antidote. If I hold my breath every time, someone will notice it." Bailing was still not satisfied and said, "Sir, let me hold the rabbit first." Luo Qingzhou said, "Aren't you holding two in your arms?" Bailing. Nandong Meiju left the Qin mansion and went to various drug stores and warrior grocery stores in the outer and inner cities, and said directly to the store owner, "Give me a few packets of drugs of various effects." When the store owner heard it, he immediately whispered, "Miss, drugs are banned drugs. They can't be bought and sold casually. I'm not a charmer," Nandong Meiji said with a cold face. The store owner was curious. "What does the girl want to be charmed?" Nandong Meiji said coldly, "A coward, a bastard, and a despicable, shameless, dirty and insidious bitch." The store owner hesitated for a moment and said, "Isn't a bitch also a human being?" Nandong Meiji said with cold eyes, "Is a bitch a human being?" "Shop owner, isn't it?" "Pa." Nandong Meiji didn't say anything else. Threw a bag of gold coins, and it fell on the counter. The shop owner picked it up, weighed it, opened it and looked at it, then said seriously, "Of course a bitch is not a human. Don't worry, girl. My drug is only for bitches." One day later, before dawn, Luo Qingzhou had hung a sign outside the door of the exiled immortal residence, and then quietly went out and walked towards the martial arts hall. The master said that there will be 2 new disciples joining today, 1 junior brother and 1 junior sister. I hope they are not those people with bad intentions. He went to the martial arts hall just to practice with all his heart, and really didn't want to waste time on those intrigues. When he came to the 18th lane, Sister Dao was already waiting at the entrance of the lane. After seeing him, Sister Dao immediately said, "Chu Feiyang, your beautiful and sexy Princess Nandong came to see me again yesterday. She asked me to tell you one thing: you are dead." Chapter 447 New Junior Brothers and Sisters. The princess seeks a marriage. "What else did you say?" Luo Qingzhou asked. Sister Dao shook her head and said, "That's all she said." Luo Qingzhou frowned. Sister Dao asked curiously, "Chu Feiyang, how did you offend her again?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Chu Feiyang didn't offend her." Sister Dao raised her eyebrows and said, "Then it seems that Mr. Luo offended her." Luo Qingzhou didn't want to talk about it anymore and asked, "Sister Dao, have you met the new junior brothers and sisters who joined today?" Sister Dao shook her head. "Not yet." The two chatted and soon arrived at the martial arts hall. Sister Dao went forward and knocked on the door. Nie Yunrong opened the door and whispered, "Sister Dao, junior brother Chu. The 2 junior brothers and sisters are here and are talking in the master's room." The 2 entered the door. Sister Dao asked, "What do those 2 look like?" Nie Yunrong closed the door and said, "The junior brother looks ordinary, taciturn, and quite honest. The junior sister." At this moment, a surprised voice suddenly came from the corridor not far away. "Sister Dao, Brother Chu." Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao looked at them in astonishment. It was a cute girl wearing a black tights, petite, and round face. She looked at the 2 with surprise and immediately ran over excitedly. "Xiao Xiao?" Sister Dao's face was full of surprise and surprise. Luo Qingzhou was also very surprised that it was Chu Xiao Xiao. Of course, what surprised him even more was that another familiar figure came out of the house. Looking closely, it turned out to be Zhou Boyue, who was also a son-in-law like him. Chu Xiaoxiao ran over and said excitedly, "Sister Dao, Zhou Boyue and I asked for a long time before we knew you were here. So we came together. I didn't expect that Brother Chu was with you. It turned out that since the fall of Mo City, Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhou Buiyue moved to Kyoto with their family. The two met on the boat. They thought that they needed to find a place to practice after coming to Kyoto. When Chu Xiaoxiao talked with Sister Dao, she knew that Sister Dao was a disciple of Li Xiao's sect, and that Sister Dao came to Kyoto. So after they came to Kyoto, they asked around for the place where Li Xiao's sect accepted disciples. And then they found this place. Chu Xiaoxiao chattered for a while, and Sister Dao and Luo Qingzhou knew the general situation. At this time, Zhou Buiyue also came over shyly, smiled at the two of them, and greeted them. Sister Dao smiled and said, "Junior brother Zhou, you must call me senior sister from now on." Zhou Buiyue bowed and said, "Senior sister Dao." "Senior brother Chu?" Luo Qingzhou asked. "Where do you live now? In the outer city or the inner city?" Chu Xiaoxiao said, "Of course in the outer city. We are not qualified to live in the inner city." The four talked for a while. Zhang Yuanshan and Nie Yunrong also came over and got to know each other. Sun Jiang heard the noise outside and came out of the house. He scolded a few people and said with a sullen face, "Hurry up and practice. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it during dinner or when you go back at night. You spent so much money to come here, not to chat." Several people immediately dispersed, and each found a martial arts field to practice. Luo Qingzhou finally felt relieved. Since the new junior brother and sister are Zhou Buiyue and Chu Xiaoxiao, there is no problem. In fact, he had been worried that the new junior sister was the Nangong princess. Sister Dao walked with him to the martial arts training ground at the back and whispered, "In fact, I was also wondering whether the new junior sister would be your Nangong princess. But after thinking about it carefully, Master has already had a conflict with the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. And the princess is also charged with the murder of senior brother He and others. So it is obviously unlikely." After a pause, she whispered again, "Chu Feiyang, judging from this incident, the Nandong princess is really good to you. She helped you destroy the corpse and take the blame for the murder, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Li Xiao's sect is one of the 5 major sects of Dian. If the sect really wants to investigate, even the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion will be in trouble. So I think you should show some expression. Also, when I came back last time, I saw you holding her on the horse. That action is not something that ordinary men and women can do. You took advantage of her. So you can't pretend that nothing happened." After listening, Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Sister Dao glanced at him, sighed and said, "Chu Feiyang, I know your dilemma. You already have a wife, and you are a son-in-law. Even if you pass the imperial examination in the future, you can't change your status. The Great Yin Law stipulates that there can only be one wife, and you will definitely not abandon your wife. And as a royal princess, she naturally can't be a concubine, even if she is willing. Her family and the royal family will never agree. If she really insists, it will only harm you and your family, because the dignity of the royal family cannot be desecrated by anyone. So I understand why you have been playing dumb and escaping. Actually, it's still your fault. Why did you provoke her in the first place?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I didn't provoke her. At least I didn't provoke her actively." Sister Dao shrugged and said, "Then blame you for being too charming. You are so powerful. You have deliberately dressed up to be ordinary, but you are still charming and unstoppable. Right, Chu Feiyang?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "I think so too. TSK. Shameless." Sister Dao waved her hand and walked to the other side of the martial arts field, saying, "No more talking. Practice well." After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned her head and said, "By the way, Chu Feiyang, in fact, this matter may be unsolvable for other people. But for you, you are so talented and practice so fast. If you become the first warrior of the Yin in the future, you can naturally ignore those rules. In this world, the strong are respected, and any rules are set for the weak. In the eyes of the strong, there are no rules at all. What do you think?" Luo Qingzhou frowned and said nothing. Sister Dao waved her hand, walked with her long legs, carrying a big knife, and walked away quickly. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore. He came to the martial arts training ground and practiced the plum blossom flying boxing for a while to warm up his body, and then began to practice the shaking mountain fist. Soon, the muscles and blood in his body became hot. After practicing for an hour, he saw that there was no one around. So he immediately took out the medicine bottle from the storage bag and dripped 2 drops of spiritual liquid on his palm. when the spiritual liquid entered his body and began to be absorbed by the acupoints in his body. He continued to practice boxing. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain-shaking fist is fast, fierce, and heavy. Every punch is thrown with the greatest force. The punches are extremely fierce, and they are getting faster and faster, more and more domineering and fierce. Just when he was getting excited, a figure suddenly came from the side and punched him in the chest. Boom! Luo Qingzhou punched him. His body shook. His arm was numb, and he retreated more than 10 steps before he stood firm. Only then did he see clearly that the one who suddenly rushed over and punched him was his master Sun Jiang. Sun Jiang was wearing a gray robe. He was not tall or strong, but standing there at this time, he gave people a feeling of being as strong as Mount Tai and unmoved. Your boxing looks fierce and domineering, but it consumes a lot of internal energy. It can be used against ordinary enemies, but if you face some enemies who are good at defense and cunning, you will be a little powerless. They can slowly exhaust your internal energy. Fei Yang, although you are talented, it seems that you have only learned and practiced by yourself, and you have never been guided by anyone. It's a pity. You continue to practice this set of boxing. Just use all your strength. Come and attack the master. The master will tell you some flaws in your boxing and a few moves that need attention. Later, the master will teach you a set of basic boxing of the sect, which is both offensive and defensive, and is specially created for martial artists at the martial arts master level. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he immediately bowed his hands and thanked, "Thank you, master." Sun Jiang said expressionlessly, "Come on. Don't hide it. Only when you show your true strength, I will know where to teach you." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou resisted the urge to spread lime, bowed his hands and said, "Master, I'm sorry." After speaking, the figure flashed and rushed up. Boom! In the backyard martial arts training ground, the master and the apprentice quickly started fighting. One used all his strength. The other easily resolved it, and gave instructions at the same time. Time passed quickly. At noon, Luo Qingzhou was already practicing Lingfeng Fist, the basic boxing method of Lingxiao sect's exclusive martial artist. At lunch, Chu Xiaoxiao chattered non-stop. Zhou Buiyue was still silent and ate silently. In the afternoon, Luo Qingzhou continued to practice Lingfeng Fist and memorized the entire set of boxing methods. By the evening, he was sweating profusely. His clothes were soaked, and the strength in his body had been drained, because tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. He doesn't need to practice tomorrow. Before leaving, Luo Qingzhou asked for another day off, because the day after tomorrow, he will marry the second lady, and he will definitely not be able to practice on that day. Although he really wanted to invite Sister Dao and Zhou Buiyue to the wedding, it was obviously not appropriate. So far, only Sister Dao knew his true identity. Besides, it was a dangerous time, so the fewer people knew his true identity, the better. He separated from Sister Dao at the entrance of 18 Lane. When he returned to the mansion, the 3 members of housekeeper Zhou's family and other maids were all hanging lanterns in the mansion, decorating the festive colors needed for the Mid-Autumn Festival and the wedding the day after tomorrow. Song Ryue was commanding in a domineering manner. Luo Qingzhou slipped away from not far away and returned to the exiled immortal residence. After taking a bath with well water and changing into a clean Confucian robe, he went out and went to the Meixiang garden, while the Nangong princess went back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. He had to ask about the situation of the second young lady. Arrived at Meixiang garden, Qior and Zhu were also hanging lanterns in the corridor. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, sitting at the stone table in the yard, bathing in the golden sunset, and carefully cutting the word happiness. Luo Qingzhou entered the yard and sat down beside her. After watching her quietly cut a word, he said, "Miss Eyre, what's the matter with the princess?" Miss Jean Eyre looked up at him and smiled. "What does Brother Qizhou want to ask?" Luo Qingzhou glanced at the 2 little girls in the corridor and whispered, "Miss Eyre used to help me. Why do I feel that Miss Eyre is helping the princess these 2 days?" Miss Jean Eyre lowered her head and continued to cut, saying, "Brother Qingzhou, this can't be blamed on Wei Mo. You have been exposed. Wei Mo can't play dumb with you anymore. Otherwise Sister Meiju will be angry." Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while and asked, "What does she want?" Miss Jean Eyre raised her head and looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, what do you want?" Luo Qingzhou reached out and gently held her somewhat cold little hand, and said, "We will get married the day after tomorrow. Second miss, what do you think I should do? She is a princess, not an ordinary little maid. Second Miss should know what I am talking about. Right? Second Miss Chin was silent for a moment, nodded slightly, and said, Wei Mo knows. So, in fact, Wei Mo has been persuading her. Luo Qingzhou said, What is the result? Second Miss Chin looked at him and said, Sister Meijiao did not show any emotion. She just said that she and Chu Feiyan will never stop. She actually knows her own identity and situation, as well as the consequences better than us. Now she can only entangle with Chu Feiyan. Brother Qingzhou can't be good to her. Some? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, then shook his head. No. Miss Chin sighed slightly. I know what Brother Qingzhou thinks. Since it is impossible, we can't give her any hope. Right? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, Miss Air, I only like you. Miss Chin smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, didn't you say the same thing to Xiaochan yesterday? Luo Qingzhou, that girl actually told on me. Miss Chin snorted and said, I don't know what it means to tell on you. I'm just honest and tell the truth. Luo Qingzhou reached out and picked up the scissors on the table, saying, Miss Air, take a rest. I'll help you cut. By the way, my second brother didn't. Did you go to Dragon and Tiger Academy? Will Big Brother come back? Miss Chin shook her head and said, Big Brother is busy and can't come back for the time being. Then she sighed softly and said, Big Brother knows that Dad has resigned the title. So now he is practicing and working hard, wanting to rely on his own ability to earn glory for our Qin family again. In this way, we won't be bullied easily. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, Miss Air, don't worry. I will work hard too. I will try my best to pass the exam next year, and then ask for an official position in another place, and take you to a place far away from the Emperor to enjoy the good life. Okay? Who knew that when these words came out, Miss Chin was suddenly stunned, and the expression on her face suddenly became a little solemn. Luo Qingzhou paused, put down the scissors in his hand, and said, What's wrong? Miss Chin stared at him for a while, frowned slightly and said, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Ma understands. Luo Qingzhou was confused. What does Miss Chin understand? Miss Chin looked at him with a complicated expression and said, Brother Qingzhou, when Dad came back today, he brought back a piece of news from the palace. The Queen Mother is looking for a marriage for the eldest princess. There are 5 candidates, 2 of whom are princes from neighboring countries. One is the king of a neighboring country, and one is the son of a sect. The last one is the new champion after the next spring exam. At this point, Miss Chin paused, looked at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, it is said that the last candidate was added by the eldest princess herself. Chapter 448 Great Yin Etiquette. The courtyard was quiet for a while. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Second Miss, why are you looking at me like this? You don't think that the last condition of the princess is prepared for me, right? Second Miss Chin smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, isn't it? With your talent, it's more than enough to get the top scorer. Luo Qingzhou smiled bitterly and said, Under normal circumstances, there should be no problem. But Second Miss may have forgotten that the top scorer is not an ordinary exam, but a palace exam, which requires the Emperor to personally appoint. Second Miss, do you think that the current Emperor will appoint me as the top scorer? Second Miss Chin thought for a while, and said, It is indeed unlikely. But if Brother Qingzhou performs too well in the palace exam, maybe the Emperor will have to grant you the top scorer for the sake of the ministers. There is also this possibility. Luo Qingzhou shook his head. That's impossible. Once the princess put forward this condition, the top scholar should be directly selected. Miss Chin Air pondered for a moment and said, The princess actually proposed this condition for another purpose, which is to continue to delay the time of marriage. Right. Brother Qingzhou? Luo Qingzhou said, Maybe. How can we guess what the princess thinks? Anyway, the people in the palace, the Queen Mother, the princess, and even the little emperor are all powerful. So we should try to stay away from them. Miss Chin Air said, Brother Qingzhou promised to help the princess. Didn't he? Luo Qingzhou said, I can only do what I can. The princess is in the palace now, and I can't go there to help her. The two talked for a while, and the night gradually fell. The two will get married the day after tomorrow. According to the rules, they must not stay together for these 2 nights. Luo Qingzhou stood up and said goodbye. Miss Chin Air sent him to the door and asked Chior to take the lantern to send him back. When Luo Qingzhou was about to stop him, Miss Chin Air whispered, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Ma wants to tell you in advance that after we get married the day after tomorrow, it may be Chior who will help Weima spend the wedding night with you. Brother Qingzhou. Can you accept that? Chior stood aside with her head down, holding a lantern, her cheeks slightly red, and under the light, she looked bright and beautiful. Luo Qingzhou said, "Second miss. In fact, it is not necessary to have a bridal chamber. Of course there must be a bridal chamber." Second Miss Qin said firmly, "Brother Qingzhou, other rules can be ignored. But this process must be there. There are provisions in the etiquette. If the bride is not feeling well, the maid can temporarily do it. If there is no bridal chamber, it is not considered a marriage." Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Is there such a provision in the etiquette? Second Miss Qin nodded and said, "Of course there is. Brother Qingzhou, haven't you read the etiquette carefully?" The etiquette. She suddenly stopped talking, smiled slightly, and said, "Brother Qingzhou, anyway, you just listen to Weima. Okay? Then," she lowered her voice again, slightly shyly said, "Brother Qingzhou, when the time comes, Weima will try to have a bridal chamber with you. If it really doesn't work, let Chior replace it. Chior is Weima's person and Brother Qingzhou's person. I hope Brother Qingzhou doesn't dislike it." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I don't dislike it, second miss. Then I will listen to you." Miss Qin Air smiled slightly, turned to look at Chior and said, "Go. Send the uncle back." "Yes, Mississippi." Chior blushed, carried the lantern, went out, and walked in front. Luo Qingzhou said goodbye to Miss Qin Air and followed behind. The two walked one after the other for a while. When they were about to reach the exiled immortal residence, Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, "Chior, that are you willing to spend the wedding night with the uncle?" Chior said softly, "Uncle, of course I am willing. When I was in Mo City, I was willing." Luo Qingzhou didn't know what to say. Soon they arrived at the exiled immortal residence. Chior sent him to the door and was about to turn around and say goodbye, when Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Chior, the uncle will not treat you as a maid. You are the same as Xiao Dai, and the uncle will treat you well." Chior smiled and said, "Uncle, I dare not compare with Xiao Dai. Even my young lady dare not compare with Xiao Dai. Uncle, as long as you are good to my young lady, I will always follow you and serve you." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Of course, I will be good to the second young lady." Chior smiled, bowed slightly, and left with her head down. Luo Qingzhou looked at her slender back until it disappeared, then turned and entered the courtyard. Xiao Dai was in the room, helping him wipe the table, windowsill and other places. Luo Qingzhou entered the room, hugged her from behind, and told her everything that the second young lady had just said to him and the conversation with Chior. After hearing this, Xiao Dai was immediately filled with joy and said, "Sir, I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. Sir, you can finally be with the second lady, and I can finally live with Sister Chior." Luo Qingzhou was immediately jealous. "Xiao Dai, are you having an affair with Chior?" Xiao Dai asked in confusion, "What do you mean by having an affair? Sister Chior and I are good sisters. And there is also Sister Xiao Ao." Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, "By the way, Xiao Dai, who is Xiao Ao? Why have I never seen her?" Xiodia's smile faded slightly, and she sighed. "Sister Xiao Ao has some problems with her legs and can't walk, so she rarely goes out. But Sister Xiao Ao is amazing. She can embroider, play the piano, play the flute, make clothes, etc. I learned my embroidery and clothing making skills from Sister Xiao Ao. Everyone's clothes in the mansion are also made by Sister Xiao Ao, sewn by hand. By the way, Master, you have two Confucian robes, the blue one and the white one, both made by Sister Xiao Ao. I heard that Madam is going to open a clothing shop, and Sister Xiao Ao will manage it." Luo Qingzhou said, "What happened to her legs?" Xiao Dai shook her head and said, "I don't know. Anyway, since the first time I saw Sister Xiao Ao, I saw her sitting in a wheelchair." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's pitiful. But Xiao Ao lives a more valuable life than others." Xiao Dai nodded and said, "That's right. Sister Xiao Ao is diligent and powerful. I heard that Madam has lost her temper with everyone, but she has never lost her temper with Sister Xiao Ao. When we moved from Machin to Kyoto, Sister Xiao Ao was also sent here in advance. Madam dotes on her." Luo Qingzhou picked her up and put her on the table next to him, saying, "Xiao Dai, Master also dotes on you. Master, it's not time to go to bed yet. Silly girl, what are you thinking about?" Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth and said, "I'm going to tell stories to the young ladies. If you are sleepy, go to bed first." I may be back later. Xiao Dai hurriedly said. Master. You. Luo Qingzhou said. What's wrong? Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment and said. No. Nothing. Luo Qingzhou turned around and returned. Hugged her slender waist and said. Xiao Dai. It's okay to be hesitant at night. But why are you still hesitating now? Just say whatever you want to say. The young master won't blame you. Xiao Dai then said weakly, Young master. According to the rules, you will marry the second young lady the day after tomorrow. And you can't see other women these 2 nights. What's more, the eldest young lady is yours. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard this. Paused. And said, Then I'll go tell Beiling so that they don't have to wait. Xiao Dai hurriedly said, Young master. It doesn't matter. No one else knows. And the second young lady is so nice. She won't care. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and turned to leave the room. Xiao Dai secretly regretted, Am I too talkative? If Sister Beiling and the others knew, would they blame me? When Luo Qingzhou came to Lingshan Moon Palace, the gate was open. Beiling was sitting alone at the stone table in the small courtyard, humming a song and pounding medicine. The fragrance of flowers floated in the garden. Luo Qingzhou knocked on the door, then went in and said, Bai Ling, I'm here to tell you that I won't go to the back garden to tell stories to the eldest lady tonight. Let's wait a few days. Bai Ling stopped pounding the medicine and asked in confusion, Why? Isn't the son-in-law here? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, but still told the rules. I'm going to get married with the second lady the day after tomorrow. So these 2 nights are not very convenient. Bai Ling blinked, stood up and said, Son-in-law, what's inconvenient for you? We're getting married the day after tomorrow. So do you have to start recuperating today? But I'm here just to tell stories, not to do anything laborious. Right? Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he had to say, Bai Ling, son-in-law doesn't mean that. What the son-in-law means is that according to the rules, I can't go out to see other women 2 nights before the wedding. Son, especially at night. That De Yanli Fi should have written it. Right? Bai Ling suddenly laughed and said, Son-in-law, have you read De Yanli Fa seriously? Luo Qingzhou said, I think so. There should be this rule. Bai Ling chuckled, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face, and said crisply, Son-in-law, you misunderstood. The etiquette means that a man cannot go out to see other women of questionable character, go to brothels, or stay out all night in the first 2 nights of his marriage. Son-in-law, do you think that Xia Chan, I, and the eldest lady are women of questionable character? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, Of course not. Bai Ling shrugged and said, That's it. Son-in-law came to tell us stories tonight, and it didn't break the rules. The 3 of us are all your family members, so we can meet. Family members? Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned. Beiling raised her eyebrows and said, Why? Do you think we are not your family? Is it Chan Chan or me? Or is it the eldest lady? Luo Qingzhou said quickly, That's not what I meant. Beiling, since the etiquette says so, there is no problem. Is the eldest lady in the back garden? Let's go to the back garden. He decided to find the Dian etiquette after he went back and read it carefully to avoid making such a low-level mistake again. When he glanced at it, he didn't look through those items because he didn't feel anything about marriage. Now it seems that it's time to understand more to avoid making a fool of himself again. Wait a minute. My son-in-law. I'll put the medicine away. Beiling quickly picked up the medicine jar and ran back to the room. Luo Qingzhou followed behind. And just as he entered the room, he suddenly felt the message in the storage bag move. He hesitated, looked around, and immediately took it out and looked at it. It turned out to be from Xiaoya. Xiaoya, brother, good brother. My sister is out tonight and has come to the outer city. Where is my brother? My sister misses you so much. My sister wants to see my brother right away and give him a sweet kiss. If my brother dislikes it, my sister also brought socks. Chapter 449 Waiting at West Lake. Waiting at West Lake. Luo Qingzhou finished editing and was about to reply when he suddenly remembered what Beiling had said. According to the rules, a man cannot go out to meet a woman of questionable character 2 nights before getting married. Is Xiaoya a woman of questionable character? Definitely not. And he went there with his soul, not his body. The most important thing is that he went out for cultivation and treasures, not for some sweet kisses and socks. So, it is not considered breaking the rules. Xiaoya, I can't go out for the time being. You go to West Lake and wait. I will probably go there after 3 o'clock. The message was sent out quickly. Luo Qingzhou put away the message, entered Beiling's room, and asked, "Is the colorless and odorless one ready?" Bai Ling put the anther in place, washed her hands in the basin, and said crisply, "It's almost done. You can come and get it tomorrow." Then he raised his chin and snorted. "Son, what kind of reward is there? You can't take it for free, right?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Son has already paid a sweet kiss, and let you play with the rabbit for a long time. Isn't that enough?" Bai Ling pouted and said, "Son is shameless. It's obviously you who forced me to shiver and bully me." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "I didn't take the initiative to stick out my tongue, nor did I take the initiative to put my hands into my clothes." Bai Ling immediately snorted, "I didn't." "Well, you didn't. Son-in-law believes you. It's the tongue and hands that are shameless and move by themselves." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he turned and left the room and walked towards the back garden. Bai Ling followed him out, pouting her lips and muttering softly, "It was my uncle who seduced them to move." He. Luo Qingzhou pretended not to hear. In the back garden, Miss Qin was sitting in the pavilion, reading a book quietly. Xia Chan was holding a sword, standing under the big tree outside the pavilion, motionless, as if thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou walked to the pavilion and bowed. "Mississippi." Qin Jinjiao looked up at him and said lightly, "You don't have to come these 2 nights." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. When he was about to say goodbye, Bai Ling behind him hurriedly said, "Miss, my uncle said he was bored at home and wanted to come over to tell you a story. My uncle said he was used to telling you a story every night. If he didn't tell a story for 1 night, my uncle couldn't sleep." Luo Qingzhou turned his head and glanced at her. Bai Ling looked straight ahead. "Serious?" Qin Jinjiao paused, looked at the figure in front of him, and asked, "Really?" When Luo Qingzhou was hesitating whether to deny it, he saw Xia Chan slightly raise the sword in her hand, staring at him coldly. "Yes, Mississippi," Luo Qingzhou admitted decisively. Qin Jinjiao calmed down and did not speak again. Bai Ling laughed and said, "Son-in-law, tell me quickly. I want to hear about the happy life of heir and aunt after marriage." Luo Qingzhou did not delay anymore, and continued to tell the story from the last plot. There is no happy life in this story. It is all about the ups and downs of fate, which is depressing to listen to. It was told until the early morning. Luo Qingzhou stopped and bowed, saying, "Miss, this is it for today. There are still a few chapters, and it should be finished tomorrow night." Bai Ling begged hurriedly, "Son-in-law, tell me another chapter. It's still early." Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky and said, "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning. It's not early yet. I should go back to sleep. You should also rest early." When he turned to leave, Miss Qin suddenly said indifferently, "Let's finish it." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard it, and turned his head. This was the first time Miss Qin kept him, and the first time she asked him. Although her tone and expression were still cold, it was indeed a request. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said with some embarrassment, "Miss, the remaining chapters are still a bit long. If I finish it, it will probably be done." Miss Qin didn't say anything else. Bai Ling immediately said, "Son-in-law, tomorrow is Mid-Autumn Festival anyway. You don't have anything to do. Go back to sleep tomorrow morning." Then he looked at Xia Chan next to him and said, "Xia Chan, what do you think?" Xia Chan nodded while holding the sword. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou couldn't refuse anymore, so he had to say, "Then I'll go have a cup of tea. I'm a little thirsty after talking too much." After that, he immediately left the pavilion and walked into the house. He had to inform Xiaoya and Sister Yu, so as not to make them wait in vain. Bailing immediately followed him and said attentively, "Sir, I'll pour you tea. Whose cup do you want to use?" Luo Qingzhou entered the room and said, "Is there no clean one?" Bailing immediately said, Chan, "Me and Miss all have clean ones." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "I mean, is there any cup that no one has used?" Bailing shook her head and said, "No. Few people come here to drink tea, so we haven't prepared any." Luo Qingzhou said, "Then use yours. Go get it." Bailing pouted immediately and said, "Humph. Sir, you want to tease me again and want to kiss me indirectly, right?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Then you can use Chan's." "Humph. Chan won't let me use it." Bailing snorted again. Luo Qingzhou said, "What about the eldest ladies?" Bai Ling immediately said, "Uncle is dreaming. And the young lady's is even more impossible. After that, she walked towards her room and said, "Forget it, Uncle. Just use mine. At worst, I will wash it several times after Uncle is done using it. And wash away all the saliva and taste of Uncle." When Luo Qingzhou saw her enter the room, he immediately walked to the front yard, took out the message treasure, and sent messages to Sister Yu and Xiaoya respectively. "Sister Yu, I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. You don't have to wait for me. By the way, Xiaoya has gone. Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I have something to do tonight, so I won't go. I will go tomorrow night. I will definitely go tomorrow night." Just after sending it, Bai Ling's voice suddenly came from behind. "Uncle, what are you doing?" Luo Qingzhou turned his wrist, put away the jade, and said, thinking about the ending of the story, "What's wrong? Where's the tea?" Bai Ling glanced at his sleeves and said with a smile, "Uncle, wait a moment." After that, she went to the kitchen. The message was quickly replied. "Xiaoya, stinky brother. You stood me up again. Did you do it on purpose? I brought your favorite socks and treasures. Annoying." Luo Qingzhou did not reply again. Bai Ling quickly brought a pot of tea and said happily, "Son-in-law, this pot is enough for you to drink for the whole night. If you need to go to the bathroom later, remember to tell me." Luo Qingzhou took the teacup, drank it all, looked at her and said, "Why should I tell you? Do you want a peek?" Bai Ling was about to nod, but quickly shook her head and said, "No, I just held the lantern to help you, so that you wouldn't step on the snake." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, drank another cup, and returned to the back garden. After a short rest, he continued to talk. Fortunately, there were not many chapters left. At almost 5 o'clock in the morning, he finally finished. "Miss, it's almost dawn. I'll go back. You should go to bed soon." Luo Qingzhou said goodbye immediately. At this time, "I don't know if Sister Yu and Xiaoya have left. Maybe I can see them if I go?" Bai Ling immediately said, "Son-in-law, it's so late. Don't bother Xiaodai to open the door. You can sleep in Chan-Chan's room. Let Chan-Chan sleep with me." Luo Qingzhou glanced at Xiao-Chan, and seeing that she didn't object, he still refused and said, "According to the rules, I can't stay out these 2 nights." After that, he said goodbye and left. Bai Ling had no choice but to send him to the front door, and said seriously, "Sir, it seems that the young lady likes to listen to your stories very much. The young lady hasn't listened to people so attentively for a long time. And the young lady looks so gentle today. Did you notice it?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while after hearing this, and said, "Then after I get married with the second young lady, if I have time, I will tell stories to the eldest young lady again." Bai Ling immediately said happily, "Well, then, sir, have you thought about what story to tell? You can't tell the story of the bad little treasure. The young lady will definitely not like it. The bad little treasure is eccentric, talkative, likes to lie, is black-bellied, and lustful. Anyway, he has never done anything. Fortunately, the lady must not like it. Grandpa, after you become a kiss with Miss Eyre, you have more than two more people in the room to play with you." "Yes, my aunt seemed to only mention me. I didn't mention the auntie. Abominable. Don't want to bully others again in the future." Luo Qingzhou returned to Xiangxianju, took out the treasures of the message in the small courtyard, and sent a message. "Sister Yu, are you still in West Lake? Have you seen Xiaoya? Xiaoya, are you still in West Lake? Have you seen Sister Yu? If she hasn't left, I'll go over right now." Xiaoya's message came back quickly. "Brother, sister is here. Sister is still here. Sister found something fun in West Lake. Brother, come quickly. Let's play together. Senior sister didn't come tonight. Brother, don't worry about her. Come quickly. Sister's socks are ready." Luo Qingzhou returned to the room and got into the quilt. Xiao Dai was wearing a soft belly band and slept soundly. At this time, the jade stone suddenly vibrated again. "Sister Yu, yes." Luo Qingzhou looked strange and replied, "Sister Yu is in West Lake? Xiaoya said she didn't see you." "Sister Yu, I'm practicing." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh, Sister Yu, where are you hiding to practice? In the lotus bushes? I'll go over right now." "Sister Yu." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the communication treasure. His soul left his body and rushed to West Lake. At this time, in the West Lake, there were 2 figures, one red and one black. Fighting fiercely. Chapter 450. Licking Dog Celia. The east gradually brightens, and the moonlight dims. When Luo Qingzhou arrived at the West Lake, which had been turbulent with swords and sabers before, had returned to calm. A figure with a red halo all over her body stood gracefully on the attic, lowering her head, as if looking for something. When Luo Qingzhou appeared, she immediately turned around and said in surprise, "Brother." Luo Qingzhou floated on the attic, glanced at her, and said, "Where is Sister Yu?" The red figure was immediately unhappy and said, "I haven't seen you for so long. Why do you ask about seeing your sister as soon as you see me? But don't you ask how I am doing now?" Luo Qingzhou looked at the lotus bushes and asked, "Xiaoya, how have you been recently?" "Brother." "Sister, hey." "Brother." "Where are you going?" "I'm going to find Sister Yu." "You wait here for a while." Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had already flown towards the lotus bushes. The red figure paused for a moment, and immediately stamped her feet in anger. "Brother, you hurt my heart so much. You are not even willing to perfunctorily." After saying that, she followed him and said, "Brother, senior sister is not here. There is only your good sister here. By the way, besides your good sister, there is also a..." Before she finished speaking, she suddenly saw a moon-white figure standing in the lotus bush below, against the backdrop of green lotus. The white clothes are like snow. The sleeves are fluttering, and the fairy posture is ethereal. Who else is it but that girl? Luo Qingzhou floated down and stood opposite the moon-white figure, saying, "Sister Yu, have you been here all the time?" The moon-white figure did not speak. The red figure came down and said, "Brother, senior sister is lying. She wasn't here just now. I didn't see her at all." Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, "Sister, you didn't say anything at all. How could she be lying?" "Xiaoya, you can't talk to Sister Yu like that." The red figure was immediately angry and said, "Brother, sister brought you socks." Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, "What socks? I don't want socks. Why do I want your socks? Don't talk nonsense in front of Sister Yu, or I won't let you come next time." The red figure had to shut his mouth in grievance. The white figure glanced at her, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. After a pause, he said lightly, "I saw your fight with her just now." The red figure was even more angry when he heard it. "Why didn't senior sister help me? I almost beat her." The white figure was silent for a while, and just as he was about to answer, the lake next to him suddenly splashed and a figure swept out. A strange girl in a black dress, bare white jade feet, and a bright red mark on her forehead suddenly landed behind the white figure. Her eyes turned from green to black, and she said coldly, "Because she is my sister, and I am her sister." The red figure was shocked. Luo Qingzhou looked at the black-dressed girl in front of him, stunned for a moment, and looked at the bare white jade feet under her skirt. On the ankle of one of the jade feet, there was a familiar red rope tied with a bell. "Is it her?" Luo Qingzhou was secretly shocked. The red figure on the side suddenly said, "Brother, why are you staring at her feet? Are her feet very white? My sister's feet are also very white." Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze and looked at the girl in black again. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Sister Yu, I have seen her." Then he looked at the girl in black again and said, "She should have seen me too." This strange girl in black might have seen through his identity. The maid in green on the pleasure boat that time might have been her. "So, Sister Yu also knows his true identity?" The girl in black smiled faintly and said, "Sir, of course I have seen you. You come to West Lake every night to tell stories to me, and I am there." Luo Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "I am not talking about the night." The girl in black smiled and said, "If it is not the night, then you must have made a mistake. I am a demon. I have been hiding in West Lake for 100 years, and have never appeared during the day." Luo Qingzhou looked at her, and said nothing more. After a moment, he said, "Maybe I really made a mistake." The red figure asked, "Sister, since she is from the demon clan, how can she be your sister? When did you have such a sister? Why didn't I know?" The moon-white figure was silent for a moment, and said, "Just adopted." The red figure was stunned for a moment, and asked in confusion, "You adopted a demon clan sister. Are you going to be an enemy of Dian?" The black-skirted girl suddenly snorted coldly. "Why do you think that the demon clan will harm the people of Dian? I have been here in West Lake for 100 years, and I have never harmed a good person. I have helped your Dian deal with some scum." The red figure looked at her coldly again and said, "Have you survived the thunder tribulation? Does it have anything to do with you?" The black-skirted girl said coldly, The red figure's long hair suddenly fluttered. Her red skirt fluttered. And the temperature around her suddenly rose. She said coldly, "Do you want to fight again?" The black-skirted girl's dark pupils suddenly turned green. And then turned scarlet. Water vapor flowed around her body. And the lotus leaves under her feet condensed into ice. She snorted coldly. Who is afraid of who? Luo Qingzhou was afraid of being implicated. So he hurriedly asked, "Why do you want to fight? What does it have to do with you?" The black-skirted girl and the red figure suddenly turned their heads and glared at each other. After saying that, the red figure was stunned for a moment, and quickly suppressed his anger, and said weakly, "Brother, I'm sorry. Sister forgot it was you." The black-skirted girl also reacted, thinking that she would need him to save her life in the future. So she had to say, "Young master, I just forgot it was you. I'm sorry." "Bah! Don't imitate me." The red figure bowed immediately. The girl in the black dress also said, "Who imitated you to speak? Can't I say those words? Pa! 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 I'll let you taste the saliva of humans. Pa! I'll let you taste the venom of the demon race. You are cheating. My saliva is not poisonous. You are shameless. You spit on my feet. My saliva is fragrant. If you don't believe me, smell it. My venom is sweet. If you don't believe me, lick it. Get out. Crawl." The two of them started to curse each other, seeing that the quarrel between the man and the demon might not end for a while. Luo Qingzhou immediately whispered to the white figure in front of him, "Sister Yu, let's go to the attic." The white figure nodded slightly. The two left one after the other and landed on the attic. In the lotus bushes, the sound of the two cursing, one word after another, continued to come. "Sister Yu, why did you accept such a sister?" Landing in the attic, Luo Qingzhou asked immediately, and then said a little embarrassedly, "Well, if she can be your sister, can I be your brother? Master and disciple are not possible. Then sister and brother should be possible. Right? After all, he has called sister Yu for so long. And a junior brother is at least closer than a friend." The white figure looked at him quietly. After a moment, Fawn said indifferently, "She is not my sister, and I will not accept a younger brother." Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said, "Did she say that on purpose?" The white figure paused and said, "I didn't tell her my name, so she kept calling me sister. Just like you call me sister Yu." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, looked at her and said, "Then sister Yu, can you tell me your real name?" Then he said, "I swear, I will never deliberately inquire about your identity in reality." The white figure did not answer, turned around, looked at the sky in the distance, and a ray of light had already appeared. After a while, Fawn said, "You are getting married tomorrow night, right?" Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, "Yes." "Sister Yu is going?" The white figure said indifferently, "Then don't come out tonight. And tomorrow night too. Come out in a few nights." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Okay." The two stood one after the other for a while. The night quietly retreated, and light began to appear above the west lake. The autumn wind blew, and the lake sparkled. The red figure flew up from the lotus bushes and landed on the attic, still angrily saying, "Senior sister, if it weren't for your face, I would have blown her head off. It's so abominable. She actually said that I was my brother's licker. How could I be a licker? I was clearly licking people." Then she said crisply, "Brother, it's almost dawn. I have to go back quickly. Otherwise I can't enter the inner city. These socks." When she was about to take out the socks, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said seriously, "What socks? I don't want them." "Oh." The red figure laughed and said, "Brother, then I'll leave first. I'll contact you tonight. If I can come out, I'll cough. I'll listen to my brother's story again." After speaking, she waved her hand, and the figure flashed, flew into the sky, and soon disappeared. Luo Qingzhou stood for a while, and also bowed and said, "Sister Yu, it's dawn, so I'll go back first." Then he said, "By the way, Sister Yu, don't listen to Xiaoya's nonsense. I didn't ask her for socks at all. Why did I want her socks? They are completely useless. It turns out that the pair of socks is a magic weapon. I needed it more at that time, and she took the initiative to give it to me, so I accepted it reluctantly. Now I don't need it at all. I am a man. How can I ask for a woman's socks? I'm not a pervert. What do you think?" The white figure of Yu looked at him quietly, and did not reply. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Sister Yu, then I'll go first." After speaking, The figure flashed, flew into the air, and soon disappeared. The white figure of Yu slowly took out the jade from his body and looked down. At this time, the jade suddenly lit up and a message appeared. Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya. My dear sister, have you entered the inner city? Where are the socks? You can bring them to me. Xiaoya, brother, I have entered the inner city. Let's wait tonight. I will find a way to get out. Brother, do you like my sister's socks? Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya. Are socks a magical instrument? Xiaoya, no. They are just ordinary socks. But my sister has worn them. Will brother dislike them? Luo Qingzhou, of course not. Didn't I tell you before? My wife is very frugal and often picks up other people's socks to wear. You give them to me tonight, and I will take them back for her to wear. Xiaoya, didn't brother talk about the ex-wife before? Luo Qingzhou said, my current wife is the same. The wives I married are all more frugal. Xiaoya, oh, brother, you are so lucky. So happy. By the way, brother, my sister has some skirts, belly bands, underwear, and other things that she has worn. Brother, do you want to take them back for sister-in-law to wear? Luo Qingzhou said, no. Just socks. Your sister-in-law only likes to wear socks that others have worn. Xiaoya, oh, then brother. See you tonight? By the way, brother, can you please not call me out tonight? I want to talk to you alone. Also, I can't let you see me asking me for socks, or I'll think you're a pervert. Luo Qingzhou, don't worry. Sister, you won't come out tonight. Let's meet somewhere else tonight. Xiaoya, hee. Great. Brother, why do I feel like we're secretly dating without my knowledge? Luo Qingzhou, stop talking nonsense. We're just doing a deal. Xiaoya, why do I feel more excited when you say that? Luo Qingzhou, no more. I'm leaving. Xiaoya, brother, I just like your shyness. Hee. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply. On the West Lake attic, the white figure stood there for a while. And when the morning sun rose from the distant hills, he put away the jade in his hand and disappeared from the spot. Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence. His soul returned to his body. He grabbed the two little rabbits beside him and played with them for a while. Then closed his eyes and fell asleep. In the palace, a girl in a fiery red dress sat in front of the table, looking at the text she had sent on the jade in her hand. Her cheeks suddenly became hot and her hands trembled. Bang! She threw the jade in her hand on the table in front of her. Her long hair dancing, her red dress fluttering, her body burning with flames. And she gritted her teeth with a frosty face and said, damn it! I am the eldest princess, the lord of the Fire Moon country. How can I be like this? The word stopped and there was silence for a long time. Forget it. Forget it. The book once said that the soul and the body are two things. Since they can be separated, they are two people. So, what does the dog licker Xiaoya have to do with me? Chapter 451. A date on the night of Mid-Autumn Festival. It was a beautiful Mid-Autumn Festival. The Mid-Autumn Festival in the Qin Mansion this year seemed much quieter than in the past. There were few people at home. But it was actually quite good to be so quiet. Miss Qin's condition had stabilized. And tomorrow was the wedding day for Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin. So everyone in the mansion was in high spirits. At noon, the family gathered together and had a reunion dinner. Song Ryue personally cooked a table of exquisite meals, and also made some osmanthus cakes and red bean mooncakes. The wedding gowns for Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin had been sewn. After lunch, the two went back to try on the clothes. Miss Qin wanted to take Luo Qingzhou to Meixiang Garden to try them on, but Song Ryue stopped them severely. According to the rules, men and women were forbidden to meet on the day before the wedding. However, due to the special circumstances, no one mentioned this rule anymore. But it was definitely not allowed to try on wedding gowns together. Song Ryue personally moved into Meixiang Garden to prevent the two from being affectionate in private today and breaking the rules. Luo Qingzhou tried on the wedding gown in the exiled immortal residence, and the size was just right. Xiao Dai and Qiu'er were busy moving the things from the exiled immortal residence to Meixiang Garden. In fact, there were not many things. In addition to Luo Qingzhou and Xiaodia's clothes, there were Xiaodia's embroidery and clothing tools. The bed and quilt were all there. After getting married, Luo Qingzhou naturally had to share a quilt with Miss Qin, so these did not need to be moved. As for books, pens, ink, paper, inkstones and other items, they were not moved away. Whether it was reading or practicing calligraphy, a quiet environment was needed. So after discussion, Luo Qingzhou still came back to the exiled immortal residence to study during the day. At night, he needed to return to Meixiang Garden to rest. In other words, the exiled immortal residence has now become a place for him to study and prepare for exams. He didn't go anywhere today, and was studying hard in the study. After Xiaodai came back, she quietly made tea for him, and then went to the corridor to continue embroidering. The sun shone into the eaves and fell on the little girl. The little girl's face was full of happiness and gentleness. In the evening, the family had dinner early, and then went out to go shopping and enjoy the lanterns. Tonight is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The curfew has been lifted. The night market can be open all night, and the people can also play outside all night. Miss Jean still didn't go out. Bailing and Xia Chan also accompanied her at home. Even if Song Ryue and Miss Jean went to call together, they didn't go out. So when they were playing at night, Song Ryue kept frowning and worried. She felt sorry for her eldest daughter. Although this marriage is the result that everyone wants to see, she still feels a little guilty. Her elder sister's husband was divorced, and then became her younger sister's husband. She felt ashamed to tell others, because they had to get up early tomorrow to prepare for the wedding. The group strolled around the street for a while, bought some candies and preserved fruits, and then went home. Luo Qingzhou first sent Miss Qin Er back to Meixiang Garden, and then left under the gaze of the mother-in-law. After he left, Song Ryue helped her daughter into the courtyard, went back to the house and talked for a while, and then began to seriously explain the matters of the wedding chamber tomorrow night. Chior was also called into the room. Song Ryue said a lot of things, and finally said a harsh word. If you have any problems tomorrow night, whether it is his fault or yours, mother will not forgive him. Qin Weimao lowered his head, blushed, and said nothing. When Chior carried the lantern and sent Song Ryue to the door, she solemnly said, Chior, whether you are needed or not tomorrow night, you stay by the bed and keep an eye on him. If Weimao gets into trouble, I will hold you responsible. Chior lowered her head and said, Madam, don't worry. I know. Song Ryue seemed to find that her tone was too harsh. She stared at her immature face for a while, and then slowed down her voice and said, Chior, don't worry. Our Qin family will definitely not treat you unfairly. It is not wrong for you to serve your son-in-law. You know your son-in-law's ability. When he passes the imperial examination and has a status, you and Xiaodai will naturally have status, which is better than you getting married without a status. You have to be strong when you have no one to rely on. What do you think? Chior looked up and said, Madam, I have never thought about getting married. I will always follow the young lady and serve the son-in-law for the rest of my life. I will not regret it. Song Ryue listened and nodded with satisfaction, saying, Okay. Chior is still sensible. Then she rolled her eyes at Mayor next to her and said, Look at Chior. She is gentle and generous, well-educated, and smart. What about you? If you don't have a smarter brain, I will marry you to Nyoer, who is a butcher outside, and let you butcher pigs every day. Mare held the lantern, lowered her head, and did not dare to say anything, but muttered in her heart, Madam thought she was in Mo's city, and the pig seller outside is not called Nyoer. After Song Ryue left, Chior closed the door and returned to the house. Chior came out of the room, smiled at her and teased, Chior, you can finally serve the uncle tomorrow night. Are you so happy that you can't sleep tonight? Chior hung the lantern in the corridor and said calmly, Ju, you have known the uncle for so long. Don't you know him? If I really look at the uncle and the young lady in the room tomorrow night as the lady said, then the uncle will definitely be embarrassed to have a wedding night. Even if the young lady asks me to replace him, the uncle will be embarrassed. Zhuer asked curiously, will it? The uncle is so thick-skinned. How can he be embarrassed? Chior looked at her and said, the uncle is actually very thin-skinned. If there are more people in the room, he will definitely be embarrassed to have a wedding night. If it is other men, they would like to have more maids in the room to serve them. But the uncle is different. The uncle, he is not like those scholars. He is quiet, introverted, and has things and feelings in his heart. Although he has feelings for me, he won't show them in front of us. But my uncle is kind-hearted and responsible. He won't sleep with any girl casually. In Mo's city, my uncle didn't touch me despite so many opportunities, because he hadn't married the second young lady yet. So Zhuer, you only see the surface. My uncle is actually a very good person. He risked his life to get medicine for the young lady. Zhuer was silent for a while after listening, and said, Chior, you are right. My uncle is indeed a good person. He is very good to the young lady, Very fond of Xiao Dai. And actually very good to us. My uncle got the first place in the imperial examination in Mo City. He is obviously a Jiren master. But in front of us servants, he has no heirs at all. And is willing to marry into the family again. Unlike those scholars outside. They are arrogant. Like beasts in human clothing. And don't treat maids as human beings at all. They even send concubines to each other. Xior said. Who told you that? Xior smiled and said. You have so many books on your bookshelf. I read them when I was bored. Then she blinked and whispered. Xior, the books you read recently are all very unhealthy. They are all about people without clothes. Xior was not embarrassed and whispered. The young lady is weak, and can't serve the young master. I will naturally take the young lady's place, and serve the young master well in the future. Xior said. What about tomorrow night? Will you listen to the lady? Xior shook her head and said. No. I'm outside the door, and won't go in. I'll go in when the young lady calls me. Xior immediately worried. What if the young master and the young lady can't help it, and something happens under impulse? Xior said. Don't worry. The young master won't. He is an ordinary man. Even if he is impulsive, he will not hurt the second young lady. When he was in Maching before, the uncle slept with the second young lady several times. Did something happen? Xior thought for a while and said. That's right. The uncle has great self-control. Our young lady is so beautiful and only wears, Xior said. Because the uncle really loves the young lady and really wants to protect her. Not for a momentary desire. The uncle would rather hurt himself than hurt the young lady. Xior, you really understand the uncle. No wonder the uncle is so gentle to you every time. But he is cold and arrogant to me. The uncle has never been cold and arrogant to you. It's you who is cold and arrogant. The two talked for a while in the corridor, and then went into the house and locked the door. After Luo Qingzhou returned to the exiled immortal residence, he read a book for a while, waited for Xiao Dai to boil the hot water, took a bath with medicine, and then changed into a Confucian robe and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. He had to meet Celia tonight, so he decided to say it and not tell the story. When he arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace, Bailing was pounding medicine in the front yard. When he saw him, he immediately stood up and asked, Son-in-law, what story are you going to tell the young lady tonight? Tonight is Mid-Autumn Festival night. The moon is so round. You can't tell sad stories anymore. Oh, by the way, you can't tell the story of Bad Xiaobao. Bad Xiaobao is too fickle. It will destroy the image of the son-in-law. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door and did not go in. He glanced at the medicine jar on the stone table and said, Bailing, I won't tell a story tonight. I haven't thought of a good story yet. And I'm going to get married with the second young lady tomorrow. It's not good to stay here tonight. Bailing was puzzled and said, What's not good? Son-in-law, aren't we a family? Do family members still care about those rules? Luo Qingzhou had to say, I have something to do tonight, and I have to study. Bailing, no more. I'm leaving. After that, he left directly. Son-in-law. Bailing immediately chased to the door. But he could no longer see his figure. He stomped his feet and said, Damn. Stinky son-in-law. You run so fast. I still want to play with those two little rabbits. After a while, she went to the pavilion in the back garden and pouted her lips and said, Miss, my husband said he's getting married tomorrow, and it's not convenient for him to come here tonight. He even lied to me that he was going back to study. Qin Jinjia quietly read the book, didn't speak, and nodded slightly. Bai Ling's lips moved, hesitating to speak. But in the end, he didn't say anything and retreated. A moment later, Qin Jinjia slowly took out a piece of jade and looked at it. The jade was slightly bright, and a line of small words appeared on it. Luo Qingzhou, Xiaoya. Are you out? I'm going out. We'll meet at the White Crane Tower in the south of the city. Remember to bring your things with you. Qin Jinjia narrowed her eyes slightly, paused, stretched out her slender jade fingers, and sent a message. Chapter 452 Luo Qingzhou, who was killed by the society, exiled to the immortal residence. After Luo Qingzhou returned to his room, he sent a message to Xiaoya. Xiaoya did not reply immediately, but what surprised him was that Sister Yu actually sent a message, Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Although it was only 4 short words, it made him extremely excited. He thought carefully and replied, Thank you, Sister Yu. I also wish you a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a happy family reunion. The message came back quickly. Sister Yu, you are getting married tomorrow. Go to bed early tonight. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, Sister Yu. I will go to meet Celia later. Celia said she brought me some treasures. Sister Yu, what treasures? Luo Qizhou, I don't know. But it should be a good thing that I need at my current level. Even if it can help me practice a little bit. I will try it. Sister Yu did not reply again. Luo Qizhou waited for a while. Edited the message and sent it. Sister Yu. Do you have time tonight? How about you come with me? I always feel that Celia is not very reliable. And I am afraid of being cheated. She always tempts me with socks. And I pretend to be tempted. But in fact, I am not interested in socks. But the treasure on her body. After a while, the message came back. There are only 2 words. Really? Luo Qizhou, it is absolutely true. Not a bit false. Sister Yu. If you don't believe me, I can swear. I may have some interest in the feet of beautiful girls. But I have absolutely no interest in socks. I swear. The other party did not reply again. At this time, the jade suddenly lit up. And Xiaoya finally replied to the message, I have something tonight. Please don't disturb me. Luo Qizhou looked at these words and inexplicably felt that Xiaoya seemed to have suddenly become a different person. This tone is not like the tone of a dog-licking sister. Okay. It seems that there is no advantage tonight. Xiao Dai. Come to the bed and serve this young master. He shouted at the door. Xiao Dai pushed the door open and said, Sir, you can't do it tonight. Tomorrow you will have your wedding night with the second lady. Luo Qizhou said. Do you look down on me? Xiao Dai smiled and said, Sir, this is the rule. The second lady is the legal wife. You can't sleep with anyone else tonight. Even if it's a servant. Luo Qizhou patted the bed and said, Come on. I don't want to do anything else. I just want to hug you. Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment. Then closed the door. Walked to the bed. Took off her shoes and socks. Climbed onto the bed. And got into the quilt. Why don't you take off your skirt? Luo Qizhou helped her take it off directly. Xiao Dai struggled and begged, Master. Please don't, I really can't do it tonight. I can't let down the second lady. Luo Qizhou forcibly took off her dress and threw it on the soft couch outside. Saying, No one will care about such rules. And you are too narcissistic. You really think that you can seduce me by wearing a bellyband? I said that I want to talk to you. Xiao Dai calmed down and curled up in his arms and said, Master. What do you want to say? Luo Qizhou stroked her hair and smooth shoulders. Paused for a while. And then slowly said, Xiao Dai. Starting from tomorrow, we will live in Meixiang Garden at night. Now we can sleep together every night. No one can control it. And no one will say anything. But starting from tomorrow, Master should not be able to sleep with you every day. Are you sad? Xiao Dai chuckled and said, Sir, I am just a little maid. As long as I can be with you. I don't care about these things. Even if you only sleep with me once a month. I am willing. Luo Qizhou smiled bitterly and said, It's not necessary to sleep with you once. You know the character of the second lady. Even if I sleep with you every day, she won't say anything. But there are many people there. And we will definitely not be free here in the future. Xiao Dai blurted out. Sir, aren't we here during the day? There are only 2 of us here. Luo Qizhou was slightly stunned when he heard it. Stared at her seriously for a while. And nodded. Xiao Dai is right. Xiao Dai is smart. Xiao Dai reacted immediately. Embarrassed and anxious. Sir, I didn't mean that. What's not meant? That during the day. You can't. Luo Qizhou couldn't help laughing. And when he was about to continue teasing her, the communication treasure under the pillow suddenly vibrated. He did not avoid Xiao Dai. And directly reached out from under the pillow to take it out. He took a closer look and saw that it was sent by Sister Yu. Sister Yu, the moon is really round tonight. Luo Qizhou stared at the message for a while and replied, Well, it's so round. Is Sister Yu admiring the moon? He looked out the window. The window was closed. But he could see the bright moonlight falling into the small courtyard. And the outside was white. Sir, what is this? Xiao Dai stretched her head, stared at the jade in his hand with wide eyes, and looked at the words on it in surprise. Although she did not know how to read, Luo Qizhou said, This is called a communication stone, which can be used to chat with friends. Xiao Dai was even more surprised. Sir, is it so magical? Are you chatting with friends? Luo Qizhou looked at the name on the jade and said, Well, a very good friend. Without her, you would not be here today. At this time, the jade vibrated slightly again. Sister Yu, well, what are you doing? Luo Qizhou replied, Catch the rabbit. Just about to send it. He deleted it immediately and re-edited it, reading, Sir, You can actually write on it with your fingers. It's amazing. Can I try it? Xiao Dai seemed very interested in this communication treasure. Luo Qingzhou put the jade in front of her, put it against her cheek and said, writing requires a special kind of power. You probably can't do it. But you can try. Try to scratch it with your finger. Xiao Dai excitedly stretched out her finger and scratched the surface of the jade. She was a little disappointed and said, sure enough, I can't write. There is no trace on it. Then he pointed to a strange symbol in the upper right corner of the jade and asked, Sir, what is this? Luo Qingzhou took a look and said, I don't know. It may be a symbol engraved when the jade was made. As he said, he stretched out his finger and clicked it. Click. With a flash of light, a picture of the two people face to face suddenly appeared on the surface of the jade. And then it was said directly to Sister Yu. Hack. Luo Qingzhou was so frightened that he sat up and said in amazement, Can you still take pictures? The message came back quickly. There was only one word, oh. Luo Qingzhou. Sir. Xiao Dai saw that he looked wrong, and said weakly, Did I make a mistake? Luo Qingzhou felt ashamed. But he still comforted her softly. It's okay. She is your best friend. She won't care. Xiao Dai was a little unconvinced, Sir. But you look so scared. That friend? Is it a man or a woman? Luo Qingzhou said, female. Xiao Dai stopped talking, looking at him dimly, as if the servant had understood. It's not what you think. Luo Qingzhou explained. She and I are just simple friends. We just help each other and practice with each other. It's pure and innocent. There is no love between men and women. I don't need to lie to you. Xiao Dai then said, okay. But sir, will you be embarrassed when you see her next time? When Luo Qingzhou heard her ask this, he already felt ashamed to find a narrow gap to get into. Hey, that's not right. He didn't wear a mask just now. It's not him. It's okay. He comforted the little girl softly, and immediately re-edited the message and sent it. Sister Yu. I don't know the couple I just sent you. It seems that they were originally stored here. Are you alone enjoying the moon? Do you need me to accompany you? After a while, the message was replied, whatever. Luo Qingzhou. He was just asking politely. After thinking for a long time, he decided to refuse. Sister Yu. Then good night. You should go to bed early, and I will bring you wedding candy and wine in 2 days. After a while, the message was replied. The power of the moonlight is very pure tonight. Very suitable for cultivation. Luo Qingzhou saw this message and said without any hesitation, okay. Sister Yu. Then you wait for me. I will probably go at 3 o'clock in the morning. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication treasure, hugged Xiao Dai and said, go to sleep. You have to get up early tomorrow. After that, he held a little rabbit in each hand. Xiao Dai curled up in his arms and spoke to him in a sweet voice for a while. And then he fell asleep unconsciously. After Luo Qingzhou waited for her to fall asleep, he left his body and went to West Lake. Along the way, he thought about the photo of Xiao Dai face to face, and felt surprised and embarrassed. I will think of a way to ask Sister Yu to delete the photo later. Otherwise it will be embarrassing every time I see her in the future. When he arrived at West Lake, there was no one in the attic in the middle of the lake. The broken bridge has been repaired. He flew directly to the lotus bush. In the lush lotus bush, a moon-white figure stood there with a fairy-like aura. Behind her stood the demon girl in a black dress with a pair of white jade feet. The two stood there motionlessly, bathing in the white moonlight, one bright and the other dark, but unusually harmonious. Luo Qingzhou floated down. At this time, the communication treasure in the storage bag suddenly vibrated again. He was slightly startled. Then he took it out and looked down. It was from Xiaoya. Brother. Dear brother. I'm sorry. I was angry just now, so my attitude was not very good. Woohoo. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. My family is watching me closely. I can't go out. I really want to spend an unforgettable Mid-Autumn Festival night with you. Woohoo. Do you want to? In the hazy moonlight, a piece of jade was also flickering slightly. But from the outside, no trace of it could be seen. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and replied, I want. But he secretly said in his heart, I just want your treasure. After sending it, he put away the jade, bowed to the moon-white figure in front of him and said, Sister Yu. Then he looked at the demon girl behind her and said, Sir, my name is Longer. The demon girl showed an innocent smile, and her bare white jade feet moved slightly on the green lotus. Longer? Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard the name. The demon girl explained. My father has high hopes for me. He hopes that I can turn into a dragon, travel the sky, and be immortal. So he gave me this name. Luo Qingzhou said. It's a good name. The demon girl asked. By the way, sir, what's your name? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said. I'm Chu Feiyang. The demon girl's eyes flashed and she smiled. So it's Sir Chu? The two asked and answered, looking at each other. The moon-white figure stood aside. Silent. Chapter 453 Immortality. The moon is bright, and the autumn wind is blowing. The streets in the city are still brightly lit. And there are faint voices. The night of West Lake is as quiet as ever. The moonlight is broken like stars in the rippling green waves. And the green lotus dances lightly. Luo Qingzhou chatted with the demon girl for a few words. And then he had nothing to say. He looked at the white figure in front of him and said, Sister Yu, should I start practicing? The white figure glanced at the lights not far away and said lightly, You practice on your own tonight. I can't help you. Luo Qingzhou said, I understand. Sister Yu is afraid that the noise is too loud and she will be discovered. Right? The white figure looked at him and nodded slightly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the demon girl behind her again. And seeing that she had no intention of leaving, he had to say, Miss Longer, do you want to watch me practice? The demon girl blinked and said, Young master, are you not going to tell stories tonight? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and looked at the white figure. The white figure paused and said, No. The demon girl said with some disappointment, Okay, I'll go back to practice. After that, she jumped into the water and disappeared. After a while, Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Sister Yu, what is Miss Longer's true body? The white figure said coldly, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou looked at her strangely, and said nothing more. He sat cross-legged and began to practice in the moonlight. A trace of moonlight power quickly gathered from all around, and slowly flowed into his body. In his soul power flowed. Warm and comfortable. The white figure stood on the green lotus opposite, and looked at him quietly. The night passed quietly. It was not until the fifth watch that Luo Qingzhou slowly finished his practice, and opened his eyes. He could not help but praise, Sister Yu taught me the inner strength of the soul, which is really powerful. I feel that the speed of absorbing and refining the power of the moonlight is getting faster and faster. The white moon figure came back to his senses, and said lightly, It's also because of your physique. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou stood up and asked curiously, Sister Yu, does my thunder spirit body have any other benefits for cultivation? The white moon figure paused and said, In addition to the fast cultivation speed, some of your skills can stimulate the power of thunder and lightning, which has a natural restraining effect on other souls. And the most important point is that it will be much easier for you to pass the thunder tribulation in the future. Ordinary practitioners have only a 50% chance of passing the thunder tribulation, and the demon race has even less. Only a 30% chance. But you have at least a 70% chance. And Luo Qingzhou said, And what? The white moon figure turned around, looked away, and said lightly, Nothing. It's almost dawn. You should go back quickly. You have to get married today. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky. The moon was still in the sky, and it was still some time before dawn. He hesitated for a moment, and said cautiously, Sister Yu, I heard from Celia before that you are a spirit body with ice skin and jade bones. Ranked in the top 3. You should be much stronger than me. Right? The white figure looked at him quietly, without saying anything. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, Sister Yu, I didn't ask Celia about you on purpose. That night I knew that I was a thunder spirit body. So I asked Celia, who knew that she told me right away. After a pause, he said weakly, Sister Yu, you are not angry. Right? The white figure was silent for a while, and said, What else did she say? Luo Qingzhou hesitated, did not dare to say it, and said, No more. By the way, Celia also said that the body and the soul can actually live separately. Is it true that when we reach a higher level in the future, the soul can be separated from the body without time and without restrictions? The white figure was silent for a moment, and then said, The soul can warm and reshape the body. When the realm is high, the body is indestructible and can be controlled by the spirit. The remaining soul can leave on its own and is immortal. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, What realm do you need to reach? Yangshen? The moon-white figure looked at him and said, It's too early for you to ask these questions now. I don't know the details. If you really reach that realm, you will live forever, and the people around you will slowly die. Can you accept it? Luo Qingzhou said without any hesitation. I would rather grow old and die with the people around me. What's the point of a person wandering in the world forever? Lonely and helpless? The moon-white figure was silent for a while, and said, maybe there will be other worlds waiting for you. Maybe the new world will be more exciting. Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at her and said, Sister, you ask me these questions. I feel like you are asking yourself. The moon-white figure fell silent. Luo Qingzhou said slowly, everyone wants to be immortal. But we are still human beings, and still live among ordinary people. I think we should not think so far now. Isn't it better to cherish the present, and look forward to tomorrow? Why give up the present life for tomorrow? Sister Yu is preparing for the future now. Don't you think it will waste a good time now? Life is just a few short decades. Why not live these decades vigorously, and then think about the future? Maybe there will be a way when the car reaches the mountain. Maybe there is no way ahead. Why not walk slower? Look at the scenery on the roadside. Spend more time with the people around you. And make yourself happy and happy on the road? Sister Yu, even if you are talented, you are not 100% sure to get there. Right? The white figure looked at him quietly for a while, and said lightly, you are so long-winded today. Luo Qingzhou, go back quickly and prepare to get married. The white figure looked away. Her expression was still as cold as the moon. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky, said nothing more, and bowed to say goodbye. Sister Yu, I will come back in 2 nights. Maybe tomorrow night. The white figure did not speak again. Luo Qingzhou flew into the air, and soon disappeared. A moment later, the demon girl in a black dress appeared silently on the lotus leaf where he had just stood, and said, Sister, I think what he said makes sense. Although we are practicing hard now, no one knows whether we can get there. Last time, I was almost wiped out by the thunder tribulation. So I figured it out. In addition to continuing to practice, I must also enjoy my current life. Otherwise, I will suddenly die at that time. But I have not enjoyed anything except practicing for my whole life. Isn't it a pity? The white figure did not answer, and the figure flashed and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion. His soul returned to his body, and he fell asleep soon. He slept until noon, and no one came to call him. In the courtyard, Xiao Dai was talking to Chior in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou lay in bed for a while, then got up, dressed, and walked to the window to eavesdrop. Xiao Dai, don't call the son-in-law. Let him have a good rest. Anyway, it won't start until the evening. Sister Chior, but the 2 princesses are here. Princess Xue has come twice just now. What did Princess Xue say? She said she wanted to chat with the young master and wanted to change the ending of some book. That won't work. Today is the wedding day of the son-in-law and the young lady. Before the wedding, the son-in-law can't meet and chat with other women casually. Squeak. When the 2 were whispering in the courtyard, Luo Qingzhou suddenly opened the window and said, Chior is right. We must abide by the rules. Chior, Xiao Dai, you 2 keep an eye on the door. Before the wedding with the second young lady tonight, no one is allowed to come in. Do you hear me? The 2 little girls were stunned for a moment and nodded. Oh! Xiao Dai hurried to get water and helped him wash up. Chior went to the kitchen to bring lunch and served him to eat. While eating, Luo Qingzhou looked at them and said, Didn't the other princess come to see me? Xiao Dai was stunned for a moment and said, Sir, are you talking about Princess Meijiao? She didn't come. Luo Qingzhou was secretly puzzled. That girl shouldn't give up. Right? Isn't she going to hold it in? It doesn't matter. When the enemy comes, the general will fight. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. He is not afraid of her. What's more, today is his big day, and the other party will definitely not do anything out of line. By the way, did you go to call the eldest lady? Luo Qingzhou asked. Chior said softly, I went to see the eldest lady this morning and just now. According to the rules, the eldest lady has to comb the young lady's hair, put on headdresses and jewelry, and help the young lady decorate the wedding room. However, Sister Bailing said that the eldest lady is not feeling well today and said she would come later. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, quickly finished his meal, rinsed his mouth, stood up and said, I'll go see the eldest lady. Xiao Dai hurriedly pulled his sleeve and said, Sir, you can't go. Today is the day you and the second young lady are getting married. The eldest lady is yours anyway. It's not appropriate. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and stopped where he was. Chior glanced at him and hurriedly said, "Shall I? It's okay. The young lady won't care. And the lady won't care either. Let the son-in-law go. The eldest lady is not feeling well. The young lady can't go out now. So the son-in-law can only go to visit her on her behalf. It's okay." Shall I let go of her hand after hearing her say this? Luo Qingzhou said, "I'll just take a look. Don't worry. I'll ask Beiling. I won't go into the eldest lady's room." Chior nodded and said, "Son-in-law, go quickly." Luo Qingzhou then went out. Sister Chior, I think. Shao Dai watched her master leave in a hurry, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, "The master is very concerned about the eldest lady. He often goes there these days." She knew she shouldn't say these words today, but she couldn't help it. She thought the eldest lady was very good. Really very good. Of course, the second lady was also very good, if it could be possible. It's a pity that the master was married into the family, and his family background was not very good. So she didn't dare to think about it. It should be. Chior didn't care at all, after all. The son-in-law and the eldest lady were married in a real ceremony. No one has the right to care about the eldest lady. No one will say anything. Shao Dai looked at her, always feeling that she had something to say. After a moment, she sighed again. It's a pity that the young master can't marry the second lady in a lively manner, without even relatives and friends. Chior glanced at her, without saying anything, thinking secretly, because this is the rule. Lingshan Moon Palace. Bai Ling, wearing a pink skirt, was dancing gracefully in the front yard. A little bird landed on the back of her hand and danced with her. Bird, bird, tell me, why is the son-in-law so lucky? He is so stupid, so dull, and so bad. Why does everyone like him? Not me. Chiji. Chiji. Are you saying that because he is stupid, dull, and bad, his luck is so good? Chiji. Chiji. Oh, bird, bird, I finally understand. You mean, it is mainly because the son-in-law has eaten my saliva that his luck is so good, right? The bird did not make any more calls. Bai Ling pinched its mouth and waited for a while. Seeing that it did not object, Fong raised his hand and threw it out. Bang! Bang! Someone was knocking on the door. A familiar smell floated in from the crack of the door. If it is not that bad son-in-law, who else could it be? Bai Ling waited for a while. Fong put away the flower fragrance and went to open the door. The moment the courtyard door opened, she showed an unhappy expression on her face. Congratulations, son-in-law. You are getting married today. Son-in-law is so busy today. How can you have time to visit my humble home? Luo Qingzhou glanced at the expression on her face and said, I'm looking for the eldest lady. My lady. Bai Ling. Just as she was about to speak, Luo Qingzhou interrupted her and said, The second lady is waiting in the room. Bai Ling glanced at him, pouted, and said, The lady has just gone. Son-in-law, you should let someone else call her. Not yourself. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, said nothing more, and prepared to leave. Beiling suddenly asked again, Uncle, are we a family? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, then nodded and said, Of course. Beiling suddenly smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples on her face, and said, Then I feel relieved. I was afraid that Uncle would ignore us after he got the second young lady. Chan Chan didn't sleep all night last night. She must be worried too. Luo Qingzhou looked towards the courtyard. Where is Chan Chan? Beiling smiled and said, She went to the second young lady with the young lady. The young lady asked her to help the second young lady comb her hair. Chapter 454. In the evening, in the usually quiet Qin mansion, there was a sudden crackling sound of firecrackers. Everywhere in the mansion, there were lights and decorations, with big red wedding characters posted. The maids and servants were busy, with happy smiles on their faces. Luo Qingzhou put on a big red wedding gown under the service of Shao Dai, and went directly to the front hall without passing through the Meixiang garden. In the hall, Qin Wenzheng and his wife had already put on new clothes and sat there with smiles on their faces. Qin Urge was also wearing a red brocade robe, standing at the door and looking around. At the door of the hall, there was a brazier, in which red charcoal was burning, and light smoke was coming out of it. When Luo Qingzhou came to the hall, Brother Qin smiled and said, Qingzhou, you can't come in now. Wait for Wei Mo at the door. You have to hold hands and step over this fire basin together before you can go in and worship. Luo Qingzhou stopped at the corridor after hearing this. Not long after, Miss Qin, wearing a bright red wedding gown and a red veil, appeared in a lively manner with the support of Zhu and Qiu, surrounded by 2 princesses and other maids. 2 maids were carrying flower baskets in front and scattering red petals. Miss Qin changed into a red dress, followed quietly with Xia Chan and Bai Ling. This was the first time Luo Qingzhou saw Miss Qin wearing clothes of other colors. No matter what color the clothes were, they were extremely beautiful on her. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. But it is obviously not appropriate to use it on her, because any beautiful clothes worn on her will be covered by her beauty and eclipsed. The 2 people's eyes met. Luo Qingzhou dodged quickly and went to meet his bride. Qiu took Miss Qin's hand and put it in his palm, and whispered, "Miss, your husband will lead you across the fire basin." Zhu also let go of her hand and stepped aside. Luo Qingzhou held Miss Qin's cold little hand and whispered, "Miss, are you feeling uncomfortable today?" Miss Qin's soft voice came from the red veil. "Brother Qingzhou, Weima is fine. It's okay." Luo Qingzhou was relieved, led her to the door, and whispered, "Lift your feet." Miss Qin obediently raised 1 foot, and her body was shaking a little, seeing that she might not be able to cross over. Luo Qingzhou directly hugged her slender waist, picked her up, and then took her across in 1 step. Good. Although it was a bit illegal, everyone still applauded with a smile on their faces. Qin Chuan asked with a smile, "Qingzhou, is Weimo heavy?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Not heavy. Very light." Qin Chuan asked with a smile, "Is Weimo beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Beautiful." Qin Chuan asked, "How beautiful?" Luo Qingzhou said, "The world's best in my heart. She is the most beautiful." Qin Chuan said, "Then will you love her well in the future?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course. I will love her with my life." The 2 held hands tightly together. Qin Chuan asked again, "Then after you get married, who will serve whom in the future?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I will serve her." Qin Chuan asked with a smile, "How to serve?" Others were also watching with a smile, and some maids also joined in the fun and said, "Sir, how to serve?" "Say it out loud." Luo Qingzhou said, "Help her wash clothes and fold quilts. Serve tea and water. Wash her face and feet. Serve her like a slave." Hee hee. Many maids laughed. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Hearing you say that, why do I feel that my sister has found a servant?" Others laughed again. Luo Qingzhou replied, "Husband and wife should give to each other and be loyal servants." "Good. Well said." Everyone laughed and applauded. Qin Chuan asked again, "Qingzhou, if you quarrel with Weimo in the future, will you admit your mistakes?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I won't quarrel with her, because in my eyes, everything she does is right. Even if it is wrong, it is right. If she says to go east, I will go east. And if she says to go west, I will go west. Even if she says that the sun rises from the west and sets from the east, I will only say, my wife is really smart. I think so too. Those who say we are wrong are fools." Puff. Hee. As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed and fell backwards. Miss Qin, who was led by him, also covered her mouth and chuckled. Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue, who were sitting on the chairs, were also amused and laughed. The whole room was full of joyful atmosphere. Miss Qin stood at the door, watching this scene quietly. Bai Ling was also laughing heartlessly, with 2 cute dimples on her face, looking really happy. After everyone made a noise for a while, Qin Wenzheng smiled and said, "Okay, it's getting late. Let's get married." Qin Chuan immediately walked to the side and said, "Qingzhou, Weima, turn around first and worship the heaven and earth." Luo Qingzhou took Miss Qin's hand and carefully turned her around. At this time, Qin Wenzheng suddenly said, "Jianjia, why are you standing outside? You are the elder sister. Come in and sit down." Everyone's eyes turned to the beautiful girl standing outside the door in a red dress. Perhaps at this moment, they remembered that today's groom was once her groom. "Sister, come in and sit down," Qin Weimo said softly. Miss Qin entered the hall in the eyes of everyone, but stood aside and did not sit down. Bailing immediately moved a chair and placed it next to Song Ryue, and shouted crisply, "Miss, come and sit down." Song Ryue was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly whispered, bailing, "Move the chair downstairs. Jianjia can't sit here. Qingzhou and Weimo will kneel down to me and the master later, and they will also serve us tea." Bailing pretended not to hear, and went over to pull her own lady. Song Ryue frowned and was about to do it herself when Qin Wenzheng suddenly coughed and said, It's okay. Let Jinjia sit down. She is the elder sister. And Wei Ma will serve her tea later. Song Ryue looked at him in astonishment when she heard it. Master, where did you read these rules? Wei Ma also has to serve tea to Jinjia? Qin Wenjung said seriously. This etiquette has been revised recently. Haven't you read it? Song Ryue was confused. What has been revised? When my sister gets married? She has to kneel down and serve tea to my sister? Qin Wenjung waved his hand and whispered, let's discuss it later. Let them get married first. So as not to appear ignorant and be laughed at by the younger maids. When Song Ryue heard this, she immediately sat up straight, not daring to ask any more questions. She was secretly wondering, when was the etiquette revised? Why was it revised like this? Chuan, let's start, Qin Wenjung said. Qin Chuan received the order and immediately shouted loudly, bride and groom, bow to heaven and earth. Who knew that just after he finished shouting, his face suddenly changed. His eyes passed through the courtyard, looked outside the gate, and stretched out his hand and said, wait! It seems, when everyone was wondering, a burst of rapid horse hooves and footsteps suddenly came from outside, and soon came from far to near, and came to the gate. Then, a tall man in Feiyu clothing, riding a horse, and a group of guards in goose hats and brocade clothes appeared at the door aggressively. The tall man in Feiyu clothing immediately turned over and dismounted, and shouted sternly, surround them all. Don't let any of them run away. Those guards with short knives on their waists immediately surrounded the entire Qin mansion. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Qin family changed their faces. Jinyue, Nandong Meiju looked at the Feiyu suit on the tall man, and his face changed slightly. Nandong Shui, who was standing by, was surprised when she heard it. Meijiao, is it really Jinyue? I heard that these people are cruel and ruthless. They have arrested many officials and relied on torture to extract confessions during trials. They don't even take the royal family seriously. They are particularly arrogant. What are they doing here? Nandong Meiju looked solemn and didn't speak. At this time, Qin Wenjung had stood up and walked out of the hall with the Qin family, and the tall man in Feiyu suit, holding the hilt of the knife at his waist, walked in quickly from the gate with more than 20 guards. What are you doing? Qin Wenjung asked calmly with a certain momentum. The tall man in the Feiyu suit stopped in front of him, looked at him for a few times, and said with a cold face, I guess this is Lord Qin? I am Wu Bei, the captain of the Jinyue. Today I received an order that several people from your Qin mansion need to cooperate with the investigation. You call all the people in the mansion. We need to count the number of people. Qin Wenjung bowed and said, Sir, can you explain it more clearly? Why did you take us back to investigate when my Qin family just came to Jingdu and did not commit any crimes? Wu Bei sneered and said, Sir Qin, this is not a matter in Jingdu. Luo Yu, the second son of Chengma Mansion in Maching, was first beaten to a cripple, and then his head was cut off. The murderer has not been found yet. Our people have been investigating this case for a long time. So today we want to. I'm here to ask you to go back and ask about the situation. Qin Wenjung heard that it was because of this matter, and he was even more angry in his heart. What does the case of Chengma Mansion have to do with us? Sir, today is my daughter's big day. If you really need us to cooperate with the investigation, can you come tomorrow? Wu Bei looked at the colored lights around him coldly, and then looked at the word happiness in the hall. He couldn't help but sneered and said, Sir Qin, you may have just come to Kyoto and don't know the rules of my Jinyue. My Jinyue said that we will arrest people today, and we will arrest people today, even if it is the wedding day or funeral day of the royal family. Sir Qin, I said to take people back to investigate to give you face. My Jinyue investigated the case on the order of the emperor. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame us for being rude. After saying that, he tightened the hilt of the knife in his hand. The 20 or so guards behind him also drew their knives from their waists with a swish, full of murderous intent. Nandong Shui suddenly stepped out from the crowd and said, You said you want to arrest someone. Do you have any evidence? Wu Bei glanced at her and said coldly, Who are you from the Qin family? Nandong Shui said, I am the princess of the Southern Prince's mansion. Why? Do you want to arrest me too? Wu Bei was slightly startled when he heard this. And then he bowed and said, So it's the princess. I've heard that the Qin family has some relationship with the Southern Prince's mansion. But I'm really sorry. Even if the Nandong Prince is here today, we will still arrest the Qin family's people. You are so bold. Nandong Shui was immediately furious and blushed. Nandong Meiju said, Who do you want to arrest from the Qin family? Wu Bei glanced at her, took out a piece of paper from his arms, unfolded it, and read, "The Qin family's martial arts practitioners. Qin Wenzheng, Qin Chuan, Xia Chan, and..." He paused and said coldly, "and your Qin family's son-in-law, Luo Qinzhou. We will take these 4 people back for interrogation today. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy." Luo Qinzhou felt the little hand in his palm trembling slightly. He comforted her softly. "Don't be afraid. It's okay." Nandong Meiju asked again, "What is the crime? Do you have any evidence?" Wu Bei sneered. "The crime is suspected of murdering the second son of Chengguo Mansion. As for the evidence, we will naturally need to interrogate him before we can bring it out. And not everyone is qualified to see it." Nandong Shui said angrily. "You want to take him back and torture him to get evidence, right?" Wu Bei glanced at her lightly, ignored her, and said while holding the hilt of the knife, "Master Qin, please call out everyone in the mansion. We still need to count the number of people. If you push it again, if there is any resistance, then I can only let my men do it." Qin Wenzheng clenched his fists, his face gloomy, except for the people who cook in the kitchen. "Everyone is here. Sir Wu, are you going to confiscate the house?" Wu Bei sneered. "No. We dare not confiscate the house without the order of the emperor. Although Sir Qin has resigned his title, he is the descendant of a meritorious minister after all. We, the Jinui, will not be so hasty when confiscating the house." Then he ordered the guards behind him, "Count the number of people. No one can be left behind." "Yes." One guard counted, and another guard held a knife and went to the kitchen. Soon, the number of people was counted. Wu Bei wrote it down on a piece of paper, then took out the previous piece of paper, glanced at the portrait on it, and sneered, "Master Qin, please go in. The carriage has been waiting outside for a long time. Don't worry. If you get in the carriage, the neighbors won't see you." After Wu Bei finished speaking, seeing that the other party did not move, he couldn't help but look up at him and grinned. "Master Qin, are you going to resist arrest?" "Master Qin, you have to think about it. There are so many beautiful women in your mansion. If they all bleed into a river, you will regret it." Qin Wenjing's face was ashen. His clenched fist slowly loosened, and his momentum gradually collapsed. "Chuan, let's go!" Master Song Ryu suddenly cried. Qin Chuan clenched his fists and followed him. Luo Qinzhou walked over, took the sword from Xia Chan's hand, put it in Beiling's hand, then held her hand, and comforted her softly. Chan, it's okay. The son-in-law is with you." Xia Chan also held his hand tightly, with a firm and fearless light in her eyes. When the two passed by Nandong Meiju, Luo Qinzhou whispered, "Go to the princess and tell her that I will definitely help her fulfill her wish." Nandong Meiju was slightly startled, and her eyes crossed with his, looking at his back with a complicated expression as he walked forward. At this moment, she seemed to have an illusion that this young man in a wedding gown, who was gentle and elegant the moment before, seemed to have suddenly become a different person. Not that person. It was a very scary person she had never seen before. Luo Qinzhou suddenly turned his head again and looked at the bride, who was still wearing a red veil. Before he finished speaking, Miss Qin Tu called softly from inside, "Brother Qinzhou, Wei Ma will wait for you to come back." Luo Qinzhou did not speak, but just nodded gently, and then pulled Xia Chan away. Wu Bei asked the 4 people to get on the carriage, and then left with the team. The Qin mansion courtyard, which was still joyful the moment before, was now full of crying. Miss Qin turned and left, taking out the jade from her sleeve. Chapter 455 Luo Qinzhou's life story. Night falls. In the Qin mansion, the colorful lanterns are still on, and the house is full of wedding characters. But it is silent. The lively voices have long since dispersed. The autumn wind blows, and the petals are flying all over the ground, adding to the desolation. The delicate and weak Miss Qin was helped into the bridal chamber by Chior and Zhuer. She was still wearing a bright red wedding gown and a red veil, sitting quietly by the bed, waiting for her groom. Zhuer cried silently in the corridor. Chior stood by, bowing her head and saying nothing. A full moon rose above the branches, and the cold moonlight fell down, and the whole garden was covered with frost. On the street outside, last night, there were still cars and horses like dragons, and the crowds were surging. But tonight, it was cold and deserted, with few pedestrians. Wu Bei led the Jinui guards and escorted the 4 people in the carriage, and quickly entered the inner city. They did not go directly to the palace guard station for interrogation, but turned left and right and ran to a mansion in the east of the inner city. The carriage quickly turned into a wide alley and stopped in front of a mansion. Wu Bei turned over and got off the horse, walked up the steps quickly, and said a few words to the guard at the door. The guard immediately went into the mansion to report. Wu Bei looked inside the gate, bowed slightly, and his face was full of respect. On both sides of the gate, there were 2 huge stone lions, and the plaque on the top of the door read Zhongwu Bo Mansion. Zhongwu Bo? Qin Wenzheng saw these words from the carriage, frowned slightly, and thought carefully, and he had never heard of this person. Not long after, the guard who went in quickly returned and whispered a few words to Wu Bei. Wu Bei nodded, and immediately walked to the steps, and said coldly to the 4 people in the carriage, Master Qin, you 4 can get off now. Qin Wenzheng opened the carriage, and took Qin Chuan and the other 2 out of the carriage. Wu Bei glanced at the 4 people and sneered, Master Qin. Wait a moment. My master will be out soon. Qin Wenzheng narrowed his eyes, and said, your master is. As soon as he finished asking, a tall man wearing a Qilin costume and a short sword with a golden sheath on his waist walked out of the door quickly. Wu Bei saw him and hurriedly bowed over, saying respectfully, Commander, these are the 4 suspects of the Qin family. Bring them all here. The tall man stood on the steps, looking down at the 4 people below, with a cold face. Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan's faces changed when they saw this man. Luo Qinzhou was even more shocked when he saw this man, and his fists in his sleeves gradually clenched. The eldest son of Chengwen Mansion Luo Changtian. 3 years ago, during the Chinese New Year, he had seen him once. At the time, Luo Changtian was still training at the Dragon and Tiger Academy. But after returning to Chengwen Mansion, he was surrounded by people and had a terrible momentum. He didn't even dare to get close to him at that time. Now he is wearing a Qilin costume, with a golden sword, tall and straight, with a majestic and cold look, adding to his momentum. Uncle Qin, I'm sorry. Luo Changtian stood on the steps and bowed to Qin Wenjin. Still with a stern face, Luo Yu was killed. We have investigated all those who have motives and suspects. Your motive is the greatest. Although we have no evidence now, we still hope that you can go back and cooperate with our investigation. Qin Wenjin sneered. How to cooperate? Torture and force a confession. Luo Changtian said calmly, without evidence. We will not use torture on meritorious officials. Uncle Qin, rest assured, we genuinely handle cases and do everything according to the rules. Qin Wenjing looked at him with a gloomy face and did not speak again. Luo Changtian looked at Qin Chuan beside him and said calmly, Qin Chuan, congratulations on your qualification to enter the Dragon and Tiger Academy. However, this qualification should have belonged to Luo Yu. With your strength, it is naturally impossible to kill Luo Yu. But we still have to investigate your whereabouts and friends at that time. Qin Chuan snorted coldly and said, you can investigate as you like. I, Qin Chuan, am an upright person. What is mine, and what is not mine. I will never use some despicable means to get what I am not qualified to get. Luo Yu's death has nothing to do with me. Even if you beat me to death, I will never admit it. Luo Changtian did not speak again, and his eyes looked at the young man next to him again. Luo Qinzhou, wearing a bright red wedding gown, was also looking at him calmly. The two looked at each other for a while. Luo Changtian smiled faintly. Qinzhou, I haven't seen you for a few years. Your courage and temperament have indeed changed a lot. I heard that you ranked first in marching in the Imperial examination this year? Congratulations. I asked you to come here today to ask about the situation in the days after the Imperial examination. After the Imperial examination, it is the Dragon and Tiger Academy examination. You are in the Qin family, so you must know it better than anyone else. Don't worry. As long as you tell the truth, it will be fine. You are a scholar. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't worry. And, after a pause, he said, although I heard from my father that you have severed ties with our Chengwu mansion, you are brothers with Luo Yu after all, and I believe you will not participate in this matter. Luo Qinzhou did not speak. Luo Changqian's eyes turned to the girl next to him again. At this time, a middle-aged man in a brocade robe, accompanied by a woman in luxurious clothes, walked out of the mansion surrounded by some maids and servants. Qin Wenjing's pupil shrank. Brother Wenjing, long time no see. Luo Yanyan stood on the steps, bowed, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Beside him, Wang's eyes first looked at her majestic son with love and tenderness, and then looked at the four people under the steps. Her gentle face immediately became gloomy. The two sides looked at each other. The scene fell into a brief silence. Wang's eyes suddenly turned red, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Chang Tian, yours death must be related to those beasts of the Qin family. Originally, the quota for Dragon and Tiger College belonged to you, but they were jealous. So they sent someone to assassinate you. Qin Chuan was defeated by you. What qualifications does he have to enter Dragon and Tiger College? He doesn't deserve it. Chang Tian, you must avenge your brother Luo Yanyan," on the side said in a deep voice. "Okay. You don't need to say anything. Since Chang Tian has taken over this case, he will definitely find out the real murderer before there is evidence. You can't talk nonsense, so as not to affect Chang Tian's handling of the case." Wang trembled all over, as if she remembered the scene that day when her son was suddenly beheaded in her arms, and trembled. "Master, if Chang Tian finds out, I will do it myself and cut off the beast's head." Luo Yanyan did not speak again. Luo Chang Tian said gently, "Mother, don't worry. The case will definitely come to light, and I will never let the murderer go. It's cold outside. You go back first." Wang looked at the four people under the steps with hatred again. When she saw the figure in the wedding gown, she first showed a hint of doubt on her face, and then suddenly sneered. She endured it, thinking of the arrogant look of this little bastard who slapped her. She finally couldn't help it. She walked down the steps and stood in front of him. She looked him up and down and grinned. "Little bastard. Are you going to get married again? Are you going to marry into the Qin family again? Are you going to marry the dying girl of the Qin family?" Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you can stand up if you betray us and join the Qin family? Do you think you can rise to prominence if you pass the imperial examination? What happened? What's the result? Aren't you going to jail now? Bastards are always bastards. You'll never get ahead. As long as I live, you'll be like your bitch mother, forever worthy of staying in the mud. Never think of turning over." Luo Qingzhou looked at her calmly, and after she finished speaking, he slowly said, "Staying in the mud is better than having your head cut off. Madam Wang, what do you think?" As soon as these words came out, Wang's face turned pale, and her eyes were red. Luo Qingzhou ignored him and continued, "I heard that your precious son was being held in your arms when his head was cut off. He died a tragic death, and he died in a very unfilial way. Why did he want to scare his mother before he died? Madam Wang, what was your mood when you saw your precious son's head falling off his neck and blood gushing out of his neck? Can you tell us about it?" "Little beast," Wang suddenly roared, like an enraged beast, grabbed his clothes, trembling all over, with a twisted and hideous face, and said hoarsely, "Shut up. Shut up." Luo Yanyan came over immediately and grabbed her, with a hideous look on his face. Luo Qingzhou looked at the two people in front of him without changing his expression, and said, "Madam Wang, you can talk, but please don't touch me. You are a lady of imperial edict, and your son is a Jinui. You are indeed of noble status, but you can't do whatever you want. I am no longer a slave of your Chunghua mansion. I am a Juren, and I have a reputation. Even if the government arrests me, they dare not do it without evidence. If you touch me, you are touching the scholars of the world. You can try." Wang trembled all over, holding his clothes tightly with both hands. Her eyes were red, and she gritted her teeth. "Mother, let go." On the steps, Luo Changtian still looked stern, and seemed not to be affected by any emotion. Luo Yanyan forcefully pried her hands apart, then looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face in front of him fiercely, gritting his teeth and saying, "Little bastard, I shouldn't have taken you and your son in." Luo Qingzhou suddenly looked at him and said, "I've always been curious. You are the master of Chunghua Mansion, and my mother is just a nobody in the village. How did you fall in love with her?" Wang, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed wildly. After laughing for a long time, she grinned viciously and said, "Little bastard, do you think my master would fall in love with that bitch? At the beginning, my master just passed by there, drank some wine, and then the muscles at the corners of Luo Qingzhou's eyes twitched a few times, and his tone was still calm. What happened then?" Xiaochan next to him felt his hand, holding her little hand trembling slightly. Luo Yanyan said expressionlessly, "Then I forced her, gave her a few taels of silver afterwards, and forgot about her." Wang gritted her teeth and grinned. "Who knows if that bitch is a fickle woman? She has been played by other men a long time ago. So no one knows whether you are the master seed. But at the beginning, the master felt sorry for you, so he took you in. Now it seems that you A little bastard? How could you be the seed of our Luo family? You don't deserve it at all. Luo Qingzhou's pupils gradually became stained with a touch of blood. He was silent for a moment, then looked at the man in front of him and asked, "So, we have no blood relationship, right?" Luo Yanyan sneered. "Of course not." Luo Qingzhou nodded, and a look of relief suddenly appeared on his face. "I am very glad that I have nothing to do with you. I am really glad. Wu Bei, take the people back to the guard cell and guard them separately. I will go back to interrogate them later." On the steps, Luo Chantian suddenly ordered in a cold voice. "Yes." Wu Bei immediately grasped the hilt of the knife, hurried down the steps, and shouted, "Get in the car." Luo Qingzhou still stood there, looking at the man in front of him calmly. Qin Wenzheng said softly, "Qingzhou, let's go." Qin Xuan also pulled his arm and said, "Qingzhou, let's go. Don't pay attention to them." Xia Chan held his hand tightly. Luo Qingzhou retracted his gaze, turned around, and followed them. When getting on the carriage, he suddenly turned his head to look at the strange man and said, "Luo Yanyan, do you know what retribution is? I think you will know." After that, he got on the carriage. Chapter 456 Prison Cell. Outside the house of the Marquis of Zhongwu. Long after Wu Bei drove the carriage away, Wang was still standing at the bottom of the steps, trembling slightly. Luo Chantian walked down the steps, supported her and said, "Mother, I'll take you in." Wang turned her head to look at him, and suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Chantian, we can't let that little bastard out. We absolutely can't let him out. That little bastard is very vicious. We have to cut the grass and eradicate it." Before Luo Chantian could answer, Luo Yanyan on the side immediately said sternly, "Shut up. Does Chantian need you to teach him how to do things? Chantian has finally come to this point, and he knows better than anyone what to do and what not to do. Don't get involved." Wang lowered her head, her face still full of hatred and resentment, but she didn't say anything. "Mother, I'll take you in first. Don't worry. I will handle this matter." Luo Changtian comforted her in a gentle voice, supported her, and went up the steps. Luo Yanyan still stood at the bottom of the steps, looking at the alley where the carriage disappeared. After the mother and son entered the mansion, he muttered to himself expressionlessly, "Retribution? I want to see what retribution you, a mere scholar, can bring me." The night was getting darker. Wu Bei drove the carriage, galloping through the streets, and soon entered the palace gate and headed towards the Jinyui's guard post. In the carriage, Qin Wenzheng was comforting a few people. "Don't worry. We just need to tell the truth. Without evidence, they dare not torture." Luo Qingzhou and Xia Chan did not speak. Qin Xuan was silent for a while, and said, "Dad, from what Shui Yi and Mei Jiao said before, the Jinyui dared to arrest even the royal family. I'm afraid they would really dare to torture us. Moreover, the commander of the Jinyui is Luo Changtian. The reason why he asked his men to bring us to his house just now is probably that he deliberately wanted Luo Yanyan and his wife to humiliate us and avenge us. So, we can't be careless." Qin Wenzheng looked across and said, "Qingzhou has the status of a Jiren to protect him, so he should be fine." As for Xia Chan, there was silence in the carriage for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't worry, father-in-law. Xia Chan will be fine." Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, "Qingzhou, the four of us will be interrogated separately." I'm afraid that by then Luo Qingzhou tightly grasped the cold little hand of the girl beside him, and said firmly, "I will not be separated from Xia Chan." "But no buts." Luo Qingzhou interrupted him, with a resolute cold light flashing in his eyes. "Father-in-law, second brother, Qingzhou wants to ask you, if one day, Qingzhou suddenly becomes a criminal wanted by Dian, what will you do?" Qin Chuan said with almost no hesitation, clenching his fist, "We will die together, or run together." Qin Wenzheng said, "Qingzhou, we have been a family for a long time. No matter what you do, our Qin family will definitely support you." Luo Qingzhou nodded, and a warm current flowed through his heart. He said, "With the words of my second brother and father-in-law, I feel relieved." After a pause, he said, "But I still hope that we will not go to that step tonight. After all, we are not ready yet." The carriage did not stop at the guard post, but drove directly to the prison cell behind to interrogate the prisoners. Outside the cell door, there were 2 rows of soldiers in armor and sharp weapons guarding. Those soldiers were all strong and sturdy, and they were all powerful warriors. Wu Bei drove the carriage to the outside of the cell, got off the horse, and shouted coldly, "Master Qin, get off." Qin Wenzheng led Qin Chuan and the other two to get off the carriage. When he saw the cell in front of him, his pupil shrank, and he said angrily, "You are going to put us in the cell before the trial and conviction? Although I, Qin Wenzheng, have no title, my ancestors were also meritorious officials. You Jinui are so lawless, and put people in the cell without any evidence. What's the reason?" Wu Bei sneered and said, "Don't be excited, Lord Qin. The interrogation room is inside the cell. You go in first, and when the commander comes back, he will interrogate you one by one." Qin Chuan also said angrily, "We are not guilty. Why do you put us in the cell?" Wu Bei looked at him coldly and said, "Why?" At this point, he suddenly patted the knife on his waist and said, "Just because we are Jinui, we are directly responsible to the emperor. And we are Jinui who can arrest anyone." "Bah!" Qin Chuan was full of. He said with disdain, "They are just a bunch of flattering lackeys." Bang! Wu Bei's eyes flashed fiercely, and he directly pulled out the knife from his waist, and said with a gloomy face, "Try to say another word, and see if I dare to chop off your head directly?" Qin Chuan sneered, with a defiant face, "Since the founding of my great yin, no one has ever dared to chop off the heads of students from the Dragon and Tiger Academy because of a word. Not even the emperor can do that. You are just a lackey. What qualifications do you have? The first dean of my Dragon and Tiger Academy is Taizu. Taizu once said that the students of Dragon and Tiger Academy are all pillars of my great yin. They cannot be punished without mistakes, cannot be arrested without crimes, and those who kill without reason will be exterminated. My Qin Chuan's head is on your neck today. If you have the guts, chop it off and try it." Wu Bei was frightened by his momentum. His face was gloomy and kept changing. At this moment, another middle-aged man in a flying fish suit walked out of the cell. Sneered, "The Grand Master did say that, and we Jinui naturally dare not disobey. But whether you are guilty or not is not up to you. Since we arrested you here, it is naturally because you are suspected. No matter who you are, the people of Dian should cooperate with our Jinui to investigate serious cases. You dare not enter the cell. Are you guilty?" Wu Bei saw the person coming, bowed, and introduced in a cold voice, "This is Captain Zhang who manages the cell. From now on, you will be under his charge." The middle-aged man bowed to Qin Wenzheng and said, "I am Zhang Jin. Sir Qin, don't worry. We will not interrogate you before the commander comes back. And we will not interrogate you. I will never torture you." After saying that, he glanced at the four people again and said, "Lord Qin is a descendant of meritorious service. Your son is a student of Dragon and Tiger College. And your son-in-law is a Jurin, with a reputation. Even if I have the courage again, I dare not torture you before there is evidence. What do you think?" Qin Wenzheng knew that he could not resist it this time. So he had to say with a gloomy face, "We can go in, but we must be locked up together." Wu Bei on the side sneered, "Lord Qin is joking. You are now suspects. How can you be locked up together?" Zhang Jin also smiled, glanced at the beautiful girl behind him, and said, "And we have a rule here that men and women cannot be locked up together. Lord Qin, I'm sorry." Then his face darkened, and he shouted directly, "Come on. Take them in and separate them." Several jailers with short knives on their waists suddenly rushed out of the cell and rushed towards the four people aggressively. "Who dares?" Qin Chuan suddenly shouted angrily and protected Xia Chan behind him. Qin Wenzheng and Luo Qinzhou protected in another direction and protected the silent girl without the sword in the middle. The few people were not fools, so they naturally heard what the other party meant just now. The other party did not dare to touch the three people, but the girl behind them had no identity. Once they were detained alone, no one could predict the consequences. Xia Chan had saved their Qin family several times, and they would never watch her fall into the tiger's mouth. Bang! Zhang Jin suddenly pulled out the short knife at his waist and said with a cold face, "Are you going to rebel?" The three were silent and stood still. The robes on Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan were all bulging, and their aura was vigorous, and the aura of warriors burst out instantly. Luo Qinzhou was wearing a wedding gown, still as calm as before, holding the cold little hand of the girl behind him, and calmly facing the blade pulled out by the jailer in front of him. Deep in his pupils, there seemed to be lightning flashing. "Good. Very good." Zhang Jin had a grim smile on his face, and the blade in his hand made a hum sound, flashing a cold light, and said coldly, "According to the regulations, I warn you for the last time. If you don't surrender, I will kill you without mercy." The scene suddenly became silent. Luo Qingzhou slowly let go of the cold little hand of the girl behind him, and the hand hidden in the sleeve gradually clenched into a fist. In the Danhai, the internal force slowly passed through the acupoints and quietly flowed into the arm. Since it is impossible to live a peaceful life, then set off a storm and bury it all. He suddenly felt that the Danhai was surging wind, and waves seemed to have a lightning flash. 3, 2, 1. Zhang Jin counted with a grim smile. And seeing that the three people were still like this, he suddenly raised the knife in his hand and shouted, "Take them all. If there is resistance, kill without mercy." Yes. The people brought by Wu Bei, the 2 rows of soldiers holding long spears, and more than 10 jailers, all shouted in unison, full of murderous intent. Shua, who knew that at this moment, a flame suddenly lit up in the darkness behind. And then the flame came in an instant, instantly passing through the jailers outside, and the 4 people surrounded in the middle, and stabbed into Zhang Jin's chest with a puff, directly piercing his body and sending him flying backwards. And with a bang, it stabbed into one of the doors of the cell behind. Zhang Jin was hung on the door, still holding the knife in his hand. After a few seconds of dull expression on his face, he opened his eyes wide, lowered his head, and looked at his chest. There was a gun stuck there, a scarlet spear, with red light flashing and runes flowing, as if forged with blood. It's called the Fire Moon Spear. The whole place was silent. There was a sudden sound of footsteps in the passage. Then, a tall figure in a fiery red dress, accompanied by more than 10 guards, walked out of the darkness with a dignified face. The more than 10 guards were all women, except for one girl in a black dress with a sword hanging around her waist. The other women were all empty-handed, but the momentum they brought at this moment was like a huge army on the battlefield. If a soul passed by at this moment, they would see the extremely terrifying blood and chi rising to the sky above their heads. Each of them was an iron-blooded warrior who fought against hundreds of enemies on the battlefield. Who wants to kill my people? Stand up and let me see. The girl in the red dress, who was surrounded in front, seemed to have flames burning on her body. Her voice was cold and majestic, and everyone was terrified by her eyes. Chapter 457: The Emperor and the Imperial Sister. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look at him, except for the person hanging on the door. The princess, Zhang Jin, who was pierced through the chest by the Fire Moon Spear and hung on the prison door, trembled and said these words, and blood suddenly gushed out of his mouth. Then his body softened and he died. He probably never thought that someone in this palace would dare to attack the Jinui. I am Wu Bei, the captain of the Jinui, and I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. After a brief shock, Wu Bei immediately bowed, and the knife he drew in his hand was quietly inserted into the scabbard. Although the princess is now in the palace, she still has the title of general on her head. Although the Jinui is a forbidden army, it is also a military unit, so naturally she has to be called a subordinate. Greetings to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Seeing this, the prison guards and jailers sheathed their weapons and bowed. Nandong Huiyue turned a blind eye, dragging her fiery red skirt behind her, and walked quickly to the young man surrounded in the middle, stretched out her hand to grab his wrist, and said sincerely, "Sir, I frightened you. This is my negligence. I apologize to you." Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan beside them hurriedly lowered their heads to the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, Her Royal Highness the Princess." Only Xia Chan beside them stood there motionless, looking coldly at the majestic girl who suddenly appeared in front of them. Wu Bei and other guards in the cell were all secretly shocked when they saw this scene. Luo Qingzhou glanced at his wrist, broke free calmly, and said with a bow, "Your Highness, you are too kind. Your Highness arrived in time, and I should thank you." Nandong Huiyue reached out and grabbed his wrist again and said, "Sir, we are family. Why should we be polite? Let's go. I will take you back to the palace to talk." As soon as these words came out, Wu Bei's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly raised his head and said respectfully, "Your Highness." "Princess." "No. I obey your orders." Swish. A cold light flashed, and the word stopped abruptly. Yu Ying's sword suddenly came out of the sheath, flew out, and returned to the sheath in an instant. Wu Bei opened his mouth and froze in place. After a few breaths, his head suddenly tilted and rolled off his neck. The headless body stood there, and blood spurted continuously. The other guards and jailers nearby were so scared when they saw this scene that their legs softened and they knelt on the ground. In less than a moment, the 2 Jinui captains were all killed. In front of me. Those who dare to say no usually don't live for more than a breath. Nandong Huiyue glanced coldly at the headless corpse spurting blood. Her tone was cold. But when she turned around and looked at the boy in front of her, a trace of gentleness appeared on her face. Her hand was still holding the boy's wrist. And she said gently, "Sir, are you willing to go back to the palace with me to chat?" Luo Qingzhou looked at her hand holding his wrist again, and then looked at the headless corpse. He didn't struggle or hesitate anymore, and said respectfully, "It's an honor." Qin Wenzhang and Qin Chuan next to him were already pale with fear. "Thank you, sir." Nandong Huiyue smiled, turned around, and pulled him to leave. The other Jinui guards in the field all knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, trembling, and didn't even dare to raise their heads, let alone stop him. But at this moment, a tall man wearing a Qilin costume suddenly walked out of the passage behind. The man walked closer, took a look at the corpse hanging on the prison door, and the headless corpse that had fallen to the ground. His pupils shrank slightly, and then bowed his head and said, "Your Highness, the princess, the emperor will be here later. Please wait for a moment." Nandong Huiyue sneered, "Luo Chantian, you dare to stop me?" Hearing this, Luo Chantian immediately stepped aside and bowed his head respectfully. "I dare not. I am just following orders and doing official business. I have no intention of offending your highness. I don't know what made your highness angry today. And you actually let your highness do it yourself." Nandong Huiyue stretched out her right hand, and the Huiyue gun inserted in the prison door suddenly extinguished like a flame, and then appeared in her hand again in an instant. "You captured my people, and you still want to use knives and guns on them. I am reluctant to touch people. But you, those blind things, dare to touch them. Don't you deserve to die?" Nandong Huiyue was powerful and majestic. The gun in his hand was pointed in front of him, and the tip of the gun was jumping with flames. Luo Changtian lowered his head, motionless, and was silent for a while, saying, "He deserves to die. Your Highness, calm down. When the emperor comes, I will explain to you." Nandong Huiyue sneered, "You use the emperor to threaten me?" Luo Chantian said respectfully, "I dare not. It's just that this case was entrusted to me by the emperor. These people are all suspects. Your Highness can take them away. But I hope that your Highness can wait until the emperor comes before taking them away. Otherwise it will be difficult for me to report." Bang! Nandong Huiyue swung the spear in his hand, and the tip of the spear suddenly hit him heavily on the chest. Luo Chantian was directly knocked out and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Then, he immediately got up again and continued to stand with his head bowed, motionless and silent. "Do you think I don't know? You applied for this case to the emperor yourself, right? Your Luo family wants to take revenge and kill someone with someone else's knife, right?" Nandong Huiyue said with a cold face. Luo Chantian still lowered his head and said nothing. At this moment, a sharp voice of an eunuch suddenly came from the corner not far away. "The emperor is here." Then, a large group of eunuchs and guards, surrounded by a boy in a yellow robe, about 15 or 16 years old, hurried out of the passage. Luo Chantian bowed and stepped aside, kneeling down and kowtowed, "Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you." The young emperor glanced at him, ignored him, and walked past him quickly. Then he quickened his pace, with a bright smile on his face, and said kindly, "Imperial sister, why are you here? I just went to find you, and I thought you were with my mother." Nandong Huiyue glanced at him, and the Huiyue gun in her hand suddenly shrank and disappeared. She said indifferently, "Your Majesty, your Jinui arrested people without evidence, and they arrested my people, so I came to see." As she spoke, one of her hands was still holding Luo Qingzhou's wrist. Nandong Yang glanced at the young man behind her, and then smiled. "I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be this small matter. Why did my sister come here in person? Isn't it okay to find someone to tell me?" Nandong Huiyue said, "This is no small matter. After arresting the meritorious officials of Great Yin without evidence, they are also planning to put them in prison and torture them. If the news gets out, everyone in Great Yin will be in danger. Your Majesty, the Jinui has not done anything good recently." "Oh!" Nandong Yang smiled, turned his head, and said, "Luo Chantian, come here." Luo Chantian immediately bowed and came closer. Nandong Yang asked with a smile, "Tell me, what's going on? Why do you want to arrest the emperor's sister's people?" Luo Chantian lowered his head and said respectfully, "Luo Yu from Chunghua Mansion in Maching was originally admitted to the Dragon and Tiger Academy this year. But on the last day, He was brutally killed. And was brutally killed in front of his parents. I brought all the people with motives back for interrogation. Because the Qin family has a special relationship with Chunghua Mansion, and is a meritorious family. I finally found them. I brought them back today just to ask. Not to torture them, as Her Royal Highness the Princess said. Pa! Nangong Yang suddenly slapped him hard in the face. And his face suddenly became gloomy. What do you mean by what you said just now? Are you saying that the Emperor slandered you? Luo Chantian immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. I dare not. Nangong Yang snorted coldly and said, let me tell you. I got the throne today because of my emperor. Without my emperor's ability to fight and fight. Without my emperor's ability. My father would never pass the throne to me. So, you arrested my emperor's sister's people. What does it mean? Are you trying to embarrass me? Luo Chantian immediately kowtowed and said, I was wrong. I was wrong. Nangong Yang turned around. A friendly smile appeared on her face again. And said, Royal sister, for my sake, please forgive him this time. Since they are my people, I will take them away directly. As for this case, let's end it here. Nangong Huiyue looked at him with a complicated look. And said, the case can't end here. But he is the eldest son of the Luo family. So he shouldn't be left to investigate. So as to avoid gossip. Moreover, this is also clearly stipulated in the laws of my great yin. Nangong Yang immediately bowed his head and said, yes. The imperial sister taught me that after I return, I will read the great yin etiquette carefully again and remember it thoroughly without missing a word. Nanheng Huiyue slowed down her tone. I don't mean to teach you a lesson. You and I are siblings. I just want to tell you that as an emperor, you can't do whatever you want. You must care about the people. Set an example. And, yes, the imperial sister is right. Nangong Yang bowed his head to admit his mistakes. With a sincere look on his face, Nangong Huiyue was silent for a moment. And said, okay, I won't say much. Then I will take the people away. If there is evidence, you can send someone to arrest them. At that time, I will not say anything. Nangong Yang bowed his head and said, my sister is joking. How dare I arrest your people? Then he looked up and smiled. I will never forget that my sister helped me to fight for this throne. My father said it clearly when he was alive. Ministers, uncles, inside and outside the palace, all know it. Nangong Huiyue's eyebrows twitched slightly. And she said lightly, don't mention this matter anymore. My father passed the throne to you, because you are capable of sitting on it. Okay. I'm going back. After speaking, he pulled Luo Qinzhou away from the side. Qin Wensheng and the other two immediately followed behind him. Outside the cell, silence suddenly returned. The guards, eunuchs, and maids in the field all bowed their heads, silent and hushed. Nangong Yang stood there, motionless, with the same friendly smile on his young and handsome face that lasted for a long time. Chapter 458 The Princess's Plan. The silver moon was high in the night sky. At this moment, the palace gates were closed, and no one could enter or leave without an emergency. Even if Qin Wensheng and the other three wanted to go home, it was impossible. Thinking of the people who were anxiously waiting at home and today's wedding, the four of them all lowered their heads and were unhappy. Nangong Huiyue brought the four of them, and soon arrived at Yahua Palace. She seemed to have just discovered the wedding gown on Luo Qinzhou, and asked in surprise, Sir, are you getting married today? Luo Qinzhou bowed and said, yes. Nangong Huiyue was slightly startled, thought for a while, and suddenly smiled. Are you and Miss Qin Er finally married? Luo Qinzhou said, yes. Nangong Huiyue's eyes moved, and she smiled. Congratulations, sir. However, did you and Miss Qin divorce? Or, Luo Qinzhou said, divorced. Oh! Nangong Huiyue's eyebrows moved, and there was a hint of surprise and confusion in her eyes. And then she smiled. Congratulations. Luo Qinzhou bowed his head to thank him. Nangong Huiyue sighed lightly, and said with some regret, tonight should be the wedding night of Mr. and Miss Qin Er. It's a pity that the city gates are closed now. We can only wait until tomorrow night. In fact, it doesn't matter, since Mr. and Miss Qin Er like each other. They can have their wedding night anytime. Luo Qinzhou said, Your Highness is right. Nangong Huiyue turned around and said, Yuewu, you take Mr. Qin and Mr. Qin, and Miss Xia Chan to rest first. Mr. and I have something to talk about tonight. Yuewu bowed her head and said, yes, Your Highness. Then she said to Qin Wensheng and the other two, Mr. Qin, Miss Xia Chan, please, Qin Wenzheng knew that the eldest princess suddenly rushed over to rescue tonight, and his son-in-law must have to pay some price. It is estimated that tonight he will discuss what to do for her. So he did not hesitate. Immediately bowed his head and bowed his hands, and took Qin Chuan to say goodbye and leave. Xiaochan stood there, motionless. The eyes of several people all looked at her. Luo Qizhou knew that at this time, people had to bow their heads under the eaves. So he had to go over and whisper, Chan Chan, go down and rest. I'll talk to His Highness. It's okay. Xiaochan still looked at him stubbornly, unwilling to leave. Luo Qizhou gently held her hand, looked at her gently and said, Chan Chan, be obedient. The son-in-law will find you later. Xiaochan lowered her head slightly, and was silent for a while, then broke free from his hand, and turned to leave. Luo Qizhou looked at her back, his eyes slightly stunned. Sir is really amazing. The colorful flowers in the Qin mansion should have been caught by you. Right? Nandong Huiyue said with a smile. Luo Qizhou retracted his gaze and said respectfully, Your Highness, can you find a way to send someone to the Qin mansion to inform them? I'm afraid they will worry, and have trouble sleeping all night. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Don't worry. Sir, I have just sent someone to inform them. Luo Qizhou bowed his head and said, Thank you, Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue raised her hand and invited, Sir, please, let's go to the study to talk. Luo Qizhou did not hesitate, followed her one step behind, and entered the palace with her. In the study, red candles burned, and cigarettes curled. The floor was covered with a red carpet, and a red curtain was hung in front of the window. In the air, there was a scent like the fragrance of flowers. For some reason, Luo Qizhou suddenly thought of the drug that Bailing gave him. Of course, he couldn't help but think of the last time he entered the palace. Sir, please sit down. The two took off their shoes at the door. Nandong Huiyue, wearing snow-white silk stockings, walked to the table and sat down, extending her hand to invite. Luo Qizhou walked to the opposite side and knelt down. The maid quickly brought the teapot and teacup and poured hot tea for the two. Luo Qizhou glanced at the maid and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He did not take the initiative to mention the last flower bone incident, because no matter whether the incident was instructed by the princess or not, the other party failed. So he didn't need to mention it to avoid embarrassment. Today, the princess can be said to have saved everyone in their Qin family. Even if she came a step later, he would have to expose his identity as a warrior and kill people, and the consequences would naturally be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter what the princess asked him to do today, he had no reason to refuse. Of course, except for that matter, because tonight is his wedding night with the second lady. Sir, tonight should be your wedding night, but I let you stay here to chat with me. I feel really bad. Nandong Huiyue picked up the teacup and said apologetically, I will use tea instead of wine to offer you a cup of tea as a token of my apology. Your Highness is too kind. It should be Qin Zhou who offers you a toast. Thank you for helping me. Luo Qizhou picked up the teacup, took a look at the tea in the cup, and drank it all without hesitation. Nandong Huiyue smiled slightly, but did not drink. Instead, she put down the teacup in her hand and looked at him and said, Sir, this tea is poisonous. Luo Qizhou remained calm. Qingzhou's life was given by His Highness. If His Highness wants to take it away, Qingzhou will never dare to resist. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, It's not a deadly poison. It's just an aphrodisiac. Sir, I like you, but I don't know how to really tie your heart, so I can only use the beauty trap. When you taught me the beauty trap, I was thinking that talents like you are naturally qualified to let me use the beauty trap. You won't blame me, right? Luo Qizhou looked down at the teacup, was silent for a while, and looked up and said, Your Highness, can it not be tonight? Qin Zhou is willing to accept it at other times. The princess has already taken out all her sincerity to help him save him, so he should naturally pay something to make her feel at ease. Since she thinks that this is the only way for her to feel at ease, then he will accept it. He knew the consequences of rejecting such a terrible woman. Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Sir, I haven't said which beauty to use yet. Did you agree so quickly? Luo Qizhou was slightly startled when he heard this. Isn't it Huagu? Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, Huagu failed the last mission again, which means she is no longer useful. So I have given her to Uncle Duan. Uncle Duan likes her very much. I heard that he has been with her every day recently, and he is so happy that he doesn't even care about Shirue. Luo Qizhou was stunned and fell silent. Nandong Huiyue looked at him for a while and said, Will you feel a little sad and regretful? Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly and said frankly, of course. Miss Huagu is so beautiful. More importantly, when Qingzhou was taking a bath in the back last time, she had been in the same bathtub with Qingzhou. Qingzhou had seen her naked body and took advantage of her. Nandong Huiyue raised an eyebrow and said, then why did you give up in the end? Luo Qingzhou stroked the empty teacup in his hand, paused, and said, Qingzhou is a man. Facing that kind of situation, it is naturally difficult for him to hold back. But it is precisely because Qingzhou is a man that he knows what to do and what not to do. His Highness wants to trade her with Qingzhou like a commodity. But Qingzhou can't bear it. In addition, Qingzhou can't let down his wife at home. Nandong Huiyue sighed and said, Sir is a gentleman. He knows how to respect women and how to cherish them. Unfortunately, he forgot the rules. Sir, you are not strong enough yet. But you want to do things according to the rules in your heart. Not only are you wrong, but you will also lose a lot. I wanted to give her another chance. But recently I need Uncle Duan's help. And I saw that you really don't like her. So I sent her away. Sir, will you blame me? Luo Qingzhou said, Qingzhou has no right to blame His Highness. And he dare not. Nandong Huiyue stared at him for a while, then suddenly stood up slowly, raised her arms, and turned gently in front of him, her red skirt spinning, her long hair swaying, and asked, Sir, what do you think of me? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment. His expression froze. What do you mean? Your Highness? Nandong Huiyue looked at him calmly and said, Sir, you are poisoned, and it will break out soon. I have given away the flower bones. And there are no other women here. So I want to ask you, am I beautiful? Are you willing to go to Wushan with me and enjoy the pleasure of love? As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's face suddenly changed, and he hurriedly bowed his head and saluted, his forehead almost touching the table, and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, this matter must not be joked. Even if Qingzhou has 10,000 guts, he would not dare to have any improper thoughts about His Highness. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, Sir, do you think I am not beautiful? Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Of course your Highness is beautiful. Your beauty is unique in the world. Nandong Huiyue said lightly, Will you lie? Sir, are your two wives not as beautiful as me? Luo Qingzhou said, Their beauty is another kind of beauty. Your Highness's beauty is unique. One is cold and beautiful, as beautiful as a fairy. The other is gentle and moving, weak and beautiful. And the one in front of him is a kind of beauty that is intimidating, high above, majestic and domineering. Nandong Huiyue was quiet for a while, and said, Sir, don't be afraid. Raise your head and look at me. Luo Qingzhou still lowered his head and bowed his hands, saying, Your Highness, Qingzhou is timid, and may not be able to chat with your Highness tonight. Please let Qingzhou go back to rest. Nandong Huiyue laughed sneer, and then her face returned to normal. She walked to the table and sat down, and said softly, Sir, I was joking with you. Raise your head and see who is here. Luo Qingzhou raised his head slightly, and saw a pair of white and petite girls' jade feet walking on the red carpet next to him. Then, a familiar figure knelt down beside him, bowed his head. His hair fell, and his chest was tall and straight. He was stunned, raised his head, and turned to look. Huagu was wearing a bright red dress, kneeling beside him, her long eyelashes drooping, tears in her eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, Sir, His Highness did not give Huagu away. Huagu will always be yours. Huagu will always wait for you until you are willing, or until Huagu dies. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, retracted his gaze, and looked across. Nandong Huiyue had a faint smile on her face, picked up the teacup on the table, drank it all, and said, Sir, there is no poison in the tea. I was just joking with you. I hope you don't blame me. Luo Qingzhou's back was covered with cold sweat. It turned out that His Highness was testing him just now. If he had given a wrong answer just now, I am afraid that he would have. Chapter 459 Sir, you are so talented. The red sleeves add tea, and the fragrance enters the nose. Luo Qingzhou sat upright, with a serious face and eyes straight ahead. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a long time, and suddenly sighed, looked at him and said, In this situation, Sir, what do you think I should do? Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment, and looked into her eyes and said, What result does your Highness want? Nandong Huiyue paused, and said frankly, The world. Luo Qingzhou's mind was filled with the words and deeds of the young emperor just now. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Is your highness forced?" Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, "Sir, you can tell after only meeting once?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Your highness is too outstanding and too brilliant. From the time of the previous emperor until now, I'm afraid he has been suffocated. Right? Otherwise, with the relationship between the two of you, and his age and status, you wouldn't have such a tone and attitude." Nandong Huiyue's face. On the table, a bitter look appeared on her face. Her slender fingers stroked the edge of the tea, and she said slowly, "My father has always praised me and rewarded me since I was a child. But he rarely gave me anything. I thought that we were siblings and I was a woman. So he would only be happy for me. After all, my glory is also his glory. At that time, my mother quietly told me to try my best to please my father and fight for the position of crown prince for him. I worked hard to learn the art of war and various combat skills. I watched the battle with the army at the age of 12 and led an army alone at the age of 15. Over the years, I fought in the south and the north, won countless honors, and also won the love and recognition of my father. Before my father died of illness, he finally passed the throne to him. But since then, I feel that the distance between him and me is getting farther and farther, and the relationship is getting more and more unfamiliar. Although he still looks at me with a smile, he is still full of. He smiled and still obeyed my words. Since he ascended the throne, his personality has changed drastically. Various policies change from day to night. And change it will. I said it. And he changed it immediately. But soon he changed it back. He said it was my mother's idea. And my mother also said it was her own idea. The talents I recommended and the policies I discussed with the ministers were gradually demoted and ignored in the end. I gradually realized that he was actually doing the opposite of me. The more I disliked and disapproved of something, the more he liked to do it secretly. I thought about it for a long time and felt that I might have been too involved. After all, he was the emperor. So I let it go and stopped interfering. But the people he chose for the country and the policies he promoted became more and more outrageous. I couldn't stand it anymore. So I secretly told my mother again. After that, I said that I hope my mother can persuade him, but my mother seemed to be afraid of something and began to guard against me. She always persuaded me in a roundabout way, hoping that I would give up the fiefdom and army given to me by my father, so that I could stay in this palace wholeheartedly. I like the army. I have liked it since I was a child. But for him and this country, I can give it up. But not now. My father also left a will before his death. My fiefdom and army must not be removed unless he really grows up and matures. My mother has been trying to send people to infiltrate my army and fiefdom for the past 2 years. But she has not succeeded. And she still hasn't given up. Of course, what they are most afraid of is not only that I have an army and a fiefdom, but I also have another will from my father. If he is incompetent, I can exercise the power to abolish and enthrone. But I never thought of using this will. After all, he is my closest person. But in their eyes, I am just the biggest threat. I don't understand why they treat me like this. I am helping them, serving the country and the people. Nandong Huiyue seemed to have said so many words to others for the first time. And it seemed that she had revealed her true feelings for the first time. At the end, her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes misted slightly. Hua Gu knelt aside, lowered her head, and was silent. Like a sculpture, Luo Qingzhou sat opposite, listening quietly. After she finished speaking, she said, "Sir, do you think I am wrong?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Your Highness's only fault is that he is too good. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. And there can't be 2 masters in one country. Although your Highness is only the eldest princess, your Highness's power and influence have threatened them, and can even overthrow them. Although your Highness is the closest person to them, your Highness should know that under the control of power and interests, any relationship is weak. People have jealousy, a sense of crisis, a desire to win, a desire to compare, and other emotions and desires. Your Highness's excellence has added these emotions to him. They have been buried in his heart since he was a child. Now they have taken root and are difficult to eradicate." Nandong Huiyue picked up the teacup, drank it all, and said, "So I thought about it for a long time and decided. I would rather let the people of the world curse. Let yourself be infamous in history books for thousands of years. But can't let Dian be wantonly ruined and tossed by them." Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, "Those who are truly good to the country and the people will never be infamous for thousands of years. History books may distort the facts, but the people have a scale in their hearts. The facts will never be submerged, but will only be passed down. Nandong Huiyue bowed her head slightly, but, I am a woman. Luo Qingzhou said, women are also people. Women also have hands and feet, and a blood-red heart. Are all human beings in this world born by men? Is everything in this world maintained by men? What men can do? What men can sit in? Why can't women? Regardless of men and women, as long as they are good enough, they should get what they deserve. As soon as these words came out, the fire in Nandong Huiyue's eyes suddenly rose. Hua Gu, who was kneeling beside him, couldn't help but raise his head, looking at him with watery eyes. Nandong Huiyue clenched her fists in her sleeves, and hesitantly said, Mr. S. thoughts do not represent the thoughts of the people and officials of Dian. I have an army, prestige, and territory, but I have no reason to fight. And I have a close relationship with him. I am afraid that he will be deserted by everyone and be hunted down by everyone. Luo Qingzhou said, if God wants to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. Your Highness also said that his current way of governing the country has big problems. Many upright officials and people will remember it silently. Your Highness can also add fuel to the fire and give him some east wind to make this fire burn more vigorously. The appearance of the border monster tribe is actually a good east wind, and Your Highness can use it in addition. Your Highness can now suspend the policy of reducing the title, and then promote a person to help him reduce the vassal state. Wholeheartedly reduce the vassal state? Nandong Huiyue was slightly stunned when he heard this. Luo Qingzhou continued, first, let him arouse the dissatisfaction of officials. Then let him arouse the dissatisfaction of the people. And finally, let him arouse the dissatisfaction of other princes. Nandong Huiyue pondered for a moment and said, he has already started to reduce the power of the princes and consolidate power. But the effect is not great, and he dare not be too obvious. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Highness can ask someone to give him some advice to make the effect greater. Nandong Huiyue shook his head and said, if the effect is too great, it may cause dissatisfaction among other princes. He is not that stupid. Luo Qingzhou stroked the teacup and said slowly, Your Highness, have you heard of the enfeoffment order? Enfeoffment order? Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly and asked in confusion, what is this? Luo Qingzhou said, this is a policy of reducing the power of the vassal states. The current decree states that after the death of each vassal king, the throne and fiefdom can only be passed on to the eldest son, and the other sons of the vassal king will not benefit from it. The policy of the enfeoffment order states that after the death of a vassal king, in addition to the eldest son inheriting the throne, other sons can also divide part of the kingdom's land and become marquises, governed by county governors. In that case, the vassal states will become smaller and smaller, and there is no need to worry. The advantage of this decree is that even if the vassal kings know that this is a very cruel policy of reducing the power of the vassal states, they have nothing to say and can do nothing about it. Because this is a grace order. Except for the eldest son, it is good for all other sons. Even if the princes want to resist, his sons will never be willing, once he insists on not obeying this decree, unless he kills all his sons before his death. Otherwise, the princes will fall into chaos. The princes who are slightly smarter can only accept it silently in order to preserve their bloodline. After listening, Nandong Huiyue's face changed for a long time, and then he looked at him and said, Sir, this plan is so vicious. I can even imagine how desperate and angry those princes will be when they hear this decree. Of course, I can imagine how excited he and the court officials were when they heard this plan. Then he stood up and bowed, saying, Sir, you are indeed a great talent. No one else can come up with such a shocking plan except you. Luo Qingzhou bowed in return and reminded, Your Highness, you must not tell this plan yourself. You must find a reliable person to propose it. When other princes begin to feel dissatisfied and angry, the time will be ripe. Also, Your Highness, at that time, it would be best for you to start an army outside in the name of clearing the court, rather than a coup in the palace, so that you won't be criticized. The two chatted for a long time. Nandong Huiyue's eyes were burning, listening to his various plans. The fire in her heart burned more and more, and the expression in her eyes became more and more determined. The night passed quietly, until the fourth watch. Nandong Huiyue stood up with a feeling of unfulfilled desire, and said with a bow, What you said tonight was a wake-up call to me. It made me feel clear-headed and more determined. I am very fortunate to have received your guidance and help. I am grateful. At this point, she glanced out the window and said, I wanted to talk with you all night, but I really couldn't bear to tire you out. It's getting late. You should go to rest. Hua Gu stood up and bowed. Luo Qingzhou's eyelids jumped. He glanced at her, and immediately bowed his hands and said, Your Highness, Qizhou is not sleepy. Just talking about the excitement. Let's continue. Nangong Huiyue smiled and said, Sir, are you afraid of Hua Gu? Luo Qingzhou remained silent. Nangong Huiyue smiled and said, Sir, go and have a good rest. It's time for me to rest too. Luo Qingzhou had to stand up and begged with his head down, Your Highness, tonight is Qingzhou and my wife's wedding night. My wife is still guarding the new room. Qingzhou dare not sleep with other women at this time. Nangong Huiyue smiled slightly, and a complex look appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but say, Sir is full of knowledge and talent, but he can stick to his heart, care about his wife, and not be distracted by other things. I have to sigh again. The Qing family. I'm so lucky to have found someone like you. After a pause, she smiled and said, Don't worry. I won't force you. Hua Gu will only take you to the room and will never stay there for a moment. I can guarantee that. Of course, if you want her, she will stay and serve you well. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this. He looked up at her and said respectfully without any doubt, Thank you, Your Highness. Hua Gu said respectfully, Sir, please follow Hua Gu. She lowered her head and walked in front gracefully. Luo Qingzhou bowed to the princess again and left. Nangong Huiyue watched his back disappear outside the bead curtain. The smile on her face gradually faded. After a pause, she murmured with a complicated expression, Sister, how can I not be tempted by such a person? Luo Qingzhou followed Hua Gu out of the door, walked through the corridor, and went to the back of the guardhouse. Soon, they came to the small waterside building again. Luo Qingzhou's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. Hua Gu took the lantern and walked a few more steps before turning around and whispering, Young master, His Highness has said that he will not force you. Hua Gu is just a servant. How dare I disobey the order? Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a moment before continuing to follow her. Hua Gu took lotus steps and brought him to the door of the small building. Luo Qingzhou suddenly discovered that there was a big happiness character on the door. Squeak. Hua Gu pushed the door open, stepped aside, lowered her head, and whispered, I wish you a happy wedding. And I also wish you and Miss Qin to live in harmony, grow old together, and have a son soon. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately walked into the house quickly. The room was covered with red carpets and red curtains. On the walls, wardrobes, and dressing tables, there were big red wedding characters. In the innermost part was a bed with red candles lit at the head of the bed. The ground beside the bed was covered with flower petals, and the bed curtains were covered with red love knots. And beside the bed, a bride in a red wedding gown and a red veil sat quietly. Squeak. The door behind him closed. Hua Gu retreated silently. Chapter 460. The room was silent. Luo Qingzhou stood at the door, his heart surging. The red carpet on the ground, the wedding characters on the wall, the warm candlelight, waiting for his bride. The princess was affectionate and loyal to him, and she really cared about him. A man will die for his friend. Although he had different ideas from this era, at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. No matter what, he had to help the princess achieve her wish. The princess now had only two ways to go. One was to marry a man from another country, never come back, and ignore her country and people. Obviously, with her character, she would never choose this way. The other way was to overthrow everything now, ascend the throne and realize her ambitions. Of course, there was another way. That was to die. If she didn't die, not only her brother, but also those interest groups would be restless. So, she had no choice but to go all out. And he would accompany her, or climb high to see far, or fall off a cliff. Outside the window, the sound of flowing water can be clearly heard, and the moonlight falls on the windowsill, white as frost. Luo Qingzhou waved away the thoughts in his mind, calmed down, raised his feet, and walked towards the bed. His expression became softer. The bead curtain rustled, and footsteps approached. The bride sitting on the bed said in a trembling voice, Brother Qingzhou, is it you? Luo Qingzhou walked to her, squatted in front of her, held her hands, and whispered, Second miss. It's me. As he said, he raised his hand and slowly helped her take off the red veil on her head, revealing a beautiful, gentle, and touching face. Qin Weimo had tears in his eyes, and looked at him softly. Brother Qizhou. Call me Weimo. Weimo. Call me husband. Husband. The two hugged each other tightly. Weimo. How did you get here? Ying brought someone to pick you up. Are you the only one here? Yes. Oh. Brother Qingzhou. It's okay. We can give it a try. No. I'm not that anxious. But Weimo is anxious. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her shoes and socks. And then helped her take off her headdress. And then helped her take off her wedding gown. Then, he took off his clothes and got into bed with her. He lowered the curtain and got into the quilt. The two hugged each other tightly again. Brother Qingzhou. Tell Weimo what happened tonight. How did the princess rescue you? It was unexpectedly simple. The princess went there and killed two arrogant Jinui captains. And then took us away. Before leaving, we met Luo Chantian and the emperor. I didn't expect that in front of the princess. The emperor was really a younger brother. Brother Qingzhou. Isn't the emperor the princess's younger brother? Well, this younger brother is not just a younger brother. Weimo. You know, I actually have a younger brother. Do you know? Ah. Really? Brother Qingzhou. Do you know where your brother is? Weimo. Although the princess rescued us this time, it seems that she really fell out with the emperor. And the emperor will definitely hate us. Luo Chantian will not let us go. Brother Qingzhou. Why don't we leave here and travel around the world? Go to other countries. Live in seclusion in the mountains. And pick chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. Okay? I promised the princess that I would help her. She has saved us many times. If she hadn't been there this time, the consequences would be disastrous. We can't be ungrateful and break our promises. Brother Qingzhou. Do you have anything else to say to Weimo? For example? Flower bones. The quilt was silent for a while. Luo Qingzhou said, I thought that tonight the princess would let me sleep with Hua Gu. And I couldn't refuse. So I said that tonight is the day to spend the wedding night with you. And I must not sleep with other women. Qin Weimo said faintly. Not tonight. Then tomorrow night. Or other nights. Right? Luo Qingzhou held her hand. Weimo. I can't refuse. The princess. Brother Qingzhou. Weimo knows. And Weimo understands. Brother Qingzhou is so talented. And has all kinds of magical schemes. The princess is worried about you. So she wants Hua Gu to follow you. The princess has saved us so many times. And Brother Qingzhou will definitely not be able to refuse. Weimo. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Anyway, Brother Qingzhou is not Weimo's alone. And Weimo is not the only one who should be jealous. But you are the legal wife. Brother Qingzhou. Did the princess say what to do next? She only listened to my strategy. And didn't say anything else. It's obvious that she is still in the stage of keeping it secret. Other things are not something we can worry about. She must be fine in the palace. No one dares to touch her. Including the emperor. So the queen mother can only use marriage to hold her back. Such as marrying her to a neighboring country. So that she can legitimately take away her military power and fiefdom. As well as the edict of the previous emperor on her body. The princess is so powerful. They are not afraid of her in the neighboring country. The princess will not bring troops from other countries to invade the Yin. They all know this. So they are unscrupulous. They are now uneasy, and are using other methods to divide the princess's military power. Brother Qingzhou. What should we do? Are you talking about facing their revenge? Don't worry. With the princess's words last night, they dare not be too blatant. For other revenge, we will naturally block the water with the earth. I need to improve my cultivation quickly now. Not only to protect you, but also to avenge my mother. I met Luo Yanyan and others last night. The two chatted for a long time. It was not until the sky outside was light that it became quiet. Brother Qingzhou. Weimo is ready. Go to sleep. It's dawn. No. Snoring. Snore. Brother Qingzhou. Snoring. Snore. Woo. Bad guy. I won't talk to you anymore. Chapter 461 please. The morning sun is rising. The pavilions and terraces are covered in golden clouds. Magnificent. Hua Gu bathed in the golden morning clouds and stood at the railing for a while. When he was about to leave, he heard voices in the room. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er got up. They had only slept for half an hour. Since they were in the palace and there were other people waiting, they naturally felt embarrassed to sleep more. Put on the wedding gown and comb their hair. Squeak. Luo Qingzhou opened the door. Outside the door, Hua Gu, who was wearing a bright red dress and had pink skin, was holding a basin of hot water and waiting with her head down. When she saw him open the door, she bowed and said, "Young master, Hua Gu will help you and madam wash up." Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned, and reached out to take the basin, saying, "Thank you. We can do it ourselves." After that, he took the basin in. When the two of them finished washing up and came out, Hua Gu was still standing in the corridor with her head down. Miss Qin Er glanced at her, walked up to her, stretched out her hand and held her hand, and said softly, "Miss Hua Gu, Brother Qingzhou told me last night. Don't worry. I have no objection. But I have to go back and tell others." Hua Gu trembled when she heard it, slowly raised her head, and looked at her in a daze. "Let's go. Brother Er and the others are still waiting." Luo Qingzhou took Miss Qin Er and left quickly. Hua Gu looked at the backs of the two people, and was stunned for a long time before reacting. A smile as brilliant as the morning glow suddenly appeared on her face. She entered the room and walked to the bed. The bed was tidy, and the petals in front of the bed had not changed at all. The white cloth on the head of the bed was still there, still white and dust-free, without any traces. Sure enough, her body is too weak, she suddenly thought of herself, and suddenly felt a sense of closeness with a weak and kind girl. Luo Qingzhou took Miss Qin Er to the palace in front. Qin Wenzheng and Qin Chuan had already gotten up and were waiting outside the palace. Xia Chan was also standing not far away, in a daze. When Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er appeared together, the three of them were stunned. Qin Chuan greeted him with a face full of surprise. "Wei Mo, why are you here too? When did you come? Who sent you here?" Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "I came last night. The princess sent someone to take me to the palace." "Last night?" Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment and said, "Then where did you rest last night?" "You?" "Ahem." Qin Wenzheng coughed and interrupted him, saying, "Let's go. Say goodbye to His Highness. We should go back." Several people entered the palace together. Qin Weimo walked to Xia Chan's side, reached out and held her little hand, and smiled softly. "Chan Chan, look, I'm not afraid of you anymore." Xia Chan's hand trembled, and her body tensed. After seeing that she really stopped coughing, she lowered her head and gradually relaxed. Nandong Huiyue had already gotten up and was reading in the study. When she heard Yue's report, she immediately stood up and went to the door to greet him. She directly held Luo Qingzhou's wrist and said gratefully, "Sir, I didn't sleep all night last night. I kept thinking about what you said. The more I thought about it, the more I felt that you were really a banished immortal, unfathomable, and could think of those, Your Highness." Luo Qingzhou interrupted her and said, "Please think about it carefully and act twice. For the time being, only the two of us know what we said last night." Nandong Huiyue paused, released his wrist, and nodded. "I will definitely keep it in mind." Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Then I will take my leave." Nandong Huiyue looked at him reluctantly, then looked at the bride in wedding gown behind him, nodded slightly and said, "Sir, you just got married yesterday. According to the rules, you have to serve tea to your father-in-law and mother-in-law today. Then I will not delay your time." The group said goodbye and left. Nandong Huiyue looked at his back, and a complicated light appeared in her eyes. Yue rode a horse, with guards, and sent them directly back to the Qin mansion. Everyone in the Qin mansion did not sleep last night. Nandong Shui also stayed here last night and waited with them. When seeing Qin Wenzheng and others return safely, everyone in the Qin mansion cried with joy. A group of people gathered in the hall. Qin Chuan was full of excitement, and vividly described the incident of the princess suddenly appearing at the dangerous moment last night. Everyone was very excited. The princess is so powerful that she doesn't even take the Jinui seriously. Not only the Jinui, but when Luo Chantian saw the princess, he was shot away by the princess and didn't dare to say a word. When the emperor came, Luo Chantian was ready to complain. But, he was slapped hard by the emperor. Even the emperor smiled at the princess. "Oh, and there is our Qingzhou. The princess is really good to Qingzhou." She held Qingzhou's hand in front of so many people and waited for him to leave. Song Ryua raised her eyebrows when she heard it. Hand in hand? Others were also surprised. Qin Wensheng immediately said with a sullen face, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The princess was holding Qingzhou's wrist to show her appreciation and closeness to Qingzhou. Since ancient times, wise kings, generals, famous ministers, and even monarchs, who were eager to seek talents have all behaved in this way. Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Father-in-law is right. It is recorded in the book that the 4 gentlemen of the 9 countries, and the later founding emperors all behaved in this way in order to win over talents, and make them serve them wholeheartedly. Song Ryua's burning eyes moved away from him. Qin Chuan didn't dare to say anything more. Miss Qin Er looked around and asked, "Where is Sister Meiju?" Nandong Shui said, "Meiju is sleeping in your room. She didn't sleep last night. She came to inform you this morning that you are fine in the palace. So she went to sleep with you," Song Ryua said with gratitude. "Fortunately, Meiju is smart. After you were captured, she immediately went to the palace to inform the princess. Otherwise—" "Hey," Bai Ling said on the side. It was the son-in-law who asked the princess to notify. Everyone looked at her. Bai Ling said crisply, "I was standing next to the princess at the time. When the son-in-law was captured, he passed by the princess and secretly told her. I heard it." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and immediately said, "I did say it. But if it wasn't for Princess Meijia's timely notification, the princess wouldn't have arrived so quickly." Song Ryua said, "When Meiji wakes up, I will cook for her myself and make a table of delicious dishes for her." The few of them talked for a while. Luo Qingzhou said, "Father-in-law, mother-in-law, is it time to serve tea?" Song Ryua was about to sit down when Qin Wenzheng waved his hand and said, "No. Go back and rest. Forget about these formalities. Just be with Wei Mo. Everyone must be tired. Go back." Although Song Ryua was reluctant, she thought about what happened last night. Everyone must be sleepy and tired. She had to say, "Okay. Everyone go and rest. There is nothing to do today. So take a day off." The maids dispersed immediately. Others also dispersed one by one. Luo Qingzhou supported Miss Qin Er and was about to leave when Song Ryua stopped them. "Qingzhou, Wei Mo, wait a minute. I have something to ask you." Seeing this, the others also left immediately. Soon, only Luo Qingzhou, Miss Qin Er, and Song Ryua were left in the hall. Song Ryua looked at the two for a while before asking, "Did you sleep together in the palace last night?" Qin Weimo blushed and whispered, "Yes." Song Ryua's heart tightened and she immediately asked, "Did you have your wedding night?" Qin Weimo nodded. Luo Qingzhou quickly explained, "Mother-in-law, don't worry. I didn't touch Weimo." Song Ryua was stunned when she heard this. Frowned and said, "Weimo said you had your wedding night. And you said you didn't touch her. Who of you is telling the truth?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Second miss means that we slept together. So it should be considered a wedding night. But second miss is weak. So I didn't touch her." Song Ryua looked at her daughter and said, "Is that so?" Qin Weimo lowered his head and said, "Well, brother Qingzhou didn't touch Weimo." Song Ryua was relieved, but a little regretful. Sighed, "Qingzhou, it's not that mother-in-law doesn't let you touch Weimo. Weimo's condition has just stabilized. And no one knows if it will suddenly flare up again. If it causes her condition again, wouldn't all the previous efforts be wasted?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Qingzhou knows." Song Ryua looked at him with a face full of relief and said, "Qingzhou is still sensible. You can hold back. Mother-in-law is very grateful to you. But don't worry. You can choose any maid in the mansion. If you need it, just tell mother-in-law. If you are embarrassed to tell me, you can tell Weima. She will help you arrange it." Then he sighed again and said, "Wait for a while. When Weima's condition is completely stable, you can love each other again. Qingzhou, you are not in a hurry, right?" Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "No hurry." Song Ryua nodded. And when she wanted to chat for a few more words, Miss Qin Er immediately said, "Mother, you should go back and rest. And we should go back too." Song Ryua yawned, and then said, "Go." Luo Qingzhou felt relieved and immediately helped Miss Qin Er to say goodbye and leave. After leaving the hall, Chior walked out of the corridor and whispered, "Miss, Princess Meiju is sleeping in her room. But she is on the couch, not on the bed. If you want to rest, you can go to my room." Qin Weimo whispered, "Brother Qingzhou, do you want to rest?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Go ahead. I have something else to do." Qin Weimo didn't ask any more questions, just nodded and said, "Then Weimo will say that you are going to study." "Yes." Luo Qingzhou sent her back to Meixian Garden, but did not go in, and prepared to leave directly. Shuer said at the door, "Son-in-law, now that you are back, why don't you go and see your new room? It is decorated so beautifully." Luo Qingzhou said, "Isn't the princess sleeping in there?" Shuer pouted and whispered, "I was going to let the princess sleep in Chior's room, but she didn't want to." It is obviously the new room of son-in-law and young lady. Jure. Miss Jean Eyre interrupted her and said with a rare stern expression, if it weren't for Sister Magiao going to find the princess in time last night, son-in-law and father would have been in trouble. Don't say these words anymore. Jure quickly slapped her mouth and bowed her head to admit her mistake. Miss, I will never dare to do it again. Seeing this, Luo Qizhou couldn't help but tease, Jure. Next time you talk nonsense, remember to let son-in-law help you block your mouth. Jure lowered her head and dared not say anything again. Miss Jean Eyre glanced at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, it's okay tonight. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said goodbye and said, I'm going to study. After walking a few steps, Miss Jean Eyre suddenly said, Brother Qingzhou, go see my sister. Go talk to Xiachan and Beiling. They must have been very worried last night. Luo Qingzhou agreed. Okay. Miss Jean Eyre saw him walk away, and Fong entered the courtyard with Chiour's support, and whispered, Chiour, get ready tonight. Chiour was slightly startled, and immediately understood, and whispered, Miss, last night. Miss Jean Eyre sighed and said, my son-in-law didn't dare to touch me, but I helped him with my hands as you taught me. I don't know if it counts as a bridal chamber. Chiour laughed softly. It should count. After all, my son-in-law is comfortable. Miss Jean Eyre also laughed and said, it seems that he is indeed very comfortable. The two talked in a low voice and gently opened the door. Unexpectedly, Nandong Meiju had already woken up after hearing the sound and was about to come out. Seeing that there were only the two of them, she was stunned for a moment and said, Wei Mo, where is that guy? Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, he went to study. Nandong Meiju frowned and said, did you have your wedding night last night? Miss Jean Eyre said, we slept together. Nandong Meiju looked at her and nodded. That guy is still a man, not blinded by desire. I thought you couldn't walk today. Chiour quickly retreated and closed the door. Nandong Meiju helped Miss Jean Eyre and sat on the couch, and asked curiously, how did you sleep last night? Tell me. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, we just lay together, and then talked for a while, and then it was dawn. That's it? Nandong Meiju was stunned for a moment, half believing and half doubting. That guy really didn't touch you at all? Why don't I believe it? Miss Jean Eyre said, he did touch me. Just hug me, stroke my hair and back, and kiss me a few times. Anything else? No. What about you? When he left, it was almost dawn, and he didn't have time to do anything. Nandong Meiju frowned when he heard this and said, why is it so late? Has he been staying at the princess's place all the time? Miss Jean Eyre said, well, the princess is discussing things with him. Nandong Meiju was silent for a while, and said, Wei Mo, I feel that the princess's attention to him seems a bit abnormal. Miss Jean Eyre asked in confusion, why is it abnormal? Nandong Meiju said, in fact, I didn't go to inform the princess last night. Before I went, the princess knew the news. When I went, I didn't see her, but Yuewu said that the princess had already set off with people. After saying this, Miss Jean Eyre was slightly stunned and said, then who notified? Nandong Meiju frowned and said, I suspect that there are people of the princess in the mansion, who are always paying attention to his every move, or someone is watching the situation in the mansion outside. It is estimated that the Jinui people came, and the news was passed into the palace. And after a pause, she said again, with the ability of the princess, I think she should have received the news when the Jinui just received this order. But she did not send someone to inform us in advance, but waited until the incident happened before she went to rescue in this way. We will be grateful to her, and Luo Qizhou will be devoted to her. After listening, Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while, and said, no matter what, the princess is indeed kind to us. Nandong Meiju said, I don't deny this. But Weima, Luo Qizhou is too good. Everyone covets him. You have to watch him carefully. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, Sister Meijiao, so many people are helping Weima to watch together. And there is also Sister Meijiao. What are you afraid of? Nandong Meijiao's face froze for a moment, and snorted, what does it have to do with me? It has nothing to do with me. The two chatted for a while, then laid down on the bed, and continued chatting. Wei Mo, this is your new bed. He hasn't slept on it yet. Is it not good for me to lie here? It's okay. He doesn't know. Humph. What if he knows? How dare he dislike this princess? That's right. He dare not say anything even if he knows. He will only be happy in his heart secretly. Wei Mo, what do you mean? Nothing. Sister Mei Jiao. Go to sleep. When Luo Qingzhou came to Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling and Xia Chan were talking in the front yard. Bai Ling was asking about what happened in the palace last night. Of course. Especially about him. When they saw him enter the door, they immediately shut up. A bright smile immediately appeared on Beiling's pink face. Congratulations to the son-in-law for returning home. Congratulations to the son-in-law and the second lady for their wedding night. And wish the son-in-law and the second lady a long life together, and a quick birth. Speaking of this, she suddenly paused and smiled again. Wish the son-in-law and the second lady happiness forever. Xia Chan stood aside, clenched the sword in her hand, turned around silently, and went into the house. The smile on Beiling's face gradually faded, and she whispered, Son-in-law, you should have ignored Chan Chan last night. Right? Go and comfort Chan Chan. She's not angry, but she must be a little sad. Luo Qingzhou nodded and went into the house. Another room. The sun shone through the window. A girl in a snow-white dress stood in front of the window, staring at the morning glow in the sky. Dazed. Suddenly, the jade in her hand moved. After a pause, she looked down. Sister, he should have gone back. Right? To be honest, every time I meet him, I feel sad. Why all the good things in the world are taken away by you. I like his amazing talent, and he promised to help me. Don't worry. I will take good care of him. The girl put away the jade, did not reply, and looked at the clouds in the distance again. In the palace, the girl in a fiery red dress, holding the jade in her hand, waited for a long time, but did not wait for a reply. She couldn't help but snorted and opened the chat record of last night. Save him. He's been captured. Who? Your husband? If you don't tell me who it is, I won't save him. Yes. Sister. Then you beg me. If you don't beg me, I won't save you. Please. Seeing these last two words, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she finally felt a little better. Chapter 462, Family Destroyed. South of the city, at the entrance of the 18th alley, Sister Dao was holding a pancake in her hand, eating it while waiting. When she finished eating 2 pancakes and was about to leave, Luo Qingzhou hurried over from the alley next to her, stuffed 2 bags of wedding candy into her hands, and said, I had something to do last night, so I'm late today. Sorry. Sister Dao glanced at the wedding candy in her hand, raised her eyebrows and said, I thought you couldn't get up today, and was about to ask Master for leave for you. Chu Feiyang, this is not your first wedding night. Are you so hungry? You didn't sleep all night, did you? Luo Qingzhou walked towards the martial arts hall with her, saying, It's true that I didn't sleep all night, but it's not what you think. Let's not talk about it. I have to practice well, and strive to break through to the martial arts this month. Late the teacher's sister saw that he didn't look like a lie, and said, I was married yesterday. Luo Qingzhou said, I have a little thing, and I have solved it. Dipped in the mouth, and said, At that time, you have to go to Zonmin to worship the ancestor. If you can really break through the realm of the martial arts division at that time, the resources will definitely be indispensable. In the afternoon, I continued to practice Ling Fengquan taught by Master until the whole body was exhausted. Luo Qingzhou and Sister Dao parted ways in the 18th lane. Before leaving, Sister Dao said, Chu Feiyang, if you need any help, just ask. She seemed to see that this guy was worried today. Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, Lend me some gold coins, and you don't have to pay them back. Go away. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Sister Dao immediately changed her face and turned around and left. Luo Qingzhou smiled and went into the alley next to him. After returning to the Qin mansion, he went to the exiled immortal residence first, asked Xiao Dai to stand guard at the door, then washed his head with well water, took a bath, and changed into a clean Confucian robe. While drying his hair, he asked Xiao Dai, Did anyone come to see me today? Xiao Dai shook her head and said, No, it was just Sister Chior who came. She talked to me for a while, and then left. What did she talk about? Just about making clothes. We chatted for a while. Oh, sir, did you have a wedding night with the second young lady last night? Yes. Ah, the second young lady's body. We just slept together, and didn't do anything else. Oh, I think so too. After all, the second young lady is too weak, so you shouldn't take risks. Xiao Dai. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I may have a wedding night with Chior tonight. After all, I'm married to the second young lady. According to the rules, if the young lady is ill, the maid has to do it for her. Otherwise it won't count as a wedding night. And I promised the second young lady in Chior. Xiao Dai said, "Oh, sir, don't be afraid. Sister Chior is very gentle. And she knows a lot of things." Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing and said, "What am I afraid of? If there is anyone to be afraid of, it should be her. I'm just telling you." Xiao Dai smiled and said, "Sir, then you should be gentle. Sister Chior treats me very well." Luo Qingzhou said, "It depends on her performance. If she doesn't perform well, I will let her cry. If she performs well, I will still let her cry." "Ah? Why?" "One is crying because of pain, and the other is crying because of joy." Xiao Dai, "Don't you know this?" "Wu, sir is so bad." Luo Qingzhou hugged her and said, "You just slandered me." Xiao Dai, "Now I will make you cry because of joy." "Ah, don't." When the master and servant were playing in the courtyard, Chior suddenly knocked on the door and said, "Son-in-law." Xiao Dai, "The lady called you back for dinner." Luo Qingzhou then put Xiao Dai down, took his hand out of her clothes, turned around and looked at her and said, "When did you come?" Chior chuckled and said, "When the son-in-law mentioned me, I was outside." Luo Qingzhou, Xiaodia's cheeks immediately blushed, and she ran over and said, "Sister Chior, let's go and ignore that bad guy." Chior smiled, left with her, and turned around and said, "Son-in-law, the lady and the princess are waiting. Come quickly." "Princess?" Luo Qingzhou felt a headache when he heard these two words. When he arrived at Meixiang Garden, he found that there were not only one princess, but two princesses. As soon as Nandong Shui saw him coming back, she stood up and said, "Mr. Luo, I recently wrote a new ending for the story of the stone. I'll read it out to you and see if it's appropriate." "Not appropriate," Luo Qingzhou said directly. Nandong Shui was stunned when she heard this, and said angrily, "I haven't read it yet." Luo Qingzhou said, "I have already written the ending. For me, that is the most appropriate. If Princess Xue thinks it is not appropriate, you can modify it yourself. But you don't need to ask for my opinion, because no matter how Princess Xue modifies it, I will say it is not appropriate." Nandong Shui immediately said anxiously, "Mr. Luo, your ending is really not appropriate. Just listen to my ending. I think my ending is the most appropriate." Luo Qingzhou went straight into the house and said, "I don't want to listen." Nandong Shui was about to chase in, but Nandong Meijiao grabbed her and said coldly, "Shut up. Why do you want to modify the ending of someone else's story? If you have the ability, just write it yourself. Don't." "Unreasonable trouble." Nandong Shui was immediately angry and said, "Meijiao, what's your attitude? I am the elder sister." Nandong Meiji directly pulled her out and said, "Let's go. I'll let Emu take you back. You didn't go back last night, and Daddy and Mommy are already very worried." Nandong Shui's face changed when she heard it, and she hugged her arm, struggling and said, "Sister, you are the elder sister. I was wrong. Don't send me back. I finally got out. Wu Wu Wei Ma. Help Master Luo. Save me," Miss Qin Er said with a smile. "Sister Meijiao, forget it. Let Sister Xue finish her meal before leaving." Nandong Meiju said, "She is here? We can't eat it all. Too much talk." Nandong Xue immediately said, "Sister, good sister, I will never speak again. Can't I just shut up? I swear." Nandong Meiju stopped and looked at her coldly, saying, "Then swear." Nandong Xue had a bitter face and wanted to act coquettishly to fool her. Seeing that her face was not right, she had to raise her hand and swear. "I swear. I will talk less later. If I talk too much, I will become a puppy and let you ride me. Okay?" Nandong Meijio sneered, and then let go of her hand. Nandong Xue rubbed her wrist, and said with a face full of resentment, "You are so fierce, and you still practice martial arts. Who dares to marry you in the future?" Nandong Meiju looked at her coldly. Nandong Xue immediately hid behind Miss Qin Er, poked her head out, stuck out her tongue at her, and said, "Meijiao, sister advises you to hide the whip around your waist. If you do this, you will really not be able to get married in the future." At this time, the maid brought all the food into the living room. Shuer said at the door, "Miss, two princesses, come in and eat. The son-in-law is already eating." As soon as these words came out, Nandong Xue ran in immediately. Miss Qin Er and Nandong Meiju also walked in. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the table and said innocently, "I just took a few glances. I didn't eat. Don't listen to Zhuer's nonsense. When Zhuer was about to speak again, Zhuer covered her mouth and dragged her out. Zhuer, what are you doing? My son-in-law really ate it just now. In the corridor, Zhuer said angrily. I really didn't lie. Zhuer pulled her a few steps away and whispered. My son-in-law has married the young lady and will be our master in the future. In front of outsiders, you should protect my son-in-law instead of exposing his shortcomings. Even if my son-in-law really ate it, you can't say it, and you have to help conceal it. Zhuer, if you do this again in the future, the young lady will really send you away. When Zhuer heard this, she immediately covered her mouth and said with a bitter face, Zhuer, my mouth said it myself. I can't control it. Zhuer was speechless, thought about it, and said, It's okay. My son-in-law will help you control it later. Ah? Zhuer ignored her and went into the house. Xiaodai was pouring fruit wine for the 4 people and said, This is what the lady brought. She said it was sweet, and there was no smell of alcohol at all. Luo Qingzhou took a sip. It was like juice, sweet and fragrant. And there was indeed no smell of alcohol. Second miss. Take a sip and try. It tastes okay. He picked up another cup and handed it to Miss Qin Er. Qin Weimont took it and wanted to correct his address. But after thinking about it, he gave up. After all, there were other people here, so there was no need to show affection in front of others. Besides, he was used to calling her that, so it didn't matter whether he changed it or not. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass again and looked at Nangong Meiju opposite him, saying, Princess Meiju, I toast you a glass. Thank you for taking the trouble to help us notify the princess last night. Nangong Meiju glanced at him, without touching the wine glass, and said lightly, I didn't go to notify her last night. Although I went there, someone else had already gone to notify her. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this. And when he was about to ask again, Miss Qin Er next to him said, Brother Qingzhou, Weima will tell you about this matter tonight. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and didn't ask any more questions, but still raised his glass and said, Even so, the princess has worked hard. Qingzhou toasts you a glass. Nangong Meiju paused, then picked up the glass and took a sip perfunctorily. Luo Qingzhou drank it all in one gulp, was silent for a while, and looked at her again and said, Princess, I actually have another thing that I want to ask you for help with. Nangong Meiju said, Call me Sister Jiao. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Sister Jiao. Nangong Meiju said coldly, Go ahead. Luo Qingzhou said, I want Sister Jiao to help me find out about the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion. That should be Luo Chongqian's mansion, where Luo Yanyan and his wife live. As the commander of the Jinhui, Luo Chongqian must need a lot of money to maintain the relationship with other officials. Luo Yanyan will definitely spend a lot of money to help him manage these networks. I want to know what industries they have in Kyoto, what business they do, and how many people they have. I want to know any news about them. As soon as these words came out, the table fell silent. After a while, Nangong Meiju said, Okay, I'll help you find out. Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you, Princess. This time, Nangong Meiju didn't let him call her Jiao Jia again. After a moment of silence, she asked, Did you see them last night? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Yes. Nangong Meiju suddenly looked to the side and said, Xue, you can go back. Nangong Xue? Nangong Meiju said coldly, We have to talk about business. You go. Nangong Xue immediately said, I didn't say anything, and I won't tell anyone else. I swear. Nangong Meiju looked at her coldly and didn't say anything. Miss Qin Er didn't say anything either. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and stroked the wine glass on the table, with no other expression on his face. Nangong Xue had to stand up aggrievedly and said, Okay, then I'll go. At this point, she suddenly sobbed. You are a family. I am an outsider. Woo woo. I'm leaving. I won't come again. After that, she ran out. Miss Qin Er said quickly, Zhu, go follow the princess. Let Aunt Mu accompany you. Zhu quickly agreed and chased out. Miss Qin Er said again, Chiu, close the door. You and Xiaodai go out. Yes, Mississippi. Chiu and Xiaodai went out immediately and closed the door from the outside. In the living room, oil lamps and candles were burning. The light was bright, and the dishes on the table looked quite exquisite. After a while of silence, Miss Qin Er said softly, Sister Meijiao, Brother Qingzhou's mother was killed by someone. As soon as these words came out, Nangong Meijia's face changed. After a moment of stunned, she slowly said, in fact, I guessed it a long time ago. Otherwise the second son of the Luo family would not. She didn't say anything more. Luo Qingzhou picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and didn't answer. Miss Qin Er glanced at him and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, if you have any problems in the future, you can ask Sister Meiji for help. She lives in the inner city and has many people around her, which is much more convenient than you alone. After a pause, she continued, Brother Qingzhou, don't be embarrassed. You owe Sister Meiji. Just remember it in your heart and pay her back when you have the chance in the future. Nangong Meiji glanced at her and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. Then he looked up at her and said calmly, I want to take away everything they have now bit by bit. Then make the people they care about the most disappear. Let them despair in pain, suffer in despair. Let their families be broken up. And then let them go to see my mother. The tone was flat, as if there was no emotion. But hearing it in Nangong Meijia's ears, it made her heart cold and horrified. She looked into his eyes, but could not see any hatred in his eyes. But she knew that these words were true. He really could do it, and was about to start doing it. Or, he had already done it, because the second son of Luo had disappeared. She was silent for a moment, then said, Okay, I'll help you. After a pause, she said, But you have to do something for me, too. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled, and said, Princess, please speak. Nangong Meiji looked at him, also with a calm face. Help me find a man named Chu Feiyang, and ask him to wait for me at West Lake tomorrow evening. I will sprinkle lime on his face, and whip him, so that he won't run away, won't resist, and will die obediently. The living room was silent for a few breaths. Luo Qingzhou said, Okay. Chapter 463 Chan Chan. After dinner, Nangong Meiji talked to Miss Qin for a while, and then left on her own initiative. Xiaoer went to the kitchen to boil water. Juer and Xiaodai cleaned the table. Luo Qingzhou wanted to go into the study to read a book, but Miss Qin took out a fox fur coat from the room and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, let's go to Lingshan Moon Palace and talk to my sister. Luo Qingzhou was slightly stunned when he heard this. What to talk about? Miss Qin smiled and said, Just talk. You can say anything. Anyway, it's still early. Brother Qingzhou shouldn't be in a hurry to go to bed. Right? Luo Qingzhou shrugged, took the fox fur coat from her hand, helped her put it on, and supported her and said, To be honest, every time I go to the eldest lady, it's quite embarrassing. The eldest lady is too cold, and I dare not speak. Miss Qin laughed and said, My sister won't eat you. What are you afraid of? If my sister doesn't speak, you can speak. Brother Qingzhou told a story before. Isn't it a good story? I heard from Bailing that my sister likes it very much. Luo Qingzhou helped her out of the courtyard and said, Actually, telling stories is quite embarrassing. The eldest lady seems to have no reaction at all. If Bailing and Xia Chan were not beside me, I probably wouldn't be able to continue. Miss Qin raised her thin eyebrows and pretended to be angry and said, You say bad things about the eldest lady in front of the second lady, and you say bad things about the former lady in front of the current lady. Brother Qingzhou, do you think it's appropriate? Luo Qingzhou said, I didn't say bad things about the eldest lady. I just said, she has a cold temper. As soon as the two of them left the courtyard, Xiaoer chased out with a lantern and said, Son-in-law. Lantern. Luo Qingzhou took it in his hand and glanced at her. Xiaoer bowed her head and retreated. Miss Qin Er looked at her and said, Xiaoer, take a shower first, and then go to my room. Xiaoer replied, Yes, Mississippi. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, Miss Er, let Xiaoer go back to her room. Xiaoer stopped. Miss Qin Er frowned slightly. Brother Qingzhou, do you want to regret it? Luo Qingzhou said quickly, No, I think it's better to stay in Xiaoer's room. I'm afraid of disturbing Miss Er's rest. Miss Qin Er immediately understood when she heard it, and couldn't help laughing. Brother Qingzhou is afraid that Wei Mo will see you. Are you embarrassed? That's not possible. According to the rules, you need to be in the bridal chamber, and the bride needs to be there to supervise. Luo Qingzhou. Xiaoer bowed her head and retreated. Luo Qingzhou held the lantern in one hand and supported Miss Qin Er with the other, and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace. Thinking of that scene in his mind, he felt more and more embarrassed. Second miss. Call me Wei Mo. Wei Mo. I think some rules can be omitted. For example, worshipping heaven and earth, worshipping parents, and serving tea. Don't we do these? No. Wei Mo will watch. Second miss. Don't you feel embarrassed? Wei Mo, of course not. If there is any embarrassment, it should be Brother Qingzhou and Chiuer. Wei Mo likes to see Brother Qingzhou embarrassed. The more embarrassed Brother Qingzhou is, the happier Wei Mo is. Why do I feel like I married a wrong wife? What's wrong with her? Nothing is wrong. Brother Qingzhou is not right either. What's wrong with me? Brother Qingzhou knows it in his heart. Xiao Dai knows it. Meiju knows it. Wei Mo knows it. And Chiuer will know it tonight. Hee. The two of them bickered all the way, and soon arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. The gate was open. Bai Ling was wearing a pink dress, and was leaning against the door in a coquettish manner, holding a flower in her hand. In a daze, mumbling softly, and no one knew what she was saying. When she saw the two of them, she was stunned for a moment, then stood up straight and said in surprise, "Uncle." Second miss. Why are you here? Luo Qingzhou said, Are you not welcome? Bai Ling glanced at him, pouted her lips and hummed, Uncle is not welcome. After that, two sweet dimples appeared on her face, and she came over to support Second Miss Qin and said, Second Miss, I will help you in. Luo Qingzhou let go of her hand and deliberately said, Then you go in. I'm leaving. Bai Ling turned her head to look at him, waved her hand and said, Oh, Uncle. By then, Luo Qingzhou's hand passed through the back of the second miss and pinched her slender waist, pulling and twisting it hard, and then let go immediately. Ah! Bai Ling jumped up from the spot, holding her slender waist, and said in a crying voice, Second miss, Uncle pinched my butt so hard. It hurts. I didn't. Luo Qingzhou immediately denied it, and then went directly into the courtyard in front of them to find Xia Chan. Cunning girl. He clearly pinched my waist. Wow. It hurts. Bai Ling rubbed her buttocks and cried out in pain. Miss Qin couldn't help laughing and asked, Bai Ling, do you and my uncle usually play like this? Bai Ling immediately complained. There are even more extreme things. My uncle. What's wrong with my uncle? He's bad. Luo Qingzhou came to the back garden. Surprisingly, the pavilion was empty, and Miss Qin was not here. Only Xia Chan was practicing sword outside the pavilion. At this time, Xia Chan seemed to be one with a sword in her hand. As her figure danced, after images appeared one after another, and the cold light was fierce. The speed was so fast that it was not clear. Swish, swish, swish. In a blink of an eye, the figure had come from far away and came in front of him. When he saw it clearly, the tip of the sword had already been against his throat, only an inch away from his skin. The coldness of the sword penetrated his skin through the air, making him cold all over. Xia Chan, dressed in a light green dress, stood silently in front of him, looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou stretched out two fingers, clamped the tip of the sword, slowly moved away, and then said, Chan Chan, where did you learn the sword skills? So fast, so fierce. Clang. Xia Chan put away the sword and walked into the house without saying a word. Luo Qingzhou picked her up from behind and held her horizontally in his arms, saying, Where to escape? Xia Chan lay in his arms, stiffened, grasped the hilt of the sword, and said, Let go. Let go. Luo Qingzhou asked, Where is the eldest lady? Xia Chan struggled and said, Room. Room. You go. Luo Qingzhou was relieved and waited for a while. Seeing that the second lady and Bai Ling had not come, he thought that they should go directly to the eldest lady. He carried Xia Chan directly into the pavilion, sat down on the stone bench, and then let Xia Chan sit in his arms, tightened her, and said, Chan Chan, stop struggling. Your uncle wants to talk to you. No. Don't. Xia Chan continued to struggle. Luo Qingzhou knew that she was shy here, and was afraid of being seen by the eldest lady and Bai Ling. So he hurriedly said, The second lady is here too. She just went to find the eldest lady with Bai Ling. Don't worry. No one will come now. After saying this, Xia Chan still struggled, but the strength of the struggle was obviously less. Luo Qingzhou directly took away her sword, put it in his storage bag, and then held her two small hands and said, Chan Chan, your uncle asks you a question. Xia Chan struggled again, and then stopped moving. She turned her face away, looked outside, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou asked directly, Do you like a gentle and elegant scholar, or a powerful and strong son-in-law who kills people with you? Xia Chan's cheeks puffed up slightly. And after a moment of silence, she said, both. Neither. I like. What? Both? Chan is too greedy. She actually likes sons-in-law of two styles. Luo Qingzhou said. Kissed her on the cheek. And said, Chan is so fragrant. And the flattery is also so fragrant. Xia Chan turned her pretty face, stared at him angrily, and repeated, neither. I like. Oh! I like both. Son-in-law heard it clearly. Luo Qingzhou said, and kissed her little mouth again. Xia Chan struggled, clenched her fists with both hands, as if she wanted to beat him. But he held them with both hands in advance. Bad guy. Let go. Let go, Xia Chan said anxiously, and continued to struggle. Luo Qingzhou reminded Chan, stop struggling. Be careful not to wake up the young master and teach you a lesson right here. Xia Chan didn't seem to understand and was still struggling and twisting. Luo Qingzhou laid her down, lowered his head, and kissed her little mouth. Bai Ling came silently and left silently. In the room, Miss Jean Eyre was sitting on the bed, talking to Miss Jean in a low voice. I don't know how long it took. It stopped in the back garden. Luo Qingzhou looked at the quiet girl in his arms and said softly, Chan, the master wants to tell you that you will always be the one that the master cherishes and loves the most in his heart. Don't think too much. The master will not leave you. Never. Xia Chan's eyes were watery, and she looked at him blankly, and then said, oh, you don't believe the master? Xia Chan's pretty face was slightly flushed, and she didn't answer. Luo Qingzhou looked at her shy and lovely appearance, and couldn't help but kiss her little mouth again, and said softly, Chan, do you still blame your son-in-law? Xia Chan was stunned and shook her head slightly. Luo Qingzhou hugged her, his cheek pressed against her little face, and rubbed her ears tenderly. The girl lay in his arms, eyes wide open, quiet, no longer struggling, and her beautiful and delicate face showed a soft expression like moonlight. The moonlight is like water, and the night is quiet. In the bushes next to it, a head was quietly hiding, peeking with eyes wide open. Half an hour later, Luo Qingzhou carried a lantern and helped Miss Jean Eyre leave. Bai Ling sent the two to the door, and suddenly said, Son-in-law, have you forgotten something? Luo Qingzhou's face changed slightly, and he turned his head and glared at her. Bai Ling said, Son-in-law, why are you glaring at me? Did you forget to say good night to me? Good night. Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he ignored her and quickly helped Miss Jean Eyre to leave. Bai Ling smiled smugly behind him. Chapter 464. Plum Fragrance Garden. Shuer was practicing flying knives in the courtyard with great pride. Xiao Dai stood under the eaves to cheer her on. Sister Zhu is so amazing. Sister Zhu is so accurate. She can hit the target every time. Chior took a bath early and went into the room. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Jean Eyre and quickly returned to the courtyard. Chior quickly put away the flying knives, went over to take the lantern and said, Miss, the lady just came and talked to Chior in the room and then left. Miss Jean Eyre heard this without any surprise and said, Did mother say anything else to you? Zhuer shook her head and said, The lady just praised Xiao Dai before she left, saying that she paused, glanced at someone next to her, and whispered, The lady said that Xiao Dai is getting cuter and cuter, and that Xiaodia's breasts have grown a lot. After hearing this, Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help but glance at Xiao Dai under the eaves, then turned her head and looked at someone. Luo Qingzhou walked into the room quickly and ordered, Xiao Dai, prepare hot water. Xiao Dai agreed and went to the kitchen immediately. Squeak. Luo Qingzhou pushed open the door and walked in. The room was brightly lit with oil lamps and red candles. Chior was wearing a light yellow dress and was sitting on the edge of the bed observing the stitches of a bellyband. Under the hem of her skirt, a pair of slender feet in snow-white silk stockings were shaking slightly. Seeing him come in, Chior quickly put away her bellyband, stood up, and lowered her head shyly and said, Uncle. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, then looked at the screen next to her, and said, I'm going to take a bath later. Chior looked up at him, her face slightly red, and said softly, Then I'll help Uncle rub his back. Luo Qingzhou wanted to say that Xiao Dai was enough, but after hesitating for a while, he nodded. Shuer helped Miss Jean Eyre into the room, and then went out to help Xiao Dai carry the bathtub. Miss Jean Eyre glanced at the two of them and said with a smile, Brother Qizhou, don't be embarrassed. Chior is yours. What Xiao Dai can do, she can do too. Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Eyre, I'm going to take a bath later. You? Miss Chin Air smiled and said, then Wei Mo and brother Qingzhou can take a bath together. Okay? Luo Qingzhou said. Miss Chin Air looked at the expression on his face and couldn't help laughing. Forget it. I'll spare brother Qingzhou tonight. Wei Mo will take a bath over there. After that, she turned and left the room. The bathtub was quickly brought in and placed behind the screen. Then it was filled with hot water and flower petals. When Xiao Dai came in to add water for the last time, she said, Sir, let Sister Chior serve you to take a bath tonight. Sister Zhuer and I will serve the young lady. After that, she slipped out and closed the door. In the room, Luo Qingzhou and Chior were the only two people left. Chior walked to the bathtub with grace and said softly, Son-in-law, come here. I will help you take off your clothes. It is my duty to serve you. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, walked over and said, I can take it off myself. Chior didn't say anything else, and took the initiative to help him untie the belt around his waist, helped him take off his clothes, and even knelt on the ground to help him take off his socks. Luo Qingzhou's cheeks felt a little hot, and he immediately entered the bathtub and immersed himself in the water. After sitting in the water for a while, he reached out and took out a medicine bottle from the clothes storage bag next to him, unplugged the bottle, and poured a drop of medicine into the bathtub. The clear water soon turned red. Chior watched in surprise. Luo Qingzhou put away the medicine bottle and explained, This is the medicine I bought. It is good for your health. I will take a bath with it every night in the future. Chior, don't tell anyone about this. Chior immediately said, Don't worry. My son-in-law. Chior will never say anything. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, If it was you, I would definitely not let her see it. My son-in-law believes in your mouth, which is definitely tighter than hers. Chior walked behind him, stretched out her two slender jade hands, rubbed his back for him, lowered her head slightly, and did not speak. Her beautiful and tender face was quietly stained with two blushes. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again. He leaned against the wooden barrel, closed his eyes, and quickly entered the state of cultivation. The red water in the wooden barrel gradually became clear. His skin was getting hotter and hotter. He quickly entered a mysterious state, as if he had entered another world. The internal force in his body kept flowing in all the acupuncture points and internal organs of his body, and his internal organs were warm and comfortable. Chior quietly rubbed his body for him, and her soft little hands gently massaged his back, as if cooperating with the slowly flowing air flow in his body. Time passed quickly. When Luo Qingzhou woke up from that mysterious state, the red of the water had long been absorbed, and the bathtub was clear. The warm water had also become cold. Chior whispered behind him, Master, I just called you, and you said you would wait a little longer, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Did I just speak? Chior nodded and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised, and thought about the mysterious state just now, and felt that he was not satisfied. Son-in-law, the water is cold. Get up quickly. Don't get sick. Chior held a snow-white bath towel in her hand and urged softly. Luo Qingzhou didn't think about it anymore, stood up, and got out of the bathtub. Seeing her looking at his body, he woke up and quickly took the bath towel and wrapped himself up. Chior smiled, took the towel again, walked closer to him, helped him wipe his hair, and said softly, Son-in-law, don't be so shy. I am your maid. I will serve you to take a bath every day in the future and watch you every day. Luo Qingzhou, after drying his body, Chior changed him into a white nightgown and said, Son-in-law, this is what I sewed for you. Stretch your arms and walk a few steps to see if it fits. Luo Qingzhou felt that the fabric of the clothes was very good, and it was very soft and comfortable to the touch, like silk. He raised his arm, took a few steps, and said, It's quite loose and comfortable. Chior, thank you. Chior smiled and said, That's good. I'll make 2 more for you later. Then she took a towel and said, Son, go sit at the dressing table. I'll help you dry your hair to avoid getting sick later. Luo Qingzhou obediently walked to the dressing table and sat down. He took a look at the things on it and asked, Are these all the second ladies? Chior helped him wipe his hair while saying, They were all sent by the madam, but the second miss has never used them except for the one time when she got married. Luo Qingzhou picked up a box of rouge, opened it and smelled it, and said, The second miss is naturally beautiful. She doesn't need these things. Chior smiled and said, My son-in-law is so sweet. No wonder the lady likes him so much. Luo Qingzhou said seriously, It's not because of his sweet mouth. Chior chuckled and said, Of course not. It's mainly because my son-in-law is too outstanding. He is a good person. He looks good. And he is very charming. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, Chior, my son-in-law finds that your little mouth is the sweetest. Chior smiled, paused, and secretly looked at him in the mirror. At a glance, she bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth and said shyly, Uncle, then do you want to try it? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard the words, and also looked at her in the mirror, seeing that her little face was stained with a thin layer of blush. Her eyes were full of autumn waves, and she was charming and lovely. He couldn't help but whisper, Chior, do you like Uncle? Chior nodded gently, yes. Luo Qingzhou stared at her in the mirror for a while, then stretched out his hand, pulled her into his arms, let her sit on his legs, looked at her watery eyes and said, Isn't it because of your young lady? Chior shook her head, biting her pink lips, her eyes full of shyness and charm. Of course not. I have liked Uncle for a long time. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else, hugged her and kissed her little mouth. Chior leaned gently in his arms. Her arms gradually hugged his neck, and responded shyly and actively. After a long time, Luo Qingzhou finally let her go, stared at her charming little face and eyes for a while, and said, It is sweet indeed. Chior said softly, Master, you will get sick of sweets if you eat too much. I will only serve you 3 times a month at most. At other times, you should find Xiao Dai, or let Miss help you. Luo Qingzhou stared at her for a while and said, Chior, Master finds that you are smart, generous, and kind. You are afraid that Master will be tired of the old and neglect Xiao Dai. Right? Chior said softly, Xiao Dai is Master's maid, so of course Master will not neglect her. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her again. Down, said Chior. The Master is very lucky to have girls like you to serve. If you meet some stingy, jealous, scheming, slandering each other, or even fighting, it would be too bad. Chior chuckled and said, Master, there are not many people here, so how can such a thing happen? Unless in the future the Master has more women. With more people, there will be more things. I feel that with the charm of the Master, that kind of scene should appear soon. Nonsense. The Master will definitely put an end to it. The Master has you. Chior smiled and did not argue with him. The two talked for a while, and after Luo Qingzhou's hair was completely dried, Chior opened the door and called Jur and Xiao Dai in. Several people scooped out the water in the bathtub together and carried the bathtub out. After cleaning up, it was time to go to bed. The lanterns in the corridor were extinguished one by one. The oil lamps in the living room were also blown out. Jur and Xiao Dai went into their respective rooms and closed the door. Chior also helped Miss Qin Air into the room here. Luo Qingzhou was sitting on the beauty couch, flipping through the books on the bookshelf next to him. Seeing the two people coming in, he hurriedly said, Miss Air, you go to bed first. I'll read for a while. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Miss Qin Air was like a lotus emerging from the water, exuding a fresh and weak beauty all over her body. Hearing this, she smiled and said, Brother Qingzhou, we will fall asleep later. Don't regret it. Luo Qingzhou looked confused. What should I regret? Miss Qin Air ignored him and pulled Chior into the inner room, deliberately saying, Chior, let's go to bed first. Don't worry about him. Let him sleep on the couch for a night. Chior smiled and said, Okay. The two really got on the bed. Luo Qingzhou read the book for a while, then coughed and got up and walked over. Chapter 465, Rogue. The sky was dark. The second autumn rain fell again. Luo Qingzhou did not sleep in. After getting up, he took Xiao Dai to the exiled immortal residence. After telling Xiao Dai something, he sneaked out. Cultivation should be carried out regardless of wind or rain. Holding an oil paper umbrella, he came to the 18th lane. After a while, Dao Jiefang walked out of the alley slowly, eating a pancake and holding an umbrella. As soon as they met, Sister Dao said, Chu Feiyang, I don't want to be a messenger anymore. Unless I'm paid. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. What do you mean? Sister Dao said. Yesterday your beautiful and charming little princess came to me again and asked me to pass on a message to you. But she didn't give me a penny. I felt very unhappy. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, What did she say again? Sister Dao said unhappily. At least 1 gold coin. Luo Qingzhou took a gold coin, threw it to her, and said, Go ahead. Sister Dao took it in her hand, put it away, And said, she said that you should wait at West Lake this evening. And she will treat you to good food. She also told me confidently that you will definitely go. Chu Feiyang. Will you go? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment. And said, I will go. Sister Dao looked at him strangely and said, have you been caught by her? I feel that the good thing, she said, might be the whip on her waist. Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and did not want to talk about this topic anymore. He glanced at the pancake in her hand and said, give me a piece. I haven't had breakfast yet. Sister Dao handed him half of the pancake in her hand and said, that's all. My father just made it this morning. Luo Qingzhou took it, and was about to eat it when Sister Dao hurriedly said, hey, there's my saliva on it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, I don't dislike it. Sister Dao said, but I dislike you. You can eat it if you want. At least 1 gold coin. As she said that, she stretched out her hand again. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and walked forward while tearing off the part she had eaten and throwing it away, and then started eating. Sister Dao was immediately angry and said, Chu Feiyang, you are wasting food. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something in his mind and ignored her. The two held oil paper umbrellas and walked in the rain on the street, walking towards the martial arts hall at a moderate pace. Pedestrians hurried past on the street. When turning into the martial arts alley, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Sister Dao, my identity may be dangerous in the future, and may implicate you. Sister Dao said calmly, it's okay. Just give me money. Luo Qingzhou said, I'm not kidding. Sister Dao also said, I'm not kidding either. As long as you give enough money, I can help you bear the crime of murder. Is it true? Of course it's true. Anyway, I'm not from Dian. When the money is enough, I will just run away. Where is Sister Dao from? Can't you guess it yourself? White skin, blue eyes, long legs, silver hair, round buttocks, big breasts. You can tell at a glance that you are from the western regions. Get lost. Your little princess has big breasts and a round buttocks. Chu Feiyang, you are so perverted. I didn't expect that you secretly observe these parts of me every day. Damn it. Sister Dao, don't slander me. These parts can be seen at a glance. Why do you need to observe them secretly every day? Shameless. I thought you would only observe my feet secretly. But I didn't expect you to observe everywhere. You bastard. Watch out for the knife. Sister Dao shouted angrily, and slashed at his neck with a knife in one hand. Luo Qingzhou waved his hand to block. The two walked in the alley while fighting each other. Look at the legs. Sister Dao swept her long leg up. Then she said, look at the feet. She kicked him again. Luo Qingzhou dodged and said, Sister Dao, look at yourself. Are you asking me to see it? You asked me to see your legs one moment, and then your feet the next. Girl, can you be more reserved? Even if you want me to see it, at least you should be sincere. Lift up your skirt and take off your shoes and socks. Get lost. Sister Dao waved the oil paper umbrella in her hand and started fighting. Luo Qingzhou also put away the oil paper umbrella and ran while blocking. The two fought in the alley, and they fought all the way to the door of the martial arts hall, and were just seen by Zhou Buiyue, who came from the opposite side. Sister Dao quickly put away her umbrella, feeling a little embarrassed. Luo Qingzhou greeted calmly, Buiyue, did you see that Sister Dao's coldness was all fake? Pa! Sister Dao slapped him on the back with her umbrella, glared at him, and then went in. After she went in, Zhou Buiyue smiled and said, Brother Chu, your relationship with Sister Dao seems to be much better than before. Luo Qingzhou sighed and said, I don't have many friends in Kyoto. I only know her. But fortunately, you and Xiaoxiao are here. Zhou Buiyue smiled shyly and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said, by the way, what is your current cultivation level? Zhou Buiyue hesitated for a moment and said, I have broken through to the martial artist level. The early stage of the martial artist level, which is incomparable to Brother Chu. Luo Qingzhou patted his shoulder and said, it's already very good. I knew you would succeed. That time in the Blackwoods, when he saw this person hiding his cultivation level, he knew that this person was also not simple. The two talked and went in. Zhou Buiyue said, Junior sister Xiaoxiao is also striving for the martial artist realm recently. Her family has many resources, so she should be able to reach the realm quickly. Luo Qingzhou said, we joined Li Xiao's sect for cultivation resources. When we go to the headquarters, there will be many opportunities. I hope we can all seize them. Zhou Buiyue nodded, hesitated for a moment, and said a little embarrassedly, Senior Brother Chu, My mother-in-law's birthday is in a few days. My wife asked me to invite a few friends to have fun. I don't have many friends in Kyoto. So if you have time then, I will definitely go. Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, when the time comes, call Sister Dao and Xiao Xiao, as well as senior brother Zhang and senior sister Nye. What do you think? Zhou Boyue said a little reservedly. No need to call so many people. I am not too familiar with them, I am afraid they. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while, and said, in this way, senior brother Zhang and senior sister Nye will not be called. And sister Dao and Xiao Xiao will be called. What do you think? Zhou Boyue was still a little hesitant. Luo Qingzhou suddenly realized and said, Sister Dao and Xiao Xiao are both girls. You are afraid that your wife and mother-in-law will misunderstand you. Right? Zhou Boyue blushed and nodded. Luo Qingzhou sighed in his heart and said, Okay. I'll go when the time comes. Zhou Boyue said, Thank you, senior brother Chu. Luo Qingzhou glanced at him, and said nothing more. The two of them went to greet the master together, and then each found a place to practice. The autumn rain was pouring down. But for those who practice martial arts, this little rain is nothing. Luo Qingzhou was afraid of getting his clothes dirty. So he took off his shirt and practiced boxing in the martial arts field at the back with his upper body naked. The cold rain fell on his body, and was instantly evaporated by his hot skin. Soon, a layer of white mist floated around him. He practiced until noon. The muscles all over his body were red, and the sweat and rain mixed together, giving him a feeling of exhaustion, but unsatisfied comfort. After finishing the exercise, he found that Sister Dao was standing under the eaves not far away and watching. He walked over naked and said, Sister Dao, how much are you going to pay for peeping at my pure and innocent body? Sister Dao said unhappily, I'll give you shit. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her back and said, That's fine. Then come over here. Pa! Sister Dao punched him in the eye. But he grabbed her. She kicked his leg. But he grabbed her ankle again. Shameless. Hooligan. Sister Dao cursed, staring at him and said, Chu Feiyang, you have become so shameless just after getting married. Does your wife know? Of course she knows. She followed me because she likes my shameless look. TSK. Just make it up. I'll ask her in person the next time I see her, and see how shameless you are then. As they talked, they went to the bathhouse in front. When Luo Qingzhou went in, Zhou Boyue was also washing his hair, and taking a bath inside. The two of them rinsed in the cubicle. Zhou Boyue suddenly said, Brother Chu, I thought about it carefully this morning, and decided to invite Sister Dao and Xiao Xiao as well. I have a clear conscience and my wife will understand me. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm afraid your mother-in-law will think too much. Zhou Boyue said, It's okay. Although she has a bad temper, she knows who I am, and won't misunderstand. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything more and said, How will you introduce them then? Do your family members know that you are practicing martial arts outside? Zhou Boyue said, My wife knows. She helped me hide it, and said that I was working outside to make money. I bring back gold coins every month. Every time my mother-in-law asks, my wife speaks for me. Then I will say that you are friends I met when I was working outside. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help laughing and said, Boyue, what a coincidence. It was my wife who helped me to hide my martial arts training. And no one else knew. Zhou Boyue said, Brother Chu, why don't you bring your wife with you when the time comes? It will be more lively with more people. Luo Qingzhou thought about it, and did not agree immediately. He said, We'll see when the time comes. Zhou Boyue said, Okay. The two did not talk anymore. After taking a bath, they went out together. Lunch had meat and vegetables, as well as a pot of monster bone soup. After dinner, several people rested for a while, and then returned to their respective martial arts fields to continue practicing. Luo Qingzhou continued to practice boxing in the afternoon. In the evening, he was sweating all over and his whole body was exhausted before he finished his practice. Several people greeted the master and went home. Luo Qingzhou didn't hold an umbrella and walked in the rain to send Sister Dao to 18th Lane, and then prepared to go to West Lake to keep the appointment. Seeing him in such a mess, Sister Dao couldn't help but said, Chu Feiyang, you don't need to act pitiful. Do you think that if you do this, people will forgive you? People will only think that you do this on purpose and don't respect them. And they will definitely be more angry. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and said, I'm just sweating all over. My body is hot. And I just want to take a shower with the rain. It's not as complicated as you say. Sister Dao frowned and said, Go to my house to take a shower. change into clean clothes, and go with an umbrella. People asked you to go to West Lake. Do you really think they want to teach you a lesson? People just want to date you. Don't you understand this? Luo Qingzhou waved his hand and said, Then I won't take a shower even more. I won't say anything. I'm leaving. See you tomorrow. Sister Dao looked at his back, shook her head helplessly, and said to herself, This guy. He doesn't know how to be grateful for what he has. The princess has been humble to this extent. Luo Qingzhou didn't hire a carriage, but walked directly to West Lake. On the broken bridge of West Lake, a tall figure holding a flower umbrella was standing gracefully at the railing, quietly looking at the misty lake in a daze. Chapter 466. What is the answer? The autumn rain is lingering. On the lake, the wind is cold, and the rain is slanting, and the mist is hazy. The lakeside is covered with withered and yellow sycamore leaves. The autumn wind blows, bringing the bleakness of autumn and the chill of the lake. The vendors and tourists are nowhere to be seen. Only on the pleasure boat moored by the lake can the melodious sound of the piano and the sad singing be heard faintly. Luo Qingzhou, holding an oil paper umbrella and stepping on the rain, walked onto the broken bridge. But there was no one on the bridge. Luo Qingzhou stopped on the broken bridge, listening to the singing of the pleasure boat, looking at the misty smoke in the lake, and waiting silently until the sky was getting darker and darker, and the night was about to fall. He looked around and did not see the figure. When he was about to turn around and leave, a black-sailed boat suddenly came under the bridge. A tall and slender figure stood at the bow, holding a lavender oil paper umbrella, and looked up and ordered, Chu Feiyang, jump down. The boatman held the bamboo pole at the stern, stopped the boat, and looked up at him. Luo Qingzhou looked down at the distance, suddenly turned over the railing, jumped, and landed lightly. Shwa! A long whip suddenly flew up from the bow and instantly wrapped around his feet. Luo Qingzhou did not resist. Wow! With a flick of the long whip, he was thrown heavily into the lake, splashing several feet high waves. And then, he was suddenly pulled and flew onto the boat, carrying a puff of lake water, and fell on the bow in a mess with a pop. Opening his eyes, there was a pair of small feet wearing brocade boots and slender legs wrapped in black silk. Upwards, there was a slightly swaying purple skirt. Then, there was the slender waist, and the towering. Just here, a whip shadow suddenly flew towards his eyes, with a sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air. Luo Qingzhou did not dodge, closed his eyes, and blocked his eyes with his arms. But the imagined sound and pain did not come. He waited for a while, slowly took his arm away, opened his eyes, and looked. Get up, Nandong Meiju ordered coldly. Luo Qingzhou got up from the ground, wiped his cheek with his sleeve, glanced at her, and still did not speak. The boatman paddled the boat, facing the cold wind and drizzle, and rowed towards the lotus bushes. Open your mouth, Nandong Meiju said coldly with a pretty face, holding a bunch of things in her hand, and white powder flowed from her fingers. Luo Qingzhou took a look and obediently opened his mouth. Nandong Meiju stared at the expression on his face, paused, and suddenly raised her hand and sprinkled it on his face and mouth. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and vomited. The white powder melted in the water, and it turned out to be flour. He wiped it on his face with his wet sleeves. Nandong Meiju stood in front of him, staring at him coldly, gritting his teeth and saying, Chu Feiyang, aren't you very powerful? Why don't you resist? Why don't you hit me? Luo Qingzhou silently spit out the powder in his mouth, wiped the flour off his face, and then looked at her and said, Princess, I was wrong last time. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you in Ma. I apologize. You can punish me as you like today, and I will never resist. Bang! Nandong Meiju punched him in the stomach. Luo Qingzhou covered his stomach, bent over, and straightened up again, saying calmly, Princess, just hit me until you are satisfied. Nandong Meiju raised the whip in her hand again. With a swish sound, dense and sharp barbs suddenly stood up on the black whip. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and stood there, motionless. Nandong Meiju raised the whip and stared at his embarrassed appearance for a while. Suddenly, with a snap, the whip fell and hit the side of the boat next to him. Then he gritted his teeth and asked, Chu Feiyang, have you thought of the answer to the last question? Luo Qingzhou slowly opened his eyes, was silent for a while, and said, No. Nandong Meiju suddenly raised the whip in his hand again, stared at him angrily, and looked at him for a while. The whip in his hand slowly dropped again, and said coldly, Take off your clothes. Nothing left. Jump down from here. And then get out. From now on, we will never see each other again. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the lake and said, Can you not take off your pants? If you don't take off your pants, I will get out immediately. Snap! As soon as he finished speaking, the whip in Nangong Meijia's hand suddenly hit his buttocks hard. A sharp pain came, and his buttocks suddenly felt hot and painful. Although there was no barb, a deep blood mark still appeared on his buttocks in an instant, and his pants also had a mark of rot. Just as he was about to speak while covering his back, Nangong Meiju suddenly reached out and pressed his vital point. The oil paper umbrella in his hand fell to the ground and rolled into the lake. Her body was almost pressed against him. She looked up at him with cold eyes and said, Chu Feiyang, it's easy for me to cripple you. Do you believe it? Luo Qingzhou's body was stiff, believe. Nangong Meijia's pretty face was as cold as frost. Apologize. Luo Qingzhou trembled and said, Princess, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Where did you go wrong? I was wrong everywhere. My whole body. Everything was wrong. Nangong Meiju exerted a little force with her fingers and said coldly, I'll give you one last chance. What's the answer? If you can't answer it again, or if you answer it wrong again, I will cripple you on the spot. Luo Qingzhou's face turned pale. He stared at her murderous eyes for a while. When he was about to answer, his face suddenly changed. He hugged her and suddenly turned around, turning around with her at the bow. Chu Feiyang. You? Nangong Meiju was about to get angry when she suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill passing by her side. And then with a puff, it pierced into the head of the boatman at the stern. It turned out to be a sharp arrow. The boatman suffered a sudden disaster and fell backwards on the spot. With a pop, he fell into the lake and sank. Both of them changed their faces and turned to look. A pleasure boat suddenly appeared in front of them. On the pleasure boat, a row of archers stood neatly, and the bows and arrows in their hands were all aimed at them. Then, a girl of 12 or 13 years old, wearing a luxurious long skirt, came out of the cabin, surrounded by several guards, and stood behind the row of archers. She looked at the boat with resentment and gritted her teeth and said, Nangong Meiju, I'll see where you can escape today. Luo Qingzhou recognized the girl. It was Zhang Yan'er, the future imperial concubine who played football in the palace last time. However, I heard that her position as imperial concubine has been completely stripped away. I didn't expect her to be so crazy that she actually assassinated a royal princess here. Nangong Meiju was also shocked and said coldly, Zhang Yan'er, are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being killed along with the 3 clans? Zhang Yan'er laughed shrilly, her face full of madness. You caused me to lose my position as the imperial concubine, be ridiculed by others, and be spurned by the family. If my father hadn't locked me in the house, I would have cut you and your dog lover into pieces. Today I finally found a chance. Even if I kill you here, who knows? Don't worry. After I kill you, I will kill your dog lover and let him accompany you in the underworld. After saying that, he waved his hand and gritted his teeth and said, Shoot! Shoot her into a hedgehog for me, and let her die without a complete corpse. Swish! 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 Then, dense arrows flew out from the pleasure boat, covering the entire boat. Luo Qingzhou pulled Nangong Meiju behind him, and said quickly, Hurry up and call Jiu Mama and the others to rescue. After that, he punched out with a boom, and the air wave rolled, directly blowing away the arrows shot at him. Nangong Meiju turned his head, and saw that the small boat not far behind him had stopped in place. 2 men in black were fiercely attacking Mu Yi on the boat. Today, Jiu Mama went to the palace with her mother, and only Mu Yi came with her. Obviously, the other party had already found out about this news, so they ambushed here and prepared to take action today. Although there were many arrows shot at him, they all fell into the lake under the attack of Luo Qingzhou's fist wave. Nangong Meiju waved the whip, turned into a black shield, blocked in front of him, retreated to the stern, and picked up the bamboo pole that fell there, preparing to row the boat away. Unexpectedly, just as she bent down, a figure suddenly flew out of the water beside her, and stabbed her throat with a sword. Nangong Meiju hurriedly turned over and jumped away, and whipped him with a whip. Bang! At this moment, the boat shook violently. Then, a stream of lake water rushed in from the cabin in the middle of the boat. Someone broke the boat from below. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched away the rain of arrows that were shot again, suddenly jumped up from the bow, and punched the killer who flew out of the water. The killer didn't expect his speed to be so fast. Before he could react, his chest was smashed by a punch, and he flew out, then fell into the lake and sank. Nandong Meiju said hurriedly, Chu Feiyong, the boat is broken, and there are still people under the boat. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the girl on the pleasure boat with a face full of resentment, estimated the distance, and said, Princess, hold on for a while. I'll go to the pleasure boat. If they don't go to the boat to kill those archers, they will be shot into hedgehogs sooner or later. After saying that, his leg muscles and fascia tightened, and he suddenly jumped up, leaped up, and flew into the sky, directly facing the rain of arrows, and flew to the pleasure boat in front. Nandong Meiju saw this scene. His face changed, and said, Chu Feiyong, I'll go with you. After saying that, the long whip in his hand snapped and suddenly rolled up a large piece of broken wood, then jumped up and followed. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the railing of the pleasure boat, the row of archers shot dense arrows again. At the same time, a long spear swish shot out from the cabin. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou had to put all his strength into his arms, and punched out suddenly. With a loud bang, he swept away the rain of arrows, and knocked away the whistling spear. But the power of the spear was so terrible that he shook his body, and suddenly lost the power to fly forward, and fell down rapidly. At this moment, Nandong Meiju, who was following behind him, swung the long whip in her hand, and the wooden board she rolled up suddenly fell at his feet. Luo Qingzhou tapped the wooden board with his toes, and the fascia of his legs tightened again. He jumped suddenly, and jumped directly onto the pleasure boat. With a punch, he knocked away an archer who was urgently pulling the string. Nandong Meiju also tapped the wooden board lightly and flew onto the pleasure boat. She waved the long whip in her hand like rain, crackling at the group of archers. The row of archers had no power to resist, and they were killed and injured in a blink of an eye. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the girl named Zhang Yin'er. But Zhang Yin'er stood there, motionless, looking at him with a sneer on her face. Bang! A fist suddenly hit Zhang Yin'er from behind. Before Luo Qingzhou got close, he felt a terrible breath coming towards him, and hurriedly raised his arms to block it. Bang! He was actually knocked out by a punch, and hit Nandong Meijia's chest heavily behind him. The two fell backwards together, and stopped after rolling on the ground for several rounds. It hurts, it hit my chest. Nandong Meijia groaned while covering her chest. Luo Qingzhou jumped up from the ground, horrified, and looked down at his arm, which was actually torn apart. The man who punched behind Zhang Yin'er was an old man in a gray robe. Judging from the power of his punch just now, and the terrible momentum he exuded, he was actually a great martial artist. Princess, let's go! He no longer hesitated, and immediately pulled Nandong Meiju behind him, ready to jump into the lake. But at this moment, a cold iron net suddenly appeared in the lake below, and the iron net was full of sharp knives. Once they jumped down, they would be wrapped in the iron net and cut into pieces by random knives. Want to run? Zhang Yin'er sneered, looked at him with sarcasm on her face and said, Are you Nandong Meiji's guard? Or her other lover? This lady can show you a way to survive. Turn around and kill her now. Then kneel on the ground and call me master, and I can spare your life. Luo Qingzhou did not speak, and his eyes observed the old man beside her and the other guards. Nandong Meijia lowered her head, glanced at his hand tightly holding her wrist, and suddenly whispered, Chu Feiyong, why don't you do what she said? Anyway, you hate me too, and you wish I would disappear in front of you, right? Luo Qingzhou ignored her, let go of her hand, took out a black tiger mask from the storage bag, and put it on his face. Nandong Meiju saw this and immediately took out a white tiger mask and put it on her face. Seeing that he didn't look at her, she couldn't help but remind him, Chu Feiyong, look, I'm a white tiger. Luo Qingzhou paused and couldn't help but turn his head to look at her. Nandong Meiju was immediately annoyed. I asked you to look at my face. Where are you looking? Are you looking at my feet? Schwa. Luo Qingzhou suddenly threw a large bag of lime forward, and then bang punched, and all the lime powder mixed with drugs flew out. Chapter 467. It's too late. Let's go! After spreading the lime, Luo Qingzhou pulled Nandong Meiju behind him without any hesitation, turned around and ran to the other side of the pleasure boat. A strong wind suddenly whistled behind him. Danger is coming. The old man, with the strength of a great martial artist, with strong wind spinning around him, directly ignored the lime powder scattered all over the sky, and chased up with a whoosh sound, punching the backs of the two. The terrible fist force instantly enveloped them. The two had no way to avoid it. Luo Qingzhou threw Nandong Meijia to the front with force, then turned around and punched him. Bang! With a loud bang, he was directly knocked out and hit Nandong Meijia's arms heavily. The two rolled out together. The old man was about to take the opportunity to pounce on the two people, but the long whip in Nandong Meijia's hand suddenly turned into a poisonous snake and jumped towards him with a whoosh. The whip shook, and dense barbs suddenly shot out, like a flying knife, spinning rapidly towards his face and chest. The old man stopped and gently stroked his chest with his right hand. A shield condensed by strong wind appeared instantly, easily blocking those sharp barbs. But when he looked ahead, the two people who were lying on the ground just now had disappeared. The old man snorted coldly, and his figure flashed and chased after him. Swish! Who knew that just when he reached the corner, a lot of oil suddenly appeared on the floor. Because he ran too fast, he was caught off guard. His feet suddenly slipped, and he fell directly to the ground. Fortunately, he had a high level of cultivation, and he slapped his hands on the ground suddenly, and his body bounced up again. Bang! The sound of a window breaking suddenly came from the front. Luo Qingzhou took Nandong Meiju and broke into a room in the cabin through the window. The old man's robes fluttered, and the wind around him spun rapidly, like a shield, protecting him in the center. He immediately chased after him, then jumped directly through the window and punched inside to prevent sneak attacks. Who knew that he had just jumped into the room when he suddenly found something wrong? A layer of white powder was floating in the entire room. A flash of fire suddenly flashed at the door. Before he could react, there was a loud bang, and the whole pleasure boat shook suddenly. In the narrow room, a huge fireball suddenly exploded, and the terrible fire wave instantly swallowed him in. Luo Qingzhou and Nandong Meijia, who had just run out of the room not far away, were suddenly blown away by the surging air wave and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Nandong Meijia got up from the ground, turned his head and looked, with a shocked and incredible expression on his face. This guy just threw a few bags of flour, and it seemed that he also threw a fire starter in at the end. How could it produce such a great power? Just as she was about to ask, a figure suddenly rushed out of the sea of fire, roaring and rushing towards the two of them. The old man relied on his strong defense and was not seriously injured, but his hair, eyebrows, and clothes were all burned clean by the explosive flames. At this time, his whole body was charred. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like a devil crawling out of H.L., with an extremely hideous and terrifying appearance. Slurp! Just as he rushed to the front, he suddenly stepped on the oil on the floor again, and with a pop, he fell directly to the ground. Luo Qingzhou pulled Nandong Meiju up and ran away. His other arm had been shaken to the point of numbness when he was fighting with the old man. His defense and strength were already very strong, but under the fist of the great martial artist, he was almost vulnerable, so he must not fight the opponent head-on again. At this time, other killers also chased in. The two wore masks and scattered lime powder mixed with drugs while running back and forth in the cabin and the corridor outside the cabin. Soon, the killers chasing behind began to feel dizzy and weak all over. The lime is poisonous. Someone reacted and just shouted. His legs softened and he fell to the ground. Luo Qingzhou pulled Nandong Meiju and turned around the whole pleasure boat. When he was about to find a safe lake to jump into, there was a bang behind him. Wood chips flew, and the great martial artist broke through the wall and punched the two. The long whip in Nandong Meijia's hand suddenly turned into a black shield, blocking the two people. But the power of the old man's fist was too terrifying. Boom! The long whip shield was shattered, and then the two were directly blown away by the air wave of this punch, and fell heavily on the corridor not far away. The blood in the two people's bodies surged, and they spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Their eyes went black. After struggling for a few times, they couldn't stand up from the ground. They couldn't resist the full strength attack of the great martial artist at all. The old man's whole body was charred. His eyes were wide open, and he took out a robe from the storage ring, put it on, and walked towards the two people with a ferocious face. As he walked, he also glanced at the ground. He didn't dare to run anymore. At this time, the girl named Zhang Yin'er, surrounded by several guards, walked over from the corridor on the other side with murderous intent. You sons and daughters, run! Keep running! Zhang Yin'er gnashed her teeth, her tender little face full of resentment. Grandpa, I want this son and daughter to be torn into pieces and thrown into the lake to feed the fish. Nandong Meiju sat up from the ground, leaned on the railing behind, looked at her and said, Zhang Yin'er, aren't you afraid that your Zhang family will be exterminated? Zhang Yin'er laughed wildly. These are all the death warriors raised by my Zhang family. There is no one else in this West Lake. Even if I kill you, who will know? Nandong Meiju, you caused me to lose my position as the imperial concubine, caused me to be hated by the emperor and the queen mother, and caused my Zhang family's hard work to go to waste. Even if I die, I will never let you go. After that, he took out a dagger and said with gritted teeth, Grandpa, I will cut off her head myself. The old man put on his clothes, looked at her, clenched his fists, and walked towards the two people with a strong wind around him. He said in a deep voice, Yin'er, I will only help you this time. If you make trouble again next time, I will not help you again. My Zhang family has stood up until now, and I don't want to be destroyed in your hands. Zhang Yin'er looked at him fiercely, and suddenly smiled brightly, Grandpa, don't worry. Yin'er will not make trouble again after revenge. In the future, Yin'er will serve you wholeheartedly, and be your cultivation furnace. The old man's face changed, looked at her, and said nothing more. The storm began to gather rapidly on his fist. Come out! At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly shouted, Shua! As soon as the words fell, a black shadow suddenly flew out from the lake below, instantly wrapped around the old man's neck, and with a whoosh, it swept him away and fell into the lake below, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This scene happened in a flash, so fast that almost no one could react. In the blink of an eye, the old martial artist, who was accumulating fist power, had disappeared. There was silence on the painting boat for a moment. Then Zhang Yin'er's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly leaned on the railing to look down, shouting, Grandpa, Miss, be careful. The guard standing behind her suddenly shouted. Luo Qingzhou suddenly jumped up from where he was, pounced directly on him, and bang punched several guards out, then grabbed Zhang Yin'er, pinched her neck directly, and lifted her up. Zhang Yin'er struggled and yelled, You bastard! Put me down! I want! Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched her chest, causing her chest to cave in, and the words in her mouth stopped abruptly. She widened her eyes, and a stream of blood gushed out of her mouth. Nandong Meiju immediately said, Chu Feiyong, leave her to me. Luo Qingzhou raised his hand and threw her, but at the moment of throwing, he suddenly punched her again, and with a bang, he smashed her hard directly. Nandong Meiju took her in her arms, looked down, and saw that her entire chest had caved in. She widened her eyes and died on the spot. Bang! Luo Qingzhou rushed towards the guards again, punching them one by one. Then, he went to the pleasure boat to find other people and killed them all. Ka! At this moment, the entire pleasure boat was suddenly hit by something, and then broke in the middle, split into two, and fell down. Luo Qingzhou immediately grabbed a piece of wood, went over to pick up Nandong Meiju, and jumped down. Boom! At this moment, the two halves of the pleasure boat suddenly fell down and quickly sank into the lake. The two jumped onto the floating wooden board. At this time, Aunt Mu was already rowing a small boat and rushing over, and the two assassins who had just intercepted her on the boat had already jumped into the lake and disappeared. The autumn rain was still pouring down. The lake was hazy with mist, and the shore was almost invisible. A wisp of blood floated up from the bottom of the lake, but soon disappeared. The old martial artist and the other assassins did not float up again, as if they had suddenly disappeared. On the lake, only the broken wooden boards of the pleasure boat, colored lights, etc. were left. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou hugged Nandong Meiju, and suddenly jumped onto the boat rowed by Aunt Mu. Aunt Mu's face turned pale, and she hurried over and said, Miss, are you injured? Nandong Meiju covered her chest, said nothing, and took off the white tiger mask on her face. Luo Qingzhou also took off his mask and lay down beside him tiredly, letting the rain fall on his cheeks, his chest heaving violently, although his arm was reconnected by himself. It still hurt. The ribs in his chest also felt a burst of pain. The great martial artist's attack and the burst of air waves almost broke the ribs of the two. Nandong Meiju also lay beside him, holding her chest, looking at the rain in the sky, panting softly. Seeing this scene, Aunt Mu did not disturb him anymore, and immediately went to the stern to paddle the boat and sailed towards the shore. After a while, Nandong Meiju turned her head, looked sideways to the side, holding her chest, and said, Chu Feiyong, I was hit by you. It hurts. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky and ignored her. Nandong Meijiao's cheeks were full of rain. The hair at the temples was also stuck to her face and lips. And her clothes were soaked. Lying there, she looked both embarrassed and attractive. But Luo Qingzhou did not look at her. Nandong Meiju said again, Chu Feiyang, did you do it on purpose? Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes. Nandong Meiju stared at his rain-soaked cheeks for a while. And suddenly asked, what is that black shadow at the bottom of the lake? Did you raise it? Luo Qingzhou still did not speak. Nandong Meiju asked again, male or female? I guess it's female. Right? Does it have legs? I guess it must have. And there may be many. Right? Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help but speak. Still closing his eyes, are you bored? Can you take a break? Nandong Meiju didn't say anything else. Paused, stretched out his arms, and hugged him. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, let go. No. If you have the guts, hit me. Beat me to death. Auntie Mu watched this scene at the stern and quickly increased the speed of the boat. Nandong Meiju suddenly said coldly, Auntie Mu, if you are so stupid again, don't come out with me in the future. Auntie Mu was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted, began to slow down, and even picked up the bamboo pole and stopped paddling. Nandong Meiju was soaked in the rain, with her face tilted to the side, looking into his eyes. Her lips curled up slightly. Chu Feiyang, are you reluctant to hit me? You bumped me and made me swollen. Now you are not responsible for me. It's unreasonable. Right? What do you think? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. Looked up at the sky, faced the rain, and slowly closed his eyes. Nandong Meiju looked at him quietly, and didn't say anything else. The two of them just lay on the boat, soaked in the drizzle, feeling each other's warmth, thinking about their own things in their hearts. The boat stopped in the middle of the lake, swaying gently with the wind and waves. The lake under the night sky was shrouded in smoke and dark. Chapter 468 Love and Freedom. Immortality and Longevity. Pada. Pada. The autumn rain is lingering, and the leaves are rustling. Luo Qingzhou stepped on the rain and walked awkwardly in the dark and deserted maple alley. The words of the Nangong princess before leaving still echoed in his ears. Chu Feiyang, you have to be responsible for me. You must come whenever I call you and let me ravage you. Otherwise, I will go find him. You don't want your secret to be exposed by this princess. Do you? You don't want this princess to disturb the guy's newlywed life. Do you? Don't worry. This princess only wants Chu Feiyang, not others. Luo Qingzhou returned to the mansion with a heavy heart. First, he went to the exiled immortal residence to wash up briefly, and after changing into a clean Confucian robe, he went to the Meixian garden. The light in the study was warm. Miss Jean Eyre was wearing a plain white dress, sitting softly at the desk, writing quietly. When she saw him coming back, she quickly told Zhu Eyre to go to the kitchen to heat up the dishes. Luo Qingzhou walked to the door of the study. Zhu Eyre knelt on the ground, helped him take off his shoes, and whispered, son-in-law. Xiao Dai went to the madam. It seems to be because of the opening of the clothing store. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou nodded and entered the room. After closing the door, he told Miss Jean Eyre everything that happened tonight without missing a word. Qin Weimo was silent for a while after listening to him, and looked at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, tell Weimo the truth. Do you like her? Luo Qingzhou said, I only like you. Qin Weimo said, where is Xiaochan? Luo Qingzhou said, plus Xiaochan. What about Xiao Dai? Plus Xiao Dai? It seems that Chior was hurt in vain last night. Then plus Chior. Oh, then I'll go find Bailing. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her, his face full of embarrassment, and said, Weima, it's unlikely that the princess and I will be together. Qin Weimo said softly, Brother Qingzhou, don't worry about whether it is possible or not. Weima just wants to know, does Brother Qingzhou like her? Luo Qingzhou paused, and couldn't help but think of the scene just now on the West Lake, when the two of them lay side by side on the boat. She hugged him, and silently drenched in the rain together. Miss Jean Eyre didn't bother him again, left the room, and went to the kitchen. Luo Qingzhou had dinner, took a bath and medicine, and then held an oil paper umbrella, supported Miss Jean Eyre, and went to Lingchan Moon Palace together. While walking on the road, Miss Jean said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meiju knows that reality is impossible, so she wants to live in her own world. You should help her first. Help her? Luo Qingzhou frowned and said, Miss Eyre, you may not know how much she is going. She may. Miss Jean smiled and said, Brother Qizhou doesn't like it? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but mutter. She is too rude and domineering. She wants to destroy me at any time. I'm afraid. Miss Qin laughed. Brother Qizhou is also afraid? In this case, I really should find a way to let Sister Meiji join. In this way, someone can control Brother Qingzhou in the future. Luo Qingzhou held her slender and soft waist and said, Miss Air can control me. Miss Qin sighed softly. Weimo can't do it. Weimo is just a humble, weak, sickly and weak woman. Even if she wants to be rude and domineering to Brother Qingzhou, she can't do it. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly hurt, and he hugged her tightly, saying, I just like the gentleness of the second young lady, and I don't like those rude and overbearing women. The book says that if you always eat the same dish, you will get tired of it. Occasionally changing the taste will be very fragrant. But I will never get tired of the second young lady's dish. Then why didn't Brother Qingzhou eat it last night? I would rather eat chior than others. Second young lady. Don't mention last night. Is Brother Qingzhou shy? But Brother Qingzhou was obviously very happy last night. At the beginning, he clearly said no. But in the end, second young lady, look at the sky. Why is there no moon tonight? Hee. Not long after, the two came to Lingshan Moon Palace. By the way, Brother Qingzhou, I read the poem Jiang Jia you wrote for me last time. It's very well written and has a beautiful artistic conception. Jiang Jia is lush and green. White dew turns to frost. The so-called beauty is on the other side of the water. Jiang Jia is dense and green. White dew has not dried. The so-called beauty is on the edge of the water. Second miss, don't misunderstand me. I didn't misunderstand. Brother Qingzhou, didn't you write this specifically for me? The name is Jian Jia, and there are many Jian Jia in the sentence. Humble and pitiful Xiaowei. Mo. There is no such treatment. Hey. Second miss. This poem is not about that. What is it? That anyway. It is not about that. Oh. It doesn't matter if it is about that. Anyway, when Brother Qingzhou wrote this poem, he had not married Weimo yet. Weimo has no right to control who Brother Qingzhou writes love poems to. Second miss. It is really not a love poem. I swear. As the two were talking, the courtyard door opened with a creak. Bai Ling poked her head out, glanced at the two, and immediately opened the door, saying happily, Second miss. Son-in-law. Come in quickly. The young lady is waiting. The two paused their argument and entered the courtyard. Bai Ling asked, Son-in-law, have you decided what story to tell the young lady? Luo Qingzhou said, A Chinese Odyssey. Right? Bai Ling asked curiously. What is the story of a Chinese Odyssey? Luo Qingzhou said, Gods, demons, and the love story between Zizunbo and Zixia Fairy. Bai Ling said, Is it a tragedy or a comedy? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, The appearance of a comedy, the soul of a tragedy. Bai Ling said, Son-in-law, is it a comedy or a tragedy? Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, I don't know. Some people may think it's a comedy. Some people think it is a drama, while others think it is a tragedy. Everyone has different feelings. Bai Ling was confused. It feels so profound. Luo Qingzhou said, For a fool, all stories are profound. Bai Ling immediately put her hands on her waist and said angrily, Son-in-law, I am not a fool. Then she pouted and complained, Second miss. Son-in-law scolded me. Miss Qin Air smiled and said, Then you beat him. I will help you watch. He dare not fight back. Bai Ling's eyes lit up, and she tried to say, Really? Miss Qin Air smiled and nodded. Bai Ling was about to approach, and Luo Qingzhou looked at her coldly. Second miss. Son-in-law glared at me. So fierce. You can glare at him too. Your eyes are bigger than his. Woo. I don't dare. I'm not as fierce as him. At this moment, Xia Chan came out of the house, and when she saw Miss Qin Air, she immediately turned around and went back into the house. Xia Chan. Miss Qin Air hurriedly called her, went over and held her little hand, and whispered, Let's go and listen to the story of the uncle. Okay? Xia Chan lowered her head and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou said, Chan. Let's go. The story of the uncle this time is very funny, and it will definitely make you laugh. Xia Chan turned her head and looked at him, with a tight little face, indicating that she didn't believe it. Let's go. Luo Qingzhou took the lead and walked towards the back garden. Although it was still raining outside, Miss Qin was still sitting alone in the pavilion in the back garden, quietly listening to the rain and reading a book. There were lanterns hanging in the pavilion, and the snow-white dress was particularly eye-catching on the night of continuous autumn rain. Luo Qingzhou held an umbrella and stopped under the eaves. He looked a few times, and waited for Miss Qin Er to come over, and then helped Miss Qin Er, and walked over together. Miss Qin Er held Xia Chan, and Bailing followed behind. Sister, Mississippi. The two entered the pavilion and greeted each other. Luo Qingzhou was thinking whether he should call her sister like Miss Er, but after thinking about it, he felt that he couldn't say it. After all, she was his ex-wife, which was too embarrassing. Miss Qin raised her head, glanced at the two of them, and nodded slightly. Miss Qin Er sat down next to her and said softly, Brother Qingzhou will tell a Chinese odyssey tonight. Sister, listen together. Brother Qingzhou said it's very funny. Miss Qin was slightly stunned when she heard the name, and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou started to talk after seeing that everyone was quiet. He started with a group of bandits. When he talked about the appearance of Chun Sanchernyang, Bailing said, it must be a monster. Otherwise it wouldn't dare to fall into the trap and come to the nest of a group of bandits. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her and continued to talk. When it came to the story of Chun Sanchernyang turning into a spider spirit, Bailing clapped her hands and said proudly, it is indeed a monster. I guessed it right. Hee, what a silly supreme treasure. Hee, Bodhi Patriarch is also so silly. Ha ha ha. The second in command is even dumber than me. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her again and continued to talk. Bailing soon bent over with laughter, covered her stomach, sat on the ground, and kept hee in her mouth, looking like she couldn't breathe. Among the others, only Miss Qin Er smiled. Miss Qin still looked cold, and her emotions didn't seem to change at all. And Xia Chan still had a tight face, with a touch of confusion in her eyes, as if she couldn't understand this nonsensical story. When Luo Qingzhou talked about the appearance of Fairy Xixia, Bailing stopped laughing and stood up. Soon, Supreme Treasure came to the place where Bull Demon King got married. When Luo Qingzhou talked about how Zizunbo started to deceive Xixia Fairy for the Moonlight Box, Bailing was immediately indignant and said, Scumbag. I once had a true love in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. When I lost it, I regretted it. This is the most painful thing in the world. If God can give me another chance, I will say 3 words to that girl, I love you. If I have to add a time limit to this love, I hope it is. When Luo Qingzhou said this, Bailing wiped her tears and said, Scumbag. So good at flirting. Wuh. Miss Qin Er looked at the girl next to her, who was still as cold as snow. At this time, her eyes were looking at him. When Luo Qingzhou imitated Tang Xing's appearance and sang this song vividly, Bailing laughed and fell to the ground, rolling around, almost out of breath. Xia Chan frowned. Her face was still tense, and she couldn't understand it anymore. When Luo Qingzhou talked about Tang Xing being tied up and talking too much to make Xiao Yao commit suicide, Bailing laughed and fell to the ground again. But soon, it came to the plot where Xixia Fairy was killed. Bailing's face changed immediately. When Zizunbo wore a tight hoop on his head, with Xixia Fairy on one side and Tang Xing on the other, Bailing's eyes began to fill with tears. When Luo Qingzhou talked about this, for some reason, he suddenly thought of Sister Yu. So he couldn't help but rewrite it. On one side is his love. On the other side is becoming an immortal or a Buddha. Zizunbo finally chose to let go of Fairy Xixia. In fact, from the moment he put on the tight hoop, he had already made a choice. Love and freedom. Becoming a Buddha and immortality. He imprisoned himself and chose the latter. When Luo Qingzhou said this, no one noticed that Miss Qin's eyes trembled slightly. What's the point of immortality in exchange for love and freedom? He left Xixia. In fact, he left himself. He has become another person. He is no longer himself. What he left behind is just an empty shell. As the sun sets, the warrior and Xixia stand on the city wall, hugging each other tightly. In fact, it is just a false illusion projected by the regret and guilt left in his heart. He wanted to comfort himself with this, but he didn't know that he was as pitiful and ridiculous as a dog. Luo Qingzhou finished speaking. Bai Ling cried loudly. Tears could not be stopped. Miss Qin frowned slightly, looking at the person next to her with doubtful eyes. Miss Qin drooped her eyelashes slightly. Her expression was dazed, as if she was suddenly immersed in a certain world. The scenery in her eyes was ever-changing. Chapter 469. Wow. My son-in-law is so bad. He said it was a story to make people laugh. Liar. You made me sad. Wow. When Bailing sent Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er to the door. She was still wiping her tears and crying. And she looked really sad. Luo Qingzhou said, "Didn't you laugh before? You even rolled on the ground with laughter." Bai Ling said with tears in her eyes, "This is the most hateful thing. People thought it was a comedy and laughed so happily. But who knew it suddenly became a tragedy? My son-in-law did it on purpose." Miss Qin Er laughed on the side. "I also think he did it on purpose. It's better to tell a story. But he said so many feelings." Bai Ling cried and said, "My son-in-law? I don't care. I want Fairy Xixia to be resurrected. Even if she is not with Zizunbo. I want her to be alive." Woo woo. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "Okay. She is not dead. She just felt that Zizunbo was gone. So she pretended to be dead and left." Bai Ling wiped her tears and said, "Where did she go in the end?" Luo Qingzhou said, "She saw through the hypocrisy and intrigue between the immortals and demons, turned into an ordinary mortal woman, and hid in an ordinary family, planting flowers and refining medicine every day, living a leisurely and peaceful happy life, occasionally recalling the beauty and pain of the past." Bai Ling stopped crying and said, "Does Fairy Xixia like flowers? Can she also refine medicine?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Of course. And she has her own new name." Bai Ling hurriedly asked curiously, "What is her new name?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Her name is Bai Ling. And she lives in a place called Lingchan Moon Palace. She likes flowers and likes to wear pink skirts. She is pink and tender and very beautiful. And her voice is as pleasant as a lark. Everyone knows that she is a little fairy who fell into the mortal world. So everyone likes her very much. But she has a shortcoming. That is, she is too stupid." Bai Ling was stunned and blinked her eyes. "Son-in-law, why do I feel that this Fairy Xixia you are talking about is so familiar?" Miss Qin Er laughed at the side. Luo Qingzhou did not answer, but took Miss Qin Er away, turned around and waved, saying, "Good night, little fairy." Bai Ling stood there for a long time, then suddenly stamped her feet and said angrily, "Stinky son-in-law. Playing with me again. Damn it. I'm not a little fairy. I'm a little Bai Ling." Then she turned and entered the courtyard. The courtyard soon rang with cheerful singing and boasting, "La la la chan chan. Son-in-law praised me for being pink and tender. A little fairy la la la." The autumn rain was still pouring down. Luo Qingzhou held an umbrella, supported Miss Qin Er, and walked slowly on the way back to Meixiang Garden. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, "Brother Qingzhou, no wonder so many girls are captured by you. It turns out you are so good at flirting." Luo Qingzhou complained, "I'm not flirting. I just know how to talk." Miss Qin Er snorted and pouted slightly, saying, "I don't care. I'm jealous anyway. Brother Qingzhou, do whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou stopped and stared at her beautiful face, pretending to be angry for a while. Then suddenly lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, "Miss Er, is this okay?" Miss Qin Er grumbled, "Just once? Not enough." Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes, his heart full of tenderness. He suddenly held her in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her soft lips, and began to enjoy her tenderness and sweetness. The oil paper umbrella was held above their heads, and the rain fell noisily. But in their ears, there was silence. At this moment, in their eyes, ears, and hearts, there was only each other. The kiss lasted for an unknown amount of time. When Luo Qingzhou let go of the weak girl in his arms, she had already slumped against his arms, almost without a trace of strength. Luo Qingzhou picked her up with one hand, let her lie on his shoulders, held the umbrella, and carried her home. Miss Qin lay there softly, her eyes blurred and her expression gentle. As her body swayed, she couldn't help but open her mouth and gently bit his neck, saying in a soft voice, "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo wants to bite you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Didn't you bite it just now?" Miss Qin hugged his neck and said, "Wei Mo wants to eat you and let you be with Wei Mo forever." Luo Qingzhou said, "Miss Qin is not a monster?" Miss Qin opened her mouth again and gently bit his neck, leaving a shallow mark on it with her pearly teeth. The shallow tooth marks said, "You have discovered that Wei Mo is a monster. Hee hee. I will eat Brother Qingzhou tonight." Luo Qingzhou patted her perky buttocks and said, "I am afraid that I will eat the second lady. Not the second lady eating me. Humph. Wait and see. Don't let Chior help if you have the ability. Then I'll let Xiao Dai help. Don't let Xiao Dai help if you have the ability. Then I'll let Zhuer help. Second miss. You can't cheat. Humph. You have to cheat. The two quarreled and entered the courtyard. Jur and Chior quickly took umbrellas, came out to greet them, and sent the two into the house. Xiao Dai also came out of the room and said, "Miss, Master, do you want to take a bath? There is hot water in the pot." They both nodded together. Luo Qizhou asked, "Xiao Dai, Madam asked you to go to her place. What did she say to you?" Xiao Dai replied, "Madam is preparing to open a store. She asked me what kind of clothes I can design. I told her the truth." Luo Qingzhou said, "Did she say anything else?" Xiao Dai lowered her head shyly and said, "Madam also asked me why I am not pregnant yet, and asked me the specific number of days I have had sex with the young master." Luo Qingzhou said. Chior quickly pulled Jur and said, "Jur, let's go to the kitchen to prepare hot water for the young lady and the son-in-law." After the two maids left, Luo Qingzhou whispered, "What did you answer?" Xiao Dai blushed and lowered her head and said, "I answered the truth." Luo Qingzhou froze, and his cheeks suddenly became hot when he thought of the strange expression of his mother-in-law at that time. Miss Jean Eyre, who was standing next to him, asked curiously, "Xiao Dai, I'm also confused. Why is your stomach still not moving? How did you answer, madam? Tell me." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Miss Eyre, this matter." Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, you are not allowed to talk. Go back to the room. I want to talk to Xiao Dai for a while." Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and could only say, "Miss Eyre, go into the room. I'll tell you." "No." Miss Jean refused. "I want Xiao Dai to tell me." She pushed him into the room. Although she was weak, Luo Qingzhou did not dare to resist. So he had to push her into the room step by step. Squeak. Miss Jean closed the door, went over and took Xiaoda's hand, went into the next room, and whispered, "Xiao Dai, tell me." Xiao Dai lowered her head shyly, hesitating for a while, and then said, "Young Master He Jur and Chior quickly prepared hot water, because they felt uncomfortable after being caught in the rain. Luo Qingzhou and Miss Jean took a bath. After Luo Qingzhou finished his bath, he read a book on the couch for a while, and then went to bed. After a long time, Miss Jean came into the room wearing a moon-white nightgown and her black and smooth hair, smelling fragrant. Luo Qingzhou diligently helped her take off her stockings, took the opportunity to caress her snow-white and slender feet for a few times, then picked her up and put her inside. The two of them lay down and covered themselves with the quilt. When Luo Qingzhou was about to hug her, Miss Jean Eyre looked at him seriously and said, "Brother Qingzhou, you are familiar with the books of sages. Do you know what there are 3 unfilial acts, and the greatest is to have no offspring means?" Luo Qingzhou knew she was going to talk about this, and said awkwardly, "Miss Eyre, didn't we just get married?" Miss Jean Eyre said, "But Brother Qingzhou has been married to sister for a long time, and has been sleeping with Xiao Dai for a long time, and has also gone to worship at mother's grave. Brother Qingzhou doesn't know that if mother is still alive, what she cares about and wants to see the most. It is definitely not Brother Qingzhou passing the imperial examination and making a name for himself, but Brother Qingzhou spreading his bloodline and carrying on the family line. What do you think, Brother Qingzhou?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, "Miss Eyre, I know, but I want to wait until it is more stable. After all, now." Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Weimo has not read as many books as you, but he has also read a lot of books. Whether it is human or animal, they will encounter crises at any time, but their primary task is to reproduce. We can't stop the task of bloodline reproduction just because the environment is dangerous. This is their responsibility. The longer we delay, the more dangers we may face. Brother Qingzhou, think about it yourself. After we come to Kyoto, are we safer than before in Machin? No. It's actually more dangerous." Brother Qingzhou said to wait a while. "What if it's more dangerous than now? Now the demons are rampant, and the country is turbulent. Weimo thinks it will become more and more dangerous in the future. At that time, will Brother Qingzhou continue to delay?" Luo Qingzhou was speechless and embarrassed, saying, "Second miss. Call me Weimo." "Weimo? Why did you suddenly think of this?" "Weimo actually thought about it a long time ago, but my mother brought it up first today. Brother Qingzhou has been married for a long time, and he should have completed this matter a long time ago. It's not responsible for our Qin family, nor for others, but for Brother Qingzhou himself and Brother Qingzhou's mother." "I know. Since you know, Brother Qingzhou must work hard and take action." Miss Jean Eyre looked at him strangely and said, Xiao Dai told me that it wasn't her body that had problems. But Brother Qingzhou did it on purpose. Brother Qingzhou may think that it's for her own good and to be more responsible for her. But he doesn't know that this is actually hurting her. She has been sleeping with Brother Qingzhou for so long. But there is no movement in her stomach. What will other people think? Mother is going to find a doctor and make medicine for her. Although Xiao Dai is different from other maids. She is the one that Brother Qingzhou depends on for life. But no matter what, she is still a maid. And she actually cares a lot in her heart. No matter how much Brother Qingzhou loves her. She won't feel safe unless she is pregnant with Brother Qingzhou's child. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while. And said, "Did she tell you?" Miss Qin Er said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, does she need to tell me this? Wei Mo can see it. Didn't Brother Qingzhou find that since we got married, Xiao Dai has become more introverted and timid, and more inferior and uneasy? Xiao Dai needs an identity, which is not a maid, not a concubine, nor a relative who depends on Brother Qingzhou for life, but a blood relationship." After listening to her, Luo Qingzhou was suddenly filled with heartache and guilt. Xiao Dai has rarely taken the initiative to talk to him recently. Every time she speaks, she is cautious and timid, as if she is an insecure kitten who will be abandoned at any time. He was too careless, and didn't even think about the little girl's thoughts. "Brother Qingzhou, what do you think?" Miss Qin Er asked softly. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment. Then said, "I'll listen to the second Mississippi." "Second?" Miss Qin asked. "Really?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Yes." Chapter 470 Magical Weapon. The night was as dark as ink. The moon disappeared into the clouds. And the stars disappeared. Only the chilly autumn rain and the occasional cold wind made annoying noises tirelessly in the dark night. Luo Qingzhou's soul left his body and floated over the Qin mansion. After observing the surroundings of the Qin mansion and seeing nothing unusual, Fong wrapped himself in fluorescent light and flew towards the West Lake. No matter how gentle the gentle country is, you still need to practice. Although the second lady was right. He felt it was too early. And Xiao Dai was not too old. Let's wait for another 2 years. At least until he really feels safe. His strength needs to be strengthened. The matter between Luo Yannian and Wang Shi has not been resolved. And the matter of the eldest princess is also imminent. The demon clan awakens. And the court is in turmoil. Maybe this year. At the latest after the new year. Something big will happen. How dare he have a child at this time? One more relative means one more responsibility, and one more danger. So, he needs to wait. He decided to find a time to tell the second lady and Xiao Dai. And let the second lady tell the mother-in-law. Otherwise, not only Xiao Dai would have to take medicine, but he would have to take medicine too. That would be embarrassing. Thinking about things, he quickly came to West Lake. The moon-white figure was not there on the attic of West Lake. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and immediately flew to the lotus bush not far away. But there was no figure in the lotus bush. He was puzzled, floated into the lotus bush, stood on a lotus leaf, took out the communication treasure, and sent a message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, haven't you come yet?" After sending the message, he waited for a long time, but did not receive a reply. Strange. After waiting for a while, he sent a second message. "Sister Yu, I'm here at West Lake. Do you have something tonight and can't come?" Still no reply. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, put away the message, and prepared to practice on his own. Maybe Sister Yu had other things to do tonight, so he would not wait for her. Although his practice speed would be much slower, he could not rely on others to practice every night. And Sister Yu seemed to be struck by lightning when she helped him practice. And he felt bad. He sat cross-legged on the lotus leaf, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, slowly circulating the soul power in his body. Although there was no moonlight tonight, there was still a weak moonlight power hidden in the sky, which was difficult to see with the naked eye, but could be felt very clearly. A trace of moonlight power began to flow slowly into his body along his head. I don't know how long it took. He suddenly felt a chill beside him, and immediately opened his eyes to look. The first thing that caught his eye was a pair of snow-white, slender, and delicate jade feet with water droplets. On the ankle of one of the jade feet, there was a red rope tied with a bell. Going up, there was a slender figure in a black skirt. At the top was a girl's face with a red mark on her forehead and a cold expression. However, when his eyes met hers, a hint of smile immediately appeared on her cold face. "Mr. Chu, I'm sorry to disturb your practice." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her feet under her skirt again, stood up and said, "It's okay. By the way, Miss Longer. Have you seen Sister Yu? The girl in black skirt shook her head and said, It seems that my sister didn't come tonight. She must have something to do. Luo Qingzhou paused, bowed and said, Thank you, Miss Longer, for your help today. If it weren't for Miss Longer, I'm afraid I would not have come to West Lake today. The girl in black skirt smiled slightly and said, It's just a little help. Luo Qingzhou looked up at her and said, Where is the great martial artist? The girl in black skirt glanced at the lake and said, It has been fed to the shrimps. And the others have also fed the shrimps. If they want to hurt Mr. Chu, I will naturally not forgive them. Luo Qingzhou bowed again to thank him. The girl in the black dress stared at him, her eyes flashing. She looked up at the attic and the surroundings, and suddenly said, Mr. Chu, can you help Longer do something? Luo Qingzhou said, Miss Longer saved my life. If you have anything, just tell me. The girl in the black dress sighed, pointed to the red rope on her ankle, and said, This is a magic weapon my father left me. Although it can help me, it also imprisoned me. I want to remove it, but I have tried various methods, and it doesn't work. I wonder if Mr. Chu can help me try. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and looked at the red rope, saying, Yes. Untie it directly. The girl in black skirt sat down on the lotus leaf, stretched out her snow-white and slender jade foot, bit her lip, and said, Mr. Chu, please help me try. Anyway, I can't untie it by myself. I tried many times, but it didn't work. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, walked closer, squatted down, looked at the snow-white and slender jade foot in front of him, and looked at her again and said, Miss Longer, then I'll try. The girl in black skirt bit her lip lightly. Her eyelashes trembled a few times, and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand, held her petite jade foot, put it on his thigh, and then began to untie the red rope at the ankle. But strangely, he looked around and couldn't find the knot of the red rope. This red rope bell seemed to be put directly on the jade foot. He was stunned, picked up the jade foot with one hand, and began to slowly remove the red rope with the other hand. But the red rope looked loose, but it couldn't be removed anyway. He tried from various directions, but there was no effect. The girl in the black dress sighed softly. It seems that Mr. Chu can't help me take it off. Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, Can it be cut off? The girl in the black dress shook her head and said, No. This is a magic weapon. No sharp weapon can cut it off. If it is forcibly destroyed, it will launch a very powerful attack. Luo Qingzhou held her soft and smooth little jade feet, looked down for a while, and suddenly said, I'll try again. He took out a bottle of vegetable oil from the storage ring with a thought, poured the oil on the jade feet in his hand using the object control technique, and then began to apply it evenly on the ankle and feet. The girl in the black dress felt that her feet and hands were slippery, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated unconsciously. A strange feeling suddenly rose in her heart, and two blushes rose quietly on her cheeks. After Luo Qingzhou applied the oil, he tried to pull it down again. This time, the red rope moved a little further, to below the ankle, but it was still difficult to pull it out. He tried a few more times, not knowing if it was an illusion, but found that the red rope seemed to tighten automatically. Miss Longer, let me try again. Under the continuous autumn rain, in the West Lake, on the lotus leaf, the girl sat, stretching her straight long legs and snow-white and delicate jade feet. The boy squatted, holding her jade feet, frowning, trying various methods. It lasted for an hour or two. When the eastern sky began to turn white, Luo Qingzhou finally gave up. Miss Longer, I'm sorry. It seems that there is no way to take it off. This red rope seems to be able to change and tighten automatically. The girl in the black dress blushed and whispered, It's okay. Although it didn't take it off, I still thank Mr. Chu for helping Longer work hard all night. Luo Qingzhou put away the bottle and said, Miss Longer, do you want me to help you clean it? The girl in the black dress bit her lip and whispered, Then I'll trouble Mr. Chu. No trouble. Luo Qingzhou put her jade feet in the water, and then took out the soap with the control technique, and gently helped her scrub the grease on it. The girl in the black dress stared at him for a while, then suddenly supported her hands behind her back and stretched out her other foot in front of him, saying in a tender voice, Mr. Chu, can you help Longer wash this foot too? Luo Qingzhou took a look and nodded. When both feet were washed, it was already dawn, but the sky was still drizzling, and the light was still dim. Above the lake, there were clouds of smoke floating, and even the shore could not be seen clearly. The girl in the black dress was still sitting there, stretching out her two snow-white and petite slender jade feet, with a blush on her face, and looking at him shyly. Luo Qingzhou was still squatting there, stunned for a while, then looked at the sky and said, "Miss Longer, it's dawn. Then I'm leaving." The girl in the black dress bit her lip and said, "Well, Mr. Chu, thank you. Then tonight." Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, but suddenly raised his head and looked at the attic not far away. On the eaves of the attic, a moon-white figure appeared at some point, standing there silently, looking at him quietly. He didn't know how long he had been standing there. Luo Qingzhou suddenly stood up from the lotus leaf and said, "Miss Longer, I'm leaving." After saying that, he immediately flew up, quickly came to the top of the attic, and floated down. "Sister Yu, when did you come?" For some reason, he felt guilty like a thief. The moon-white figure stood on the eaves coldly, looked at him quietly for a long time, and then said lightly, "When you applied the oil, Luo Qingzhou." He raised his eyes and looked at the lotus bushes. From here, there is a clear view. At this time, the demon girl named Longer was no longer on the lotus leaf. "Sister Yu, it's like this. The red string tied around Miss Longer's feet is a magic weapon her father tied for her, which restricts her freedom. She asked me to help her take the red string off last night. I tried every way to take it off, but couldn't. Finally, I thought that applying oil should be effective." And then, the white figure stared at him quietly for a while, and said lightly, "Then I played with it all night, until dawn." "Right, Luo Qingzhou, I'm not playing with it. I'm just trying it out. And the red string and bell are magic weapons. This is my first time to use a touch magic weapon, so I hope Sister Yu doesn't misunderstand." The white figure turned around, facing away from him, and said in a cold voice, "I didn't misunderstand. And you don't need to explain to me. It's dawn. Go back quickly." Luo Qingzhou looked at her for a while, and didn't dare to talk about it anymore, and asked, "Sister Yu, why did you come so late last night? Is there something wrong?" The white figure's sleeves fluttered, and her back was cold, and she ignored him again. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and then said goodbye awkwardly, "Sister Yu, then I will go back first, and come again tonight." The white figure still had her back to him, motionless and silent. Luo Qingzhou didn't feel like staying any longer, and his figure flashed, flew into the air, and disappeared. The white figure stood on the eaves for a while, and then suddenly disintegrated like moonlight, and when it reappeared, it had reached the bottom of the lake. "Ah, sister, listen to my explanation." "No need to explain. I'm here to take blood."